18 after the 18 after the hour is
published elsewhere, not on the
is another paper that refers to the raw data you can click through in the paper.
But they won't show you pictures either.
Oh, it includes pictures though.
Photographs.
Yeah. That's why you send. That's
no.
why you posted in chat in the past.
He said, no. Why would they do that?
I said, oh no, in a concerned way that we're going toward photograph claim. But
so anyway, you know, it doesn't matter what their headline is. It's always bullshit. That's the point. Flat earthers aren't crazy. They're fucking crazy repeating themselves and trying to get in a word edgewise. Thanks for having us today. It's fucking nice to be able to talk. It is.
Yeah, sure thing. Sure thing. I mean, if you want to believe it's bullshit and nothing else, then that's what you're going to believe, of course.
No, you and I are in a total agreement. You just don't get it. That we agree on all the same data set. Entirely the same situation. We're seeing the same play. We're on different teams.
But sure, we also disagree on.
I made a great catch, and you said, yeah, you stumbled. Your defender stumbled. That's all. I thought I made a great catch. You thought the defender stumbled. You know, or
but if you recall back to near the beginning, Dan, that you made several, but one of the.
You cannot do this to me. At the beginning, I agreed with your end result. You took 30 minutes to get to what you and I agreed with in the first.
Yeah, because it's important. There's subtle things about getting there, like the link that you overlooked.
Sources. They were from different sources. We talked about it to begin with. Why do you keep thinking I overlooked it? You're fucking retarded.
Did you know that link existed to the scientific paper?
We discussed it, man.
If you were aware that link to the scientific paper existed on the Hubble site, you would not be making these claims unless you're being purposefully deceptive.
It was linked at the Hubble site. It was not on the Hubble site.
Sure. So if you knew that existed a priori, then making these arguments is deceptive in my opinion.
Do you know what bait and switch is?
Of course.
Right? So if they tell you turkey's on sale and you get there and there's only fucking chicken, are you cool with that? Because they showed pictures of a fucking turkey.
Dan, you will never, ever in existence, you'll never be able to show me a scientific press release that does not. Let me finish.
I mean, I don't think you answered the question. Are you cool with that?
I'm cool with
Then we don't need to argue. You're cool with that.
I'm not arguing. Let me make one.
My point.
Let me make one statement, Dan.
People like you are comfortable with this level of deception. You're fine with it.
Sure. So again, you will never, ever be able to show me a scientific press release that does not have an accompanying paper that is referenced from that. A scientific paper referenced from that press release.
You will never be able to show me a scientific theory.
Now, Dan, whether or not you click through or you're interested enough or you just want to keep the deceptive tactics and not actually read the papers is not my fault. It's your own, strategy and tactics. That's fine. But they are there and they exist there for the opportunity for you to click through and do a little deeper research.
Electric's right. This is the disgusting behavior for you to defend garbage.
I don't appreciate Globers thinking that they're doing anything for somebody spending 45 minutes that you could just throw a picture up. Fucking, you're wasting everybody's time, bro.
Yeah, but that doesn't have a deeper meaning of taking Dan there.
Whatever you think the deeper meaning is between needing to research and navigate these stupid government websites, I don't find useful. I don't think I need to know how to navigate that. Maybe you do because you work for these journalists and these publications that you claim.
Sure, if you're not interested in being a research, scientific-minded person, then that's fine. You don't need to go there.
And you would love to think that clicking around on government websites looking at fake data is
Dan sounds like he's very interested.
Spaghetti monsters and Iron Man.
Yeah,
clicking around those websites. You're not researching shit, in my opinion.
Cool, man.
Stop interrupting Electric, you tit.
Dan sounds like he's very interested, a well-read, educated, respected individual who is interested in doing the full gamut of the research behind any of these, press releases that come out. I just wanted to get him there. That's all. So maybe like I said, the next one that comes out 2 weeks from now, 1 month from now, Dan will remember in the back of his head when he's reading the press release to search for that link to the scientific paper.
He's
to go a
going to
little deeper.
remember that these
I hope
publications
so.
will never
hope so.
put raw photographic evidence of their claims on their front page. It's the only thing to remember right now.
Of course they will. In the paper. In the paper. Maybe not in the press
Hey
release.
guys, guess what? We took these pictures from the telescope Betelgeuse and we got these high resolution images of stars, but we're not going to show you that. We're going to make it really hard for it to find it. So have fun with that, guys.
18 after the hour in the chat, by the way.
It's just Google it now, and you'll just see what this public sees. The public sees what NASA wants them to see and what you want them to see. We understand that. There's no argument.
But
We understand.
You're claiming stuff is being hidden and there's lies.
Job
Nothing's
well
being
done.
hidden. Nothing's
Job
being
well
hidden.
done. Job well done. You're spending my money though, but job well done.
You'd think a high resolution observation of a star would make the fucking front page news or something, right?
I'm pretty sure it
burying
did a
that
few
in
years ago.
convoluted charts and fucking bullshit scientific publications that aren't pointing to the evidence, dude. Like, what the fuck?
I'm pretty sure this did get a lot of press. That's the whole reason we're talking. That's the ironic part. We're talking about it, right?
Well, it actually took 3 years to come out so they could prepare the artwork.
Sure.
Yeah, I heard about Beetlejuice in like 2017, dude. The fuck are you talking about?
And actually, it took James Webb to take the steam out of Hubble, and they saved this so they could continue the Hubble program because we'd be going, who the fuck needs this anymore? I go, yeah, it still does stuff. Look,
I've read a dozen Hubble press releases since James Webb launched.
Guess what?
You can read as many scientific publications as you want. It's not going to provide any real.
I said press
Show me
release.
Hubble live or shut up. Really?
Okay.
Really?
I'll tell you what, brother.
Yeah,
well,
like these people claim they got cameras in outer space. Take a picture of the Earth, motherfucker. Like, where's that?
Yeah.
hey guys, I met
Literally countless, but
build a Webb telescope.
Like you said, oh wait, we can't have a photograph. They're not going to post a photograph.
Listen to these guys. Have you guys ever heard of a welder that works building?
This dude is like, don't be silly. Why would they post a photograph? Why would they do that?
literally
Literally what he
millions.
said. That's
Literally
what he said.
millions
That's
of
what
images.
you said, bro. That's what you said. You said it would be ridiculous for them to post a photograph.
Now whether or not you hand wave them away is a you issue. It's not a me issue.
You know what a composite means, right?
I know what an image is.
You want to talk about raw data? Where's the fucking regular ass photographs?
It's literally
It's
countless.
buried in language. The new
You said there's
language.
countless, but
Yes.
they're not flaunting that around like they made some great discoveries.
Going back to Apollo era, there's literally countless.
Of the Apollo missions. Yeah, let's get into that. How fake that is. You want to get into that? You want to get into the Apollo missions with me? Don't.
You know, I've been going back.
I have a
further.
feeling I know where it would go. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Well,
Fake ass bullshit, bro.
yeah, it's fun to look at this. You know, let's separate the sales campaign from what actually got done. Let's understand why agencies and branches of military fight for stuff. Eventually, you and I are going to have a real conversation about national security. I just done a lot of links yesterday I assembled that I'll leak to you guys so you can pretend that they don't exist. We really can see buildings. You're really mistaken. Their stuff is really there. If you're not going to put up something on the moon and you're not going to show an uncut rocket launch, use these pieces of shit we paid for to show me home. So not too much to ask, not a flat earther thing. It's an embarrassment that you don't want to use it for weather and navigation. It's an embarrassment that you don't demand to see it. You're embarrassing, Globers. You're embarrassing. It's sad. I understand.
But Dan, I don't demand to see it because I'm satisfied with the already existing mountain of evidence.
That's why you and I don't party. That's why you and I don't party.
Of course.
Because I'm not satisfied. And that when you talk about crazy flat earthers, just let me go deeper. Yeah, we're unsatisfied people to begin with, and that's what gave us this outreach into the world. Is we didn't just follow. We knew more than sheep's ass. If I was a follower, I'd only need to know sheep's ass. We got left aside. We got left alone, and we had to learn about the world a little bit. And
I mean,
you know what's funny too?
It's a little
at the beginning
ironic,
of this conversation, dude made the claim that the scientific publications releasing stuff about Betelgeuse was coming from independent research groups or whatever. Then he went ahead and read the source, and it was the Smithsonian, and he didn't want to fucking talk about that.
I mean, you can claim the Smithsonians are run by reptiles. That's a you thing, not me.
Nobody said the word reptiles, but go ahead and try to put words in my mouth to make it seem like my point is disingenuous.
Jesuit, priest, cabals, whatever.
You didn't even know the source of your information.
Whatever
you didn't realize the
was.
links didn't actually bring you to the raw data you were claiming, bro. That's the problem.
You can claim the Illuminati, New World Order.
Don't put words in our mouth.
Nobody said that. See,
I'm
now
asking
he's
you to
inserting
stand behind your own.
So
we're asking you to stand
as if
behind
that's
your
what
own.
I'm talking about.
All right, elaborate.
Bring up that crazy
So
shit, bro.
electric.
I made my point without bringing up
All right.
that shit.
Elaborate why. Elaborate on the Smithsonian, please. Go.
Yeah, it's another untrusted source.
Electric, Dan. Electric, please.
I'm sorry. Why don't you just do it yourself? Summarize it yourself. We know. We all agree on it.
No, what? I just tried summarizing. You guys said
this is the tactic of Globers. Now
we
he
all
wants to change
agree
the subject, and he wants me to fucking break down the Smithsonian and every account of them ever fucking hiding artifacts or whatever.
Yes.
Like you want me to break down all the times that they didn't.
No, he wants to pick apart the.
Dude, what a waste of time! You just want to waste people's time, bro. I don't appreciate that shit.
You're bad, Glober. You're bad, Glober.
That's
You're
fine.
bad.
We're all just voices on the internet, Dan. Man, it doesn't matter.
No, but you're not that. I mean, you're a good guy. I can tell. But your argument should be sharper. I'll work with you. I'll help. We help each other. Trust me. Your argument should be way sharper than. Well, that's just what I believe. It's okay.
Dan, my goal in life is publishing scientific papers. It's not to become an expert in Discord debates.
If you went clothing shopping and you saw a sweater on the rack and you go, "I'm going to grab this," and they handed you.
How many publications you got, by the way?
How would you feel if you bought something else?
Do you have any publications, Dan? I mean, we can get really we can get petty with it. How many papers you got, Dan?
If you got something else.
Hey, Dan, can you link some of your publications?
Well, we don't write. We don't speak pseudoscience, brother.
Okay. All right, I didn't. Forgive me for getting petty just for a second, but anyway.
So I can get real petty too. Like I could ask you questions about shit you probably never done. It's not going to prove anything in your argument.
Of course.
You're bringing up shit as if it applies to the argument.
But you guys probably don't know this.
Defending anything. You're just
you don't. So let me tell you something profound. Maybe is that if I took any, it's your opinion whether you find it profound or not. If I took any colleague,
because your whole fucking ideas are based on lies.
It's a fact you're not profound. You may be factual, but you're not profound.
If I take any colleague, any scientist, any mainstream scientist, most of them out of the lab or out of a university, and I stuck them in this Discord server, they would get absolutely just steamrolled in any sort of flat Earth debate. Absolutely crushed.
You don't know that for a fact.
Like it wouldn't even be. It would not even be. It wouldn't even be a fight. They would just get beat to a pulp by flat Earth, tactical flat Earth arguments and semantical arguments and just sneaky, deceptive like flat Earth debate tactics that many people
deceptive and sneaky
stuff that many flat earthers have been working at becoming experts and building their expertise on this.
That's funny.
For the past, like,
think
5
saying
years.
Something like water is level is a sneaky deceptive tactic. It's so stupid.
Yeah. So it's so of course someone who's practicing to be an expert, perfect flat Earth debater, like Dan just said, he can give me some pointers to build my globe versus flat Earth debate experience. Is going to absolutely destroy a quote unquote regular scientist who is only interested.
Bro. See, we're the honest people here. We're not using deceptive tactics in our debate. We just bring up shit that's fucking obvious.
All right. You can claim that.
But yeah, go ahead and keep thinking that this is some divisive shit that we're doing. Like, you're in denial. You're wild for that.
That's fine.
You think that people are in here plotting and like meticulously making like points? Like, get the fuck out of
here. Is this your only Discord server you're part of a community, or?
I'm grateful this is one of the few that I'm in, yeah.
Okay.
I don't need to be in any of the others, I don't think.
I don't know about you, but it's plastered everywhere.
Oh, maybe you should get out of those circles if you don't like what people are saying. What are you doing?
Flat Earth. It's not. I'm not in those circles. They're so ubiquitous in.
So why are you telling me about?
So how are you saying? Hold on.
You're not in them.
Yeah, you said that they're planning. You said they're plotting, but then we ask you which ones, and you say, "Well, I'm not in those circles." How do you know they're
Who's
plotting?
plotting? What do you mean?
He doesn't. He's just making random
You just
claims.
said
I
that
said
they're plotting to become like better against arguments or whatever.
yeah.
But which ones are plotting them? Because
Flat-
we just asked you, you say you're in none.
flat earthers that I've come across in Discord servers.
What a vague.
A lot
Yo,
of
that's
them.
so vague. Yo, say names, bro.
A lot of them
Fuck that. Say
are
names.
for 7 years, 5 years, years and years and years.
Don't matter till you say a name, bro.
Have been mastering their craft of the flat Earth debate. So if you pull a random scientist out of a lab and you throw them in there, you're feeding the scientists to the wolves.
And nowadays, the truth is hate speech, basically.
If the globe was true and had all this evidence, shouldn't be a problem for you.
Now, again, just like you guys make wild claims that I let you have, I'm making a claim. You agree, or you accept it, or you don't. It's my own subjective
You're
claim.
you're the minority, bro. The most of the world who've come in here to debate, we wouldn't even be having to have crazy discussions with because they'd hear us out what we have to say, and then but every couple hundred people, one of them will turn into an anti-flat earther, and they'll take it as hate speech. So that's what the truth is nowadays. It's hate speech, and some people can't handle it. You don't think I'd say NASA's got the fucked up tactics, dude. You're saying that we have fucked up tactics? NASA's got fucked up tactics, man.
Brian, from my experience, certainly there's a plethora of deceptive tactics, arguments, fallacies, things like this that I've heard from flat earthers. Yeah.
Experienced one, yeah.
Now, whether or not you say yes or no.
Bro,
name one. Okay.
He's an anti-flat earther and he's projecting,
modest
bro.
Tollins on the
We're
Black
used to it, bro.
Swan.
You're in here trolling. You're in here trolling and projecting, bro. We're so used to it, dude. That's all you're doing is trolling.
Give me a second.
Y'all don't entertain this stupid shit, dude.
Can you give me a second? Can you name one tactic?
Yeah, the Black Swan.
How is that a tactic?
It's a fallacious, modest. So again, you should know all these answers.
So who was taught? So who in here was taught Earth curve? Who was taught a way to defend? All our years growing up, who was taught that?
I have no idea, Brian.
But the Black
I have
Swan
no
is
idea
deceptive.
of the
You hear this
early
fucking clown,
childhood
dude?
education of people.
But the Black
he
Swan,
said it was deceptive.
The Black Swan's a modus tollens, dude. It's a modus tollens. You're saying
fallacious one.
That's deceptive. But NASA, hold on, NASA showing fisheye lenses at fucking at 10 miles up on their way up. Them showing fisheye lenses, that's not deceptive. But a modus tollens argument's deceptive.
Well, how do you know
clown, man?
Brian, how do you know it's a fisheye lens?
Hey, dude.
Because
how do you know it's a fisheye?
Wow, see that right there, dude. Dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Nat Geo, man.
That's
Nat
my point.
Geo, straight up. You don't need a Black Swan. It ain't our footage. Go watch Nat Geo. They fucking lie from the beginning to the end. Watch it. They admit it that they're biased going in. They can't count to 6. They say there's a half of the 1.5 stripes of the flag are in the water where there's not. You can see clearly they're going by script, not by what you can see in the picture. They clearly lied. It is disgusting.
Dan, what do you think about
just as good as Black Swan, because the 3 miles distance that they're at, that they're claiming curvature, they're claiming instead of their expected 24 inches, they got 8, and yet you can see the coastline behind them.
And we're the deceptive ones, and we have deceptive tactics.
Thanks. And when you claim deception, we're gonna bust out fucking infrared.
Dan, what do you think about
people standing over there 9.6 miles
away?
Bro,
we like you to comment on something I said, other than saying, how do you know it's a visual? And comment to Dan, dude. We're pointing out actual deception, giving you examples. Now, at least respond to it with dignity.
I respond to it with I want to know Dan's opinion, because he was featured in he was in Behind the Curve. Dan, what's your opinion on? Man, I can't remember the guy's name. What's your opinion on Bob's reaction? What's your opinion on Bob's answer after the?
First of all, it wasn't what we were talking about. Second,
wait, hold on. That's your response to the deception, bro. We're pointing out deception. And wait, we asked you to respond.
No, go ahead.
To the deception, bro. You're not going to do that?
There's deception everywhere. What response do you want?
Oh no, it's everywhere. You just say we deceive. You can't give us one example. We give you 2 right off the bat.
Black Swan is a fallacious modus tollens. I've given you a specific example.
Dude refuses to admit that these people have deceptive tactics. He just refuses that.
Yeah, We see spaghettified metal beams on the platforms, yet we ignore
How about
those.
yeah, he showed that one on purpose, bro. Okay, and he
Yeah.
showed it so y'all would
Yet
scream
we
refract,
ignore
bro. Okay,
him. Yeah,
look,
ignore it.
he's got a better black swan right behind that one. That's a still shot from a video. Okay, the next night the dude took one with only a little compression at the bottom. But in your world, for that to happen, we have to have calculated, like mathematically precise refraction.
Brian, you know what else we see in those?
At least respond to the deception we're
Brian,
talking about.
you know
Don't
what?
change the subject.
Brian, you know what else we see in those follow-up images of the black swan, right? We see
You won't respond
we see the
to
O word.
of Nat Geo and fucking and NASA. You won't even respond.
We see what appears to be the O word. I'll let you try to guess what the O word is.
So this is what his brain is. Brain is programmed to do this, bro. His brain is programmed to ignore the real deception. Literally,
Exactly.
he won't even respond to it because his brain won't even accept that it's there.
He's refusing to acknowledge the evidence.
That's why I said he's trolling us. We're talking to a weasel, but he's a weasel.
R
And he's pretending he can't get a sentence out. Dude, acknowledge what's being said.
Obstruction.
Fuck your obstruction. Acknowledge what's being said, bro.
I am.
No, you're not.
I gave a specific example. The black swan high amounts of atmospheric refraction image with the Modus Tollens text overlaid is fallacious.
So the fire boom, hold on, the fire boom is a little bit distorted. It's distorted because that's the boom that
it's spaghetti, Brian.
Bro, that's the how come the rest of it ain't distorted, bro?
It is.
Is it really bent? Is any other of it bent? Respond to the fucking deception we pointed out, right? Listen, bro.
All parts of the platform.
Dude, either respond or drop, dude. Respond to the look. You're not going
directly respond.
You need to face this. You need to face this deception head on, bro. This actual deception. Would you agree that Nat Geo lied? Would you agree with that?
I have no idea.
All right, bro. Be honest. Be a fucking man. Would you agree that they set out to deceive?
Brian, I'm giving you an answer. I don't know. Please accept my answer. I'm begging, pleading for you to just say okay.
Were they wrong? Were they wrong?
I have no idea.
Did they show bias to begin with? Better yet, did they show bias to begin with?
Come on, 8 questions for my one. Let me get one in. Let me get one in.
Did they omit?
Hold on, Dan. Hold on, Dan.
It's 8 on 1, dude. Give me time, please.
But you've been talking for an hour.
Dan.
Are you kidding, Dan? Are you kidding? Okay.
You can't answer a simple question.
Two instances from behind the curve. When Bob is talking to the cameraman about the results of the ring laser gyro.
We don't know what you're talking about? You think we can speak for Bob? Do you think we can speak for Bob?
Dan. No, I'm not asking about
Hold on. You're gonna let people speak, or I'm gonna start muting people. Please, Dan, I do not want to mute you.
I'm interested.
Yeah, I'll respond to it. Go ahead.
I'm more interested in Dan's answer but I'll hear Brian's too. I'm interested in your opinion on Bob's dogma and his answer, his response to the results of his ring laser gyro test, and also Jaren's. Let me in the second instance is Jaren's experiment at the very end of Behind the Curve. And
now, after I respond to these, this will be the 4th example of deception. So please address at least a couple of them, okay? Now, Bob, he said that the interferometer picked up a 15-degree-an-hour rotation. Did he say Earth rotation? Just asking.
I was asking for Dan's answer first. I'll answer you, Brian.
Okay, and for Jaren's, he would have had to go up 17 feet for it to approve the globe.
Sure.
The globe math, and the guy had it up at about 6 or 5 feet. He had him raise it above his head to 7 feet, where it come visible. So if it would have came visible at like I think 3 feet, it would have proved a flat Earth. I think at 17 feet, it would have proved a globe. And it wound up not proving neither, but that was deceptive. They left all that part out. Don't you think that was a little deceptive that they made it look like it proved a globe?
I'm not asking about...
No, you don't want to respond to the real deception. Just accuse us of it. Okay, go ahead.
I'm not asking about... You're diverting, Brian. Right. I'm not asking about the specifics. Dan, I'm not asking about the specifics, not the specifics of the experiments. I'm asking about the reaction of the flat earthers.
Let me talk.
Yeah.
Aside from Brian's points, who always, I feel, makes good points. Bob it's been a piece of shit for a long time, and he's caused a lot of alienation on anyone that disagrees with him. He has me blocked. He has me openly attacking me for bringing him mathematics regarding Eric Dubé's possible mistake on number 15 that we've been repeating for years. It was brought to my attention. It's definitely a mistake. We're repeating shit. That's a bad thing for flat earthers. Bob's a piece of shit.
But I'm asking about a specific thing. You're not addressing.
That's a problem.
Okay.
So if you want me to talk for Bob, I'm going to have a
No,
hard
I want you to talk. I want you to
defending
give
Bob.
your opinion on Bob's response when he's talking to the cameraman. He says, "I will give you a few. I'll paraphrase." He says,
No. We all know it.
"Okay,
Don't
so
do
then,
that.
I don't need to paraphrase."
Okay,
You
so
can
what?
address-
Paraphrase it, and I want to hear in there where if it says anything about Earth rotation or just what the device picked up. Go ahead and repeat it.
You can't even be sure he's talking about that experiment.
He's directly referring to it.
He's directly saying that the device picked up a 15 degree an hour rotation. Did he say Earth rotation? Do you think he thought for 1 second Earth rotation?
Brian,
or did he even claim Earth rotation? Did he say that it picked up Earth rotation or
Brian,
15 degree an hour rotation?
I don't remember if he said Earth rotation.
So was that dirty tactics
point
from
of
the
my
people?
question-
This whole point is you accused us of giving sly, like, deceptive argument, and we're just bombarding you with examples of your side doing just that. And you, once again, will not acknowledge them. You're projecting, bro. And you won't acknowledge any of my answers, bro. Not even one, dude.
There was real deception at the time that you both don't understand regarding the first gyro that they had and why Bob got rid of that guy, because that guy was willing to admit that although he felt it was the bearings that they were showing this rotation. Well, he wanted to publish their first test and Bob didn't. And while he was redoing that gyro and made like this really complicated, expensive gyro, Bob got rid of him because Bob said, FE Core is like, no, we can't release that. We can't release that. And FE Core has been overprotective and causing a lot of trouble, Brian. I'm sorry.
No, that's because bullshit, dude. That's because the fucking bearings when they were spun up. Hold on, when they were spun up at full speed, it showed different than when it spun down, like before it was even supposed to deviate at all. I mean, if you have a device that's giving you misleading results, in other words, half of the time it's giving you one thing, half the time it's another, you don't release shit like that, bro, until you fucking isolated the problem.
Are you talking about prior, the other one or this one, the other gyro or this gyro?
I think I'm talking about the one you're referring to.
Okay. Because they got
but the other one was the ring laser, and Bob is well aware that it showed a 15 degree an hour rotation in Mickelson Morley. Them guys, but they fucking snuffed him. They that was deception. The way they posted just that part to make it seem like and it's just crazy, dude. That this guy won't address any of this shit.
Well, do you
after accusing us of it?
Do you know why Jaron had to quit FE Core?
Why do you have so against FE Core, bro? You whole fucking mission is you against FE Core, bro. I don't get it.
Hey, Brian, hold on.
They went after me.
Hey, Dan, hold on, right? Let's not worry about assassinating anyone's character. Let's actually talk about a topic, please. Right? We're not going to talk about people directly. Let's talk about a subject. That'd be far more productive. Okay? There's plenty of other places you can go if you want to assassinate people.
We were on subject. Chronic changed it. We were totally on subject. Chronic changed it.
Yeah, and I'm just saying.
Irrelevant. It was irrelevant. He watched a movie. He wanted to talk about the movie he watched. We were on subject.
Okay. He brought up a point, Bansal. He brought up a point that we have sly, slick, dishonest tactics, and no matter what route he's going, I'm giving him more and more examples. No matter what he says, I'm going to give him examples of globe or dishonest tactics.
Yeah,
and he's eventually going to have to respond because they're going to keep piling up, and maybe he'll even open his mind up and be honest and admit that that they're the ones bringing the dishonest tactics, man. But I'll tone it down.
That wouldn't be good.
You know what? You know where I'm heading though, Brian. All right, so.
Yeah, I'll tone it down a notch.
Yeah, cool. Too easy. Thanks, brother. Oh, just by the way, what did you see that little thing on the battery that I sent you, the paper battery?
Yeah, I did, man. That's cool, man. That's so crazy because I did something like that with my lead. I had the brown lead, the trout or whatever they call it, and the gray shit, and I put it on paper, and I had it on paper, like napkins, and I just put the voltmeter on it just to see. And it showed a voltage, so then I put it on paper. That's so crazy that actually exists.
I know,
You know?
I know. When I first saw it, the first person I thought of was you, Brian, because you love your
Yeah,
bad
anytime
friend.
you see something like that, show me, dude. That
Yeah.
channel is full of cool shit.
I know, mate. All right, brother.
I'm working on my batteries right now, as a matter of fact. But I just that guy, man, I was just offending, and maybe he didn't know what we were talking about with the Nat Geo. So I'll just give a quick description of it. Is they put up a sign, a thing with like 6 stripes, and one they line up the black stripe closer to the bottom to make it look like it was sinking, which I could argue whether that was on purpose or not. But one thing I can definitely point out is that behind the floaty thing, you know, that's supposed to be showing this Earth curve, was the horizon, way good bit behind it, you know. And they're saying that it proves Earth curve and all this, and that to me is dishonest deception. We get that. This is why I kind of got triggered. We get that so much straight dishonesty, dude. And if you'd at least acknowledge it instead of saying that we're the ones with the tactics, man, or at least come in kind of neutral, I'd feel a lot better if you'd at least acknowledge these anti-flat Earth tactics, man, that are literally deceptive, you know.
Mainstream narrative. Before we start, they have the narrative. Before they start, they just apply it.
And I know the exact thing that you're talking about, Brian. Yeah, but you know, just best to point out the tactics and stuff, and have people aware of the tactics and what has been done, and point out the example that they've used or the test that they did, and how that is wrong or deceptive in its own right.
I'm yet to feel like a flat earther is being dishonest with me in this Discord, honestly.
Just give us an example so I can try and reason with you, man. If you give me a legitimate example, then I can hear you out. But all you're just doing is making a claim and not even backing it up. You're saying, no, these tactics. Give me a specific example, you know, just one, even 1 or 2, man, you know.
Oh, who, me?
No, him.
Oh,
he don't got to even name names. Just what was claimed that was deceptive, man. Besides just
he said it was in a different Discord. I think he said it was in the there's supposedly a flat Earth Discord. I don't know.
Because is he gone or something? Because we can police our own, you know, if we make, you know, we try to.
Was it Chronic that said it?
Yeah, Chronic said that flat earthers have divisive tactics.
Yeah, that's our
Globers into arguing.
Chronic's just eating some food. He said he'll be back, so he just got some food delivered, so he's going to be back.
Yeah, he said our method is deceptive. Flat Earth, like our debate tactics. Are not honest. You know, I'm not sure he used the word not honest, but he did say something like deceptive and that we have tactics and shit like that. Maybe debate tactics, period. But as far as you know, that needs to be backed up. You know, reference something, man. In my opinion.
Oh, definitely.
Otherwise, it's projection, right?
Oh, exactly.
You know, it's funny. Before it went on and on, he admitted that he works for a scientific publication and it's his job to research these experiments and study groups or whatever and find out, you know, which outlet they're posting their publication to. So that's why he knows about all this stuff. And he just so happens to be in here denying a whole bunch of good evidence.
Chronic. Oh yeah, look, I don't doubt that he works for whoever he says he works for.
But yeah, that right in the beginning when he said that, I was like, "Oh boy, let's see where this goes." Sure enough,
he is. Yeah, he is a. I don't know. He can correct me later, but I think he's a astrophysicist. I think, isn't he, Brian? Like he looks at stuff in the sky through telescopes.
But I think he's a data. I think he said he goes over the data and. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I know this, man. If anybody here, let me get this out real quick before I forget. I've had to look back into it because I forgot the specifics. But with the Jaren thing, it was 11 feet. Okay, the guy was holding the thing at 5 feet, and if that would have proven a flat Earth, or whatever with the light, And then at 11 feet, it would have is what the globe math projected at. And then he couldn't see it at 5 feet, so he told the guy to hold it up over his head. So the guy raised it up over his head at about 7 foot. So if you want to get technical, it was 2 foot closer to proving the flat Earth argument than it was the globe. But the point is, he left it, and so did everybody else. That it didn't prove anything. So if anybody brings that shit up, and now you hear the quick broken down summary, was that it didn't prove neither, but the way they edited it, making it sound like they left enough out, just like they did with Bob, but they left enough out to make it seem like it showed a globe, but it most certainly did not. It was more toward the flat Earth, but it didn't prove either, and that's the deception I was pointing out. So
yeah.
Hey, Brian. Brian, did you hear about the horizontal test that we did at the Bonneville Salt Flat? Because
with the laser, the sideways laser.
We didn't do a laser. We lit up a truck, and we went 10 miles away, and then drove it left to right 10 miles, figuring that a time lapse might show the arc of the Earth if there was one. First of all, the truck shouldn't have been seen at all at that distance, and if so, it should have been the hidden from the bottom first, which it wasn't. And so at 10 miles, we went left to right and ran a time lapse. And I was really excited. I'm still really excited because, we keep looking down the obstruction and saying there's no obstruction. And they're saying, well, of course there is, we're saying, what we're saying, but left to right, there's going to be no obstruction to talk about. So whether you can't argue about that.
That was a good idea, dude. That was a great idea.
Fuck yeah. And it's going to come out because we did it 2 years ago. And of course, the results. So they're going to have to chew on that a little bit. And we're going to have to repeat it because they're not going to believe it either. And
they can't claim it's like, well, we point that out with the horizon, but they try and say we're seeing equidistant, Yet when they get up in their balloons or compress it, they try and say it's curvature. But then when we don't see the left or right and the horizon being flat, they try and say we're seeing equidistant. But the way y'all did it with just a straight shot in a truck, that they're not going to have any excuse. I don't know what.
You got to get 10 miles away. You got to get 10 miles away to do it, and there's no other place to do it unless you go to the salt flats.
But it ain't like you didn't drive in an arc like equidistant from the camera, did you?
Say it again.
You didn't drive in an arc equidistant to the camera. In other words, you just drove a straight line perpendicular to the camera, basically, right?
Correct.
That's a fucking great one, dude. I don't know what they're gonna. They're probably just gonna ignore it or start attacking you. Or
guess what?
I don't know what they're gonna do about that.
Guess what? You ready for this, Chronic? Get this. We had to sell it. It's for Shelley Lewis's documentary called Flatlanders, and to sell it, she had to pay a dude to show up with a drone because we couldn't portray it well enough from either the objective point or the subjective point. It had to be like this third person wandering ass drone for you to get the whole picture. It was really weird how life is, but if you don't have that third party, like, you have my side, your side, then you got somebody shooting me and someone shooting you, and then someone shooting the in between, and then in the editing, and it's all dark, it comes out crap no matter what we do. So it's funny, we don't have the production value to do what fucking NASA does. We just don't. But a drone really helped, man. And the drone stuff gets people's attention. You and I like to get people's attention by making them think. And I'm not sure we can do it. Maybe Pretty Pictures might, but making them think ain't going to do it. They're not. They have to be hurt.
I think the anti-flat earthers they're gonna pretty much be on. They're gonna have to start claiming cylinder Earth. It's a lot closer than the globe. Still in the Earth, but it's still only halfway on it.
Okay, the way Austin Whitsitt says, "Don't make it weird." Right?
Yeah.
I got a new slogan for us, and my nephew made it up. It's "Stop resisting." Like when the cops got you on the ground, and they, the one standing on your neck, one standing on your leg, two are tugging at your arms. They're all yelling at you. One guy comes up and either kicks you or yells, Stop resisting.
Yeah, that's funny, dude. I used to scream, "Wake up, dude! Wake
I
up!"
want to go with stop resisting.
Yeah,
Brace,
that's good.
brace for awareness.
Have you
There's
got
another.
footage of that observation you did, Dan, to show us?
From inside the truck, I can share with you from inside. Otherwise, the real good high quality stuff isn't out yet. But I could show you what it's like, what it was like, so I could show you stills of the setup right now. It's very interesting.
That'd be cool if you want to drop that in the
Yeah,
chat.
yeah.
Cool to have a look at, yeah, for sure.
Horizontal. I think I called all that horizontal beach. Yeah, so it was really exciting to try. I was at the Salton Sea and thought, how are we going to get over this argument of what I'm seeing? And that ends up being the difference is left to right instead of straight down the pike seems to make a great deal of difference. I hope I'm not sending you dupes. I'm probably sending you dupe. That one.
Yeah,
So
well,
If level is curving, if level is curving, it couldn't possibly project a straight line, could it? I mean, it would have to reflect some type of arc.
More important, they gotta come up with a new fucking story. That's the cool thing. They gotta come up with a new story because we're gonna beat their refraction bullshit on this one.
Did I hear correct before, Dan? You were in a movie. Could I know the name of this movie?
The only flat Earth movie that's out is called Behind the Curve. I had a couple of scenes interacting with.
Did I watch that already? I don't know if I saw this one.
I wasn't like starred or credited in it. Nothing like that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I watched this one.
I'm looking for the footage. This is a description. And this is going to come out shortly, so I'm pretty excited about that.
Cool.
So I've been talking about it and talking about it.
Oh, I can't find it. I'll find it later.
You could show them a million different things, and all they're going to say is refraction.
Yeah, but refraction's not going to work with that. Yeah, I don't know if you heard him, but so they drove away. Then he drove left to right, like orthogonal. So they can't say that. What is it? Refracting in a perfect bowl shape. That would be what was necessary if they were to claim refraction. It would have to be refracting it up in the middle and down on the edges for the truck to trace a straight line, right?
They will, though, Brian. You know they will. Come on.
I've heard some disturbance. I don't think they'll grasp that. I don't think they'll reach that far. They'll come up with something, but they won't. Well, maybe they will go that far, but that'd be pretty dishonest.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to come up with a new story. So I'm pretty excited because what else can we fucking do? We keep going further and further away. They don't give a shit. We did 35 miles that weekend. Nobody cares.
Bro, if we haven't proved or at least given up reasonable doubt that obstruction is not Earth curve, at least reasonable doubt, to have a honest conversation that no matter what we show, they just say, infinite over 6R. They'll say, like Rumpus, you could see your own ass through a telescope if the atmosphere was clear enough. But this negates that. Whoever thought of this thought of a way past that. The infinite over 6R refraction idea.
Brian, it was me.
Who thought of it?
Me.
Good idea,
Me. I
thought I was gonna buy some of the spotlights and set them up over a few miles, but that's a better idea, man.
How did you? This is force the line, right? It's force the line with light, is what it is.
Right, and
it's similar.
Yeah,
so there's some crappy footage from inside when the drone came by. And it would have been quite startling had we not known about the drone. And it was, I got to put up salt flat pictures. It is beautiful up there, man. It's just, the Earth is vast. That's all I'm going to say. The United States is very, very vast out there.
How big is the salt flats, Dan?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. I don't know.
Fair enough.
Well, actually, I do know a little bit. I believe it's 47 miles because we thought we shot 37 miles down the railroad tracks. So it's probably in the range of only about 45. There's a mountain range in the distance, and then after that mountain range is Salt Lake,
Right.
which is different than the Salt Flats.
Yep, yep.
I would say it's almost 50 miles across the Salt Flats. I'd have to look it up. It's common knowledge of this area. It's the only salt flat in this country. And we talk about Bolivian salt flats, but we do have something similar here. That's why we went. And let's see, what am I trying to show you now? Oh, the view there. Wow. This place was ridiculous. Just the idea of a canvas being this large was amazing. Just a tremendous canvas.
Oh, look at that. That's a cool pic, that one. What's that one?
It was what you call breathtaking. I'm not sure I've experienced that too much.
Yeah, that is a cool pic.
And this one as well. Big sky. So it was really fun going there. It's really fun as a flat earther to participate in this kind of crap. It just puts us so much further along than watching YouTube and experiencing something, right, wrong, or indifferent. We're looking. It gives us, the silly street credibility that at least we're trying.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. That would make a fantastic print to put on your wall. That is gorgeous.
I'm going to see if it'll let me do the video, or I could go get a link to the video from this because the video is just incredible. I'll dig up, if anyone has any questions, go for it. I'll dig up the video from this. It's a link somewhere I got.
Look at that perfect mirrored image there.
United States was vast. I was shocked. Vast.
Not as vast as where we are.
Maybe not. See, I'm sure it won't let me upload. I'll have to find.
No, way vaster, man. Way, way vaster. No, I'm just kidding.
Plus, we've got more bitey things here than you do there.
Brian, what part of the States are you in?
Jacksonville, Florida.
Cool. This must be the video right here. Let me open it. I can get you guys a link. Linky. Oh yeah, this is impressive. Share. And this is me just pulling up on the salt flats and so excited. I just said, let me out of the fucking truck. Let me out of the truck. Let me out of the truck. And then you can see what it really looks like there. And back to Discord. So it's fun. We went out for days. We tried to do Bear Lake, Brian, over ice too. So we keep getting accused as the Salt and Sea team. We keep getting accused of doing over water. The last one we did at 27 does shoot over a land bar, like a sandbar kind of. So it's breaking up that water story. So we went out to Utah to do ice and land. So this was the land stuff that we did the horizontal. And the ice stuff was at Bear Lake, and we weren't successful at 13 miles. It was just sort of rainy and a hassle. The weather wasn't conductive. But I don't know if you guys can see this video. I should have just shared it, huh? Fuck me.
I know I'm watching it now.
Should
Oh,
have
look at
shared.
that. That is cool.
It was so wide. It was so big.
Yeah.
And in the distance is where the railroad tracks are, and we did do 35 miles line of sight on the railroad tracks with lasers, and that was pretty fun, pretty exciting. But at one point, who cares? You know, we went further. It's not working. So the horizontal test, actually, this would almost work for a horizontal test, but I think that's only about 3 miles away. That road. I'm not sure where you guys are in time. So I think the road out to this
This is in America. Where is this?
Bonneville Salt Flats, or what you know as the Bonneville Raceway, where they do land speed records when it drives.
In America?
In America, right at the border of Utah and Nevada. Huge. I've never seen such a big picture.
Look at it.
That's a pretty flat reflection, you know?
It's something to talk about. And of course, they shot this in all 4K, really good stuff.
Is that water?
Yeah, that is water.
Yeah.
Where's the people that say the surface of water curves? Like, why is the reflection not curving? Anyway.
Yeah, how far do you have to bring them to how many examples? You know what? That's a great point. They're not going to change their mind, and they're as disinterested in the geography as we are. You know, we talk as flat earthers trying to prove the flat earth, but really we're just trying to prove bullshit and injustice. We don't care what the fuck the shape of the earth is. What, do you think we're obsessed with landmass? We're not. We hate bullshit. And that's what flat earthers are all about. It's just Globers don't know that, you know, and unfortunately, neither does Greenpeace, neither does any organization want to talk to us because
it's literally a mirror. It's like perfectly reflecting the sky. Like there's no distortion. This even argues against refraction, if you ask me. That's kind of fucked up.
Well, there should be curvature somewhere. If you know, we don't see it. They've proven they were wrong on some shit, though. You know, I mean, it's nice to talk to the Globers that make sense. You know, like I was arguing about the temperatures of satellites, and they're trying to say, well, the radiation gets through, but the heat doesn't. And I'm going, well, are you sure? Because I can feel it. They're going, no, it gets trapped in the atmosphere. And at least they have an excuse, you know, at least they have an excuse. And some things, Brian, they just have no excuses for, man. That's why we get so heated, you know? He split. He left, huh?
No, Brian.
Oh, in your face. This video is awesome, man. Thanks for this. I'm going to save this. I'm going to throw this up every once in a while.
How bad, you know, we fucking need new shit. We need to show that we're not going away. And refraction cost us a year. We got to explain that it's just another excuse. It's just like, it's like I had my fingers crossed, is what they're saying. It's like, well, I had my fingers crossed. It's like, there could be refraction. I measured in what might be an average. Well, you know, they accept standard refraction, but they don't accept low refraction or zero. And that's insanity, because how do you accept an average without understanding you're going to have full conditions and minor conditions? We shoot when it's clear. They think we wait for the perfect curvature. And
so where do you think the next big development will come from, Dan, with you and your crew? Like, you know, there's been, you know, hundreds, thousands of, long range photography shots and all this sort of stuff. Where do you think the next big development is going to come from?
Something stupid like an actor or a musician or a sports person. Something stupid, popular culture stupid. And that's going to be worse. That's going to be worse. Then we're going to have people saying they're flat earthers to be cool. Right. How fucked up is that? Like, you know, we're already accused of that.
Oh, yeah.
So imagine every kid thinking he's going to be flat because his favorite music star
Yeah,
made
yeah,
a Flat
yeah.
Earth song. Fuck
Yeah.
me, right?
It seems to be gathering, the topic seems to be gathering a lot of traction on platforms like TikTok, for argument's sake. It seems to be gathering a lot of momentum.
What you have is a third wave. The first
Yeah.
wave is when I came along after the first wave and
Mhm.
came along. Then I'm burning out, just like college, 4 years. I'm burning out, and I have a responsibility maybe to have a group or something for the young ones to come to. But it's all about the youth now. And unfortunately, young flat earthers are willing to spend money on junk and t-shirts and conferences and things. So unfortunately, there is a use for inviting the youth to these gadgets and trinkets, but it still doesn't address the justice and truth issues that we're talking about when we're complaining about NASA's headlines.
Yeah.
That's so it's definitely, we're fighting a strange battle, and we don't get along at all. Flat earthers don't get along. We're not the kind of people that join clubs.
Well, no, and it's about the
Definitely.
perception and the division, isn't it? To keep people divided, keep them divided, so you can keep control of them. Really, like many different things, keep that division happening. Sorry, Elbow, I jumped over the top of you, buddy.
Well, unfortunately, what you said
No,
was
that's fine. That's fine. I was gonna say
Yeah, I can't stop watching this video of the Bonneville.
hear me?
That's so cool, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
What a great video. This is just the
yeah.
sickest ever. Right
Hold
now.
on 2 seconds, Electric. Elbow, you're really low, buddy. You're chopping in and out.
Yeah, I couldn't even find the other movie you were telling me about.
Yeah.
I gotta find.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you can now, Elbow. Go, man. Go.
Well, kind of start speaking to Dan's point that, yeah, I definitely see that because a lot of the conversation is going from knowledge to a bunch of belief in TikTok arguments and whatnot. So it's very, it's definitely hitting the point where they're just talking nonsense and then not actually, you know, data or information that they know about. By the way, I found chemo in TikTok.
Yeah, man, he's got, I don't know, 15,000 subs or something in a very short amount of time. Apparently, he does a lot of live debating and stuff on TikTok. I haven't seen
Yeah,
it yet.
there's some lady that goes on and has like this round table discussion on flat Earth, but there's a lot of people there that goes and speak lots of nonsense. So yeah.
Have you got a link to that that roundtable talk by any chance, Elbow, that you can drop?
Yeah, sure. Let me just get home and I'll give you that link for that. And I think I posted it here before, but I mean, you probably have to go back down days. I'll send you the link as soon as I get home.
Cheers, brother. Cheers.
The only bad thing about that is that you have to have at least 1,000 subscribers to go live. So in order for you to get into her debate, you have to have access to the live account.
Okay. Well, I'm getting there.
There's ways around that, I hear. It's through StreamYard and things like that. Also, you can use your own self as a third party. For instance, start it at home, then enter your own call or enter your own thing on your phone. So there's tricks around that, both software driven and trickery.
In order to go live, for you to have the ability to go live in TikTok, there's a certain criteria you have to meet. I mean, I've been looking to go around it, but I haven't been able to get into it.
Well, I suppose the easiest way is just to spend $60 and buy yourself 1,000 subs. Boom, you go live straight away. Cost you $60.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't think that's that important for me.
Yeah, no, I ain't going live.
What's the expression? It says, I'm not a homosexual, but $60 is $60.
Hey, you gotta put food on the table.
Sorry to offend homosexuals. I never understand gay bashing. They're already taking it in the ass. What more can you do?
Ooh.
Oh.
All right, sorry for the bad taste there. So, Flat Earth stuff coming out under the name Flatlanders on Vimeo and Rockfin.
Apparently, taking it in the ass is a big problem in England.
Don't you have to pay to be on Rockfin?
I think so. No, they have the option. You can set things to be behind a wall or not.
Oh, okay.
And the trick is they'll show it live, and then they'll put it behind the wall. So if you're watching attentively, you can catch it for free.
Oh, okay. Yep.
But it's the new era of expectation to pay to see something. Who the hell's going to pay? Who the hell's going to pay to see this? I'm excited about it. It may be important, but nobody's going to pay to see it. Nobody.
No, especially when you can get everything for free.
It's not. Unfortunately, the filmmakers are already fighting over revenues, and I don't expect there to be any. So this is sad of people that were trying to work together. Several of us have been working together for 3 years.
Look, I definitely think people should be able to recoup costs of things.
It gets gray. Yeah, like homeowners associations, things like this. At the end of the year, there's extra donut and coffee money, and nobody knows. And 1 year you bought the coffee maker, so it didn't matter. And the next year you bought a platter set, so it didn't matter.
Yeah.
And the next year you bought stamps. And the next year you all went out to eat. And next year nobody gives a shit. It's been growing the whole time. Before you know it, there's surplus. But it makes for a comfortable meeting. But until the next person takes over, who says, "What the hell have you been doing with our money?"
Mm-hmm.
So it's funny. The administration in general wants to clean house. That's not always fair. Not always fair, because that cleaning house process is healthy on the people coming in, but it's rough on your existing environment where people think.
I've got no problems with people making money, right? If they're upfront about it, right? If they're upfront and honest and say, "Look, this is how I want to make a living," right? You can, if you like me, you can support me. If you don't, well, don't. So I have no problems with that whatsoever. And then people have the choice. They can either support them or not. People will pay subscriptions for Netflix or Binge or Foxtel or whatever thing that they want to pay for. So people do have the choice to what they want to support. But be honest and say, look, I want to make a living out of this. I think I put out good content. Here's a couple of free snippets. If you like it, support me. Great. You can help me make a living. If you don't, well, great too. You've seen a couple of snippets of what we do, and hopefully you get something out of it.
It's funny what makes certain things absolutely go viral. It's not always intentional.
Funny cats and kids generally go viral.
There you go.
That's what you need to do, Dan. You need to get a couple of cats, right, doing a laser test across the salt flats, right?
It's that stupid. Life is that stupid. That's where we win. You're right.
Yeah, exactly.
Because good, bad, or indifferent, people would focus on that the entire time. So
Yeah.
like the cat you see on a motorcycle every few years.
Yeah.
You'd never stop watching. You'd never stop watching.
That's
you want
right.
to know and like a flat earther, you want to know the cat. You want to know how the cat could have that much going for it that it's not afraid.
Yeah.
You do want to go.
That's right. You got one cat with the drone controls, one cat holding a laser, one cat driving the truck. There you go.
Flat cats.
Yeah.
Well, that's the mistake still. Saying flat has been our biggest mistake ever. Had we come up with a different term, we would have avoided the Flat Earth Society a long time ago, and we'd be out from under that. Why mainstream Flat Earth doesn't go after them and either sue them or overrun them? Why don't we just all join? Overrun it. What the fuck is it? We got an enemy organization? What kind of crap?
Well, look, at the end of the day, it is what it is. Just embrace it. Take it back. Reclaim it.
That's what I say.
You know, when it comes to, the N word is very, very touchy, right?
They took it back. They took it back years ago.
Exactly, and they can use it amongst themselves. They put it in songs. They sing about it. They call each other, it all the time. And they kind of reclaimed it as a word that they can use, but don't anyone else use it. But if we use it ourselves,
I was so confused. I was asking. I says, why do these black guys call each other Monica? Who's Monica?
Yeah.
Because they're always saying, "What's up, Monica?"
Yeah.
Who is Monica? I was confused for a long time. All right, I should blow out of here. I spent too much time on here.
Is this the first time you've been in here, Dan?
It's been quiet. I watched it for the past day and a half. It's been quiet.
Yeah. Oh, good to see you in here, man. So.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, come back for sure.
I'll be back.
And drop some of your stuff. Feel free to drop any of your stuff in the chat, man.
Okay, good.
So, yeah. Definitely promote whatever you're doing.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you, Dan.
Thanks.
Cool stuff today.
I'll throw my links to me shit in the chat.
Yeah, go for it, man. Go for it. 100%. Okay. Yep. Feel free. Okay. All right, brother.
Yeah, next time I see you, probably I would have seen the movie Behind the Curve.
It's not anything dramatic that way. It's old. It's old. It was old when it came out, and it's 4 years since then. So understand that was the community when it started, and we've done a lot since. And I was really hoping the Flatlanders series would bring us up to date, but they just did too much footage, and they had to release it in little bits and pieces, and it's not a cohesive story that way, And the story keeps going, but mostly we're trying to show the errors in Behind the Curve with Jaron and Bob. Basically, they didn't know what they're doing. They're journalists. They're not scientists, and there was some editing that allowed that. And just so you know, when it comes to editing and press and media and BS, what I think happened is that filmmaker, most of the way through, was told that they would sell it, that there'd be no problem buying it from him if he shut us down at the end. And Mark Sargent felt that that brought people back to the globe that were watching it, like a scary movie. They get to leave feeling okay, and attributes its success to that is that it let people go, oh, that was just a bunch of crap. How funny. And it enabled it to get released, because had the guy made a flat earth documentary that was really for flat earthers, nobody would buy it. Nobody would care.
Yep.
So it's an interesting point to note that if you had an influence on this guy who I think set out to make an honest documentary to begin with, and the powers that be wanted it to be jaded in the other direction against flat earthers, it would be low budget. If you were a Boeing or a Northrop or any agency of any kind of substance, and you gave the guy double the money, say, here, your film would have been worth 100 or 2,000. We're going to give you 400,000, and we'll release it through Netflix and the normal things, and you can take your credit and everything. So they overpay them to release creative control at the end. They shut us down a bit, and it worked in a lot of ways. We got our little flat earther selves out there, and people generated. It put us on the map. I don't think we would have been on Newsweek or any of the other Popular Science. I don't think we would have been in those magazines without Netflix to review. Without Netflix too, who brought the film out. If it was stuck on YouTube, nobody would have cared. So it shows to me, and this is really interesting, that that's a TV audience. It's a different audience. And we still, as flat earthers, need to get there. So I'm hoping to put
Do
something
you think?
on.
I wanted to ask. Sorry, Dan the Waterman. Do you think people are looking for information or for drama when they're looking at these sorts of things? Like the layperson who's looking at these movies. Do you think they're looking for information about the flat Earth, or do you think they're just looking for the drama shit show aspects?
Neither. It's a psychological interest. They're interested in someone going against the grain. It makes no fucking sense. It's like a albino. They want to look like, how could something not be colored the same way? It's a freak show. Flat earthers are part of a freak show of people that aren't part of the flock. Like, look at those fuckers. They're not following us. And then some people get distracted or interested or amused, let's say. Amused or angered, and they come and talk to us. But they got to be like amused or angered. Otherwise, they're just going along with their shit. They're just sheep, part of the flock.
That kind of seems like that would be more of a shit show aspect of it. Because the flat earthers, the ones
freak
that
show, shit show, yeah, freak show, shit show.
Yeah, you're gonna get a real tension and a clash when the audience wants to just study a specimen, and the flat earther is trying to communicate information. That clash alone is extremely infuriating.
You have to remember a general argument in the street when I'm in the street and I'm wearing a lab coat and they're coming and hassling me to be fun. The general argument is, haven't you ever been in an airplane? And then the girls will point at the moon and say, well, how come the Earth is blocking the moon as part of the moon cycles then? In other words, the general level of knowing their world is shocking. We know that. People don't know neighboring countries. They don't know why we have Independence Day in this country, or independence from whom. You saw that stuff, when they ask man in the street stuff. I think that's our only hope. Hey, Electric, I think that's our only hope, is to ridicule people into understanding that there's more than what they're told. They're so excited about what they're told. 1492, Christopher Columbus. That's what you remember, right?
Well, it does help to know what the people are trying to get out of this. Because if there's a clash between people that are just trying to study a specimen, poke it, see how it reacts, see what it does, versus say a flatty who's, actually trying to inform the discussion, there's going to be frustration and, a lot of, conflict. So I think flatties need to, go into this stuff being like, okay, what does the audience want out of this? Do they want information? Do they shit show? Do they just want to poke fun? That sort of thing. And I think at that point, it can help make things a bit more productive.
I've used logic. I've used science. I've used comedy. I've used anger. and they all have their different appeal. It's just like going to YouTube or Facebook or Discord, different crowd at each one. As a matter of fact, if I mention that Flatlanders series, I'm suddenly a shill. So I open up that new argument, and it's like, great, So no matter what, different flat earthers do things differently, and we don't get along because of it.
Well,
so.
I'm just wondering what, if any, information is going to make it through the movie's editing process. Can movies be informative? I think that they can be if you have the right director. But, the difference between what happens when, say a flat earther is being interviewed for the movie versus what makes it on the editing floor appears to be like night and day, especially with stuff like Behind the Curve and stuff like that.
You know what
So I
failed?
guess I'm just wondering how much information is going to make it through this editing process, if any.
What failed was a show that was supposed to be sort of a reality show of us doing experiments against scientists, like science versus flat earthers, and go out and do these observations together. And we were putting together the stuff that was possibly going to be sold already because it was requested out of I forget who, but it was like the producer had already known it would sell, and then COVID hit, and suddenly the cost of everything got weird, and then we didn't want to put on masks, and we failed to be able to do a mainstream version of the presentation in general. And I said, well, let's go back, let's go do all the old experiments going back in history. And next thing you know, we're talking about going to locations and going to Antarctica, and the price was going through the roof, and it all fell through. But what to do, there is more than one thing to do, but the most important thing is to be there consistently. That's why Glowbusters got credit. They were consistently there. And as far as entertainment and shit show value, episodic stuff with elimination is what people want to see. Get voted off. Who's the best flat earther? Stupid shit like that. They want to see it continue next week. That's what they want to see.
Well, who would you say is the best flat earther? I'd say it's probably, well, if you're talking about information, I think one of the go-tos most flat earth wise would be somebody like Southern Israelite. His flat earth encyclopedia is pretty definitive. He would get my vote if you're talking about information.
See, and I thought I knew everything, and I've never heard of him. If you could put a link, that'd be great.
Let me see
if
I
can
can
shows you how unorganized we are on this end as flat earthers. We don't have it. We don't got any organization. Nothing. Jack shit.
He's only got a small channel, Lemon. Very small.
Yeah, he's pretty focused and he deals with a lot of philosophical topics, but his flat earth stuff is pretty good.
Yeah, his channel was deleted, man. His channel was deleted. It was pretty big.
Oh, okay.
Brian, I put some links in the back chat. The Flat Reality Earth Explorers playlist you might be interested in just a little bit.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Of course, it's long and winded, but there might be some shit you didn't see there. And
that's what's funny, because that's what Brandon was doing, dude. We were doing shows like in house. There was like 5 people would join, and he would ask questions, and we'd all answer the same, and he'd narrow it down. He'd eliminate it down to 2 people, and then they vote to pick to see who won out of the 5 people. So it's funny what you just said is kind of like what he was doing just on his own, but he's not around. He's still alive and all that, but he ain't around making videos no more.
No, but he was a good moderator. He was a real cool mod.
I linked his WordPress blog. It's got a lot of interesting stuff about the flat Earth, and there he has an interesting take on some things.
Cool, thanks. How exciting! Something new. God, do you remember the days of overload when you couldn't sleep because everything was just you had to know, like, and you couldn't miss, and everyone was talking everywhere, and it was so panicky that I think flat earthers went crazy from not getting enough sleep. Like just like the drug addicts, it's really this lack of sleep that makes them retarded.
We did it on purpose, well, for a good reason
Yeah.
anyway, because the censorship kicked into high gear about 4 years later.
You
It
know,
gets harder and harder to find this stuff every day.
I tried to make up Flat Earth Anonymous because Flat Earth was killing me like a drug. I'm trying to have like 12-step meetings. You go, my name is Dan and I'm a flat earther. I spent 8 hours today on Discord and I should have gone to work.
It was a necessary evil. We probably knew instinctually that the censorship was
to that in. I didn't put the link to that in. Oh, I got to put Flat Earth Anonymous link in there. For all you people suffering, Flat Earth Anonymous. I'm suffering from it. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I was gonna say before about like, things getting past, whatever entities that want to have their hand in your content, right? I think about that movie King Kong and how they had the whole inner Earth. I don't know if you ever saw that movie, but they had a weird depiction of Earth being hollow in this movie. It was pretty ridiculous.
Well, unfortunately, flat Earth is ridiculous because even flat earthers don't care about the shape of the Earth. We're using it as a signpost, yelling, "Look at the sign! Look at the sign! Look at the sign! Things aren't right. Here it is." Flat Earth is a signpost for us. It's not. It's not a. It's not a topography or geographical interest. I'll tell you that much. I promise you. The worst thing that ever happened was giant trees. That was the stupidest thing that ever happened to us. And that happened because Mark Sargent had told people, if it's flat Earth, put flat Earth in the title. That way I'll be able to find it. Next thing
I thought it was pretty cool. I thought that was pretty cool, man.
God, not me, man. I think that threw us. I think everyone that followed that, because there'd be giant forests, not just one giant tree.
Bro, you got a weird way of thinking, man. Like you think that like a whole movement went wrong and everybody's heads went wrong over a video. Like some people thought it was a pretty good video. Some people are like most people are like, give me more proof. But ideas are ideas, man, and ideas are good, bro. Whether they're wrong or right. The more ideas, the closer we are to finding the right ones, So,
Wasn't that the one with Bilu the talking alien at the end? They had a talking alien.
Talking about Bilu, the guy, the Glober fucking surveyor, Jesse. Talking about Bilu.
I don't know. I just thought that giant trees ended up degrading into something silly at the end.
Yeah, it don't get talked about that much, but I thought it was a pretty cool show. I mean, I wouldn't bet the farm on it, but it looked like some of them might have been big trees, man, possibly.
So
but, who knows?
Are you going to take it to giants too? Are you going to go that far to giants? Do you believe in giants?
Man, I like to see evidence, man, but I keep an open mind, I say maybe. If anybody gives me at least a good idea, a possible, with some evidence, then I keep an open mind. But most something like that, I want to see more evidence,
Yeah.
It looks like oil's the blood of the earth, and that dinosaur story is bullshit. But I don't have, a lot of knowledge in that sort of seismic oil world, But it seems like the dinosaur story is just as goofy as everything else.
Yeah, I wish I had a link, but I'd have to dig it up. But yeah, Whistleblower already come out a long time ago on that, and he ain't a flat earther. He just professor and or archaeologist. And he showed how to make coal in 2 weeks. Just a little bit of heat, just but I think it's like 120 degrees, nothing crazy, and a little bit of pressure and moisture. And he debunked the fossil fuels being fossils a long time ago, man. That's old news, but yeah, anybody can make coal. The big coal pockets, or just a little bit just moist ground with it ain't even crazy temperatures, just fucking just regular temperatures underground a little bit. That's what you get. You get coal.
And when you think about it, like giant trees are no more crazier than black holes, right? But at least with giant trees, there seems to be some sort of perhaps evidence of that sort of stuff, something a bit more tangible than what a black hole is. So you just got to take, you take what you take from information, for yourself.
Is it dark matter they're backing up on? They're backing the truck up on dark matter.
Oh, don't they have light matter now or white matter? Isn't it white matter? I think it's white matter. I heard a while ago. I thought, oh my god, here we go.
Classic.
Yeah, it is. Just trust us. It's out there, though. It's out there.
So there's interesting words. There's a great story about early industrial United States before there was many laws for labor. They would hire children, and they would cut corners on safety, particularly with things like railroad bridges or the Great Golden Gate Bridge. Many deaths, large dams, many deaths, and the press would get a hold of it, and they'd start to report these deaths, and next thing you know, you're going to have life insurance and benefits and unions and quite a bit of fervor around death that happens when the families are involved. And could you imagine now being furious as the reporters come around asking you questions to be in the newspaper and such, because that's the media of the day. Mm-hmm. And the radio is young, but it's still, you're getting bad media, bad press. And imagine sitting in a board of directors meeting saying, they're killing me. They want me to have insurances. They want the union involved. My cost is going up by 80%. How can I do this? And the fat cat with the Churchill sort of Alfred Hitchcock look is twiddling his thumbs a bit, and he looks very softly at the boss and he says, you could buy the newspapers.
Mm-hmm.
And in one small moment, they went, oh, you're fucking right. And they've owned them all, so they've been buying them up since. And that's what the shame is the entertainment presented is not just all, it's not all of the information. And next thing you know, I'm demanding government-sponsored television and going down a whole other path, that I don't want. But certainly, there should be some real news. That would be exciting. We'd all do better if we knew what was.
Who said it? Yeah, who said it? Was it Stalin? Want to control the opposition? You must be the opposition. That's exactly what it is.
Very, and tactics work. All the divide and conquers work. Action, reaction. You look at a good fighter or a good chess player. He knows your two options, and he knows he's got options after that. He's not waiting. He knows what you're going to do. He's forcing the issue. So they put us in a situation where we feel that we have the illusion of choice. So we elect someone as the leader, for instance, and they've satisfied us emotionally. Well, you had a choice. You could be in this country, we call it a Republican or a Democrat. And people talk about it like it's important. Oh,
exactly right. Like, we're not going to tell you that we selected your choices for you. Exactly.
And it works psychologically because all I want is a choice.
Uh-huh.
Right? So you satisfied me. Really?
That's right. And you
You
think
know,
that your choice matters too. You know, you participated in your
that's
choice.
my trip. That's my trip. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I'm gonna start a small group of people who made the same choices as me.
yeah.
Yeah, very interesting how people do behave, and we do behave like the animals we are. And I'm sure that we're part animal, part spirit, and that's part of the equation. What they're not telling us
Mm.
is we're complex, and we have bad programming. We absorb fears when we're young, and we don't break out of them. You know,
Right.
we're
Yeah.
still worried about the crap we were worried about when we were 7 years old.
Oh, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. True that. Unfortunately.
My mommy doesn't like me.
Uh,
I want everyone to know. Flat Earth. My mommy doesn't like me. Flat Earth.
oh, too funny.
But it is difficult to be analytical and to be on the outside. It's not fun to be on the outside. It's not fun at all. Not fun. So I guess that's why we're flat earthers are obsessed with inviting everyone to come outside. Put on a coat. Put on your wellies. Let's go. Play.
Yeah. Get out there and get dirty.
We don't say put on your wellies here. Do you say it there?
No, no, here's gumboots. Yeah. Yeah, put on your gummies.
I was working with all UK people, and I knew they played rugby, and I was desperate to want to play the game with them until I realized what they would do to me just for entering the pitch, just for staying. And the joy that they'd have taking me out. I don't know the nuances of the game, much less playing dirty or horsing about or anything, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
It would destroy me. Just destroy me.
Boy. Yeah, you got to be able to take a hit in that game.
Yeah, that'd be
That's
fun
for
to
sure.
just walk strangers onto a rugby pitch and say, okay, give it a go.
Yeah.
Especially, you know, a bunch of Brits and having an American walk on. That's got to be a perfect scenario.
Yeah. They have a tamer version. They have a tamer version where they call it touch football. I don't know if you have it there, but you know, touch rugby, where basically you got this little flag attached to the side of you. But I tell you what, you even play touch rugby, and if you're not too au fait with the game, you come out battered and bruised quite easily.
Have you seen that that Italian game that's part rugby and part street brawling?
No.
Yeah, Fioro. It's called. I'll find it. It's the most fascinating thing you've ever seen.
Is it like the MMA of rugby or something? Is it?
No, it's an ancient village tradition. It's an
No way. Okay.
yeah, and it's the most exciting thing you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Italian. Let's see. Fight village. I don't remember what it's called. Oh, something Storcho. Here it is. Florentine sport of the modern gladiator. Calcio Storico. Never seen anything like it. Copy link. And here, you've never seen anything like it. It's very difficult to decipher the name. Did I get it? Tell me if that link works.
Let me see. Yeah, I'll take a look.
And here's also a 2-minute version. And there's full games online, full games. And it takes about 10 minutes to understand what the hell's going on. If you share this, it's wonderful to watch because there's so much activity and so difficult. There's so many people on the pitch that aren't playing, then trying to decipher the difference from the game with the ball and the fighting, which is clearly allowed. It's stunning. It's literally stunning. It's not what we're used to seeing in a sport. And it's complicated. It's busy. It has to do with tradition, village tradition, and I believe in the sport of like chess with the pawns engage to allow the other players to play, possibly, because it seems like they don't engage in the ball handling as much as you would expect in the scoring portion. It's almost like they have to settle the score in the fight first. And it seems like the only rule that I can decipher would be that all fights seem to be one-on-one. And the people running about as officiating are making sure that it stays one-on-one. That there's it's great, isn't it?
Look at this, the whole field's just full of one-on-ones.
Where are you in time? Where are you in time? Where are you?
I'm at I'm at about 20 odd minutes.
Okay.
So you've got these brawls happening. Yeah. And the ball is kind of like a side attraction. You got this guy holding the ball going, what do I do with the ball?
and when you score.
And when, exactly.
Now there is a scoring goal. It's a thin area of the lower portion above the end wall. And I think you get a different point value for placing it versus throwing it. But you don't see them attempt what you may call a try. They don't make tries very often. And it's impossible to tell what the fuck is going on.
Look at the crowd. They're going wild.
How is this not popular? How is this not more popular, right?
Oh, yeah.
Tell me we wouldn't watch this on a Friday night. Or why don't they do this in back of the pub, right? I guess you need a pitch. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's too dangerous. The amount of officiating and medical personnel on the field equals the players. That's what's confusing.
They're just... It doesn't matter when you look at the pitches, like these random one-on-ones kind of breaking out.
Which is fine. What's illegal is 2-on-1. So you have to square off with someone to make it okay.
Oh, and here we go. We've got someone calling someone out, and now they're lining each other up. And
So they'll do a lineup again, where they'll all do like an old-fashioned war, where they all...
Yeah. It looks very kind of medieval and...
Yeah. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, you've just got these guys just facing off. You know, throwing a couple of punches and then looking away.
And I believe
you got this referee in the middle just going, well, okay, then just go for it, guys.
How that's a lot of people.
Isn't it? That's
the video called Madness. Pure Madness.
Yeah, when's someone going to shoot the ball here?
It's like you don't even look at the ball. The ball's just in the background. Like how easy would it be just to
walk over
down there and place the ball in the goal? Like it'd be so easy, but then they're not interested.
Yeah, there must be some protocol we're missing regarding that. You must have to kick someone's ass or something. Oh, we've got a skirmish breaking out here. I'm at 24:37. Where are you guys?
Oh yeah,
I'm watching the Pure Madness. I'm at 1:30.
Oh, here we go. Here's a bit of a I'm at the same bit of a brawl happening out. Something's happened there. Maybe a low blow.
Be difficult to watch,
but they break it up pretty quickly, though. They break it up pretty quickly.
Only when someone else gets involved, I believe. I've just seen a scoring attempt. Wow. Oh, someone made a goal. You'd think that would be part of the game.
Yeah. They're all cheering because they got a goal.
Yeah.
But who really cares? There's still fights going on in the background.
Oh wait, they got a half a point.
Half a point.
Yeah, what the fuck? Fuck me, right? All that, I got a half a point.
But the uniforms, they're just bizarre.
Yeah, I'm not sure what outfit that is. With the pantaloons? Were those pantaloons?
Yeah.
It's,
very flamboyant.
what a mess. So there's several of these full matches online. And there's a couple of documentaries talking about it.
That is cool.
It's certainly a spectacle.
I think even if I knew the rules, I still wouldn't understand it.
Well, I took 11 days watching cricket to realize I had no idea what was going on.
Ah, come on.
It made me realize that, thank God I grew up with American baseball, because there's a lot of crap there that I would never learn if I didn't grow up with it.
Cricket is such a beautiful, eloquent sport. A sport of gentlemen. Oh.
What about polo? Isn't polo even better?
I
thought that was the gentleman's sport.
Well, if you're a pompous gentleman.
Ah.
I think.
Well, this seems like a gentleman's sport we're watching. They're quite gentlemanly about things. They're right.
Well, they are in the way that it is like a fair fight, just one-on-one. You know?
Just 35 of them going on at a time.
Yeah, exactly. But mano a mano. That's the way it should be.
Someone's trying to get points. Someone's going to win this game based on the ball. That's what's incredible. Based on the ball play, not this fighting. Have you seen a try yet? Have you seen them score?
Yeah. Oh, no, I saw that half point. That was about it.
Yeah, it looks like they score another half.
Yeah, no, they just scored one just now.
Half a point. What's wrong with this world? Oh, they've got a disgruntled fan now, I see. Well, I'd like to have the beer concession at this event. I'm sure they're selling plenty of alcohol. Or afterwards. Supposedly these guys all go out together after. As beaten to a pulp. As part of the ritual is the meal afterwards, I think.
Oh, okay. Like I said, it seems very gentlemanly.
For a melee, it's very cordial, right? For a melee.
Well, exactly. It's like, it's just like
for chaos, for open, for bloody chaos.
Well, it's kind of just like, the whole game is just kind of like challenging each other to a duel. Really, just going up with your little white gloves, slapping them across the face, and it's like, come on, let's go. Boom.
There's there's medics on the field now. There's no timeout whatsoever.
Look at that. Fingers in the nose. Good screenshot, Flatty.
So this must be ending approaching the end, because the game looks like it's starting. It looks like they're starting to run about with the ball.
Yeah.
It's about time. It's about time. So when you see it this way, the idea for the men that are squared off is to keep them out, to isolate them. So if you can pin all their men, you can move about the field.
Yeah.
It's to open the game. It's the opposite of a scrum. Because you're not trying to move them, you're trying to isolate them.
That is absolutely gold.
I'm glad you were amused by that.
Yes, no. Thanks for sharing. No, that is gold. Absolute gold. But on that happy note, I'm off to do some fishing this morning. So I'm gonna love you and leave you. I'm gonna go catch some dinner for tonight. So,
Sounds good. I'm out too. Thanks
all
a
right
lot.
then, mate.
I'll see you
Okay,
again.
cheers. Man. Yeah, see you around, buddy.
Bye bye. Shit. Hey, Electric, you still there?
Yeah, man, I'm here.
Your mic was fucked up earlier. Were you in the car?
I got a pair of headphones that I use that are terrible.
Cool. Yeah, man, it's hard to stay patient, and it don't help. The type of person we were talking to was a reasonable guy. He just didn't give a fuck. You know?
The last time I spoke to him, he was really rude to me, and it was like I was like, dude, this is like the first time I ever spoke to you, and he was just really talking down to me. So I kind of just like don't really like that guy.
Well, I don't, I like the way when they get a chance to speak, and including the science at a science level, on a mainstream level, they speak for themselves. It's the contradictions that we're jumping on. It's not what they say, it's what they don't say, usually. And I'm trying to get those guys to understand that, we're flat earthers because we're capable of reading between the lines. The fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, and if I had known that this was like your first or second day in here, I probably would have held back a lot of things I wanted to say to him in those moments. You know what I mean?
That's cool. It's fun to do that, because he had nothing. That was a dude with nothing, so that's a trip, because they talk like they're bringing you to some crescendo, and that his crescendo is that there was multiple sources, and I started my conversation with him telling him I was aware of the actual sources and surprised they didn't show that either, So the next thing I'm going to get them on is they're telling me I can't have a camera on the moon. I'm just a flat earther that's dumb. They're telling me that they do have rockets that show the Earth appearing in its spherical form, which they don't. And they tell me that there's plenty of imagery from space, right? And so I'm like, okay, well then show me the Empire State Building sticking up and show me the Eiffel Tower sticking out. Just give me a couple shots of buildings sticking in different directions and I might believe you. And they're telling me now that the Globers are saying there isn't good enough resolution for that. So Hubble's not good enough to see a star. Satellites aren't good enough to see a building. And I'm thinking to myself, are you fucking kidding me? You're going to say that shit out loud?
Wow.
And that's what they're doing. So I look it up yesterday and I find the National Reconnaissance Office work with their satellites, the shit they don't talk about. It's basically Hubble turned towards Earth, basically is what it is. And they've had those things up since 1976. And that's why we grew up hearing you could see a license plate from Earth. I think, they're down to they're claiming now from 240 miles, they can see 3.6 feet in width or something like that. That's from 240. That's from, their little orbit zone. So when they say they can't see buildings, these guys are dead. These ballers are dead because you can. I'm going to bust them on it. And then they're going to go back to, oh, well, you just want that as a flat earther. And I'm like, when are you guys going to ask for anything to be real? When? And they're not. We're not going to convince them. It sucks.
That's kind of interesting. I never thought about that.
We're never going to convince them. What we can do is embarrass them, scare them, frighten them, amuse them. We're not going to convince them. Never. It's just like they come from a mindset that you can't help. It's like cultural, it's a culture. And we're talking about a world with a culture of money and war. And you and I are coming along going, hey, there's bullshit. And they're going, what's wrong with it, man? It's like, oh, you're right. I'm talking to the wrong dude. And that's, unfortunately, we do that. We talk to them thinking, you guys don't sound so bad. But they are. They're closed. They're completely closed, and they come here to fuck with us because they think we're easy targets, and we get excited, and we give them a shit show. Then we're happy to get our message across, but it ends up being a shit show, and we look silly because it is a shit show. They're in denial, total denial. Stop resisting. Here, I got some more. Stop resisting. Interlace your thoughts and put your facts behind your words. Turn around. Walk backwards towards the sound of my voice. That's my new Glober cry.
Wow.
Turn around. Walk backwards towards the sound of my voice. Brace for awareness.
Did you say there was a railroad at the Bonneville flat that you were at?
Yeah. 35-mile.
How old? How old is that? And are they taking advantage of the flatness there? Like, you know what I mean?
It's active. It's active. There's a slight elevation at 30 miles. One end is got like, I don't know, 7 feet or something of elevation. Where we shot. A couple feet. But it's cool. I got video on my YouTube of the train coming by. I could put in chat. But that's during the day. We shot at night. But the train was impressive. Being close to something like that. Wow. Because we were standing right there. And it was startling, to say the least. And long and powerful. So that is the tracks, and then I'll give you the still of the test. 37. If I can find it. And I can't find anything these days.
Hey, can you repeat what you said about wanting to see Empire State Building from a satellite?
It'd be really exciting to see the Earth in its entirety and things projecting out from it in different directions. In other words, I'm not convinced. You know, I'm not convinced of the globe imagery as having anything to do with where we live.
Sure. Certainly, there's going to be pictures. There's going to be pictures of New York City. I mean, I've seen plenty of them from satellites, but they're not going to be the same thing as viewing the whole Earth and also seeing New York City. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I found this really cool site that I thought was proof that we could see buildings, and I just posted it here. It's called Worldview 3, and I'm sure they have some good work, but if you click on their disclaimer, it shows that they're absolutely like kind of blending stuff and supposition into the shot. I don't know if I gave you the right link. Hang on, I didn't. Here. Oh, that's the right link. I don't know why I didn't do a thumbnail. Did a thumbnail before. And so there's a disclaimer in there. And I had to, you know, that's where I got to be careful. I do research and it looks like, there it is. And you click and they go, no, this is what we think it might look like if we get our software going right. And you're like, really? Okay. And, you know, and that's the kind of stuff that gets tiresome. Bait and switch.
Wow. I had a cool website. It's got there's an image of Manhattan during the World Trade Center or 9/11 or whatever. Yeah, but you're not gonna be able to get a shot like this, and also the whole Earth, in the same shot. So
No, but this one at least is from an angle. It's not straight up. It shows that we could start to shoot angles. You know, because that would be a kind of Glober BS I get. Is you can't get close enough unless we're flying right over it. It's like, whatever, shut up. This one Trump released was a bummer because it pissed off the military. The National Reconnaissance Office. It showed that what they could see. This is from 240 miles out, and oh no, that's the wrong one. Shit. I don't think that's from 240. But they were pissed that Trump was showing some of the reconnaissance because it showed how good the cameras were. They didn't want to admit how much detail it was picking up. I don't know why they don't want to admit it, but
maybe because it's not 250 miles away.
No. Either way, it exposed me to this this satellite program known as Kennen, Kennen, and how they've been running it since '76, and how I've been saying the whole time that there's a real space program that we never hear about, and they've got time to wrap everything on a ball. NASA is a front. The real space program is done by the NRO, the NSA, and space organizations like the ULA that we don't hear about, and all these other names that I have somewhere that are the real organizations involved in space. And it's really a trip when you start looking up the openness of it. Like, I'll just throw a couple links up, and it's like, man, they're not hiding anything because they gotta get it funded by Congress, so they can't hide a lot of what they do. And what I got out of modern satellite stuff is they're definitely still recovering stuff by parachute from space and then putting it back up. So a lot of these things they've reused.
Balloons, man. They said the Echo. It's a metal balloon.
Right. In this case, they're talking about when it runs out of fuel. And these
a balloon doesn't have any. A balloon doesn't have any fuel.
These satellites that are run by the NRO, they're able to put around and take the different spots. Supposedly, whether they're balloons or not, they're using fuel, dropping them, putting them back like balloons. So they're admitting that they're dropping them like the balloon stuff and capsule. In other words, they've always done film recovery by parachute, always. So they've been recovering satellite stuff by parachute since the 60s. So it's not.
It's the only way to do it, right? You can't have something up there forever, right?
They run six.
Punch it up.
They run 6 of the catchers in a row. Those flying boxcar C-119s. They run 6 of them in a row. So they're gonna catch the fucker. You know what I mean? Like, they're gonna catch it. I'll show you a picture of them. I mean, they're gonna.
It's also why they push everybody into just a couple areas, right? Like eventually, when everyone's only living in like Chicago, New York, and California, you can do all the shit you want in the other places. Nobody's gonna see it.
Totally, like out in the middle of nowhere, or over the ocean in the middle of nowhere. So yeah, they're still retrieving stuff. They're retrieving these satellites. Here's images of it and the plotting of it. Where am I? Here we go. This stuff, and they haven't changed the way they've done stuff in a fucking long time. They really haven't. And we're just kind of not paying attention to it. Because they retrieve shit out of space, well, low Earth orbit that they call space, all the time. retrieval. Retrieval of secret satellites. And there's, huge campaigns to keep this shit in surveillance, whatever you call it. I'm just pretty sure they got time to wrap everything on a ball and that we don't see nothing until it's wrapped on the ball. That's my assumption.
Yeah, what's that called? The blue marble data? Some guy in the 70s pretty much made a blue ball, and that's where they get all their, that's like the base of any time they want to make Earth content. I don't know.
Yeah, there's two blue marbles. There's the one from 72 that was taken by Apollo 17, and then there's Blue Marble 2 that was created by the artist, Robert Simon. And I think they're both could be bullshit. Hard to tell. Everything seems like bullshit these days. If I'm not mistaken. So, Electric, did you hear about that horizontal test I was talking about?
I must have missed it, man.
We keep shooting lasers forward, right? And they keep going, of course you're seeing over the horizon. And I'm like, well, no, there is no horizon. And they're going, well, there must be. And I'm like, well, whatever. It's not appearing. They're going, well, light must be bending. It must be refraction. And they're done. They've supplied their plausible story. And we decided to look at that horizontally. So instead of shooting 10 miles, we stood back at 10 miles and tried to draw a line left and right 10 miles. So I'm looking 10 miles and now drawing a line across my horizon left to right. So we lit up a truck to do it and drove a truck across our vision 10 miles. And in time lapse, it should appear to have a hump in the middle of some 30 feet.
Yeah, this location, like, was this in Bonneville?
Yeah.
Wow. That's awesome.
It is kind of cool. I can't wait to see it. I haven't even seen the shit.
Oh my goodness. That is very cool. I gotta see that, bro.
Pretty excited. I think I have a trailer that shows it. Let me see if I can upload that.
Yeah, that place is very flat, so that's gonna look cool. Just the video you sent already with that place is just wow.
Okay, that didn't show it. Yeah, I don't know where all my shit is on this. This is the whole thing. No, I don't have it to show you. I do somewhere, but I don't know where. Trailer. Episode 1. Yeah, I don't have it. Looks like I got glimpses of the 35 mile. Which is the other thing we did at the Salt Flats. That stuff will come out soon. suppose I could show you stills of it. It's like pay-per-view or something. Well, it's at night. There's nothing to see. I'll have to show it another time, I guess. I'll wait till it comes out.
All right.
All right. Well, that guy was almost fun till he thought he was clever, and that's where we have trouble. Where people just trying to be clever and not really dealing with information anymore. It sucks. They're just there to be clever. Me like data. Me like data. Me like info. What'd you say?
Oh, I just had a random thought. I mean, a lot of times I feel like somebody defending the globe will like to bring up this. What is it? Something about 60 nautical miles and then 1 degree or something. Yeah, I just don't even like. I tune it out most of the time.
In that phraseology, I think they're accurate. I don't know. I haven't looked it up to see what the hell they're talking about. I'm too busy.
I mean, I should just look it up right now just to understand. I mean, I should just look it up. But every time I hear the conversation, I'm just like, I don't know. I tune it out. Other things I don't tune out, and I'm listening, and I'm like, nice, yeah, cool, get it, right. And when I hear that, I'm just like, huh, what, whatever. Like, I don't know. There's just like a thing about that. I don't get it, I guess.
Yeah, it's hard to decide what's going on. If they're allowing...
I'm going to look it up.
If they're allowing the press to dictate what's really,
1 degree every 60 nautical miles. I hope I'm remembering this correct. On Earth, 1 degree of latitude equals 60 nautical miles. So if you measure a star's zenith distance and into 1 degree, and you're 16 nautical miles from its geographic position. It would make any sense if the stars were open. Yeah, because supposedly, oh wow, damn. Yeah, that's probably why I tune it out. Yeah, because the geographic position of the star above your head. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, that's just supposed to be moving every... Man, like, how fast are you traveling 60 nautical miles? And the stars are moving above your head. Anyway, I don't even know what I'm trying to get at right now.
Well, I just found out that there's something bigger than Hubble up there. It's called Chandra. It's another telescope. And yeah, they've shown that something appears to be simulating a transit as the ISS. So I'm saying, okay, I hear you. I see the ISS thingy. Now show me Hubble. Show me something else in space. Just do me a big favor. And they're just going to yell and scream how they can't. They don't have to. And I disagree. I think that shit isn't there. And I think we're proving that their stories are just stories. That's all. It's just fucking stories. It's a nightmare, really.
Yeah, this satellite stuff, I mean, I've heard people that I really appreciate their opinions, and I just really disagree what they say about satellites for some reason. Like, I feel like there is objects flying around up there. Some people believe that there's no objects, and I believe there are.
Well, it still doesn't make it deep space yet. In other words, you can have your low Earth orbit. I'm fine with that. So up to 300 miles, I'm saying, okay, that's here still. That's here still. It's just up in the deep sky, not deep space.
Yeah, you mean like the ISS being like 237 miles away or whatever they say?
Whatever they say is right. Who knows?
So that's something that you would just say is it's actually a lot closer, or is it even out there? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think they have the hologram technology. It doesn't look like a balloon. It's probably not the U2, so I have no answer.
You know, it's funny. Me and it was like about a month ago, broke down how much G-force the people should be dealing with on it, and it was something like G30, like the amount of, like the amount of.
At 17,
you know how like when they say they're doing astronaut tests and they're dealing with the amount of like whatever, it's inertial force. I don't know what the fuck. Either way, yeah, something like G30, which is pretty much supposed to rip your head off.
Why do you think that though? The 30 Gs.
It was me and you, Kosho. Remember? I think we broke it down together. Wasn't it us?
No, I don't think so.
No,
I do not think so. But yeah, I mean, I believe that they believe, and most people believe that they actually are experiencing 0 Gs.
So I can't accurately remember all the numbers, man. But when we broke it down, we were looking up how fast it's moving, how far away it is, and you know, we broke it down, and they're supposed to be dealing with enough G-force to kill them. And they just say that they're not because they're at a Lagrange point or something like that, right?
No,
it's not the Lagrange point with the ISS.
They're in free fall. Remember?
Yeah, they're in free fall. So
free fall. Okay, so it must be a different satellite that's at the Lagrange point. My bad. It must be the James Webb. My bad.
James Webb is at a Lagrange point, but
yeah.
Regardless, all satellites are in free fall, so they all experience 0 Gs.
That's kind of. It says it's moving. How fast is the ISS moving? Something like 90,000 miles a minute. It says. What is it?
17.5 thousand miles per hour.
So you wouldn't be experiencing no G-force from that.
No.
See right there. I don't know what to say. We could disagree on that, man.
Why
I
do you
can't
think they have hairspray?
Well, speed is not gonna tell you how fast you're accelerating. If you're in free fall, you're gonna be experiencing 0 G. You could be traveling 1,000,000 miles per hour and not accelerating, and
any constant's a constant, is what he's saying. If you're saying,
well, no, I'm saying speed and acceleration are two different things. You're describing Gs, you're describing acceleration.
But they're a constant would experience no acceleration. Be constant.
Yeah, constant speed. Yeah, if it's a consistent speed, then there's no acceleration. Yeah. But technically there is because it's in orbit. But like I said, they're in free fall, so they're accelerating around the Earth.
What's funny is when they let go of the pencil and it floats about in front of them. Technically, it should run straight to the sun. If you were out of Earth's gravity, the sun's gravity should have an influence on those objects. Now, maybe they're not big enough. Maybe I'm extending that flat earther style, but I sure like to use it as an example. Instead of floating about in front of me, that pencil should race directly to the sun, if you ask me.
Yeah, maybe, but I don't think that they're not in free fall because of their distance from the Earth. Because I think from where they are, they're still experiencing 90% of the gravitational attraction they would feel if they're on the surface.
What are you saying? They feel like they're on the surface of what?
No, I'm saying that from where they are in space, they're not they're not experiencing 0 G because of their distance from the Earth. Like their distance from the Earth is not.
Like you gotta respect my opinion when I say things like Lagrange points are just like these convenient terms that they make up to explain how things can be maintained super far away within these heliocentric models that talk about, mass attracting mass. It doesn't make sense, and that's why they need things like Lagrange points. But that's my opinion. You don't have to just immediately write off what I'm saying, You got to just respect where I'm coming from. Like, it's me trying to grasp what they're getting at, and it doesn't fit in their own model. So what's that?
Yeah, any orbit from any distance, even something that was closer than the Lagrange point, it's still able to orbit from that distance. So it's like the further away you're going to get, your orbit's just going to end up being slower, but you can still orbit if you're going at a specific speed. Lagrange point is just convenient because it's equally, there's like equal gravitation from Earth and from the sun, so it can
I
sort
know
of remain
it.
fixed.
I know you get it. I know what it says, but I have to look it up again. And I know it makes sense when you're dealing with, gravity, but you can't prove any of this. It's just a bunch of models at the end of the day. Like, I would love to believe that we can do this stuff. I actually did for a long time, and I'm just over here thinking it's kind of ridiculous to think that there's people flying at 13,000 miles an hour and they're not dealing with G-force. Like, that's kind of crazy. And to say that there is a time where you could fly at 13,000 miles per hour for such an amount of time that a person won't feel it, yet they were in this spaceship. Like, when did they reach these speeds? Like, they had to have been there, right? Or did it reach these speeds and then they were brought to it while it was moving? Like, I don't get it, dude.
Oh yeah, when you see those rockets like the SpaceX, when it goes up to the ISS, it takes some time to get up to 17,000 miles per hour, but that's what it's doing most of the time, especially at the very beginning. At the very
So
beginning,
the people have to be in it dealing with the acceleration to 13,000 miles an hour.
That's right. Yeah, during that time.
So you're saying that the amount of G-force they're not experiencing it. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that the amount of G-force you're describing, the amount of G-force is only going to be dictated by how fast they accelerated. So I think they usually experience like 3 Gs on the way there at the most, based on how fast they're accelerating.
Okay, so you're saying that they're just gradually accelerating and not really experiencing.
Yeah, they don't go from 0 to 17,000. They go like
Okay, I see that side of it. All right, man. All right.
Those G forces are going to be experienced as acceleration, but it's like if you're in a car.
To say that you're not experiencing 13,000 miles an hour because you're just moving so gradually towards the speed that you don't experience it. That I would have to experience this to know if it was true or not. I can't just accept that.
No, I'm not saying you don't.
Somebody out there has been flying around at 13,000 miles an hour this entire time for like however long. I have trouble with this.
Yeah, I'm not saying you don't experience gaining to that speed, because they will experience that, whether it's 1 G or 3 Gs or 6 Gs. They'll experience that, but once they get to 17,500 miles per hour, there's no more acceleration. They're no longer going to feel those G forces.
I feel like it was Kosho. We did break this down before. I feel like you were there.
I don't think so. Maybe I was. I might have. I don't remember though.
Yeah, and I don't want to just like go back and forth between the ISS and the James Webb and talk about Lagrange and then talk about the ISS. Like, where is the ISS supposed to be? I want to look this up.
250 miles.
Yeah, but what did they call this area? Like, why did they pick that far away?
Why did they do what?
Why did they pick this far away? Yeah.
Well, because it's close enough, and also there's little amount of atmosphere, so that it's not going to cause too much drag. They kind of want to be as close as they can be.
Okay.
I'm gonna duck out, guys. Go see what Big Blue's talking about. Give him shit.
All right, bro.
All right.
Have a good one. Take care. Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. Our atmosphere decreases with height. So the higher an orbit is, the less it is subjected to atmospheric drag. Yeah, it's exactly what you said, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, but that's bullshit, right? So, like, so this is under the assumption that air, right, is the bouncy balls. Air has to be bouncy balls, because if air is like a fluid, then you would have an almost uniform drag, right? But you can't have that. Can't have that. So
What
really,
is
what is the difference?
What is the mission statement for the ISS? Like, hold on.
They do a bunch of experiments up there.
Experiments.
Safely build, operate, and utilize a permanent human outpost in space through an international partnership of government, industry, and academia to advance exploration of the solar system, scientific research, and enable commerce in space.
It's to explain that thing in the sky, right? Like, you know how we have what they call Saturn, what they call Jupiter. They got all these things in the sky. The ISS is just one of them, right? They got to explain it. Like, how would you explain something that looks like that in the sky without bullshit, right? You know, it's God. So they got to make up a story.
What's the Van Allen? How far is the Van? How far is the Van?
So then you're saying from that idea right there, you're saying that the ISS is a luminary and not something that they're putting up there in terms of the light that they call the ISS, as it were?
Yeah, bro, I think to me, it's like the moon or the sun. It's just another thing in the sky, right? You think if you had a telescope and 1,000 years, you can find something in the sky that nobody else really knows is there either. And then you could be like, hey, look, there's this thing. And then it looks different. You can make up this story that you put it there.
This says that the Van Allen belt extends from 620 miles to 7,500 miles above the Earth's radius. So supposedly they didn't cross the Van Allen belt with this thing. I don't know. Maybe it's really up there. I don't know.
Well, if it's a luminary, then they still would have to be putting some. Well, it seems like during like the sun transits or moon transits, they'd have to be putting something up there to make it look like a ISS. Unless that's what the luminary looks like. Like it looks like a, you know, like the way they show the
Yeah,
ISS.
maybe it just does that. It's just one of those that does it.
Well, they could be putting a fake thing up there for the sun and moon transit, and then the rest of it.
Yeah, that's like a plane. That because it's closer, and it actually it's like about the size that a plane is, right? When you kind of compare it, and
yeah.
You said you think it's a luminary?
I do, yeah. I don't think anybody put that up there. I think that's whatever it is has always been up there, just like the moon has always been up there.
I've never heard anybody say that.
What would make you think? I don't know. To me, that's just the most logical conclusion. Everything I've ever seen in the sky that never comes down, quote unquote, besides, you know, planes, they land and take off. Everything other than that is, quote unquote, the luminaries. So I would put that right up in there.
You know, I don't want to stick to this opinion but I always thought that they just had really, really good airplanes and they were just flying really fast and tight. Oh, that's the ISS, but it's really just one of their airplanes or something like that. I don't know. That's what I
even
thought.
better, even easier. You don't even need to put anything up there.
Yeah, like who's to say that they don't have just like, you know, really fast airplanes? I don't know. I don't know, sir.
Yeah, they could have various kinds of tech. It gets into the idea of like what some of these UFOs actually are. You know, are they actually? I mean, well, yeah, the idea that they're from sort of out in the galaxy is a whole thing. You have to believe in that idea. Or there's the idea that they're like interdimensional, beings or something. But there's another possibility that whatever reset that we're in, and whatever they've like the old technology that they hijacked, like free energy. But could there also be some kind of like electromagnetic propulsion technology or something like that, that sort of defies the regular physics that we're aware of? So there's that idea too, that like whatever these guys hijacked from the old world, they may have even had very advanced technology to have things like that. And so is that what those actually are? And then from that perspective, something like whatever the ISS, I mean, there could be something like that as well, like a tech that they're not releasing to us that can go faster or fly in a different way than
Oh my God, I get it. Wow, dude. No way. I just could be wrong. I don't even know how to explain what I'm thinking of. I can't even try.
Well, people have definitely things like I myself have seen what would be described as a UFO, and it was absolutely defying any physics. Like it was going like extremely fast in one direction, like faster than any airplane I've ever seen, probably 50 times faster. And then it just made a right-hand turn, like an instant right-hand turn. There's no way that if people were in that thing, they would be thrown up and their bodies would be splatted against the side of there's just no way that any human body could even take the G-forces. And people have seen all kinds of things like that as, so whatever that is, it's like, okay, is it some interdimensional thing or some spirit thing? There's those ideas. Or, is it something that the clandestine layers of the government have that actually does, in a way, defy the physics we're aware of? So, I mean, if they have something like that, then, they could have anything flying up there at different rates and speeds.
Yeah, that made me think of something wild. I'll try to make sense of what I'm thinking of. What if there are electromagnetic railroads in the sky, like good routes for intergalactic travel that they're discovering now because they keep looking for nice paths, I guess. I don't know. I can't even explain what I'm thinking of right now.
No, that's similar to like I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Warhammer 40K, but that's sort of like what's going on in 40K is that they're basically come to discover what's known as like the webways, which are basically like portals or not. It's basically just a way to basically wormhole yourself like through the universe or whatever. But they call it like the warp, and within the warp there's these webways, which would basically be like, you could think of it like a tunnel that's like kind of protected from the energy of the immaterium itself, but they're able to like use that, tap into that to like travel space. Because like the whole idea of like, traveling space with like these rockets or whatever is just laughable, right? Like the idea is it's just so on its face ridiculous. It's like, maybe for like, if the whole space thing is real or whatever, and planets are like real or whatever, then like, maybe to get to like Mars, it would like, we could maybe make a rocket that goes like quick enough to like do the thing, but it's like highly unfeasible for going like outside of our solar system or whatever. Like it just doesn't make sense, right? Like to our nearest stars, like it would take, if you were to like, if you were traveling 100,000 miles an hour, it'd take you 33,000 years to get to the closest star. So it's like, there's got to either like there's some technology that allows us to travel those distances, or there's some sort of like built-in structure innate like inside the universe, like webways or like portals that like allow us to close those gaps.
Or those distances are completely bullshit and they're lying.
Oh yeah, I mean it could be, absolutely. I'm not saying that it's like,
Yeah, we could see the ISS passing in front of the moon. That doesn't mean it's 200 something miles away, right? I don't know.
Well, Kosho's in here. He could probably explain his argument for it. But yeah, they get into they try to claim like the angular size and in terms of trying to explain why it's 250 miles. The angular size and the speed.
The speed's pretty. Speed's a pretty good argument.
You think it's traveling at 17,000 miles an hour?
I think that's what I'm saying. That's one of the easiest things to confirm. Yeah.
If it was traveling at 17,000 is the number you think it's going?
Yeah.
All right, wouldn't that make one rotation if the Earth is 24,901? So wouldn't it make like almost 3/4 or whatever that is of around the entire Earth in an hour?
That's right.
So how long?
Oh, that's what broke down. Now I remember. It rotates around the Earth every 90 minutes. It's a certain distance from the Earth. So that's how we calculated the G-force. You were there, Kosho.
I wasn't there for that. But yeah, that's right though. 92 minutes.
He was there like I was there in high school.
Yeah, so whatever that light is, it's moving at 17,000 miles an hour. So it's either a luminary that's moving at that speed just because that's what it does, it's in the sky, or if it's a craft of some sort, then it's moving that fast.
Well, I mean, I'm using the ground speed because the ground speed, if it goes around 90 minutes, and if we're on the ground, at least we're going 16,000 miles per hour. So the higher up it is, the faster we have to go.
Has anyone ever caught a picture of it that's not during a moon or sun transit?
I think so, but I haven't.
Because that's what's weird about it. Anytime you get like the actual silhouette of what people call the ISS, it's always during a sun or a moon transit.
Well, I mean, yeah, you would think that's a time you'd probably get a pretty good image of it.
Yeah, but I know, but they could fly anything in front of the sun or moon for that little stretch to trick people. So does anyone have a shot of it that's not during the sun or moon transit? Just a straight shot of it?
I've seen some. Like I said, they're not that great though. But let me see if I can find one of the better ones. There's a dude in here who took a good one. Let me see. Oh yeah, I guess some good ones. Yeah. Hold on, I'll post them.
So that's claimed to be a shot of it?
Yeah, there's one. I mean, I've seen better ones than this even, but
that's from an amateur, or that's from some NASA?
Yeah, it's from an amateur. There's a dude in here who takes pictures like this.
What about the idea that it's like a hologram, like an image? Like that's not even a physical thing at all, but it's just an image, because that would be really easy to project, and it'd be really easy to have it go 17,000 miles an hour, because it's like it's just an image.
Would that be easy?
I think it's important to keep in mind that whoever these entities are, they have unlimited money. Like it's not like they have a couple billion or a couple trillion. They have unlimited. They print the money. So they have credit cards and wire transfers and bank accounts that have infinite digits in them. So they can use any amount of funds to put into that. So yeah, could they have an imaging technology that could do that? Yeah, it doesn't seem outside of the realm of possibilities.
They have imaging technology. right? Like that Tupac hologram that danced in front of people. That's it, right? Why can they not just put that in the sky somewhere?
Well, not somewhere. They'd have to put it in the sky on this path that goes around the Earth in 90 minutes.
You guys happen to see the Olympics in China that happened? I think it was like in March. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, Kosha. So they could be using a chemtrail material to work as a screen and then projecting something onto it.
Yeah, but then how are they getting around the world in 90 minutes though? There's like a series of them on the ground, and one starts, does a section, and then another one picks up the rest of the section.
Could be, yeah. Like they don't necessarily have to do it over the oceans. And if it's cloudy, people are not going to see it anyway. So yeah, it could just be done in sections. Sorry, Electric, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You were saying something about the Olympics?
Yeah, they pretty much had one of their best types of holograms. I figured it was like the most expensive hologram China could make. If you want to see I don't know what they call it, 2022 China Olympics halftime or intro or something. The hologram for it was a big Jewish star, and they had a bunch of children running around it looking like sperm. It was wild. If I could find it, I'll try to find it right now.
We have to remember, too, that the path that it takes is not a random path. It's exactly a great circle route with the Coriolis added onto it. So it has to perfectly make this Coriolis great circle route continuously forever.
Yeah, like the sun or the moon, right?
Not really. I mean, it's orbiting on its orbital path. I mean, on its orbital plane. I mean, whereas like the ISS is, like I said, making a great circle, more or less, and then you just add the Coriolis.
It's just
so this light would have to be doing that.
Saying Coriolis doesn't change the fact that it's all in the sky, like the sun and the moon.
Well, what I'm saying is that its path it's predictable because it's very precise. It's not.
The sun's
I'm trying to imagine these lights. I'm trying to imagine this hologram doing that.
The sun's path is predictable. That doesn't make it an object falling around a ball, right? These are the assumptions you put to things you see in the sky.
If you guys want to check out that video, it's the hologram I was talking about at the Olympics. Pretty crazy stuff they could do with holograms now.
Yeah, it was pretty cool, sure. And although that argument seems strong, Mr. Right Hand, the problem is that just saying that something that actually does make sense can be replaced by something that nobody knows is not really worth saying, because, I mean, you can say that about anything. You say, yeah, it could be that, but it could also just not even be an object.
Makes sense.
Why even bring that up?
Could make sense is relative, right? To you, people upside down under you on a ball floating in nothing makes sense. To me, it's a science fiction story. So to use making sense, right? And this is again why I'm here, to show that you don't have like proof or data. You have what you feel or believe. Emotions make sense. Faith, right? It's a religion, but you'll never know.
What I'm saying is, it makes sense if there were a craft falling around the Earth, making a great circle route. This would be, would make sense. It would make sense that Coriolis would be acting on it. So it does make sense that the path it's taking matches perfectly that. So that to me seems reasonable.
To you,
it doesn't.
It makes sense
What I'm saying doesn't seem reasonable is just to throw that out in lieu of nothing.
Seems reasonable to you, right? Like makes sense to you. So all you're doing is telling us your personal opinion.
Why wouldn't it make sense that something that was traveling, that wasn't being propelled, would just continue in a straight line, more or less?
Yeah. Again.
What happened?
Sure.
Right. Again, you're saying, well, why doesn't it make sense to you? It should make sense. It makes sense to me. It should make sense to you.
Well, yeah, that's what
These
I'm
are not
asking.
empirical arguments. These are not empirical arguments. These are religious, philosophical arguments, right? Like, what do you mean God doesn't make sense to you? How does God not make sense to you? Where do you think all this stuff came? How could it not make sense that it's God? This is how you don't understand that, like, fundamentally, you're arguing religiously. You're blinded by your science, but you are fundamentally.
Let me elaborate so it makes sense. What I'm saying is that it makes sense to me that an object that, no matter what the object is, if I don't know anything about its propulsion or anything like that, if I don't think it's making any kind of propulsion or anything, I'm going to assume that the path it's going to go is a straight path because nothing's influencing it other than to go that straight path. And so around a sphere, that would be a great circle route. So to me, that seems entirely reasonable and outside of the realm of faith, but actually just more in line with the way everything works. So that's what I mean. It makes sense.
That's complete. Because here's the thing: you've never witnessed or hands-on any of this, right? Everything that you're saying is just, I feel like that could be it, right? And you're saying, well, it's not like it's faith; it's what I feel it could be. That's faith. When you say, that's what I feel it could be, like that's what a Christian says. And I feel that it could be God that created the universe. Can you show me God in the creation of the universe? No, I can't actually show it to you, but that's what I feel like it should be or makes sense. Again, you're just making religious after religious argument, Kosho. Thank you. You're highlighting it beautifully. Keep going.
I have to be clear again, because again, what I'm saying is that I'm expecting it to do the same thing that I see everything else do. Okay, that's my evidence. My evidence is the way everything I see behave. When I see somebody throw a football or fire a gun or anything like this, if there's nothing else influence those things, I expect it to go in the path that they threw it, and then it'll also be falling. So they'll always be falling, but it'll go in the path that they threw it, unless influenced by something else. This is what I've always seen, and so this is what I would expect.
You've never seen the influence. You've seen a rock get thrown. You've never seen the rock fall continuously in a circle. You have to believe with blind faith that something can fall continuously in a circle because you've never seen that. You've only seen things fall to the ground, right? So now, again,
Breaking up a bit, and everything you just said wasn't heard.
That's your arguments are all come from what you believe, what you feel it should be. This is crazy, Kosho. Like you need some science. Oh wait, science or religion.
You're not listening to what I'm saying, because I'm not saying anything.
I am. You just said
I'm telling about my
I expect it. No, you don't observe, right? You observe the things in the sky, just like I do. Great. Now you say those things in the sky, because they do what we both see them doing, that's evidence that it's falling around a ball, therefore it makes sense to me.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is every time I see any projectile, I see it go in the path that it was projected. And every time, also, the other thing it always does, it was always fall. No matter if it was shot straight up or straight forward or straight down, it'll always be consistently accelerating downward. But it'll also go in the path that it was projected. These are two things that is consistent with everything I see. And so for me to assume that that would allow this craft, if this were a craft in the sky, that would be a perfectly explainable scenario for it, because it's behaving the same way I expect everything else to behave. So it's perfectly reasonable.
What a reasonable, expected, these are not proofs. They're what you believe personally. So again, like I've said 100 times, and you just can't see, you'll never admit it because your ego, but you're not arguing from what you know. You're arguing from what you believe. I throw a rock, the rock flies 100 feet, lands on the ground. Therefore, maybe if I threw a rock somewhere else, it would never hit the floor and would just keep falling, right? That's you don't have what you're trying to prove. You just think, yeah, it could be, right? Just like a Christian doesn't have God, but he goes, yeah, could be. It's crazy. It's crazy how you are like, I'm even telling you that you're doing it. Then you're going to go, oh, I'm not going to, that's not what I do. And then you go and just do it. It's you're either getting paid to do this or you're just so ego blinded that you might need therapy.
How did this go from ISS to this? I don't get it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. To be clear, what got brought up was that I'm explaining that it's doing what I expect it to do, and somebody else, and I think again also you were insisting it could be. It doesn't have to be an object. I'm assuming it's an object, and it could be something completely unknown. And what I'm saying to you is that's fine for you to make that argument if you think that's a strong argument. I'm explaining that this thing works in the way I'm describing, so it makes sense if it were true. I'm not saying that this is proof it's true. I'm saying that this explanation makes sense with the observations, and you're replacing that thing that makes sense with it could be something unknown we don't know.
No,
that's not really.
No, that's not
actually
it.
not an
No,
argument.
that's not the argument, Coach. You got it completely wrong. Okay, so the argument is, how do we determine what's in the sky? Okay, now you said your determination is if it makes sense. So this is the argument.
I don't know what happened to his mic.
Me?
You there, Ghost?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So, like, his argument is that I'm showing that the or by proof or demonstration or whatever of the ISS being what I say it is, that it makes sense, right? That's when we get down to what do you have? What do you have to show us that the ISS is what you believe it's doing? When we look at it, it makes sense to me. And I'm going, well, that's the exact same rationalization that Christians use to believe in God. They see the earth. Where could this earth have come from? God. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it makes sense to me. I'm saying it makes sense. It makes sense to anybody who's thinking. I'm saying that it's consistent. It's consistent with the observation and consistent with what anybody would expect it to be doing if it were a projectile going at said speed. This is what it would be expected to do. This is the path that we'd expect it to take.
No,
this
you expect
based on faith. That's not based on faith. It's based on the
that is
principles.
faith, dude. You just applied your beliefs.
Everything else do.
No, you just applied. You applied your beliefs to everyone else. You said it would make sense if you think. So you are now saying that unless you think, right? Like, so anybody who disagrees with what you believe, you're not thinking. This is where this argument has come to. It's like we both see the ISS. You go, oh, it must be this. Somebody goes, I disagree, and they go, well, you must not be thinking. That's your argument, bro. A Christian could use that exact same argument. Well, where did life come from? You don't think God, you're not thinking. The only way you could believe that it's God is if you're thinking. You don't believe it's God, therefore you must not be thinking.
I get your point.
Again, this is how you
you made your point well,
yourself.
actually.
It's crazy.
I hear you, man.
Let's see if everyone's thinking.
Go and argue with him for an hour.
Let's see if everyone's thinking. Then, what path would you expect a projectile to take?
Can I say something about the ISS that I'm bothered about? So, if there is a place where they can be in free fall, is that suggesting that they don't need to be thrusting or accelerating, like you said? They don't need to constantly try to achieve 13,000 miles an hour is happening because of orbit, right?
Yeah, if they decay that speed because of drag, or if they do it over time, then they'll have to gain that speed back up. But assuming that, let's say they're
what are they thrusting?
Let's say they're higher than that, and they don't have any drag.
Issue.
No. Let's say there's no drag at all. They don't have to. There's no thrust they have to do.
There's no thrust. So these things that they're launching in outer space, they don't have engines.
No, they do, but it's because of the thrust. I mean, it's because of the drag.
Hold on, guys. They need the thrust, to get up to that point. But then, even when it starts dragging, they'll need some form of propulsion to compensate for the drag. So they must have some sort of propulsion, even attached to this day.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. That's exactly what I said. That the drag will slow them down, and so they need the thrust to maintain.
I'm asking, what is it thrusting off of? If it's just air up there.
What do you mean? You don't need something to thrust off of.
Really?
Yeah, that's not a thing. I know people claim that you can't push off. Like you need something to push off of, but that's not how thrust works. Thrust doesn't work like that.
Really?
That's right. You think about it, like if you shoot a shotgun or something like that, the shotgun is going to kick you into your shoulder. It's not doing that because it's pushing off of the air in front of the shotgun. It's doing that because of the actual explosion that's causing the shell to leave the shotgun. It's also causing the gun to push into your shoulder. So when
Yeah,
you
but the
apply
gun,
thrust,
but the gun, the gun wouldn't kick back at all if it was just an explosion inside of a pipe.
This
You
is
know,
an
it would
argument
just,
I heard. Yeah, sorry.
the pipe would stay still, and the explosion would just go equally out the left and right side of the pipe, right?
yeah, if there were no walls to the pipe, but in this case, there's in a rocket. They're not two ends or whatever. There's
Well,
only
can I
one.
lay out something for you real quick? So
Let me just say one thing before you start. You are now engaging in Kosho's personal beliefs. Think about,
I
are you
don't mind
discussing
this.
something?
You
Hold on.
have to
I
understand it's
believe
fine.
that's how
I wouldn't
rockets
be
are
here
made.
if I didn't
Make
mind
two-ended
engaging.
rockets.
So are you going to discuss, just think about this when you're talking. Am I discussing something that happens in reality, or am I discussing something that happens in Kosho's imagination?
That's not an issue to me.
Oh, I bet you start talking about space in his imagination.
Hey man, I believed in the globe for 33 years. I can understand where someone's coming from, so I'm not gonna dismiss the scholastic knowledge to be had about it. If Kosho is gonna tell me something I want to know about the model, I'm gonna ask him.
It's his personal beliefs. It's not the model, it's his personal beliefs, right?
I
Let's get
actually
that straight.
respect Kosho's. He can defend himself in this situation. I want to ask him something. Now you made me forget. I guess I forgot.
It was about rockets.
Keep it in reality is all I'm saying. Keep it in reality. Don't leave reality to go to where you can never exercise it. So it has to be this debate that you're having. If it's in reality, there's no debate. Make it simple.
Well, I see your point, Electric, and sometimes I do like going into conversations or watching like discussion videos and theory videos that take place, or are about like my favorite anime cartoon. You know, I just entertain that pretend world and then talk about the possibilities within it. You know, with
You kind of have to if you really want to.
Would you really discuss the physics of a Dragon Ball Z world? Stop being ridiculous. Come on, no, you wouldn't, bro. You'd be like, well, how does Goku? Wait, you would really say, how does Goku fly? How does Goku fly in this world?
Electric, bro.
You're asking.
I do that all the time, bro.
You're saying, wait. You're saying I'm entertaining it like a cartoon, but you would never ask how Goku flies in the cartoon, which is what you're asking about the ISS.
No,
so
I do. No, I do that, man. Like I watch videos on that.
He said 33 years he was with the globe. That's weird.
I mean, when I was about 5 or 6 years old, I took an interest in astronomy and outer space. So I could say maybe like I was a glober for like 28 years.
He said 33.
Oh, my bad. Was I responding to Electric on accident when someone else who said I wouldn't do that?
Ghost does this thing where he changes the subject really quickly. Fucking made me forget.
Maybe that was the Ghost I confused for Electric. My bad.
I don't know why we were talking about
Electric.
Dragon Ball Z.
Anyways, yeah, I love discussing, fictional power systems and, fictional stories. I have watched,
there's nothing wrong.
I have watched videos on how Goku flies. I love the episode where Gohan teaches Pan how to fly. He tells her all the lessons about mastering your ki energy and how to visualize it in order to make it to happen, and how that kind of like plays a part. Yeah. It's more of a conscious.
But you never had a debate if that was humanly possible with somebody in a Discord.
No,
with one party debating that it is possible if you just got far enough away from the Earth, you could fly like Goku, right? Like that's what Koshu's saying.
I have had debates about that, and I've watched debates about someone saying something and then someone coming along and saying, no, don't you remember panel 5 of chapter 360? It clearly states that you have to shoot the key out of the,
Is that where you see yourself as like you've grown up, you've made it as a mature adult when you're arguing cartoons? Come on, man! Like this is what you're using as a standard for your behavior. There's a whole bunch of neckbeards that argued over if Superman came into Lois, would he blow the top of her head off with his massive like super sperm? Come on, man.
When it's your favorite story, then you can be in. I don't feel any shame for being invested in it and understanding the laws of that world, how things operate, especially like magical power systems. Kind of fun, I think studying those ones might help me invent my own cool power system for a story I might tell in the future.
I wouldn't even be here if I had a problem with the globe. Like, I don't have a problem with people being globers at the end of the day. There's really no reason to blame anybody for understanding what the globe model is, right?
Oh no, yeah, you can blame them absolutely. They defend with ego, right? Like they don't admit so many things. They obfuscate. Yeah, you can absolutely blame. You can't blame someone for being a baller. You can blame them for defending the bullshit, right? Like I was a baller, but I never defended it.
Dude, I'll never forget. I had a conversation. I was in like a hip hop Discord, and some dude came in there. He had a heavy accent, but he was saying like, "Yo, the Earth is flat." And he's telling all these people that are into hip hop that the Earth is flat. And I remember being in there, still being a glober. It was like 4 years ago, and I was listening to this guy. I was like, "Man, I get what he's saying," because I'm like low key conspiracy theorist. But at that time, I was defending the globe, and now I'm like, "Damn, what was I thinking?"
In a way, the globe model, it kind of reminds me of like a movie. It's like they give you all this stuff. You can Google it. There's pictures, NASA. There's all this stuff you can look at. So it's like a movie, and some people just take the movie as real. So they look at that information, the pictures, whatever, the blue marble, and they're like, "Oh, this is real," and they're convinced because of whatever reason, and then they're defending the movie instead of being able to see that it's just a movie.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting when you realize, they're given enough to cling to, but not enough to stand firmly upon, confidently.
I wish I could remember my question for Coach.
Right? Like you have pictures of Jesus.
Just enough.
It's there like there's just enough. The Bible, like there's just enough to convince you that God is real. Right? Everything but God. Right? It's like there's pictures, there's paintings, there's stories, there's everything they got. It's a religion, man. It's crazy how they just it is
just I call it the Goldilocks zone, or the Goldilocks effect. You see it in a lot of different places where, especially with divide and conquer techniques, they give two sides just enough for both people to feel like they really have something, but not enough either way to be like, boom, conversation over.
Bro, yeah, that's again why it's people debate it for years and years. I'm like, nobody debates reality, right? There it is. It's not, bro. The bull is. It's all explanations.
Yo, Coach, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I kind of remember my question. We were talking about, you said that the ISS needed the thrusters to get to 250 miles away, or do they need it every once in a while to stay in orbit? You were like breaking that down.
Oh yeah, they needed to get up to that speed and get up to where the ISS is, but then they also need it because they experience so much drag, throughout the month. And so if they weren't to if they weren't to use any of that thrust throughout that month, then they eventually their orbit would decay because if you can only orbit at certain distances if you're going a specific speed. So if you slow down for some reason, you're going to change that orbit and lose altitude.
Oh wow. Yeah, thanks. Kind of more confused about it now.
Yeah, it's kind of counterintuitive, but everything that's orbiting, depending on how high it is, like if there were two things at the same altitude, if they were both in perfectly circular orbits, they'd have to be going exactly the same speed.
And maybe you guys can
so
help
they're
me
claiming they're in a perfectly
Go ahead.
circular orbit?
No.
That's what they're claiming?
No, it's not perfectly circular, but it's close enough to it.
But it has to be in order to avoid drag.
No, they don't avoid drag. There's drag that's applied to it, and they counter the drag by applying thrust every now and again.
Well, I'm glad you understand it, man. Damn. Yeah, I'm over here like, am I missing something?
I'll show you this
Show
game.
you.
This is a game that it's called Space Flight Simulator. You can get it on your phone for free, but you know, there's sort of the intuitions about orbit that don't come naturally. So it's like you kind of have to see it practically to see how it works exactly.
Right.
Kosha, maybe you can help me out with something. It's a real mind twister if you're up for it.
Sure, what's up, man?
So there's like 3 factors involved in the true sense, but I just want to like establish a common understanding of each individual part one at a time, real quick. So first part is like when you're riding a bike on level ground, and say it's like frictionless ground. Okay, so like you get the bike up to speed, and the friction isn't gonna like within the gears or the tires on the pavement, whatever. Right, just to get the bike up to a speed, 10 miles per hour, and you can just coast at that point, right? Well, you're gonna have to pedal a certain speed for the mechanical bike, gear system like that in order to get to that speed, and that's gonna be a particular, rate of pedaling. And if you're coasting at 10 miles per hour, and that took, let's say, 1 pedal per like half second, have you ever ridden a bike and been going really fast, say downhill or something, and tried pedaling, but there's absolutely no resistance on your feet to the pedal?
Every day. Yep.
Right. So what that tells you is that like you can pedal, but it doesn't. You can spend effort, but it doesn't actually cause any acceleration. So so that's just one thing, right? You have to pedal faster than what that pedaling rate translates to. What your speed translates to for the pedaling rate, and so this also like corporate over to the whole propulsion explanation of, say, you're on a skateboard, right, and you have a bowling ball in your hand, or let's say and you throw the bowling ball, and say you throw it at your full strength. Well, if there's no friction, you never slow down, and you throw another bowling ball at your full strength, you don't actually go any faster. It doesn't compound. It doesn't do anything for you except for compensate for some friction. That would be the most. But we're just going with frictionless environments. Frictionless skateboard.
I don't agree with that though, but continue though, just first.
Okay. You know what? You're right. Let's say let's say you're already going 10 miles per hour on that skateboard, right? And you throw a basketball. It's the same as the pedal, right? If the highest speed you can reach by throwing a basketball to propel yourself in the other direction, if the highest speed you can achieve by doing that you've already reached, then throwing another basketball, or as many as you want with the same force, won't actually get you any faster than that top speed, or than that speed in particular, right?
Well, I think that the bike thing is because if you had a bike where the pedals were that was fixed firmly with the chain and the wheel, such that as the wheel spins, as you turn the pedals, the wheel's going to spin. If you were to do this, then as you went faster and faster, the pedals would actually be circling very fast the whole time. If you did anything to those pedals at all, it would accelerate it. The acceleration might end up making it slower, but unless you keep your feet on it, you're just
hold
doing
on.
something with it.
That was a nonsense statement.
What?
if you pedal, it'll go slower.
No, I said if you I said you were gonna make it accelerate regardless. Acceleration doesn't always make things faster, but it just changes the speed. But regardless,
Well, then you'd be like resisting the spin of the pedal.
right, yeah. That's what I'm saying. So you could possibly be doing that and making it go slower. But if you're influencing it at all, you're going to change the speed. So if you're able to pedal, even though you're coasting, you don't have to pedal because it's able to maintain speed.
You'd be pulling back on the pedals, in some way in order to slow down. You'd have to resist it. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about one of those free coast. One of those free coast bikes, right? Like a mountain bike.
Yeah.
Whatever mechanism that is.
So I'm saying
you can pedal, but if you just stop pedaling and you just rest your feet in a stationary position, the bike will just coast and the pedals won't turn.
What you're saying makes sense with one of those kind of bikes, but that's why I changed it to a fixed. If it's fixed with the chain, because
I don't think that's important to bring up.
Yeah, no, it is though, because it's not the analogy doesn't because you're right.
It does, because what I'm talking about is an ideal frictionless scenario. That all that matters is that the bike will coast at an even speed, ignoring friction, right?
And this bike, like you said, you can coast and it'll keep its speed, and it's not going to turn the pedals. The pedals are almost not.
They're disengaged
in relationship to the wheels, and so for this reason, you could pedal on the bike and it not have enough torque to actually turn the wheel.
It wouldn't do anything. It would only engage once you meet that pedal rate to actually re-engage and do something.
But that's because of the gears in the bike and stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. If you want to make an analogy for this bowling ball thing or any other kind of thrust and acceleration and this type of thing, it would have to be a fixed chain with the wheels, such that when you actually do something to the pedals, it's actually having it's having some effect with the wheels.
Okay. Let me ask you this then. Okay. So if you, I think I might see your point, right? So, if you're a frictionless skateboard, right, and you get up and you got a really high speed, and then you're just coasting along, and you'll never stop, and you got a bunch of cotton balls in your hand, and you just drop the cotton balls as you're moving forward. Does dropping any of the cotton balls actually accelerate you?
Yeah, in the most minuscule way ever, but yeah.
How could just dropping something accelerate you?
Well, because the mass from the balls is actually being, so the force of you dropping it leaving your hand is going to be applied onto onto your movement. So even though actually not even so much in that case, but the fact that you're losing that mass, it's basically a force acting in the opposite direction.
I don't think so, man. Yeah, this is where you and I disagree. I think if you're going at a speed and you have a weight to you, and you just start dropping things, I don't think that makes you go any faster.
Yeah, I think if you drop it straight down, I think you're right. Just dropping it straight down. Because now I can't think of how it would apply any force to you. But if you were, like I said, like releasing it out the back, like tossing them away from you,
throwing it backwards. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. If you just drop them, then you're not going to increase your speed.
Okay, so now you're throwing cotton balls backwards, and so I could imagine you speeding up a little bit. So here's the third and final point here. The funny thing about rockets in space or whatever is that they're heaviest at the beginning, and so that makes it more difficult. But that's not truly the important part. It's that they're so heavy at the beginning, and they're throwing out a certain amount out the back to speed themselves up. But then they get to the speed. Won't it take like a more focused or more weight being thrown in order to go any faster? because like I said on the skateboard, right? Say someone is running alongside you and handing you bowling balls, but you're only so strong, and they give you a bowling ball to begin with.
I get
you throw it.
That's why you used the bike analogy. Wow.
And so if you only have a certain amount of strength that you can throw a bowling ball with, and even if someone is running alongside you with a car full of bowling balls and they're handing you them and you're throwing them, then you'll never get past a certain speed. But in reality, you have to carry all the bowling balls with you from the beginning in your tank. And so there just doesn't seem to be the ability to me to like get any faster than a certain amount, unless somehow you become stronger in your ability to throw them even faster.
Well, if you applied the same amount of thrust that you did when you were heavier, then I mean that right there, you're gonna be able to move faster. But regardless of that, they use
to a certain extent, right?
Yeah, but they I mean any amount of thrust that you apply is gonna speed you up. The only thing that's gonna counter that is the fact that it's falling downwards. But once it is not pointing directly downwards anymore.
So say your rocket only has say you're going full throttle from the beginning, right? You're gonna get diminishing returns if you're always shooting your rocket at full blast, right? Like a certain expenditure is gonna accelerate you faster than later on. That same expenditure isn't going to accelerate you as much per gallon of fuel or whatever, because you're approaching the limit. And it's sort of like at first, for every gallon I spend, I'm accelerating 5 miles per hour, but then only 4, then 3, then 1, then half of that, then half of that. But the problem is also at the same time is that you have to carry all that stuff from the beginning. So I get you can overcome what do you call gravity, right? But then it just doesn't seem. It seems like it'd have a maximum speed that wouldn't really be all that great because of all the weight you have to start with at the beginning.
Yeah, but that's why most of the rockets they spend almost all their fuel at the beginning. That's why they like back when the space shuttle used to launch, had that big fucking tank and then the 2 smaller ones. But once it gets a little bit higher than I guess probably like 20 miles, all that stuff's they lose all that stuff because all that fuel was just to do that beginning part, which is the hardest part. Yeah.
But then at a certain point, you could turn your rocket in a frictionless environment, right? At a certain point, you could turn your thrusters on, and it wouldn't make you go any faster. It'd be the equivalent of just dropping things because you're already going a certain speed that exceeds your ability to throw things behind you at any rate that would get you faster than that. When your top speed reaches the amount of thrust that you can throw things behind you with, then that's the limit, right?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, but that's not even with the cotton balls. No matter how fast you're moving, if you toss it out, no matter how soft you toss it, no matter how fast you're going, it's always going to increase your speed. It's always going to apply some thrust, which is always going to add some speed.
So let's bring friction back into this. The most the cotton balls could do would be able to maintain a speed.
If you add other forces in it, then yeah, you're gonna have a problem. Like you add in drag and you add in friction and gravity, then yeah.
So what you're saying is that the things that get you up to 17,000 miles per hour, which is such a ridiculous number, but what we're discovering here together right now is that the things that get up to 17,000 miles per hour must have the ability to go a lot faster than that.
Sure. Yeah.
Or they somehow balanced it that is the limit and they couldn't go faster than that if they tried.
No, you can. So if you went faster than that, you wouldn't maintain the proper orbit from that distance. But that's another point.
No, I understand, but
That's
what do you think? What do you think is the the actual scenario in your worldview? Do you think the things that actually get to 17,000 miles per hour are actually capable of 20,000 miles per hour if they
there's
went
no
as hard
limit.
as they could?
Yeah, if you had fuel somehow that was able to, they were able to keep refueling and add fuel to it. There's no limit to how fast they go.
You really think so? I mean, there's
absolutely.
only a certain rate you can shoot flames out of the back. I mean, there has to be some cap. They
So
can't
we're
just
talking
get
about
faster and faster.
ion thrusters the other day, and also photon sailing or whatever. But those things, they're such a little thrust at all, but they're continuously doing them, and for that reason, over a long span of time, they can gain up to a huge speed, even though it's almost nothing thrust.
So the
Ion-
thrusters are continuously going now?
No. He's making a really bad comparison to photon sails. That's a whole different mechanism at play.
Yeah, but no, that's what I'm saying. Though. That's a tiny bit of momentum that they're adding. They're almost adding absolutely nothing.
Can I just throw in something
they're doing
real
it
quick,
continuously.
guys? Can I
Yeah,
just
go
say
ahead,
something
Electric.
all this real quick? Like when I'm riding my bike and I go down a hill, I have a battery that I could throttle, and throttle can make me go 30 miles an hour. But if I'm going down a hill, I'm going 25 miles an hour, and let's say I'm slowly going up to 30. If I like full throttle it, nothing's gonna happen.
Okay.
But when you say that you're in like a free fall due to, it's the same thing. I'm accelerating because I'm falling, right? If you're saying that the ISS is free falling, what are they like? My thruster doesn't work even when I'm on the ground. So why would it work for them when they're in the sky? And that's just where I'm sitting right now in my mind. Like, don't mean.
I'm not sure how the thruster on your bike works, but it doesn't. Regardless, if you had a what's called a free body diagram for something like a bike or I don't know anything object you want to talk about, you would draw directions for the amount of force that the friction was causing and which direction it was, and the drag and which direction, and your thrust would need to overcome that in order to do anything visibly. But regardless, if you apply any sort of thrust at all, like if you throw something, there's still going to be an arrow in that direction, the opposite that you threw it. It just the question is it going to overcome the other forces like I said, drag or the friction? And in the cases of rockets, they want to make sure that it does, of course. But no matter what, it's always applying positive force in that direction.
You know what it sounds like to me, or what I just realized? That if you could somehow like you got the rockets that take deliveries to the ISS or whatever, right? What it sounds like to me is that if you could somehow have a full tank of fuel already at that ISS, or orbital altitude, that if you had a full tank of fuel at that point, you might be able to reach speeds of 40,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, sure.
Not within an orbit or whatever, but what we're saying is that the engines we've designed, as crazy as it is sounding, right? As crazy sounding when you really think about it, when all of us are like 17,000 miles per hour, really? You think that there's an actual technology that can like shoot fire at the back and literally get you that fast? What we're actually saying is that the things that do accomplish that speed, if they were in outer space with a full tank of gas, are actually designed so well that they could propel something to 40,000 miles per hour. That they're actually capable of that. That sounds absurd to me. With just a little bit of spitfire at the back of their asshole, it's like 40,000 miles per hour by flames shooting out.
The fastest craft that we've ever supposedly is the Voyager, and its reach speeds is going over a long span of time, adding tiny thrust. But the SpaceX rocket that's the Starship. I mean, that's what it's the plans that it's meant to do is to have a a refueling thing in space, because there'll be several launches, and one of the launches will just be for fuel. So they're going to take off, and they're going to wait up there and wait for the fuel to refuel their thing, so they can take off and go to Mars or wherever they're going.
What is the limit to this fictional, technology?
How fast was the last spaceship going? Kosho, was it 25,000 miles an hour?
The Voyager is going like 40 or 50,000 miles per hour. I forget exactly how fast, but
So
there's no limit.
Being in a space void, there's really no resistance, right? They just go, right? So they don't slow down. Is that true?
There's got to be a limit, Kosho. There's got to be a limit just due to the physical nature of combustion.
The speed of light, that's the only limit that I know of.
No. If it's a combustion powered, motor, rocket, whatever, right? Then the expansion rate of that combustion is the limit.
No, I mean, like I said, an ion thruster, even, which has much lower.
I'm just talking about rockets, bro. I don't even.
No, but
I don't even know
ion thruster is so much weaker than a rocket thruster. So that's why I'm using it as an example. I mean, a rocket thruster.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about a what do you call it? A rocket thruster. A typical rocket thruster, right? The ones that we use all the time, supposedly, right? There's absolutely a limit to how fast it could propel something.
No, Coach, that's right. There's no limit because you're in the vacuum of space and nothing's there to slow you down. So if you caught if you caught the gravity of like the sun or Jupiter, you would just keep accelerating until you went the speed of light because there's no maximum velocity, right? Like they have on Earth, right?
The limit is the rate of expansion of the explosion, due to the combustion, right? The rocket can't be propelled faster than the speed of the explosion expansion.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Even if you had unlimited fuel, but you didn't have anything to make an explosion, you just had a fire hose, you spray that out the back constantly, you would still always be applying thrust.
No, you could never go faster than the rate the water leaves the end of the nozzle of the hose.
But remember you said about coasting, like you were talking about something coasting, like on
because it's analogous to floating in outer space.
Yeah, if you apply thrust, even though the thrust is slower than the speed that you're already going, it's always going to increase. It's going to cause an acceleration, which is always going to increase your speed.
Yeah, that's where you and I disagree.
Look, if there's any gravity around to pull you, you would get pulled by that gravity, and you would just go to the speed of light because there's nothing to stop you. There's no maximum velocity. You see?
You can if you had unlimited fuel, you could approach it, but it becomes impossibly. So you couldn't reach it, but it would be
Well, we can check with Einstein. I think Einstein said you can do it.
Coach showed
more and more fuel.
Coach, I got a good example for you to point out the differences in, and please don't do the shallow differences. Just stick to the important difference. If you have a car, with an engine, a combustion engine or electric engine, doesn't matter, and you lift its wheels off the ground and you floor it, then the wheels will only reach a certain rate of rotation. They won't go infinitely fast. The motor will have its limits. Even if it has an infinite gas tank size, you can't lift the car off the ground, put the pedal to the metal, and go and spin them infinitely faster, even past a very low limit in a total sense.
Yeah, but there's obvious reasons for that.
But what's the difference between a car can only spin its tires so fast in a frictionless, levitated environment versus a rocket could somehow go as fast as it wants as long as it has fuel?
Because the crankshaft is going to have to rotate in order to make the axis rotate. So it's like there's
and the fire can only leave out the end of the rocket so quickly.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter how fast the thing's leaving the rocket. As long as it's leaving the rocket, it's going to be applying a positive thrust. And if you draw that force diagram, and there's no forces acting, if there's no forces acting on the rocket, from the
fire has to leave the butt of the rocket faster than the rocket already moving in the opposite direction.
No, it just has to leave. It just has to push off the other wall of the rocket and leave the rocket. That's all it has to do. It doesn't matter how fast it's leaving out. You could
I don't
just
know,
be out there throwing. You'd be out there throwing baseballs at the back, and it's gonna be applying some amount of thrust force onto the rocket. If there's no other forces acting on the rocket, that's gonna create a positive acceleration in that direction.
Let's put a pin in it for now. Because I disagreed, but let's put a pin in it. So, I don't know, someone else joins the room who feels comfortable addressing this. Fair enough?
Yeah, but it's fine. But yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of
Do you know what the speed of an explosion is?
but the speed of the explosion, it's not the limitation. Is what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm trying to tell you. Even if you were just spitting out.
No. I already understand that's your perspective, and mine is the opposite. But do you know what the rate of expansion around the fiery explosion is? If there's a grenade in the center of a room, the room is a circular room with a diameter of 50 feet. Like, do you know how long it'll take for the explosion to reach the edge of the room?
Yeah, sure, fractions of a second. Yeah.
You know what sucks? We can't prove any of this.
Well, we actually can't measure an explosion and how soon something gets burned.
I mean, if we wanted to
fireball
demonstrate, combusting something and causing it to propel in the direction of outer space or whatever, how are we going to demonstrate that? We can't even get up there.
You don't need to go to outer space to.
Done it.
These are the basic principles of physics. There's not outer space stuff.
Don't
get carried away, Kosho.
No, this is the truth. That's what I'm saying. Like this is like
it doesn't help anyone to say these are the basics of physics. That doesn't help.
My point is we're not limited because we can't go to space. I'm saying these are principles that we can test on down on here on Earth. Because what I'm saying is these principles aren't about space. These principles are about just physics.
I
needing
hear
a certain
you.
amount of thrust in a geocentric orbit to stay in like a perfect circular orbit like the ISS. We can't demonstrate that right here, can we? That sounds crazy.
I'm saying, Kosho, that I understand the basics too. That's why we had such a long conversation. But you and I did come to an impasse where you say yes and I say no, and we heard each other out as much as we could, until we're just going to get repetitive at this point. And so you can't just say, oh, these are the basics, because obviously I understand all the basics, but still we reach an impasse.
Sure, yeah. Again, I understand my point wasn't about how easy it is to understand this. I'm just saying to Electric that these things aren't outside the realms of us being able to practically investigate. It's not just limited to space.
Yeah, but we're within a conversation right now, Kosho, and you're defending your side by saying, I understand the basics, that's why I'm right. But I already demonstrated you that I also know the basics, and I say you're wrong. So mentioning that doesn't help anyone.
That's not what I'm saying.
Where's you wrong, Fundy? Fundy, where's you wrong?
I was saying we already reached our impasse, but you can go ahead and join. I guess we can restoke this point. I was saying, yeah. Do you want to explain the point?
No, I just want to say again, just to make it clear. I'm only saying to Electric, don't limit yourself. We're not limited to just never knowing this because you have to go to space. These are things we can find out here on Earth. That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, we can try to translate our understanding, but here's where we got stuck. What was that? Left lane or sky push? One of you two? Which one was asking for explanation of where we were at?
I wonder if quickly you could tell me what the problem is, and within a minute.
Yeah, easily. Kosho is saying that a rocket thrusting engine, whatever you want to call it, right? A rocket propulsion system can accelerate a rocket to an infinite speed as long as someone beside it is delivering it fuel along its journey. And I was saying that a rocket will never go faster than the rate of expansion of the fire coming out the back. There is a top speed to a rocket in space.
No, that's not quite right. Look at it was posted back. Kosho posted it at 32 minutes past the hour. The rocket equation. As long as it leaves with some sort of velocity, it's imparting some sort of thrust.
What?
So you think that a rocket can approach the speed of light, like a tip?
Yeah.
Like a typical rocket that we would
With
normally
enough
use.
fuel, you could just keep thrusting on nothing and go faster and faster.
Yeah,
I
you
can
don't, have,
imagine
you don't need nothing. If you also look, P0, which is the atmosphere, is actually a negative term in the rocket equation. They actually travel better outside the atmosphere than inside.
What's your
that's also an additional
position
term.
stated clearly here?
Well, heck, there's the rocket equation. You can develop the rocket equation.
What's your position in English, not mathematics, stated clearly?
Well, hold on a second. Mathematics is the language of physics. If you can't speak math, then you probably shouldn't be talking about physics. The rocket equation
if you can't translate it to English, then you also shouldn't be
force,
in a Discord
force
server
equals
talking.
He's just going to keep saying the rocket
mass
equation.
times the
I already
exit
know where this is
plus
going.
the pressure of the exhaust minus the pressure of the outside times the area of the exhaust nozzle. There, that's in English.
Cool. Great.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think anyone in this room is happy with your contribution at all.
Yeah, I don't care. That's you asked me. You asked me for it in English. I gave it to you in English.
Just kind of alone in here.
I gave it to you in English. What's the problem?
I think what if you think about you're in this vessel from the reference frame of the vessel, regardless of your speed. If you eject mass out the back of it, you're going to accelerate in the opposite direction, regardless of how fast you're going.
Well, but we talked about someone going as fast. Like a person can only pedal so fast. Like their physical fitness, their like human anatomy can only pedal the pedals of a bike so fast. And at a certain point, you can keep pedaling your fastest, but it doesn't make you go any faster. Even though you're pedaling as fast as you can, once you reach the top rate that your pedaling can achieve, then no matter if you keep pedaling or let your feet off the pedal, you'll never go any faster than that top speed.
That's kind of a different principle, though.
Oh yeah, it's a little different, but I think it translates into the speed at which fire can leave the back of a rocket.
I understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and like I said, I demonstrated I understand the basics, and I could tackle the math if I wanted, but I understand Coach's point, where he's coming from, and he understands me, and we disagree. And like I said, we're at an impasse. We're just at an impasse.
Now I have to ask this fuel source for the ISS, like, are they sending more gas to them every time they run out, or is there just an infinite fuel source? Like, what is their fuel source up there?
I thought it was just air.
They get deliveries, bro. They get
deliveries.
Yeah, they get deliveries, bro.
Yeah, they do.
So every once in a while, they got to send another spaceship up there to move at how fast? 18,000? How many miles per hour was it?
17.
So what did they
roundabout.
slow down the ISS, or I don't get it.
No. They catch up to it and they dock.
They catch up to the ISS.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now that is just
what
doesn't make you think. Doesn't make anybody. Nobody thinks that's weird.
Oh yeah, it makes me think, but it's sort of like a NASCAR taking a pit stop, right? All the cars around the track are going at their 100 miles per hour or whatever, and then someone slows down to get their tires changed, and then they might lose a lap, where the cars go once around while they're stopped, but then they go on that straightaway till they get up to the 100 miles per hour, and then like rejoin the rest of the cars traveling in the circuit. They got to catch up in a sense and meet it where it's at, and then travel alongside it, of course. Not that I watch NASCAR. That's for rednecks. What do you think about that, Electric? These what are they? Every 3 months, 4 months? I don't know.
Yeah,
How often?
I heard something that a small satellite can live off of a helium-3 fuel cell for something like 3 years. But I don't know. I don't know
depends on
what
how high it
ISS.
is.
I don't know what kind of fuel the ISS is using. I don't even know if I'm accurate with what I just said at all.
Yeah, but
Oh, well.
if you're high enough, you don't need to worry about like that's a less of a concern than things that are much lower. You know.
Hey, do you know that really
But it's not
dramatic?
just how big it is,
Do you
it's
know
the
that
fact that it's moving at 13,000 miles per hour consistently
17?
to stay in a geocentric orbit and not need to realign itself all crazy because it falls off of track. You know what I'm trying to say? So you're saying it does need continuous thrusting. That's a lot of fuel. And you're saying they're just sending things up at 13,000 miles an hour every once in a while to give it more fuel? That's another big fucking what the hell for me.
You
No,
messed up.
once it's
You messed up
established
twice
on
there.
its trajectory, it doesn't need any fuel. It'll just continue.
You messed up twice there, Electric. It's 17, and it's not continuous. It's periodical.
So Kosho, it's not a continue. So the
No, it's like a
needle
couple
gap,
times a month.
it's just a couple times a month that they
Yeah.
thrust this.
Mm-hmm.
So this can. So wait, what is the continuous thrusting you're talking about?
I didn't
Pause.
say anything
What
about.
is it?
I didn't say anything about continuous thruster.
That was a different conversation.
Yeah, unless you're talking about
a different part.
Change, like get maximum speed and stuff. But yeah, the ISS it's going to maintain its altitude and its velocity, but it's going to slow down because of drag. And in order to maintain that that altitude, it's going to have to, keep that that velocity consistent. So it has to apply just a little bit of thrust as it slows down a little bit.
You know, it'd be really fucking badass if they ever showed the rockets turning on in the ISS.
They do.
Like 3. Oh, they do? Like from
Yeah,
a spacewalk or anything like that?
No, they show that. They don't do it on a spacewalk, but they show them inside the ISS and like how they jolt real quick.
What just happened to my audio? Did anyone else hear that?
That would be very bad to be. That would not be good to
Oh,
have
okay.
a spacewalk.
I'm gonna check back in. Sorry.
That would not be good to have a spacewalk during an orbit correction.
Say again.
That would not be good to have astronauts outside during an orbit correction.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that would be. You couldn't pay me any amount of money to do that.
I bet we have a couple of the astronauts volunteer to do it just to say I've done it, but no, it would not be a good idea.
Mike, Chet? Anyone talk?
I'm just thinking right now.
No, what do you think about, bro?
I just don't see how an object can move forward because you're just blasting fire behind it in space. If you're already moving at 13,000 miles an hour, you drop to 12,990 miles per hour. Oh, we got to go to 13,000 miles per hour again. The amount of thrust you would need to do that would have to match the amount that you started with on the ground, because that's how I deal with it every day on my bike. Like literally, it doesn't matter how much thrust you do, the amount of thrust that brought you to the highest speed, you would have to surpass that to go any faster, even if you dropped only like 10 miles per hour.
What?
I deal with it on my bike every day. I know what I'm trying to explain. It sounds weird, but
No, we know, but this is what fundamentals is also saying.
Not quite like that though. Not quite like Electric said. Electric, I do think that you're.
I'm not having about it.
I think that you understand what's going on with your bike, but I don't think you know how to describe the principles in order exactly. You know, but you got the point. But it is like you wouldn't have to surpass anything At most, you'd have to match it, but you wouldn't have to surpass it.
You understand there's no air resistance in space, right?
Yeah, that's why. Well, you missed it. I don't blame you, but we were describing the bike, and the skateboard, and whatever, on like a frictionless environment with like perfect ball bearings.
Did you show the picture of this guy with the skateboard and the machine gun?
Like,
No, we didn't.
My bike is accelerating off the ground.
We didn't show any pictures. We're just talking.
Well, here, let me show you a quick.
And when I'm falling, when I'm going down a hill, there's nothing I can do about it. The hill is always going to be faster than what I'm thrusting.
And because you're accelerating due to, wait for it, gravity.
All right, guys.
Well, let's address that later. Just talk about propulsion and frictionless environments for now.
So, here's the most American thing I've ever seen. And all the guy needs to be is wrapped in an American flag, and it'll be perfect. I posted at 21 past the hour.
It is a little bit of a shame that he's not in a vacuum, because that definitely helps.
Would make no difference for this.
I think it would.
No, actually, why would it be a difference?
Because of sort of like the the whole displacement property, like how boats work. In order for that,
you think that the bullet's pushing off of the air is what's giving him the pressure backwards?
Well, it definitely contributes. To what degree, I'd like to talk about, but I will absolutely die on that hill.
Well,
that the bullet's having to push the air out of the way that's blocking its exit is definitely contributing.
Nope, you're 100% wrong.
No, like I said, I'll die on this hill, and you can tell me I'm wrong all day, but that's just how it is.
No, it's not how it is.
That's
not how it is.
Yeah,
the bullets pushing off the air. The bullets pushing off the air have absolutely zero effect on this.
Yeah, the air is a sort of barrier on the outside of the barrel, and it definitely contributes for that to sort of have to push through and break through that barrier.
The push happens at the second it's ignited and pushing backwards.
Yeah, but it's still in the barrel at that point. So all I'm talking about is while the bullet is still in the barrel, which is pretty airtight, and the wall at the end of the barrel, it's a closed system. It's all connected. It's like, what do you think is gonna launch faster? An explosion with okay, let me put it this way. What do you think is going to have more kickback? A gun that's fired with the end of the mouth of its barrel of a pistol touching a wall airtight, or just in free space, just floating? Obviously, the one that's pushed up against a wall airtight, sealed, is going to get launched hella far, while the one that's just floating in the air might only move back a couple inches. That's because the chamber is sealed off, and there's only one exit.
You're compressing the gases. Yeah.
Exactly. So the air on the outside.
No. That's the air on the inside, not the air on the outside.
You're compressing the air on the inside of the barrel, and I'm telling you that the air on the outside of the barrel is a very weak wall that will contribute some amount of compression, a little bit more in excess than if it were in a vacuum or
Again, if you look at the rocket equation, the PO, the outside pressure, is a negative term. Actually decreases it. I know it's probably counterintuitive, but it actually does.
No, I mean the air on the outside is resistance for the air on the outside to expand. Therefore, it is a very weak wall that will contribute to its pressurization.
No, it's a negative. It actually is a negative. It would be
I'm
better
just using
in a vacuum.
common sense here.
Well,
it's pretty undeniable.
common sense is not working in this case.
Oh, sure. Science doesn't care about your feelings. I know it,
I know, it
but
really
I'm
doesn't give a
pretty
shit.
physically literate, and it doesn't matter if it's a sponge or a concrete wall or just air. Anything that is on the outside of the barrel, giving any sort of physical resistance, will add to the pressurization of the gas inside the barrel.
Mic check, mic check.
You're clear.
Were you guys talking about shotgun? The gun or
Machine
whatever?
gun, shotgun, same works. Gun barrels.
We're talking about the role that like a medium or a wall or anything that's being pushed off of by the fire, the bullet being, sorry. It's a very complicated thing, a little hard for me to put to words precisely. We're just talking about, pushing off of things with your your outburst of your projectile or your expulsion, right, through the rocket or whatever. Like it does assist a rocket taking off to have a solid floor beneath it. Originally at the beginning of the process, like it would have a harder time if there wasn't something to push off. Not that it needs it the whole time, but it does help to some degree that there is a floor in the first place. I'd even say to a large degree. I'd say rockets have an easier time propelling themselves through air than they do through space.
Nope, you're 100% wrong. According to the rocket equation, disagrees with you.
Although, disregarding drag, disregarding air resistance. I'd say having something to push off of definitely helps propel.
I understand why you would say that, because definitely intuition may seem that way, but the way I think about it, at least, is the reaction is, or the propulsion is taking place when the let's say I'm thinking about like an explosion, for example, or explosion.
I can give a good evidence of this.
Well, hold on,
okay.
Because I'm saying it's taking place in this moment when it's leaving the the valve, or when it's exploding, or however you want to think about it. And so by the time it hits the ground and then has some reaction, the reaction's already taken place. So, but yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So we're talking about rockets here, and I understand the value of the bowling ball skateboard or the bullets out of machine gun scenario. I do see how it's a very useful thing to bring up. However, as far as the thing to push off of goes, if you have some sort of air cannon, right, some sort of pressurized air tank, and you're standing on a skateboard and you hold it, perpendicular to plumb, and you let out a continuous stream of this pressurized air from your canister to propel yourself. And there's nothing around you, just in the middle of a parking lot, right? It's going to propel you so fast. But if you start off on your skateboard with the pressurized air can, and you are like a centimeter with the end of your barrel, the nozzle or whatever, that pressurized air, if you're only a centimeter away from a concrete wall, then your takeoff is going to be faster with that wall to push off of with your pressurized air than if you were in the middle of the parking, not next to any wall.
Only because you're getting blowback from the wall.
Well, it gives a surface to pressurize. There's some amount of the air involved.
But once the air leaves the rocket, it's basically done. The only way you're going to do that is to get air blowing back at you, and that might help you a little bit.
Well, there's also more of a compression of the inside of the barrel and on the outside to a small degree, up against the wall. I mean, it goes away quickly, but it is there to assist in the beginning, and that's why you will get more bang for your buck ignoring air resistance. Inside, propelling a rocket through an atmosphere. Avoid, ignoring air resistance. You will get more bang for your buck. Propelling a rocket through air than through outer space, because there is something to push off of, to give that extra, that little inkling more of pressurization.
You've got your conclusion is false. I think your initial premise is also false. Although it's going to be difficult to talk you out of it because you're so convinced about it.
Well, it seems simple to me.
Well, it might seem simple to you, but it could also seem simply wrong, and you're convinced that it's correct. The only way to do this would be to do some experiments yourself, and take your pressurized cannon against the wall and take it away from the wall. And if you find there's a difference, then I don't know what the difference is. Maybe you could investigate it.
So what I do, right, is I take like a little CO2 canister, right, and put it in a room, in the middle of the room, and I'd pop the cap and see how fast it gets. It travels 5 feet, and then I take the same CO2 canister, or an identical copy, as close as I can get, and instead of popping its cap and letting it depressurize in the middle of the room, I'd start it next to a wall of the room. And so I think that the one starting next to the wall of the room would accelerate a lot faster than the one starting in the middle of the room to travel 5 feet.
Fine. Nice hypothesis. Why don't you go do some science?
Yep. Here we are. Fair enough. I'll have to do that. That's just where I stand, though. And I think that you can entertain, my prediction as a possibility. Right? You're open-minded enough to say perhaps.
It's a nice hypothesis. Let's see some science.
I think that's where you're making a mistake in thinking that Paid is somehow open-minded or creative in his thinking.
And that's fine.
I'm a scientist.
If it doesn't, if it isn't given to him by mainstream or approved by the authorities, he will not even regurgitate it.
You see, the difference between you and me, Matrix, is that Matrix,
there's no issue here.
The difference between you and me, Matrix, is that I'm a scientist and you are not. You come up with some decent science, show it to me. I'll look at it. Yeah.
What is science? What is science, Paid? What is science?
I'm not going to get into I'm not going to get into your theological. I'm not here for a theological discussion tonight, Jay.
Real quick, Matrix. I would say that he doesn't agree with me, but I'm not just being shut down rudely or anything. He said, well, show me what you got. But that is exactly the same standard I would hold anyone else to. Show me what you got. When people have heard each other out and all of their logic, which I do think just happened, then after the conversation is done, then it's time to put your money where your mouth is. And I absolutely accept his challenge. Not that I'll follow through on it, but I understand, his proposal. Yeah, he's saying, "Show me what you got." And that's
this is the difference. This is the difference.
Completely fair I'm just saying that's completely fair by my standards, and I think that conversation went as best as it possibly could, honestly.
So this is the thing with Paid, right? When you're on these topics, these debates, having somewhat creative conversations. Because we do have Google, right? If we would just wanted to regurgitate whatever Google says, we would not be on here because we would just be on Google all day reading whatever Google says. Obviously, a lot of people are in here. I look into maybe alternative or different ideas. But the guy that you're talking to is not interested in that and exploring whatsoever. In his mind, he is thoroughly convinced that the authority has already put the truth out there. So there is no need for you or I or anyone else to tell him any different.
Matrix.
Like I said, Jay, do some science for a change. And he has a hypothesis. Now the next step is to prove or disprove his hypothesis. To actually do some real science.
Is building
Matrix.
things a science? Is customizing things a science? Is fixing wires, doing harnesses? Are all these sciences? Because I do that shit every day on my job.
Probably not
I
science.
build things for a living, custom things.
We're talking about the things you challenge. The
But I'm just saying science. I asked him what is science, and he said he didn't want to get into some sort of philosophical thing. So I'm naming things that I do that pertain science.
They contain technology, probably not science.
Oh, so there's no technology in science, is what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that what you're doing is technology, not science.
So please give us a synopsis of what science is in your understanding.
Why don't you? Like I told you, I'm not gonna get in. I'm not gonna get off on this subject with you because I know.
How does your name go from
You
paying
have it.
NASA show to Sky Push? Like, I don't get you at all.
And there you
like,
have
you're just a weird motherfucker, in my opinion. I'll just be dead ass with you. I don't.
He's not weird. He's not weird. He's just getting paid to do this, man.
No, what it
All
is,
right,
is you have a hypothesis, and I'm not
Sky
getting.
Push. All right, let me just. Go ahead.
Okay, go. What?
Well, I was just. It's a little bit of a separate thing. So if you were going to respond to something, go ahead. I was just going to ask you. Do you think you could are there 3 things that you think are true that are against the mainstream narrative? I was just curious. Is there 1, 2, 3? Are there a couple things that you actually think are the case that are not what the mainstream is?
Well, it depends on how you define mainstream, doesn't it?
Yeah.
In your subjective sense of your view of what the mainstream presents. Yeah. What you seem to detect being pushed on you as the popular opinion.
The crazy thing is the burden of proof that people like him tend to put on alternative information, people of flat earth or whatever. But when it comes to the shit that he believes in, the globe side, all Neil deGrasse Tyson has to do is literally send out a tweet. There is no investigation. There is no empirical data being investigated. A tweet is enough for him to full on be convinced that it's true.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not that surprising. I mean, he says he was in the military. Anyone to be in the military, you have to be very obedient, and you have to very much just bow down to the authority. So it wouldn't be a surprise that he also, if you're already in the military, you have been trained to be an obedient follower. So wouldn't be surprising that he also would. That would be the case with his viewpoints on other things that the authority or mainstream is pushing.
Yeah, you weren't in the military.
I get it. I get what you're saying. You're saying that Paid is a good boy, Paid. Good boy.
In the meantime, Matrix, just because you have some wild ass idea doesn't make it true. You actually have to have some data. And if you're going to come up with something that is extraordinary, that you have an extraordinary claim, you're going to need extraordinary evidence. But okay.
But see, again, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with everything you say. Just certain words you use, right? Extraordinary.
I don't think it's that extraordinary. It's not extraordinary.
Hold on,
my first impression of you is that you are not legitimately on either side. You're just. That's my first impression of you. So you know.
If you
other people have given great arguments, and you don't do that. Just so you know.
I'm not here really to argue. I mean, you guys.
I mean, it seems like you are, though, Paid. It seems like you're specifically here to argue. It seems like that is your sole intention.
Oh, Jay, if I don't know, you're passionate. You're passionately wrong a lot of times, but I'll give you passion.
Hey, Matrix, I do want to say that I'd really enjoy a conversation not focused on one particular individual's psychological breakdown here, and rather get to, just anything any of us care about as a collective. I don't care about this guy. I don't care to discuss his psyche. I agree with a lot of your breakdown of him, but I don't care to continue talking about one man's mindset.
Well, you have someone's came up with a hypothesis, and the next thing to do would be to go do an experiment to prove or disprove your hypothesis.
Yeah, I'll get to that when I'm good and ready.
I mean, if I'm going to sit here and listen to somebody talk for 10 minutes, and I come to the conclusion that nothing you said is genuine, that's kind of fucked up if you ask me.
Well,
and that's in every conversation he participated. Nothing he says. There's no meat in any of the bones that he spits out. Nothing.
Yeah, I understand, Jay. Just because you think that everything, everything that the mainstream says is wrong.
The last point you made was do some science. That doesn't really mean anything. Yeah.
Actually,
you
it
said
does.
it again. Because it doesn't mean anything.
Actually, it does.
Electric Matrix, guys, you need to stop, okay? Like, you guys have been, this isn't your first rodeo, right? Like, this isn't the first time you've talked to Skypush, Paid National Shield, right? You've talked to him plenty of times before. That's why you have formulated his opinions of him.
Yeah,
I mean, I agree for the most part.
Well, I was going to say, too, I kind of agree with Fundamental that just, I mean, it is interesting to kind of philosophically analyze or talk to someone about their perspective. But yeah, at some point it gets to like, just like analyzing his mindset. Like there's probably bigger topics and more interesting things we could, actual information to discuss. And I mean, I will say just as one other point though, on his perspective, I think we got to give him some props. He's here talking with us. There's a lot of people in the world that wouldn't even want to talk about these things. So he's definitely interested in the idea of the Earth not being a globe. He's definitely interested in the idea of NASA being fake. He's definitely interested in the idea that some of the things he believes might not be true. Whether or not he comes off as that or not, or whether he says that, the truth is he's here. His interest is here talking about these topics. So he's actually way further ahead than a lot of people that wouldn't even consider the thoughts, even in the first place.
So hear me out, right? This is my whole thing. This is my entire thing, right? The fact that it's a little confusing for me because in his mind, or at least he gives the impression that he has the answers. He has the truth, right? And when I think about thinking of the truth, it calms me down, right? If I would have thought I had the truth, I would not be on here because I come on here, I argue with people, I get agitated, you know, it affects me. So I would rather, if I had the truth, I would rather not do that. So it's very curious to me the fact that that him and people like him, I'm not just singling him out, that people like you just said that they might be curious, but how they present themselves is like they're not curious. As a matter of fact, we are stupid for even being curious about anything because our big daddy government or authority, they've already told us the truth.
Yeah, but that's just a front that he would be putting on. I mean, this is more psychoanalyzing, but it's sort of like a guy who claims he's not gay, but he goes to the gay bar every night and he like makes fun of gay people. It's like, is that guy gay? Probably. Or something's going on with him. You know what I mean? He's either questioning or
what? Saying that he has a dick in his mouth and he's like, no, man, he's not gay at all.
Well, it's not. Well, it's like they even do psychological analysis of people who like they beat up gay people, and it's like they find out that the guy who's beating up gay people is actually gay, you know? So there's something within him that. So with Paid, I'm not trying to link the anything to any truth to being gay or anything like that or any of these topics. I'm just saying that he's definitely interested in these topics, even though it goes against. He might be playing the antidote or the skeptic or whatever role he's playing. But he's obviously thinking about these things and interested in them as much as the rest of us are.
I think at this point, his actions, which would be to come on these debates every day, wasting a lot of time, I think that says more than anything that would ever come out of his mouth.
Let me address that, okay? Let me address that because I'd like to turn the tables back at you guys real quick. And I'd say there's a certain pattern I've noticed where people come here, we're having a great conversation, and NASA shill will make some petty jab at what's going on and disrupt it. But you know what you guys normally do is that you indulge in responding to what is obviously an attempt to distract, which means you're just as interested as the same thing he's interested in doing. And that's dismantling and derailing the better conversations to be had. So when you corroborate and contribute to the distraction, and you allow yourselves to have a good conversation, be interrupted by a trolly comment, and then you carry on along that line, that trajectory of conversation, then you're giving him what he wants. You also seem to be getting what you want. So you got to ask yourself, are you here to just battle and endlessly bicker and, just go on in nonsense arguments and conversations? Or, ask yourself, what am I really here to do? What do you want? Because a lot of the time, You know, people getting these hour, maybe 2 hour, multi-hour, 4 hour like arguments. And I'm saying this can't be what you really care about doing. Yet it seems to be the same thing you fall into every single night. And I'm saying a lot of guys I hear to have good conversation, and it goes that way for a while. But when the troll, pops his ugly little head up and makes some sort of nasty comment to you, you go the direction he leads you into and get completely derailed from the better conversation that should continue. I think you guys like it just as much as he does.
Well, what I'll say on that, I would say overall, there's like two modes of conversation. One of them is like more of the podcast, like building mode, where there's not personal attacks. There's not, kind of arguing and fighting. It's more like I say something, someone else says something, another guy says something, and it's like we're building something and we're all kind of reflecting off of each other's ideas. Generally, there's civility and respect, and everyone just has their ideas, and no one's really being challenged. They're just able to actually share them. So that's more of like a podcast style where people are throwing in their 2 cents and everyone can kind of reflect off it. And then there's this other mode, which would be more like maybe the debating, fighting, arguing, whatever, that mode where people's ideas are being challenged. They're trying to either force their ideas or convince others. Their ideas are being challenged. They're defending, they're asserting, they're being offended, all of that stuff. And that's a different mode. And that, there's different layers of those. I mean, sometimes that kind of debate thing can be fun as well. Like it can be like intellectually sparring, like who's right, who's wrong, but then it can also get nasty too. But I know what you're saying. I mean,
yeah. I got it. So there's two extremes. So there's two options you just laid out, two modes, right? And there's a proper level of staying within either one of those modes, and both are fine. Whether it's like building and being like productive in the sort of like cooperative sense. So I value both cooperation and competition. And those are the two modes you kind of outlined. However, cooperation to its extreme becomes a circle jerk, and competition to its extreme becomes a little petty argument and not a true debate. So you just want to stay, somewhere centered where you don't go too far that way or too far the other way, and stay somewhere in the middle of those two options in their most wholesome senses. Of like debate can be a good thing. Cooperation can be a good, like a minor circle jerk or reaffirming or whatever, supporting, right? You just don't want to take it too far either direction because it becomes toxic either way.
Right. And then that's where like moderation comes in. And then, do you just kind of let it go, or do you kind of moderate or try to, control the room, as it were? Like if one guy comes in, that happened the other night. Like basically we were having a really interesting building conversation talking about a lot of different topics. And I believe Ruhif came in and he said, hey guys, I just measured the curvature this morning. I went out and measured the curve. And then obviously that totally took it into this, 3-hour Ruhif. On one level, we were entertaining him in terms of what he was claiming he measured. But on another level, it did get to the point where he was like, doing his kind of zealotry or kind of forcing it. And, and it got to that level. So it's kind of a fine line. And like you were saying, I guess that's where moderation comes in, because it all depends on who's in the room and who, if somebody really wants to take it into that bickering, arguing, putting other people down, saying that they're right and you're wrong, then, at some point you either have to like jump in and either moderate that or mute them if you don't want it to go there, because you can't necessarily control people, so if someone wants to really just fight and argue and put other people down, there's that fine line between like intellectually sparring that's kind of fun, and then at another level where it goes to just somebody just trying to demean someone else and tell them that they're stupid kind of thing. So
would that
I agree with a lot.
Like, when Ruhif came in, would that be like him saying like at the gay bar, like, hey, there was some curvature I saw this morning on this chick that was great. I was so attracted to it. I really was. And he's at the gay bar trying to convince people that girls are attractive. Something like that.
My whole thing is, right, my whole thing is when I come on here, there's nobody talking. I'm quick to start conversations, right? That's what I like. the conversations, talking about alternative ideas, because the mainstream ideas they're everywhere. I don't need to talk to regular people about mainstream idea where I'm literally being bombarded with that idea everywhere I go. So when I come on here, I would like to entertain those ideas, right? I say, hey, what's up? What's going on? I follow the conversation that's going on. But there's a distinct group of people that as soon as they come in, they don't participate in whatever's going on. Their whole intention, it seems, by pattern recognition, it seems to disrupt the entire conversation and completely shift what now.
Yeah.
It seems to me that it is
That's what I was
purposeful.
calling out before,
It
though.
doesn't seem
You guys go along with it. You get
hold on,
sucked
let me
into
finish.
it.
Let me finish, Fundy.
Like children. Go ahead.
How you describe it, it is true. But how you describe something organic and innocent. What I'm describing is something intentional and maleficent. It is being done with intention,
No.
I believe.
No. I also think that the trolley interruptions when a good conversation or even a good debate is happening and someone comes in here and tries to get your goat, I just see time after time that, a good thing is happening, debate or conversation, whichever it is. Someone comes in here, says something nasty, triggers a bunch of people, and then the entire rest of the night is derailed into focusing on something that no one really thinks is worth their time. Although for some reason they do, because we all got to admit we kind of get off. It's really sick and perverted, but we all have to admit about and recognize as part of ourselves that someone comes in here, interrupts something, and then we just can't help ourselves but get into the nastiest back and forths that are petty as hell with that person. It's like you got to recognize when someone comes in here trying to get your goat and not give them your goat. And we're entertained to a certain extent, but then realize after 10 minutes have gone by and recognize what kind of thing they've drawn you into, that, your natural human desires have led you into falling for, or just testing the waters, say, you know what, this isn't worth my time. But what I see is people entering a conversation where they start with hope, and then 10 minutes in, they realize there is no hope, and it's just something they're doing just, I don't know, to satisfy some sort of dark side of themselves. Because, I've seen my best friends on here just waste their time getting into things that are probably going to ruin the rest of their night, might even make them emotionally feel bad. But it's some sort of misplaced value in things, like some sort of weird domination sort of, urge, where it's like, guys, we're gonna come back tomorrow and talk to the same people. We all come here.
I say one quick thing. Quick thing. For me, I'll be at work. I can't talk. I'll be listening. I'll be like, damn, I'm learning so much. This is great. And then it'll be maybe a little bit of time will pass, and I'll be realizing I'm listening to someone insulting people now. And then that's when I feel triggered. Because I go from enjoying the conversation to listening to someone insult random people, and the conversation's not happening anymore. And that's when I try to be like, hey, what are you doing? Can we get back on subject? I gotta fucking fall back, I guess.
And debate is fine, right? Debate is completely fine. I love when people are in the room and they don't agree, but it's really about quality. Whether it's circle jerking and agreeing and cooperating and confirming, or if it's about arguing and debating and resisting. Whichever one, it needs to be quality. And too often I see someone come in here purposely trying to ruin the conversation, and everyone falls for the trick. It's like, guys, if someone comes in here obviously trying to just be a perturbator, a disruptor, a troll or something, maybe give them 10 minutes, but after there's no progress being achieved within 10 minutes, just drop it. As a collective.
I'll be the first to admit that I am interested in someone like Paid NASA Show, because his name is just, it's he must have a bizarre way of trolling flat earth, and I find that interesting. But I don't think he engages well. He just ends up insulting people, and I'm like, I would like to talk to him more about what he thinks, but I sit here, I listen to him, he ends up insulting people. I'm like, okay. That's all I got. I do want to have a conversation with Paid NASA Show. Like, what the hell? Like, how'd you come up with that name? What was your name before that? Why is your name Skypush now?
I'll admit that, you know, I do the same exact thing I'm telling everyone else that they do. Not everyone, but, you know, a lot of everyone. Because, you know, it takes one to know one, and I am one. So I've had conversations that were going well. Someone comes in here with some sort of trolly, resistant, comment where they call the entire topic we were discussing idiotic. And then I go off battling them for the next, 4 hours a night. And then I go to bed and wake up and I'm like, wow, did I really do that? What a waste of time last night. And it's completely on me. Say, I got suckered in to participating in something that really wasn't worth it. And I knew from the beginning it wouldn't be worth it trying to like reach some sort of resolve. Like, oh yeah, this person's disagreeing, condescendingly. I'm gonna speak my truth and convince them. But a lot of these, a lot of us here, maybe even myself in some certain, some nights, like we participate in conversations, a lot of us anyways, a lot of us participate in conversations that get petty, where there is no entertainment that anyone is actually gonna change their mind. It's just some sort of linguistic like battle that we just like to engage in for fun, like some sort of role play scenario or something.
That's funny you say that. I actually used to battle rap.
Kind of like that, yeah. But it's weird how carried away it can get sometimes. I don't know. Like I said, or like Gio said too. There's debate, and then there's regular conversation, and even though they're opposites, they're both worthwhile and great. But both of them have extremes that you want to avoid. You don't want to get carried away, eat too far either direction, and that's where moderation comes in when we all succumb to these, failings in ourselves. But it's also a very difficult thing to master, when to step in and when to let things go on, because it might fix itself and you might make it worse by trying to step in. So it's just the human condition. It's a complicated thing.
Yeah, so
We're
are
very
you
complex
are you
individuals.
suggesting, and are you suggesting this idea, like an idea that if we're in here talking about truth, various truths, especially things that are, against the mainstream and so on, that there's certain individuals that want to disrupt that, like they want to just stop that process, either take it into, I mean, we do pretty well in terms of trying to moderate here in terms of just the straight up insults and ad homs. However, we're adults, so I mean, obviously, like, it depends on how strict you want to be. I mean, the minute someone calls someone a name, mute them, or like, let some name calling go or whatever. So there's a fine line, but I mean, we've done our best to have it not just be a complete toxic cesspool. And if people are going off the rails and ad homs, to try to stop that from happening so we can keep the conversation going. But because that's one way to derail a conversation, come in and start calling everyone idiots and insulting, and then you're going to get them responding. They're probably going to say, no, fuck you, you're an asshole. And then the whole conversation about whatever is now into just an insult fest. So we've done our best to try to like reduce those shit shows. But I guess the main thing I'm asking, are you kind of basically suggesting that there's some individuals that want to stop the conversation, and so they'll use whatever tactics they can to either get a fight going or, to kind of stop the actual flow of the discussion?
Yeah, my honest opinion is that that there are people inclined to behave that way, but I won't go as far as to say that every time they contribute that's their motive, because the same people, right? The same people that I think do that worst case scenario, right? The worst case scenario would be just, I'm going to hop in literally just to make this place a worse place for people to be. You know what I mean? I think that there are people absolutely coming here with the intent to just be like, oh, something nice is happening, and I don't have a particular interest in that thing. In fact, I disagree with it. Well, instead of letting them enjoy themselves, and instead of like coming there earnestly and resisting them, which would also be accepted usually, around this part of town, right? Always acceptable. I think a lot of people come in here because they know they're anonymous. They know they have the opportunity to destroy something beautiful, or to destroy something that others find beautiful, that they find ugly. And because misery loves company. But I won't go as far as to say that there is any particular individual who does that every time they come in here. I think people pick their battles, you know? Everyone in here, I think, picks their battles. But there's certain people that you could say are so triggered by certain topics being discussed that they, when it comes to those topics, say, you know, out of 100 topics, I think that there are some people in here that if 20 out of the 100 topics that are normally discussed are being discussed, one of those 20, they will come here, literally just try to poop on the birthday cake. Be like, fuck you, I hate this, and I want to ruin it for everybody.
Right. I've often kind of made the analogy, like, let's say you're in a park with a bunch of friends and you've got, you know, food and drinks and you got music and everyone's enjoying themselves. Generally that kind of vibe, everyone's in a good vibe. Like, yeah, there might be some little intellectual sparring conversations or whatever, but for the most part, everyone's smiling and having a good time and smoking and drinking. And then if somebody just walks in from the outside and says, you guys are ugly, your food sucks, your music sucks, you know, just come in literally just putting everyone down. It's like everybody would be like, get this guy out of here. Like, we were having a good time and now this guy's in here just telling us we're ugly and our music's terrible and, you know, our food is terrible. So yeah, it's like nobody really wants that guy because that one guy is just going to try to literally ruin the party. Like, you know, what do they say, like shitting in the punch bowl or whatever, you know, just trying to like ruin the show for everyone else. And I think that can happen in these environments where we're talking about something that's interesting, and then that one person comes in to do that. Yeah,
I've been that guy, Gio. I've tried to mature away from that behavior, but like I said earlier, it takes one to know one, and so I recognize people behaving in the way that I used to behave, not on the same subjects, but in the same behavioral manner, right? I mean, let's just say that. Like, I hated Christianity, right? I mean, I became an atheist, raised Christian, but then like grew I despise Christianity, and I was so like I had such a vitriol about, you know, resisting it. And so then if I came across you know, some sort of baptism ceremony or whatever, I would see them enjoying themselves with their own sort of mindset, and I would go up to them and say, God's fake, you guys are idiots, you're all brainwashed, you believe in numerical bullshit fairy tales. And it's like, that's a very understandable human behavior. There's a part of all of us who takes one to know one. There's a part of everyone's been something like that before. And so that's why I'm pretty confident in saying that a lot of the topics, because we pretty much discuss everything here, and a lot of them are very potent topics as far as worldviews and mindsets. So it's bound to happen that some people are like the hypothetical version of myself that I just outlined. Some people are just very against certain ideas and will just come to a party with only one intention, and that is to ruin that party because they hate everything about it.
Yeah. And I guess on that level, it just comes down to moderation. Like in general, this live stream has been pretty open, like an open panel, meaning anyone can come and share their thoughts. And then we do moderate, obviously, if there's like excessive interrupting or insulting or whatever, there's that. But there's like another level of moderation where you actually have, you know, all comes down to like the rules of engagement, you know? So for example, like the idea of the people in a park that are all eating and enjoying, you know, music, if the rules for engagement in that group is that we're having a good time, then, you know, if a guy comes in and just starts doing that, you could kind of ask him to leave kind of thing, because he's, you know, he's just coming in and, you know, that kind of thing. Or you could even get to the idea of like, you know, you can't drive drunk, like just the rules of engagement in life, you know, and if you're allowed to drive drunk, then people will drive drunk. If you're not, then, you know, so anyways, level of moderation where you're just moderating if people are interrupting and you know, that kind of stuff. But then you could have another level where, you know, you're actually moderating for the purpose of the conversation, you know, like to actually have a purpose in terms of, the goal of the actual conversation itself, and then moderate, according to that.
That's not.
But
how
your
I
point,
view it.
hey Gio,
That's
your
not.
point about about them, like just the fact that they're here, whoever it is, discussing it, I guess there has to be some appreciation at least for that, because the other side of it is that this is the mainstream idea, and if you're just bringing that and calling people stupid in that kind of same way that someone that knows they're gay but they don't want to admit it, and they're just just trying to put down the people they're with, that's one thing. But then if they're actually engaging and considering your points rather than here also claiming that we're stupid to think otherwise, that's the craziest part about this discussion. For you to be here discussing this at all means that you must be open to the idea, otherwise there'd be no point in discussing it, right? To just claim that we're idiots for thinking that it may not be the way that you were taught or we were all taught, it is just, that's the interesting part. That's what keeps us in kind of like interested in figuring out, what are these guys, are they here just to disrupt? Are they here just to try to toe the line? Are they actually, I mean, have they at all considered what we're saying? And then
There is a different mindset that's common though. Do you know what that other mindset is, New Perspective, other than the one you outlined?
Go ahead and say it. I don't want to guess.
Okay. The other, so that is the optimal mindset that I hope and that I think most people come here with. But that's not the only mindset people come here with. Some people say there is a sick population and I have no interest in becoming sick like them. I am only here to deliver the cure and the treatment, to cure these poor sick bastards. I'm going to go into this sick community and heal them. I have no idea, and because they view us as sick and that they have the cure and they're here to treat us for our illnesses, and they have no interest in contracting the same illness that these sick individuals have. They only have interest in bringing you to their level of health, because you are sick and they are healthy, and they want to raise you up to their level of health.
Actually, you know what? Hugh Janus is in here, or Hugh Janus, or however he wants to pronounce it, is in here. And he's a perfect person, actually. I like to pick on him sometimes, because he actually does see through a lot of the other things that we've gone through, like the thing that we went through with this jibby jab type stuff. But then thinks at the same time, if I can speak as far as what I've heard from him, and I'll let him answer this, but what's your real interest in being here? Is it, do you think that there's curiosity on your part that we might be right at all? Or are you just here because you think that what we think is ridiculous, even though you agree upon some of these bigger psyops that we've been put through, and that the possibility of these things are actually the case?
Yeah, I can definitely answer that. Yeah. So it's no, of course, I don't agree with you about the shape of the earth, but the reason that you believe that, and the reason you hold that position, and the reason that you defend that position and promote that position is very similar to the logic and reasoning that I would use to discuss with someone, for example, the undetermined virus of unknown origin, and that's it's a similar sort of thinking process. I mean, for example, I'm not vaxxed,
right,
and they will have to put a gun to my head to make me do it, or I'll have to go deathly ill, and they'll do it while I'm unconscious. That's the only way that'll happen. End of story. So on that, we can have some common ground. And me as a person, I have leftist friends, I have right-wing friends, and I like to find common ground with people. Yeah, we can get into arguments. Yeah, I mean, Jin and I are a lot alike, so Jin and I get into it, But at the end of the day, I like to find common ground. I did find that with Jin, more common ground than I ever thought was actually possible. So it's an interesting conversation. So hearing him talk and hearing him discuss this, and we don't agree, but we have some common ground, and that's what I like. So we can. What I mean by all of this is, Yeah, we can disagree about the shape, we disagree about cosmology, but because we have this common ground and we have we have all of the things we do have in common. I'm not coming at this as like, you're just fools and you're just, blah, blah, blah. Where you'll get that from other people. I understand that. Like someone coming and just say, you're an idiot. And then, like someone in Gems just a couple of hours ago, one of the conspiracy people had left the room. And the one comment, as soon as he's gone, he says, I wanted to tell him how much an idiot I think he is. Comment, why don't you come back so I can tell you you're an idiot? I was sitting there quietly listening. I thought, yeah, that's the attitude of some people. But it's a common ground thing. You know that I'm not going to say, you're just an idiot, da 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 da. I'm going to be, even though we can disagree about some of the fundamentals, that's my deal.
Yeah, but even with all the wisdom,
hey, Electric, you might be hot micing, by the way, Electric, if you want to.
Bro, I wanted to say something.
Okay,
go ahead, bro.
Yeah, well, kind of went off subject a lot, but Ruhif, I listened to some stuff he said, ended up talking to him, like we kind of had a one-on-one, and I learned a lot about, just able to ask him the right questions without him getting petty about the globe, I guess.
And
that was an interesting conversation, yeah. Yeah, he probably learned a lot about me too, yeah.
That's the thing. I just want all of us to recognize that we all, that for the most part, I mean, there might be some evil demons coming in here literally just to ruin people having a good time with each other. Like, that might happen from time to time. And it's our duty to not get sucked in and derailed by those types of individuals with those types of motives behind, their speech. But for the most part, especially this server, it's full of people, I think, with a very common goal. Wouldn't you agree that a lot of us at the, fundamental essence of things, why we're here, is a very similar goal to each other?
Yeah, I would state this, and I have stated this. I think this is probably the best Discord, flat Earth, or conspiracy chat that there is on Discord that I found.
I'd agree.
I'll say that. I mean, because I said something the other day, and Gia was angry, so he muted me, and he told me off. Well, I couldn't reply, and that was annoying. And I got over myself, and he did too. And I went back in. But if I went to the servers, I would never get back in. I'd be done. But he has a better mindset than that. So, I mean, yeah, if someone comes in and just starts berating, insulting, yeah, kick him. I mean, no one wants that. That's just not necessary.
But here's where the compassion comes in, though, because especially in the moderation and just with each other in general, that the same behavior that is obvious for me to recognize that I despise, that other people, inhibit or behave in, whatever, right? The modalities of behavior that I recognize in other, that I just absolutely despise, witnessing. I know that I behave that same way every once in a while, right? Or maybe even way too often, whichever way. I'll go ahead and say all the time I behave in the way that I witness people behaving on here, and I despise. And so I'm just saying we all need to be there for each other, and also be very open to the criticism when someone says, hey man, it takes one to know one, and I am one. I'm not perfect, but I am witnessing you getting way too carried away in this negative behavior pattern. And I know it because I do the same thing, and I just need you to listen to me, that like there's got to be a better way to all spend time with each other. And I'm not saying debate is evil, because on another server I was told that there's no purpose in debate, that debate is from the devil, and I disagree with that. I think a debate is a completely healthy thing when done right. And so I'll never step in between people arguing. That's completely fine. But there's this sort of deeper knowledge that people can use and recognize in others, where it's like we all got to listen to each other and have a respect for each other, where we got to not stay on track of a topic, but stay on track and just being well, it really comes down to me asking you and myself, why are you here? Right? That's why are you here, and are we getting what we all came here to get? You know, and I'm not saying that's a simple answer. I'm just saying we all need to keep that in mind, including myself, because I behave really improper compared to like the standards I reflect on and set for myself. I tell myself all the time I get carried away just bickering on here. It's like it could have been so much better, and I was the cause of the waters being muddy. And I just know that I reflected myself that way all the time about my how I behave on here. It's like, goddamn. But then I can also recognize in others. So I'm not calling everyone out and like saying I'm better than anyone, because I fuck up all the time. I'll stop rambling, because right now I'm talking way too much too.
Right. Yeah, I think the other thing I was just thinking while you were talking is I am at a point in my life, where I can recognize my faults, be more self-aware and self-correct myself when I get out of hand. And I think when someone comes in and they're just shouting, if you think of it from this perspective, think, okay, it's not that they're inherently evil person or anything like that. It's they haven't got to that place where they've learned that yet. And so, I would just imagine myself, if I had a server, one of the things I would do in my server, I would say to someone who comes in and is just really just angry and hateful, I would say, right, I'm gonna serve you, ban you. You're not allowed in here because it's just I don't want to listen to it. But tell you what, come back tomorrow, and if you can be more polite, I'll let you in. If not, then you'll just stay banned. And then see if you could sort of like, if they want to talk, there's got to be a way, there's got to be a way of being able to communicate what you want to say without a lot of histrionics, without a lot of shouting and insulting. And if you can sort of, I imagine sort of training people in a way, behavior modification type of deal, where you can say, "Hi, you know what? Get out right now, because man, that's just too much. No, I don't want to listen to that. But dude, if you have something to say that you can say without all the shouting, then come back in tomorrow, or come back in an hour or half an hour, whatever it is." I don't want to have my own server because it would be a commitment and everything, but I kind of imagine that if I did, that's probably what I would do, because I've seen people change in the time that everyone's been in flat Earth, right? And talking about this, people have gone, people have mellowed.
We need to hear that story. Hey man,
he's mellowed.
Those are the types of stories people need to hear more often that are almost never heard. Honestly, like those are the sort of people aren't told success stories very often. Because it's sort of like the news, right? The news never reports on good news. The news reports on horrible events. And there's a excuse me for my language, but there's an evolutionary component, like an evolutionary biological component to why you could explain bad news is more important than good news, right? Like the rustle in the bush. If you treat the rustle in the bush as a predator coming to get you and you run away, versus someone who is optimistic about the rustle in the bush every time, obviously the one who's fearful lives longer than the one who's optimistic every time. You know what I mean? So, because the one who says, "Oh, rustle in the bush," it's probably just the breeze, but it's really lying. He dies. So there's that component baked into all of us, why we value bad news more than good news. But that doesn't mean it's actually the healthier option. When you do recognize you are in a state of comfort and safety, then you can let your hair down, and let down your defenses and utilize some trust in other human individuals, and that'll do you a great good to lower your defenses every once in a while when you're safe.
I think it's absolutely true. The amount of danger you're typically in from day to day is very low compared to any time in history, any time. So the amount of the likelihood of you being seriously hurt, killed in a car wreck, lowest it's ever been in history since we've had cars. and likelihood of being struck by lightning or attacked by a bear or all those sort of things. It's actually we live a very, very safe life. So I look at it from that perspective. Is I think what we end up doing then is you end up looking for danger in some ways,
right?
And the news provides that. So it provides that rush that you would get ordinarily from being in danger every day. You don't get that, and so you watch the news to get that sense of danger. Oh, the government's doing this to you, or they're going to close this, or the police are coming. This type of thing. There's snooping, and there's all the stuff that goes on. None of it's. It's not like none of it's real. There could be real threats. But generally speaking, I think we sort of seek that out.
And you could compare that. It's not exactly the same scenario, but you could compare that to like a deeply traumatized person or animal, right? Who then like let's say an abused dog, right? There's a dog who's abused by his owner for years upon years, and then the dog is rescued and given to like a loving family, right? Well, the transition isn't immediate. He finds himself in a completely safe scenario with all his defenses down. Well, he's traumatized. So even though he's in a perfectly safe scenario, he's going to have self-destructive behaviors and maybe even lash out on others just because he doesn't recognize the situation and circumstances he has been brought into because he's so adjusted to the previous events and lifestyle. And so a lot of us in that sort of evolutionary sense is that we do find ourselves in a very safe environment to discuss ideas, but there's still all those ancestral vibes that are carried through somehow, spiritually, DNA, whatever you want to say, that are a part of us. And we need to be flexible and adaptive and wise and hip to the jive and behave properly in the situations that are obviously it's cool, bro. Just chill. Just chill, bro. Nothing's gonna happen to you. Go ahead.
I think I agree 100%. I think that in chats like this, it's almost the ultimate safety, because really, you don't know my address. I don't know your address. I don't want to know. You don't want to know. So we're free then to.
It's a nice thing.
It is, but then it also, because with great power comes great, the rest. So with all that, you also then have to exercise restraint, because then you realize what you do when you are anonymous is a better reflection of who you are than what you do when you're not anonymous.
Yeah.
If you're nice to someone at the store, I think that's nice. Yeah, okay, great. But if you're also nice to a total stranger who can in no way retaliate if you're horrible to them, if you can do that, that's a better testimony of your testament to your character.
Yeah.
Right? It's like someone whose car, gets delivered, and they're so happy, and you give the guy $100 tip for delivering the car, and oh, it's so great. Oh, what a generous guy! Look at that guy, gave me $100 tip. But then half an hour later, you get a phone call from the same guy. Dude, the left wheel's about to fall off. Come here, shouting and screaming down the phone. Get back here and fix my banking car. When it was going fine, he's all polite. I've had experiences with that directly. But then there's a problem. Then he goes all ballistic. So that's like, I realized, when everyone's nice, everything's going hunky-dory. Cool. Everyone's good. Everyone's polite. Everyone's cool. But when something goes wrong, I work with people. One guy specifically, something goes wrong. He's calm. He deals with it. Afterwards, if there's some sort of corrective action, he'll take it. He won't blame people, but he will take corrective action if it's needed. But in the heat of the moment, he stays totally calm. And so he's the only one I want to work with, because that's the way he is. Not when it's going good, but when it's going bad.
Of course, yeah, that's how you judge a person when it's going bad, not when it's going good.
Well, no,
I
both.
think this sort of chat, I think, is a test in a way, right? It's sort of like
Yeah, a litmus test.
yeah, for your
if so,
personality.
if someone's being a dick, when there's literally like almost no problems at all, then it's equally fair to judge them on that. And just as it's equally fair for someone to be awesome and generous and beautiful when things are going wrong. Both scenarios are viable for judgment. The way I put it is they say don't judge someone. I say no, you can judge someone only after you've asked them a long series of questions. Okay,
I'll disagree with that. I'll say you will judge a person no matter what. As a human being, you will judge a person.
That's not a disagreement. That's not a disagreement with me though.
Yeah. It's the degree at which or how you do it, and that's what you're getting into. Sorry, go ahead.
What
it
was
is
the
about
name,
degree.
What was the name of the dude that fought Neo in the second movie? I think it was to get access to the Oracle. He had to fight this Asian dude, right?
Oh,
Agent John Smith.
He was a goodie.
No. They had a nickname for him. I know what you're talking about. The circular sunglasses. Yeah.
Seraph.
Yes.
Oh,
that's correct. Yeah.
Right.
That's correct.
And he was like, why don't you just, I just wanted to make sure you were the one, and he said, why don't you just ask me? And his reply was, you never really know someone until you fight them. And I just thought that was a great line.
Yeah.
Until you're in conflict with that person.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you for pointing out the connection between what I said to that, because I'll use that in the future. Yeah. It's like you should
the gift that keeps on giving, the Matrix.
Exactly, and it's so funny because it was. I'm only saying this in this chat because it's it's the small chat, people will get offended, but yeah, it's the brothers that are now sisters.
The trans sisters.
And
Transistors.
Transistors. Dude, I love that. I'm using that. That's awesome. I write that down.
But yeah, I think the overall point is that it's human nature to judge a book by its cover, but it's completely fair to judge a book by your own personal standards after you've read it, right? And it's also fair to make a lighthearted guess based on its title and its cover. It's fine. That's human nature. What I'm saying, you're gonna have what do they call you're gonna have a first impression based on the surface, but that shouldn't be your final decision.
No, it shouldn't.
That's why books have covers.
But it's not irrelevant. You know how people point out like you're stereotyping. Oh, you motherfucker, you're stereotyping. I am.
Yeah, it's fine too.
I was going shopping for my wife just to buy some wine. She likes various types of wine, and so I was going out, and all I could do was look at the labels. I couldn't taste the wine. Literally, I had to judge the books by their covers. Figuratively, because I had to judge the wine bottles by their labels. I couldn't actually taste the wine. And every time you go shopping for wine, that's what you have to do. Because they don't allow samples of all the wines.
You're not in a wine tasting.
No.
You're buying wine at a shop.
This one has a duck on the cover, and this has a picture of this old dude with a gun. How am I supposed to know what they taste like based on that information? It's so strange.
The package, the cover.
Yeah. So, but it's about someone. It's just how you deal with people, and I think to just sort of go back to what I was saying earlier about having finding common ground with people, and then building respect, and then what you do then is you make mistakes, and you annoy that person, and then they're like, yeah, you suck, you stink, and then they get angry at you, but then they go, okay, well, he did build up this rapport. He does. I don't think he's like those other people. And so, like what Gio did, if Gio came in at a server, I would, and people went at him, and he went at them, and they had a big fight. I would actually, I would stand up for him. I would stick up. I would say, look, dude, here's my story. I went in GeoServer, and this is what he did. So, you know, he deserves respect. Godric is one of the flat earthers. Comes in, he's very, very respectful. Shane St. Pierre is the same thing. He's very respectable. So those people I stick up for. You know, even Jin, you know, you know, because he can be so bombastic and everything, but still, you know, I have all that stuff in common with him, and so I'm like, you know, someone said, oh, he's been booted from such and such a server, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, you know, when Jin's in there, it's people are in there because it's, you know, they like the conflict, you know. So anyway, but if they just hate the dude, Jin is, you know, then, you know, that's no way to be, you know, anyway.
Yeah.
I'll never meet him, you know. It's so unlikely I never meet him, but gotta be, you know, he's
Jin's gonna bring the heat, but you know, from experience, I can tell you that Jin and I will just have like a 3-hour conversation about just like wholesome, nice things, you know.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you know, people are multifaceted, and I can understand, you know, why they unleash certain parts of themselves in certain situations. It's a, you know, the thing you don't want to get carried away with is like having your survival mechanisms triggered.
Right.
It's like,
because someone said, you know, something in a server. Yeah.
And I can always understand why you engage those parts of yourself, but then if it gets too far, and all of them are of value, and all of them should be used because use it or lose it. Sure, I just think maybe there's all sorts of situations that, myself included, we all get too engaged, and it's like, hey, well, what you're doing is unnecessary. Maybe what the entire room is doing right now, maybe the entire vibe of everyone in the room is too engaged in parts of themselves that are only a small portion of themselves, and you're giving too much attention, or you're expressing only one part of yourself too much when there's so much more you have to offer. And like I said, it's me too, but I try to know myself, and there's lots of myself and my psyche that and my behavior. I say, I get carried away, but you know, sorry guys, that kind of allows me in the takes one to know one sense to kind of recognize that I'll speak for everyone. Sorry, it might sound arrogant, but I will literally speak for everyone right now confidently that assuming you are anything like me, we all get carried away in being too much of one side of ourselves when we have all other sides of ourselves to unleash. And but what is that? You know, what is that makes us fixate? That makes us not so well-rounded in our expression, where we want to be only one of our multiple personalities.
Yeah, I think I know what it is. I had a chat with someone in the server, and it was just he and I, and everyone else had left. And I was in the chat for like 2 hours, and I was so engaged. I have a lot of anxiety in my life and stuff like that. I just have a lot of I'll just say that anxiety and stuff like that. So I was talking to him, and then he said, I'm leaving, and good chatting, see you next time. And I went, and I stopped, and I went, oh, no, that whole time I was engaged. My mind was plugged in and engaged. And I think that's what it does. I think if you have any sort of anything you're dealing with, even if you're not, I'm not saying that everyone that is in here is dealing with something, but from my point of view, if I come in here, or I come in anywhere, I'll go and look for somewhere where I can be engaged, and it takes me away from myself. It's why you watch a movie, so you can be engaged. And I think that's what this does. And I was going to suggest, I'm on my phone right now, so I can't actually send a link, but I tell you, there's a great Jay Leno that tells this great story about judging books by the cover. Jay Leno was on the show Top Gear, if anyone's ever heard of it. So you type in Jay Leno, Top Gear, find his interview, and they have him drive around in a cheap car, and then they joke around. But he tells this great story about me to won't go into more detail, but go watch Jay Leno Top Gear and listen to that story. It's absolutely fantastic. A sort of lesson in not judging his book by its cover kind of thing. Anyway, that's all. But no, I totally agree with you. And by the way, Godric, I didn't know you. Yeah, I was complimenting you. I didn't know you were there. I shouldn't have said that in front of you. It's like, in great shape myself. But yeah, Godric came in the other day. I think I was somewhere, and yeah, it was good conversation. So I like people like that, you know. Even if they disagree, you know, it's still okay because no one. I'm married. And I don't agree with my wife. So complete stranger, you know. Of course you're not going to agree. Yeah, that's good talk.
That's right.
So,
what if we just shut up right now?
Yeah, I'm going to do that. She made some food. I'm going to go and consume it in front of her.
What's up, everybody else?
Have a good night, guys. Good chat.
All right, go.
I'm over here coughing my brains out.
Man, well, be careful with that. It's usually a pretty good, harmless thing. So, know your limits.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm trying to push my limit right now.
that COVID 420.
That's how you get to know yourself, bro. You only get to know.
I'm killing microbacterials.
I mean, one of the things illegal always says is that, you know, there's no shame in losing as long as you learn from your loss. Yeah. So go ahead and push your limits to the point where you break. And it will be a complete waste of time and effort if you gain nothing from it. But I believe in you that in every mistake you make, you do have the opportunity to learn a profound lesson from that mistake you make. It's gotta avoid death, really. Like they say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. But really, they should say, you know, what you suffer from, but also learn from, is to your benefit as long as the growth exceeds the cost.
Yeah,
and that way it's like
bro.
I was gonna say it's like a video game where you keep losing guys, but you're figuring it out, you know, as you go. It's like you die once, you die twice, you're trying to get through a certain part of the level, and yeah.
So what's just burning your guys' souls? What's really grinding your gears?
Oh God, can I steer the conversation in that direction? Am I allowed to?
Microplastics in the food.
Honestly, at this point, flat Earth is not like the main thing I'm thinking about most of the time. But I don't want to turn this
What's
into
on your mind, bro?
So I just talked to somebody about.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I don't even know. This isn't gonna pan out well. I feel like.
It might. Only one way to find out.
I don't even feel comfortable talking about it right now, honestly.
Yeah, who's the other guy? Geo?
I'll say it. Who created a monotheistic God?
Good question.
A monotheistic God?
They say that the first monotheistic god was by the Akkadians or the Assyrians. I forget which one, but the name of that god was Ahura Mazda, or maybe Zoroaster. I forget which one was the Jesus figure and which one was the God figure. But the Zoroastrian religion was what's claimed to be the first monotheistic God religion in recognized history. So I guess Zoroaster would be the ultimate god, the monotheistic god himself, and then Ahura Mazda would be the Jesus Christ, Son of God, solar deity symbol, and that's exactly why I realize now that the Ahura Mazda, just the Mazda part car logo, right, the car company Mazda, is in reference to the solar deity because the symbol for Jesus, the Son and Sun deities, and Ahura Mazda is what's called the winged disc, which is also synonymous with the phoenix, the fire bird. The burning light that flies overhead dies is born every sunrise, dies every sunset. The night turns to black ash and then is born out of the darkness once again, and reborn like the phoenix out of the darkness of night, the ashes, the black ashes, and so that would be Ahura Mazda, the winged disc, and that's why you got the car logo of a circle with wings inside of it. When it's a reference to the actual symbol of Ahura Mazda, which is a circle with wings on it. But like I said, that's the flying fiery disc. That's the winged disc, like you see in all sorts of car logos.
I just caught that connection.
Yeah, and it's the phoenix in a sense. The sun is Jesus. The sun is the phoenix. The sun is Jesus. There's lots of different names the sun goes by. The S-U-N, sun. It goes by many names. It goes by Emma Swan in the show Once Upon a Time. Time obviously relates to the sun because literally it's the sun that gives us our hours in relationship to the universe and our minutes and our seconds. Yeah, the sun's a big deal in pretty much every major philosophy or religion or whatever. It's usually the main character.
There's like 10 things I want to bring up, and I don't even know which one's most important to me.
We'll just say one before you lose any of them.
Somebody said to me yesterday, I never heard anybody say this, but I was actually finding evidence of this, and then somebody came out and said it and connected it all. He said Native Americans were the original Jews.
Well, that sounds pretty open-ended. I wouldn't even know where to start thinking about that.
So in my mind, when I try to take that down,
I don't even know what a Jew is by that standard. How are Native Americans the original?
I can't even get into context of what I mean. It's crazy. It's too many things I'm trying to bring up.
Damn, that's a good theory. I've never heard that one. Well, I have another theory. I think there might be you guys ever heard the story, the Beware of the Gypsy? That they the story of the gypsy that they used to supposedly go around from town to town or causing like chaos and havoc or whatever. That shit sounds just like them.
Wow.
Oh, geez, guys, you gotta come with something if you want to attack the people in general. Not that I'm saying it's not justified to some degree, but you can't just like stop there. You gotta finish the point. Or else it just sounds like racism at that point if you don't finish it in some sort of related context.
Wish I could repeat the stuff dude said yesterday. The dude that brought that up. What did he say? It's just too many things to try to bring up.
Well, maybe pick something you can elaborate on. I'll tell you what. So, I can synchronize. I can perform syncretism on the main characters of 3 stories. Son Goku, the main character of an ancient Chinese mythology story called Journey to the West, with Goku, the main character of Dragon Ball Z, and Monkey D. Luffy, the main character of One Piece. So, Journey to the West has the main character as a half monkey, half man sort of deity, maybe like a demigod of sorts. And he represents the sun, which is easily understandable when you reflect on the title of the story, Journey to the West. So, Son Goku, the monkey man deity god, who is a shapeshifter and has an extendable staff, like a pole that can grow in length. He is also a shapeshifter, and so is his weapon in that sense. And so he's so like I said, you heard me. He's on his journey to the West in reflection. You can syncretize in your mind. What does the sun do every day? It starts in the east and makes this journey to the west, making it really obvious what he stands for as the main character of a story titled Journey to the West. He's the main character that goes from the east to the west. Well, that's the sun. The sun is the main character of the sky. When he's around, no one else matters. When the sun is up, all the stars disappear, even the moon, if it gets too close. The sun is the main character of the sky, right? The sun is pretty much the main character, the Messiah, the Savior, the main character of lots of stories told in a similar manner. And so, Son Goku in Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball is also a solar figure, in the same way that Superman is the main character of his comic book. And you'll notice some similarities between Superman and Goku, where they're both alien. There's Earth somewhere in the outer space cosmos, and both Superman and Goku are children, newly born children living on their planet. And then, oh no, their planet's going to blow up. That part's not important. What's important is that their parents send them in an escape pod out into the reaches of space. And they arrive from the heavens. Some sort of Superman, some sort of more perfect being than the humans that are already living on Earth. Some sort of super Christ-like Jesus man comes down from the heavens and has arrived on Earth as a child. And he is going to fix everyone's problems and save them from their troubles or their sins and make the world a better place for everyone. Right? And Son Goku is a Saiyan in his story, where he's actually a humanoid with a monkey tail. And they mix a little bit of folklore mythology in his story, where he's a monkey man who is a man with a monkey tail, and he turns into a giant ape every time the full moon comes out. But of course, that's just them adding a little bit of werewolf mythology or folklore or whatever into his story that's being told. But really, all that matters is that he is a monkey man savior, solar Christ figure, just like the original thing he's based upon, Son Goku, by the same name, in the solar deity metaphor tale of Journey to the West. And so it's all based on that. And then to complete this syncretism, you got the main character Monkey, there he is again, Monkey D. Luffy, in reference to Son Goku of the original story Journey to the West in ancient Chinese mythology. And just recently, in chapter 1400, because it's still ongoing, it's one of the longest ongoing stories told in all time. He is a man who has the power of being a rubber man. So he can stretch, he's a shapeshifter, just like the original Son Goku solar deity in Journey to the West mythology story. And he's also named Monkey, so it's just completely obvious. But finally happened is that it turns out that the main character, Monkey D. Luffy, the name Monkey, who is rubber, who is a shapeshifter, turns out he has the powers of the sun god in that world. So One Piece brought it all together, and that's why I will say very synchronistically and coincidentally, there are 3 stories I know that are the most synchronistic stories of all time. One Piece, The 100, and Once Upon a Time. I was surprised when I realized that. But those are the most syncretic stories ever told in media. And they really have all of the mythologies and all of the folk tales crammed into one cohesive, interconnected story. But One Piece just lays it all out. In case you had any doubts, the shape-shifting monkey man is revealed to be a solar sun god. And I mean that just confirms it with all of the connections and synchronicities that if you aren't picking up on this sort of Messiah monkey sun correlation in the media, the stories that you've seen in cartoons and movies and all that, then you're just not recognizing an inside joke that's being told right in front of your face that you just don't speak the language to understand, to hear and understand. Just like how if you're an English-speaking American who only speaks one language, there might be Spanish-speaking people in the same room talking bad about you, and they're not looking at you; they're just talking to each other, but they're really insulting you, and you have no idea what you're saying, and you have no idea that it has any relevance to your life. And that's what's going on with all of these, Christianity, Buddhism, whatever. It's all about you. Every important book, every important mythology, every important story or song, it's about you. You just don't speak the language to realize that those 2 Spanish guys talking, in front of you are actually focused on you. It's all about you. You just don't speak the language to recognize what's really going on around you in the media and the delivery of information. Even the sky. You are the sun. It's fractal, guys. The sun is the main character of the sky. You are the main character of your life. Jesus is the main character of humanity, and he is here to save you. You got to find the part within yourself to be your Messiah. There's some small part of your personality that is going to be born out of nowhere whenever it's ready. Hopefully it comes. Maybe it won't. For you, it's kind of up to you. You got to save yourself. It's fractal, so it's not as simple as putting that in English. But there's a Jesus inside of you ready to save yourself. You just got to think about the world as a person. Hey, Electric, you're hot micing, just so you know.
Oh, damn. I'm in the middle of I'm holding a video game.
Yeah, it does sound like you're looking around some analog sticks.
Well, let me say something. I've heard this before.
Please.
That,
I've been ranting on way too long. Please.
So that's why I brought this up, man, because all these concepts of a monotheistic God goes against what I think the original belief of a God was, giving power to self and people becoming Christ-like beings. And this was why we have ancient architecture and crazy tunnels and waterways and canals. And we were so smart designing this world awesome. All of us were Christ-like beings. And then they said, no, that's not what's happening. Only one person is a Christ-like being, and they're dead and they're not coming back until whenever. And
Until
that
the
is
end
the
of days,
real,
yeah.
that's the real monotheism. But I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, like, what was the reality like 500 years ago?
There's some big pitfalls that people can get sucked into. And it's not completely, all the blame on them because, certain ideas have a gravitas. You know that word?
I've heard of this word. Yeah, graviton. Yeah.
No, gravitas. It's just an attractive pull.
Oh, gravitas.
You know, people say like, "Oh, this idea has a gravity to it," because not a lot of people understand that the word gravity existed before that word was, coined as downward pull. Right? The word gravity already meant something. Years before it meant, an attraction of mass to mass. Like the word gravity wasn't invented by Newton. The word gravitas, gravity, and by the way, grave, right? These words already existed before Newton. When he wanted to pick a word, or when he, used a word to describe the apple falling and hitting on the head of being attracted to Earth, he didn't invent a new sound or word to dub that by. He borrowed a word that already had its own meaning. And it is sort of a proper choice. Like, I don't blame him for choosing that word. It's a good choice. He's an idiot if he even existed, right? But where are graves, right? Where are graves? Graves are underground. They have depth. They're deep, right? And so things that pull you down towards your grave or towards a place of rest, they have gravity. And I think that we'd all do a favor to the next generations if we stop pronouncing it gravity and just put it in their face as to what this word even comes from etymologically and started calling it gravity. I mean, I think that's a good choice. Just to kind of put it up front what we're really talking about. Gravity.
Wow. Yeah. Never thought of the yeah.
Gravity is what brings something to its resting place, to its grave where it rests. And some things rest in the sky, like helium. They have their own grave. Their grave is above the ground. That's their grave. And so gravity attracts them to their resting place. But they want to tell you that gravity is a downward force because it has human implications, that humans rest underground. Well, other things rest other places. So in the truest sense, gravity pulls things to the resting place. Some things rest like a balloon up in the sky. Some things rest below ground. Some things rest right where they're at. That's all gravity means. It means that which attracts you to your resting place, where you die and rest, in your grave. I feel like I've been ranting for a while, guys.
That's good stuff, though. I've been listening, man.
It's good.
Making me think the word engraved, leaving a low-key permanent imprint.
Mm-hmm.
Gravitating towards something doesn't have to pertain to astronomy or whatever.
Yeah. People can gravitate towards each other, or you can gravitate towards an idea. That's why these words. That's why Dyslow will come in here with a great point that he quotes Ken Wheeler and says that all of reality's mechanics operate under one sort of what do you inanimate, what do you want to I don't know what to call it, but they all operate by pressure mediation. Everything is seeking balance. That is the sort of operation of all movement. The operation of seeking balance, which you can call pressure mediation, evening out.
Yeah, the only problem with this is, unlike your Pete Shea rant there, is that grave and gravity come from different words.
I'm not gonna take you seriously if you just start off with an insult, you know?
Grave and
Like,
gravity come. Grave just
like,
they happen to sound alike.
I'm gonna
I
do
was talking, wasn't I?
no. Yeah,
Wasn't
I'm gonna
talking?
do my
Wasn't I
best
talking?
to not let.
I was not talking.
I'm gonna do my best to
So
not
I
let
can be
you talk.
interrupted on this channel, but okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
gonna
I
do my
just
best.
got back and I just hear you guys talking at the same time. So I don't know what's going on, but could you just go one at a time?
Sure, but I'm gonna do my best to not entertain someone's speech if they started out with an insult. If the first thing you say to me is an insult, I don't have any interest in hearing the rest of what you have to say.
Well, okay, fine. And close your eyes and keep your head in a dark spot that's nice
Well,
and warm.
hey, that's pretty
And don't listen to
understandable.
this
I mean, that's
part.
even the way it is in nature. Like if you walk up to someone out of the blue and strike up a conversation and you insult them, they're probably going to either walk away or punch
Well,
you.
what I told him is that, you know,
and
his
you're trying to respond to me. You're trying to respond to me, and the first thing you said is you just went on a Pete Shea rant.
You did,
and that
because the words
why do you think I want to
grave-
entertain you after that? In fact, I don't even want your answer.
The
I mean,
words grave.
that's just pitiful.
You know, like
I'm gonna
like
try
I
to
said, keep your head up.
I'm gonna try to strike a conversation with someone else rather than the person who starts off their comment with an
So,
insult.
like I said, the
So
words
what's up,
grave
Electric?
and gravity
I don't have any interest
sound.
in spending
No, so you're
time
talking
talking to
over
this
me
guy.
now. So that's your answer, is to fundy mute me because you don't want to hear that you're wrong. Gotcha.
Well, I don't care about muting you. I just want to strike up a conversation who doesn't start off their response with
So
insulting me.
let's start off with the
what's
fact
up,
that
anyone?
grave.
What's
let's
up, anyone
let's start
else who doesn't
Yeah,
start with an
like I
insult?
say, fundy mute me because you don't want to hear
Electric.
you wrong. I understand. You don't want
Yeah,
to
that was
fundy
pretty
mute me.
rude. That was pretty rude how you came.
It's just really rude.
Yeah, you want to fundy
what's up,
mute me because
Electric?
you don't like to hear that you're wrong, and the words grave and gravity sound alike, but they're of different origin. Gravity comes from gravitas
Explained
in
why I
Latin.
don't want to hear you. 'Cause I have no respect for the way you started this.
Grave comes from graf,
dialogue.
Old German. So
We got
I
off
mean,
on the wrong foot.
they happen
You
to
could
sound alike.
apologize if you wanted. I would
No,
allow
there's
you to
nothing to
apologize.
apologize for what? That you went on a Pete Shea word thing when you're wrong? What do you want me to apologize for?
Well, Pate,
I
it
left
sounds like you're
many,
trying to. It sounds like you're trying to insult someone and then teach them when they don't want to be insulted or taught from you.
Well, I mean, okay, then stop saying wrong shit. How about that?
Yeah, but we're not here to have the wrong police come and that's not what this server's for.
Oh, so
it's not it's not a server that the wrong police can just come in and insult people and tell people they think they're wrong. Nobody cares if you think he's wrong. Nobody in the world cares. If you want to add to the conversation, that could be interesting.
This isn't a think thing. This is a fact thing where the words grave and gravity may sound alike, but they come from totally different origins.
Okay,
so
then
his
why don't
idea
you
that
say
gravity
that?
pulls you down to the grave.
Well, now you're
In fact-
actually contributing something. If you'd come in, respectfully and polite, you maybe could have added that point. He could have responded. We all could have heard the point.
Oh, so he was upset that I called him a Pete Shea wordplay?
I don't know. I didn't hear when that happened, but let's just.
I'm not offended. If you want to hear me, I'm not offended by you saying that. But you revealed yourself as someone not worth my time. If that's who you are, which you reveal yourself to be.
So you can just come in here and say things that are totally wrong, and that's okay. Is that
I am
Jill?
absolutely free to come in here and say anything wrong or right.
Gotcha. So
yeah,
facts
there's
are
not a
important.
requirement that you have to be right. It's a discussion.
Facts are not important in this discussion.
That's not what was said.
Make a point, man. What are the origins?
Well, like I told you,
Anyway,
the word gravity.
bro.
Funny's gonna mute me. Funny's gonna funny mute me because that's what he does.
In case you're hearing anything this guy is saying,
He does-
I'll go
okay,
ahead
so
and
I'm gonna-
send you directly the etymological proof
meantime,
that grave and
Nice.
gravity
That
and
sounds
gravitas do have something.
Gravitas.
I'll send you that in case
And
you have any
the other one is-
question in what I said.
And the other one is grave comes from Old German graf. So the two are made, although they sound alike, are totally different from word origins. So gravity pulling you to your grave is a bunch of shit. Now I'll leave, so you guys aren't interested in facts. So
No, I mean, they definitely are connected. Gravity and grave.
no, not really.
Yeah, I disagree. I think
just
they are
happen to
connected,
sound
too.
alike.
Yeah.
No, they just happen to sound alike. Homophones. That's it.
No, it comes from
That's a really dismissive argument.
And this says right here, I'm on this etymology page. Influential, respected, marked by weighty dignity, from from French grave, Old French grevi, terrible, dreadful, from Latin gravis, heavy, ponderous, burdensome, loaded, pregnant of matters, weighty, important, etc. So the connection to gravity, which means weightedness, and the word grave clearly have overlap.
No, because the word grave comes from German Graf. In Old English, it doesn't come through the same word origin.
Yeah, it has deeper origin. It wasn't invented by Old English, though.
I mean,
It has
just
deeper
even
roots than that.
you have two words that
Anyway,
just happen to
you
sound
started
alike.
this off all wrong, bro. You started this off all wrong. You could be just a reasonable person coming in here, having a conversation, disagreeing. Like I said, debate is fine, but you literally came in here just trying to upset people, which isn't going to happen. And I'd like to avoid going down that line and not be derailed and just get back to what we were doing.
You funny muted me, so obviously you were
Yeah,
upset that
I
called
felt
you out for
you
being
deserved
wrong.
it, but I'd rather not argue about justify my actions. Get back to anything of value, please.
So you'd rather not talk to the fact that you were wrong and
I'd like to
put
get
gravity
to
to use
anything
the
of
grave.
value, please. Anything of value, please.
The value is that you haven't admitted you're wrong yet.
So you're not getting on that track. So I'll address someone else. Anyone have anything of value?
I see. So facts aren't important in this server. Gotcha. I'll leave before I get muted.
I
What
got
it
no
comes down
problem
to
seeing.
sometimes.
I got no problem seeing the connection there.
I appreciate that backup, Gio. Even if I was wrong, it is worth going through whatever came up in an etymological search, because I would accept it, if I made a connection that wasn't true. But yeah, it's worth checking it, which seemed to work out. I mean, I already knew that stuff, so kind of knew it worked out, but it's whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even want to talk about him anymore because we know what he does. He specifically comes in to shout at people that he thinks they're wrong with insults. It's just his thing. I don't know if he'll ever change. I think it's just what he does. So maybe he's just not a good fit for this server. But yeah, no, it is interesting. I mean, when you look at etymologies of words, there's like certain claims of, oh, this came from Old English, but I mean, like you were saying, that doesn't mean that actually is the set in stone conclusion of exactly where that word came from. And yeah, I mean, on these etymology pages I'm looking at, the connection between grave, heavy, weightedness, etc., are all connected. So gravity is connected in terms of meaning, weightedness, and so yeah, there's definitely overlap and connection.
I mean, it just seems pretty simple to me. It's like if gravity has all its roots in a downward acceleration, it's like, yeah, where is gravity accelerating you down to? Oh, well, maybe 6 feet under. Maybe that's where gravity's going to take you. into your grave, 6 feet under, downward. I don't know. It just seems simple to me. I know in like contemporary sense, gravity means like a seriousness when you use it linguistically instead of physically. You're like, something has a pull, something has a weight to it. But of course, what does weight do? It goes downward towards the grave. Yeah. It's over and done with at this point. There's no need to continue.
I'm still thinking about that people becoming Christ figures type thing.
Oh yeah, that's an important. Okay, so I was listening to a video titled "The Oldest Creation Story," and even though I can't tell you what they actually said was the oldest creation story, there was a really interesting motif that has been given a name called the Earth Diver. So what that refers to is a flooded world, and there being some sort of Messiah or some sort of figure who who swims down to the bottom of the ocean and retrieves material to build a continent out of, or something of value to bring to the surface, like a pirate or a pirate scuba diver, right? Who's like, yeah, I sail in the ocean, but I wanna find sunken treasure. You know what I mean? And I think that is, I think that's an incredible archetype. Really, I think it's actually one of the most important archetypes to recognize. The person who undergoes an ordeal, who goes all the way to the bottom of hell or to the bottom of the ocean, and then retrieves and salvages, right? Salvation. When you pull something up, when you pull something of value from the bottom of the ocean, you say you salvage it. And what does, what do you want from Christianity? You want salvation, to salvage something of value from the bottom of the ocean. I don't need, and you already know the connections between, maritime law, Mary as the mother, Pisces, fish, Jesus, all that going on, where you gotta. I mean, I honestly think that's why One Piece, my favorite story, which the main character is a solar deity messiah figure who saves the world. He is a pirate who travels along the Grand Line, which is a metaphor for the ecliptic of the sun. I mean, it's all there. When you watch One Piece and you understand astrotheology and certain archetypes of the Messiah figure in relation to history, with the ocean and the water and treasure and all of that, and X marks the spot for the pirate, which is the cross of the Christ that he's after. I mean, I can't put it into words simply, but there's so many stories that just connect all the dots for you. All you have to do is look at it and see how other people have already discovered the things that you're after trying to discover. Like none of us when we connect dots or put things together or have epiphanies of any esoteric nature, none of us are the first people to understand these differences. They were designed with these, interplay and metaphors from the beginning. What we've done is inherited riddles from people who knew the answers to the riddles they passed along. And there's been
damn, that was actually really deep what you just said. Damn, that made a lot of sense, bro.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably been a lineage of wisdom keeper torch lit holders, right? Like one of the things the Kabbalion says that, your duty as an aware, being, an aware soul, is to keep the torch lit. And just like the Olympic ceremony, they hand off the torch because that symbolizes death of one, but the inheritance of a will, and that's actually one of the largest motifs, the most powerful motifs in One Piece. I'm telling you guys, it is. Listen, guys, I'm telling you, One Piece, you got to get over the art style. You got to get over that it's not even finished and it's 1,400 chapters in. You got to get over its silly, perverted jokes. I'm telling you that One Piece, the story, has everything you need to learn in it. And I can't wait in the next 5 years for it to come to a conclusion, because I'm pretty sure the author of this book has all of the esoteric wisdom within his mind, and he is revealing it one chapter at a time every Saturday. And oh my God, I can't wait till he reveals the ultimate truth to the best of his abilities as he completes the story of the sun's journey as in a complete life, of the universe in a fractal level. The human life, the year, the month, the day, the Greek, the Platonic year, the life of existence. I mean, this guy, I have a lot of faith he is gonna lay it down. Not directly, because, of course, like the Kabbalion says, the highest truths are inutterable. But I'm going to look into all of the symbolism he is trying to communicate the meaning of in the ending of his story. And boy, oh boy, it's coming in the next 5 years. I can't wait because I'm pretty sure I'm going to level up so hard by looking into the way this man ends his 25 at this point, or 27-year-long story that he's been telling up to this point. It's going to end up being like a 33-year-long story of being published. This dude just knows what's up, guys.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting.
He gets it all. I almost doubt that he's human. I honestly do, or that there's not some sort of like 100-man council team at work writing the story. It's silly, it's childish, it's perverted, it's overly sexual. It has all sorts of flaws. But I'm telling you, the wisdom encoded in the story being told in the story One Piece it's everything. And I think it's just a retelling of the Bible told through a different lens. Because I have that same respect for the Bible, you know. I think it probably has in it every bit of wisdom and realization or revelation you could ever come to hope to realize as a human. I think it's a tool, you know. I think it has everything that you need in it. And the biggest mistake you could, do is to take it completely seriously. It's okay to take it sincerely, but you should never take it seriously. Like I think it has if you read the Bible, and if you understand the right way, interpret the right way, I think it probably has all the lessons a human could ever hope to learn. But you won't learn those lessons by taking it at face value. You got to understand, the messages contained between the lines. And I give the Bible credit for that. That if you read between the lines, it has every message contained that anyone ever needs to learn. But the problem is, people just take the whole thing as just one big serious thing. It's like, no. Don't take it seriously. Just take it sincerely. Give us some credit, but don't believe in it. It's great. It's not true, but it's great. Just like all the other texts, a lot of them do. A lot of them measure up to a certain degree as well. But of course, just don't. I mean, you might read the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which is going to tell you that some priest needs to hover over your dead body for the next 50 days after your death and whisper sweet nothings into your ear, guiding you through the obstacles in your path to get to nirvana as you face the 50 days of tribulation after, your physical body deceases or whatever. Right? No.
You know why? Now you know why I brought up the monotheism thing, right?
Well, I can understand when anyone brings it up, but what are you talking about?
I guess I'm just saying this is kind of like the wrong. Is it the wrong path?
It depends how you live it. It's in a sense, it's the right path, but of course, like I said, the highest truths are inutterable. So no matter how much value you can derive by interpreting the metaphors of anything anyone tells you, that is not the complete picture. You are going to have to interpret whether it's a riddle or whether it's directly said to you. Whether someone's just speaking in English or any language you speak, the highest truths that they can offer you, you got to understand that the highest level anyone can take you to through their words of communication can get you to 99. And then the last 1% is completely on you. That, people can take you up to the edge. Like they say, you can lead a horse to water. Someone can literally dip the nose of a horse into the river, but that doesn't mean he's gonna sip it into his mouth. You can literally you can dunk his entire body underwater. A horse, right? You can lead a horse to water, You can drown a horse in water. That doesn't mean he's ever going to actually open his mouth and suck it in, right? So that last part, that is on you. And the most any book or religion or other person, including myself, can ever do for you is to forcefully carry you to the water and dunk you inside of it. Now, I don't want to be that forceful, right? I just want to take you to the edge because it'd be kind of rude for me to do anything other than that. But I can't tell you the truth. I can't tell you the truth, bro. I can't tell you the truth. And no one can tell me the truth. They can lead you to the closest, part where they say, this is as far as I can take you, right? That's the quote, right? This is as far as I can take you. But I do believe in people to be able to get there on their own, especially with some assistance, but that's it's on you, bro. It's on you. Yeah. And it's on me. And I'm not there yet. I'll admit that right now. I'm not there yet because, someone can do 99% of the effort for me. And it's just up to me to do that last 1%. Well, I'll admit to you openly that I, as of now, am not capable of finishing that 1%. I'm trying. Most of the work's been done for me. I've been given the Bible. I've been given the internet. I've been given deep conversations with people all around the world, different personalities and opinions and philosophies and insights. Wow, what a lucky boy I am. I'm an extremely lucky boy. But at a certain point, your luck runs out, and now it's up to you to finish the job. And I'm telling you, I don't know how to do that. That's my life goal. That is my life goal. And maybe it's not even a goal able to be accomplished within life. Maybe it's something that you got to pass on the torch at the moment of death and hand it off to some part of you that goes on, after death to finish that job, or maybe your next life, right? That's what they would say in Buddhism about reincarnation. It's like, you might do pretty good this life, but the most you can do is hand off the torch to be kept lit and grow brighter to the next one, who hopefully can continue the good work that needs to be done. And maybe in 1,000 years, enough of your reincarnations get better and better to the point where you can finally escape. But I'd honestly say, if you understand the metaphor of the Jacob Marley change in the what do they call it? The Christmas story with what's his name? Not the Grouch. What's the guy's name who's confronted by the 3 deities of Christmas or whatever? Jacob Marley, his friend, visits him. God damn, can't remember.
I can look it up.
I'd appreciate that actually. While you're looking at, I just want to tell you that the most important spirit of Christmas holiday, whatever, that visits him is Jacob Marley, his friend, who reveals to him that, what's his face? Man, I really should. I'll be so embarrassed when you tell me, because of course I know it. He's telling him that you are shackled, but you have the key, but you voluntarily are keeping yourself spiritually shackled to all sorts of things that your higher self knows that you should run away from. And you are absolutely self-indulgently, voluntarily signing yourself up for torture when you know that's not what you truly want in your heart of hearts. But that's the thing. That's the whole idea of taming the beast inside of you. You can't kill the beast. All you can do is tame it, and that takes effort and work.
Jacob Marley was the ghost of Christmas past. And then there was a Christmas past, Christmas present, and Christmas yet to come.
Jacob Marley was the most important one of all, though. I think that's the most important lesson contained in that story. He's basically saying
he's basically saying, don't be a materialist. Unshackle yourself from your worldly attachments. That's what the Buddhists would say about like, what is the root of suffering? Well, the ultimate root of suffering is like selfish desire. I'm not saying that's the full picture laid out, because like I say, quoting Kabbal, the highest truth is inutterable. So all of these things have to add up in order to form a blinking neon arrow sign.
Yeah,
that,
I see
like,
exactly what you're doing. Yeah. I see it.
Like,
yeah, I do.
The most I can serve.
You're like
on
the runway waving the red sticks.
Exactly. I say I can't take your hand and walk you there, because literally the perfect analogy is over the, like, beyond the horizon. Okay, so it's like I can't physically, because of physical constraints, I can't take anyone's hand and take them walking side by side, leading them, or even I can't even drag you over the horizon. You know, it's a physical impossibility. But I'm telling you though, I can point. Through my references, through my words, through stories you can read, the most anything can serve you on your journey to the West. Oh, tie back in. The most any actual physical thing can serve you is to be a neon bright blinking arrow with the arrow pointing in the right direction, and it says head that way. But the craziest part is that you got to realize that you can it's and it has a name tag on it, right? It's a blinking neon arrow sign with a name tag on it that says the truth is beyond the horizon. Now you might try to physically get there, right? Oh, I'm going to get beyond the horizon. But you'll notice that when you physically approach the horizon will magically back away from you at exactly the same rate you approach it. So it's literally impossible within this it's literally impossible in this three-dimensional physical reality for you to get there. You can't stop it. Meaning the only part of you that might actually get to go there is through astral projection.
Seems like you need a partner to go there. You need someone to be like, yo, bro, I see you on the horizon. Like, you need feedback. That's all you need. Like, halfway what you're saying, you need a partner. But you don't have to let them go.
That like people can be beyond each other's horizons, and that's fine. But what you can't do is be beyond your own horizon, which is the ultimate goal. But I see what you're saying, and the situation you described can give context and revelation and insights to a certain degree with each other. Because like I always say, there is no more powerful force of nature than teamwork. Teamwork is exponential. Teamwork is what allows the sum of the part, or for the whole, to be greater than the sum of its parts. I have incredibly deep respect for the point you're making. It's not the same point I was making, but I have incredibly deep respect for the point you're making, which is an incredible insight. But what I'm just saying is that it's not our goal to achieve perfection as in this world as we are here. It goes what we're a part of. Perfection isn't here, guys. Okay, perfection isn't here. You'll never find it. Don't go searching for it. All you can do is try to get as close as possible while you're here, so that maybe after you've been limited from unleashed, untethered from your physical constraints, that you can bridge the gap with some other part of yourself and make that, leap. But don't get caught up in the karma reincarnation Buddhist thing. That is a complete trick. Don't fall for Buddhism. Okay, there is no such thing as reincarnating enough times that you're, billionth, millionth, trillionth, whatever reincarnation human being who has flesh, who has a mother, who poops once a day, who has 3 meals a day. There is no such thing as any reincarnation ever coming in the future who will live a perfect life. So don't concern yourself ever with trying to be perfect. Just concern yourself with little by little approaching perfection. Understand that physically you'll never get there, just like you'll never actually, walk or see beyond the horizon. But what you can do is walk in the right direction, and hopefully that counts for something. I can't promise you it does. I cannot promise you that your good efforts and good deeds in life matter for shit once you're gone to you personally. I literally can't promise that. But that is what I hope for, and that is what I think is a great way to base your behavior off of. And it is pure faith. It is pure faith with no guarantee, but that is what I recommend based on where I am at in life right now. But if you choose to disagree, I see every reason for you to disagree with me except for one. And I don't, it's fine.
Do
You know what I
you
mean?
think that do you think that a rainbow is analogous to the horizon? It's the goal that you're reaching for that constantly moves. Makes you move.
It's very similar, right? It's extremely similar. I think it has its own specialty of what it can symbolize, but the essence is the same for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're different, so they can be philosophically applied to make points in different ways, but they do have a very common essence shared between them. Yeah, absolutely. What do you think the rainbow symbolizes, apart from its connection to what the horizon also symbolizes in common? What's the specialty of the rainbow? What can it teach you that nothing else can?
The light's amazing to me.
It is beautiful. I'll give credit to the rainbow for that. I would say that when you're just living your life, right, and rain comes, which you might even hate, right? And you're like, oh man, rain, I might drown, there might be a flood, I might get washed away. Who knows, right? But after it, the rainbow has a specialty. The horizon does not. Okay, so here's one of the specialties of the rainbow. The rainbow can teach you that after the most severe tormental tempest and storms and tribulations, right? That you can see that it as long, right? As long as you can make it through the suffering, it will end with a beautiful sight to behold.
What's the rule? What makes the colors orientate how they do? How come the rainbow colors are never upside down? Aren't they always orientated the same way?
They are upside down. So the rainbow is always the same, but double rainbows exist, right?
Okay. I've seen them. Yeah, they're inverted on top of each other.
Yeah. The rainbow is always the same, the brightest one. But sometimes you get a double rainbow, and the rainbow above the primary central rainbow will be oriented in its colors in the opposite way than the brighter original rainbow. Which is something to think about. I don't know where to take you at that point, but I can tell you, I can take you that far, but I don't know where to go after that. It's like what?
I guess if you spin the prism, the bands spin, right? But I guess in our atmosphere, the quote prism is always set up the same way, same shape, I guess.
Yeah, it would have to take a pretty good drawing diagram to really explain to someone simply or clearly why a secondary rainbow on atop the first rainbow has an inverted orientation of its colors. I mean, I don't think I have the mind or the words to really describe it. I have an inkling of an idea of a feeling, but that's literally it, you know, like the slightest guess, honestly, you know. That's all I got. I gotta be honest. I don't even really understand what a rainbow is. I know some fun facts about them, but when it really comes down to it, like I can only take you as far as mainstream has taken me. But I have disagreements even within it, so I don't know how to fill those holes, despite my obvious disagreements. But it's crazy, man. I mean, they're miracles to some extent. I mean, that's at least how I think they're supposed to come off to the human experience, as a miraculous thing, and we should appreciate them for, you know, being that. Even in our ignorance, you know, we should still appreciate the joy they give us, even if, because, you know, they tell you, right, that the enjoyment disappears when you know the trick to the magician's you know, performance, right? The magician tells you the secret. That's why a magician never reveals his secrets, because he wants you to have fun. And if he told you how it works, you wouldn't have any fun in.
You think the sun is the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow?
No, I don't. But maybe I should. I'm not saying I'm right. Maybe I should think about that. I never thought about it like that before, but I mean, the sun is golden, so it kind of seems obvious to an extent, right?
Maybe the leprechauns hijacked it. They hijacked the pot of gold concept for the leprechaun.
Well, the leprechauns are associated with the four-leaf clover, which is the cross, which again is associated with the sun. You know, I mean, you know the word Christ is the word cross with a T, which a T is a cross. Crisscross. They tell you. Crisscrossed. You know how they tried to de-religiousy Christmas by calling it Xmas, right? But Christmas is, you know, Christ is the cross. Christmas is crossness, and what is an X? An X is a cross symbol. So they literally changed nothing at all. Christmas and Xmas are both crossmas. They're both crosses.
I could buy that. I don't know the etymology of those words right in Latin. I'm sure people are going to want to argue that shit regardless of whatever the damn origin is. But do you think Jesus lived was a real person, or you think
to me, there's two different parallel not timelines, but two parallel happenstances. And it's there's a story in a book with a main character. I think that the main character in the storyline of a book that was told may have the slightest correlation to an actual historic timeline. I don't think they cross over much when it comes to the particular individual, but I see a slight chance that the character let's just say you and I there's the character in the actual history that may have been named Jesus, and then there's the character within the Bible named Jesus. I think that the character in the Bible, well, it obviously exists within the Bible story. I do have serious. Go ahead.
Possibility of the real character, right? But like,
yeah.
So at least you're kind of saying maybe to a lot of it. That's fair. Let's play like, well, if not, if it was all made up, he wasn't a real person, and it was just
that wouldn't bother me at all.
Any of that, or no?
That would not bother me one bit.
Can I say something to that? I actually came over a big hurdle recently while I asked this question. I went from really hard contesting if God was real at all because it was the manifestation of man's ideas. And now I believe that men at one point were Christ-like figures and they've distorted the teachings. And that's where I sit right now. I don't know what else to think about.
Yeah.
You got to come to terms and just sit there that you might find some people willing to help you along your journey of wisdom and information seeking. And I am that guy, to some degree. I'm busy, got to make a living. But if you want to try, if you want to try harder looking at that subject, I am right there with you on the same journey, willing to team up and look into that subject together. But I'll tell you right now, I don't think that there's anyone out there that has figured out what you are trying to figure out.
Let me say one thing. This is what I want to say. I want to throw out the names.
One sec. I also think that to the extent that we, or as many people in this world, could try to team to figure out the answer to your question, I don't think we'd actually figure out the definite answer to the question that we all decide to ask and try to figure out together. I think it's a question worth asking, but I think it's an impossible question to actually answer definitely.
I like to hear the variety of possibility, the variety of skepticism or what could be alternate explanation.
It's the spice of life. Variety is the spice of life.
You never know.
Electric? Sorry, bro.
1 second, guys.
Okay.
Everybody talking about the way that it was.
Like, I might come across some research that just is the Bible's legitimate. Jesus did all the things that I was told he did. The world and the cosmology are what's described in the pages of this book. And I would say, wow, what an ending to a story. I never thought I'd get there. I never thought I'd know these truths. But here I am. Wow, the journey is over. I reached the end of the story. That'd be kind of cool. I'd also kind of feel a little disappointed in a sense, but that'd be kind of cool.
Do you mean the story to the cross end or to all the revelations end?
So that's exactly how I felt. I felt like I had it figured out with Christianity, and then somebody threw a wrench in my gears, like straight up.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Wait. Tell me your story in the shortest version possible. Like, you were born a Christian and then went against it, became atheist, and then came back to Christianity, and now have doubts again, or like what's your story?
I was never a theologian. I never studied the Bible, but I considered myself devout to God and a Christian because I went to Bible camp. I was brought to church by my grandparents every Sunday when I was a kid, all the way to when I was like 14.
Wait, simpler. Well,
I believed I was a real Christian. Like, I actually thought I was a super duper great Christian because I went to Bible camp, I went to church, I understood God, I had a relationship with Jesus. People around me I talked to believed in God. I was friends with a bunch of Christians. I thought I was Christian, yeah. But I wasn't a theologian. I wasn't like a studier of the Bible.
Hold on, bro. Simpler. So, were you a yes, no, yes, and then no again? Or were you a no, yes, no? What's...
I was a yes my whole life until
Until like recently? Until 2 years ago, you say, huh?
Honestly, the number one thing that threw me for a loop was in January. I got really sick. It wasn't COVID. My negative COVID test made me think that something else got me really sick. And I thought it was like some bread that I ate. And I laid in bed for like 5 days, super sick. All the toxins left my body. I didn't eat for 5 days. I didn't sleep for 5 days. So I had like a crazy sensory deprivation experience. And I literally thought I went to the halls of Dementi because I didn't eat, I didn't sleep, and I sweat all this nasty shit out of my body. And when I got out of it, I thought, damn, the same people that promote bread and act, whatever you want to call it, the same people that promote bread, you know, these are the people that got me sick.
What are you saying?
And then you look up stories of like the Egyptian god Bes, and then you look up stories of Janus and Janos and all these characters. They all kind of do the same thing. They all created taxation. They all created doors. They all created cures and illnesses, and they were considered healing gods and serpents and bringers of knowledge. All this kind of stuff.
Let's make lemonade. Let's make lemonade, okay? Because
who's roboting? Is it me?
It's not you, me, or anyone I've heard. I don't know. Like no one's roboting to me.
Okay, I'm not roboting to you.
No, you're fine.
Damn.
I just want to say, let's make lemonade, right? So we've been given a lemon. We've been given a lemon. What is that lemon? That we've all been told.
The story, the bullshit story of the fucking, we gonna put you on the cross if you're a good guy. That's the basics. So people build up their traps. They want to hide behind their doors, like you're talking about, but they got their fucking trap in place. They don't want no one exposing their bullshit.
No,
and this message, huh? Well, the lemonade is this. The lemonade is be smart enough to, and you might want to be careful before you get put on a cross. Right? Let's understand people are smart enough to know, keep your enemies close, right? Keep it realer than real.
I don't think that's more than a drop of lemonade. I'm talking about filling up the glass at least half full, right? So I'm telling you guys, it doesn't matter what book you were told to worship, whether you were worshiping the Quran, the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, it doesn't matter, okay? You were told to take it literally, all right? And you were given some lemons, you were given some lies in the way you were told to interpret and understand and think about all of these stories and lessons you were indoctrinated with. However, that doesn't mean you have to abandon everything you were taught and told and teach as if it's completely trash, okay? Don't throw away the lemons you're being given. You got to understand that the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, the Quran, there is so much juice inside of them. Like, you have to throw.
My bad. I thought you were talking about just the end part. You know what I mean? Like, my bad. Of course, there's great lessons in all those, but greatness on how to treat people how you want to be treated, positive vibes, growth, over destruction.
But here's the thing, bro. All of these stories have incredibly complicated and deep metaphors because I think that people who actually wrote them knew just as much as what the kind of understandings we're after. Because let me ask you this.
Or probably more on the spiritual and karmic level. Could even be more because we don't admit to it nowadays.
Yeah, exactly. Have you ever heard the quote from like Mark Twain or some American poet or something like that, right? He says, first understand the truth, then distort it at your leisure.
Yeah, I've
heard that? Right? So the people who wrote these biblical texts, what they did was they took things that they knew. They knew some amount of the truth. Then they delivered it through metaphor. They twisted it. They put it in some sort of indirect manner. The worst thing you can do is take their distorted version of their delivery of the truth of things they know, literally and straightforward. But what you can do is climb up the ladder, you know, the itsy bitsy spider. You can climb up. You know, you've been pushed down, you've been sold a lie, but that lie is based in the truth, or else it wouldn't be a convincing lie in the first place. So you got to find, you know, what parts of the lies you've been told are like valuable, and you got to disregard the parts that are the lie coating they put on top of it. You got to eat the meat, spit out the bones, right? And I'm saying there is a ton of meat. There is a ton of meat. There's a buffet of meat in every holy text, every tradition, every holiday, every lie you've been sold is mostly meat. They say to make a convincing lie, you have to tell 80% truth and 20% falsehood, meaning all the lies you've been deceived upon, there's still 80% truth in it. You just got to throw away just 20%. That was the deception involved in it, right? So, you know, if you got a pound of lemon, or if you got 10 pounds of lemons that you've been sold and tricked by, you're still able to derive 8 pounds of lemonade from it. All you got to do is figure out what.
Yeah. So
what
one thing I want to say is,
sugar in there?
can I say one thing, bro? Is how to say how I feel. I feel like we're being given fake lemons, bro. That's how I feel.
No, it's impossible. It's impossible. None of us would believe a 100% lie. The only way that any of us ever believed anything is if it was mostly true and 20% lie. And sure, we've been misdirected. It's like someone's giving you directions to wherever you're gonna head, right? They can say, take a left, take a right, take a left, take a right, and you're completely on track to get where you're going to go to. But then the very last direction, they turn left when you really should turn right. They misled you, right? Sure, they misled you, but they got you really close. And then at the last moment where it really mattered, that's when they strike and truly lie, right? And that's what's happened to all of us with these holy texts. They've given us almost, 100% truth, except for the one last thing that truly matters. Like, if someone gives you directions and at the last turn, they say turn left instead of turn right, you will never arrive at the destination you're seeking. You know, you won't arrive where you're trying to go, even if there's only one single direction they gave you wrong. And it isn't a direct analogy, but to make it more of a direct analogy, I'm telling you, in order for someone to deliver a convincing lie to you, most of the lie has to be true. Like, if someone tells you a 100% like false like series of lessons and statements and whatever, right? You're not going to buy into any of it. It'll be obviously false. They have to disguise the lie within the truth. So you don't have to throw away everything you've been indoctrinated by. Just 20%. I'm telling you, just 20%. We're mostly on the right path. We just have to have the bravery to abandon and figure out and determine what the 20% of what we've told is the lie part. And that might take some effort.
Can I say something to that? When you say that we're mostly on the right path, there's things I see every day that I gotta be honest, it makes me want to cry. That like people go through certain things, and I don't think people are getting anything from. I don't
That's
see
part of the
lemons for
20%.
there are people that believe in God, and they really that's all they got.
It's not a bad idea completely, though. Okay, it's not some horrible thing to believe in a God. You know, that's 80% a pretty good feeling within your soul to have. But the 20% where it's some father with a white beard in the clouds who's watching everything you do or whatever, right? That's the 20% that you might want to get rid of.
This is what I want to talk about. Like, let's talk about this. Who's getting the real lemons from these powerhouses? Like, there's people that get billions and billions of dollars through.
Release the lemon signal.
I don't know.
Want the
Man.
real lemon.
I have a problem with what I see every day, and people will tell me God bless as they're begging for money, and I'm just like, these people believe in God, but they got nothing. God doesn't translate to like prosperity or whatever you want to call it.
Everything is somebody else's problem, you know. But God bless.
I don't want to say that like he's not. I don't want to say God's not real, but whatever concept we have of him, we're not bearing fruit from it.
I guess the thing that Russia's doing to Ukraine isn't that bad, even though it isn't all of NATO and everyone's saying it's bad. But it's funny how they're not. No one's. Don't we outnumber them like 20-1 all put together? Like, pretty interesting.
You know, but like Gio said something before. He mentioned there's people that have like unlimited money, and you think about people that would do anything for like a meal right now,
right?
And you want to say religion or monotheistic beliefs or Christianity or God has translated to success, prosperity, all these things, all these promises. I don't see it where I am.
I give a lot of credence to
I don't want to
land of
sound like pessimistic. It's fucked up.
I kind of agree with that. I don't know if I'm going to pull it too far off of that point, but it's more of because that's kind of spiritual versus material point, kinda, if I can simplify it some. But I want to give a little credence to a spiritual point, just like.
And then I heard the argument that financial riches is not like God's version of when He gives you His riches. Okay, so we're in just a state of suffering. Some people aren't suffering, and this is just the choice of some people in this realm. It's not even real people.
Everyone's suffering. Everyone's suffering, bro. Don't get
even
confused.
the people that are in control, are they? Who are they suffering?
Yeah.
They're nothing. They're nothing. They will not be remembered, and that's the way to connect the spirit to the physical. Is, although it's all going to be physical and whatever, but we gotta the memories, man, the consciousness, the collective consciousness. If you do good and it's remembered, you gonna live on. People gonna sing the praises throughout time, man. And even if it's not your exact name or the remembrance of the of your time that you did it, the spirit and the echo of that behavior will carry on. You know what I mean? That you were a catalyst of. That's the spirit right there.
The inheritance of will. Like you can instill your will into others, like a son carrying on the family business. But imagine that family business was just being compassionate and caring and loving, right? That's the business, that you want your son to inherit, right? You live your life as a business owner of doing good business. What is that? Being loving, all the virtues, right? And you want your son to inherit that business. A lot of people have rotten, horrible, self-destructive, humanity-destructive, selfish, rotten, gross businesses. And sometimes, the sons inherit those businesses. It's a gross thing.
This is what I wanted to talk about. That's exactly. Okay, wait. Let me try to make sense of this. Oh man, fuck my brain. I can't even make sense of what I'm thinking.
I get it, man. We're talking about some crazy stuff right now. But I think we're all doing a really good job of, grounding our metaphors and making sure each other understand what we're saying. Because, like I said, the highest truths are inutterable. And all we can do is try to point towards deeper concepts and can actually be spoken out loud. We're all using metaphors to talk about a truth that can't be spoken directly about. So I compliment, everyone here of like being capable, of like participating in this, because it's crazy when it gets to this level. It is the highest level that we can attempt to achieve. We'll never get there. I just want you all to know, we're not going to solve all the world's issues or achieve enlightenment through this conversation. We're just climbing higher. we're taking one step up a mountain that gets taller the higher we climb it. But you still got to be proud of yourself, because every step, even though you'll never get to the top of the mountain, you are one step higher every step you take. And that is something to reflect on. Be like, yeah, I didn't just take 5 steps high. I took 1 billion steps high towards the top. Sure, I'll never reach it. It gets taller as I climb it, but I got a lot higher than that guy, or higher than my previous self ever did, or whatever. You know, it's real funny when you realize that life is a game that can't be won. It's a game that can only be played. But then you say, well, is it worthwhile to at least play the game as best as I can, knowing that it doesn't actually, I'll never win it. But should I play the game badly, or should I play the game goodly, which is a word in case any of you doubted that. I know I should say well, but goodly is a real word. Badly and goodly is, it's real. Sorry. It's a real world. It's a real word.
I forgot what I was going to try to bring up before.
Yeah, I know you're struggling with that, bro. Let's see that. Maybe you'll remember it soon. Let's just carry on. Hope you get interest whenever you need if you remember it. So let's go one fractal level up, right? You are a person. I'm a person. But then we have this term humanity, right? Humanity. You could imagine that there is a person, there's an individual called, and this individual's name is humanity, and his body is made out of cells, just like electric. Your body is made out of cells, who could each have their own name. They don't, but they could. But follow the metaphor, please, that we are all cells of a person, and that person's name is humanity. What is his goal? What does humanity, that guy, right? That guy, what does humanity want to accomplish in his time alive? You know, what's his goal? Does he want to accomplish something? What does he want?
Yeah, that's a good question. Humanity as a whole, what's the goal? I like that question. I don't know. Can't answer it right now.
Have you ever heard Joe Rogan talk about AI? He says that to him, humanity comes across as a caterpillar that will cease existing. The caterpillar does its work, stops existing, in order to give birth to a completely different creature, the butterfly. And he's saying that maybe there's, in some sort of cosmic sense, humans are only playing a sort of stair-step footstool role to be stepped upon, right? A stepping stone role for the creation of something even greater to happen after. That we're a launching pad to create an even higher form of intelligence. And that would be, I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with it in any sort of way, except for maybe. I mean, I don't know if I can agree with it in any sort of way. I wanted to point out one way I could imagine, but I don't know. What's that?
Yeah, I hear you.
It's like, so imagine this, right? Is humanity a caterpillar who was put into a chrysalis, and that chrysalis eventually can't just stay in its incubational, state. It needs to hatch and release the butterfly to escape and become enlightened and expand and become the butterfly and be free. And a similar thing is, a chicken hatching from an egg, right? Inside of the egg, just like they say, it's the end of the world as we know it. It's not the end of the world in totality. It's the end of the world as you know it. right? And it's like, you think about that egg, and you think about, inside of that egg was the entire world, but that world has to be shattered, right? You have to break through the firmament. And maybe that's not something we do physically, like Operation Fishbowl tried to do, right? Launch some nuclear bombs at the firmament to try to escape. But maybe the goal of a human is to somehow grow and evolve or whatever to the point where we can hatch out of the eggshell we're in, crack through it, and travel to lands beyond. Is there somewhere to go other than here? Is there beating level 1 and going and taking on level 2? Is the realm that we're currently in just level 1? And if we can beat it and we can hatch and crack the shell and emerge outside of it, is there somewhere else to go? Is this the only place? Is there
Maybe it's
some
a free roll.
What's that? What'd you say?
There's a lot of philosophies that say, well, it's only upside to pretend that there is. You know what I mean? Because, but then it's like, we'll live life and have fun now. But it's like, what if you want to sacrifice now for delayed gratification, and you get the level 2 reward if you sacrifice
Right.
now?
Yeah, put in the work, because you'll be leveled up or rewarded later for your patience, or whatever, right? Your discipline, your dedication. Yeah, is there somewhere else to be? Just imagine, guys. Is there a better place to be? I'm not saying heaven, right? I'm not claiming there's perfection, but say there's this realm. But could you defeat this realm, right? Like when you make it through all the obstacle course, overcome all the obstacles in life, like Mario, level 1, right? You make it to the castle. What happens? Well, you start level 2, which is a whole new obstacle course. And you deserve it because you earned it. And that's where you belong. It's like, is life your attempt to defeat level 1 so that you can move on to a higher, level? And I'm not saying heaven. I'm not saying game over, right? That's the last thing I'd say. Game over. But I don't know. Is there somewhere to move on to, guys? What do you think about that idea that you can win this game? Can you win the game of life? And what is your reward for winning this round of the game of life? Is it like grade school, where you need to graduate from the first grade to enter the second grade? But if you don't qualify, you're held back in school, right? And you're made to repeat the first grade. That would be the idea of reincarnation, right? To be held back a grade and go through it again until you prove yourself worthy of moving on to the next higher level. Is that just some silly idea? Is it an Amish classroom where the first, second, third, all the way through 12th graders all just listen to the same teacher in the same room? An Amish classroom, if you know what I mean. There's all sorts of options. You can't get too carried away and obsessing over just one of the versions you experience in your culture. So I don't know.
I think about people being hungry and needing food and like not having a place to sleep. And this could be the result of their choices, and maybe they ended up in a bad situation or whatever. But I don't know. I would say this is not a part of God's will.
Well, I'd say that if humanity as a whole decided that it had only one interest, right? If the world at large, if humanity at large decided to have two goals, And those two goals were to make sure everyone is fed for the next 10 years and everyone is housed for the next 2 years and everyone is hydrated. Let me say like sustenance, instead of food or water, just sustenance, right? If everyone was provided proper sustenance and everyone was provided proper protection, housing, clothing, whatever, right? Whatever I can sum those two words up into one word as. If that were humanity's goal at large, it would literally not be an issue. If those are if at all costs those are the only two things we wish to accomplish, it would be a cakewalk. Like, that is not hard with the amount of technology we've developed at this point. That is literally just a matter of everyone aiming towards those goals, which are like the basic necessities, right?
What if I give you like a plot twist kind of scenario?
What's up?
What if this place, whatever this place is, impedes that very idea that you just had?
Oh, I agree. I agree. And let me be very clear. I think that humans allow that impedance, that force of resistance. I believe that every human releases that thing from within themselves, but at the same time, I think that there is literally a super and I'm crazy, guys. Listen, guys, I am literally a crazy deluded conspiracy theorist. So audience, you guys, no one take me seriously, but I will speak my crazy deluded mind, and I say that I think that there is a supernatural force at work trying to ruin the world to a certain degree. I don't think it wants to destroy the world. I just think it likes being part of the fun, and it likes to play its part, and it just wants to have its fun and meet a sort of quota of making sure things don't go too well. The devil doesn't want to kill you. He just wants to corrupt you.
I have an idea of what's going on. This is just a possibility, right? This is not what I believe, just a compilation of ideas I've gathered. So it seems like, right, if you look at it from a simulation point of view, just take this hypothetical. Let's say it's a simulation, and in the simulation there would be programming, and in the programming there would be a set of laws and a way of, because a simulation is to achieve a purpose. Obviously, the programmer is going to program a way for the simulation to achieve its purpose. What the devil, I think, what the devil is, and the spirit that we're talking about is against that very nature.
Right.
So that's what I think might be, possibly, right? A possibility. That's what I think we're talking about. That thing that is against the algorithm, right? The programming, the follow my way, God's way or whatever. Follow that way, and you shall be successful and succeed in this simulation or whatever. What I think the devil is, the devil is like trying to be like, fuck you, even though you created this, even though you programmed this, fuck you. I am aware, and I don't like it. Fuck you. And I think we are all wrapped in the devil's kind of playground.
Well, like you said earlier, you used the word impede, right? Impede. That's the word you used earlier, right?
Yeah.
Well, you just also used the word succeed, right? And I kind of view those towards a goal as like opposites, right? It's like, it's your duty to try to succeed, but the devil's going to be there trying to impede your succeeding, to get in the way of your success. Now, that does take a stance that there is a goal that you're aiming towards, and that there's resistance towards you heading in that direction.
Which gives validity to the whole game in its entirety, would it? Looking at it from an outside point of view?
Yeah, it does, because you don't want things to be too easy. You want to earn it, right? You want to earn it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's great to have a philosophical idea about these things, but how can one even attempt to prove in these things? Probably impossible.
The only way it can be approached is metaphysical philosophy, and like no one can hand me, a cup full or a handful of evil. So you're right, you're absolutely right. But I do think that the human consciousness is aware of things that aren't that aren't sensible. You can't touch it, smell it, feel it, whatever.
Unquantifiable, you mean?
Yeah, unquantifiable, almost unqualifiable. I mean, it's a strange thing that I think that the human mind can travel to lands beyond the body, right? The body can only deal with like the physical, but the mind is not limited by the same physical constraints the body is. So that I think that's why like people would say that like the mind leads the body. One expression my parents used to tell me is where the head goes, the body will follow. And they meant that in a physical sense, of course. But I think it also has a metaphysical sort of translation to it, where it's like where you know what I mean? It's like it is hard. It is hard to justify scientifically that good is the better option over evil, especially when you limit it to a person's material life, where it's like, well, pleasure seems to be like the ultimate goal if you want to limit it to materialism, right? And it's like, well, I'm going to become richer, happier, like all sorts of more things if I rip people off and do horrible deeds that like benefit myself, right? And it would only be my consciousness that would suffer if I'm not a psychopath. But it's really funny, the idea of being a psychopath, the person who can rip people off and intelligently, step on others with no really immediate consequences whatsoever. No consequences whatsoever within his lifetime. He kind of just like succeeds and succeeds and succeeds and gets richer and richer and wealthier and happier, It's like, but at what cost? At the cost of being a horrible person to others, and there's some part in all of us like sane human beings, I would say, where we say it's not worth it. My success, my happiness isn't worth the expense of the life or happiness of others. We would all like for all of us to be equally happy, which sounds kind of communistic or whatever, but still, that is the ultimate virtue of like solving world hunger, solving world depression, solving world unhappiness. And you'd say, oh, that's not possible. I'm going to side with the devil and just care about myself because achieving world, hunger and peace, happiness, whatever, is impossible. So why aim towards something that's impossible? So we find ourselves in a very funny situation where like I said, we have to aim towards a goal that we know we'll never achieve. We have to try to climb a mountain that gets higher the more we climb it. We have to walk and run towards the horizon that extends at the same rate away from us as we approach it. And it's hard to say, oh, why are you trying to run towards something that you'll never get to? And through some sort of spiritual means, you have to say, because it's the right thing to do. And is there any materialistic, scientific, empirical justification for doing that? No, there's not. There's absolutely no scientific justification for why you should, have that trajectory of will and effort. There's nothing through words that can justify that life trajectory. That has to come from something other, from something beyond, from some sort of higher authority, which is totally self-imposed and voluntary, but that's why I like to say that there's the lowercase I, which refers to your body, your individualized mindset, mind frame, thoughts, patterns, whatever, right? And then there's the capital I, which refers to the universe, all of humanity as a whole, that you have to understand that you're a part of and that is you in a sort of totality sense. And then you have to say the same as above, so below at that point, where you say, what's the worst thing you could do as even a lowercase I? You say self-harm. You know, one of the worst things you can do as a fleshly individual is like slit your wrist. You know, one of the worst self-harms, drown yourself, burn yourself, whatever, right? And it seems so simple to everyone. Oh, self-harm. No one even needs to teach you that in school. Hey, don't punch yourself in the face. There's no school lesson that ever has to tell any child, don't punch yourself in the face, because people have a very intimate understanding of self-harm and how it's like something that's obviously a wrong thing to do. But they're only focusing on the lowercase I. But for some reason, we're disconnected from not doing self-harm in the uppercase I perspective. Where it's like, if you hurt someone else, well, in the uppercase I perspective, you're hurting yourself if you can enter that mindset. And so the ultimate goal, you know, the enlightenment humanity, the utopia achieve, the heaven on earth, right, is for everyone to already have what's already inside of them, not to self-harm, but entertain that on the level of the capital I perspective. I'm saying, oh yeah, in the same way I don't slit my wrist every morning or hurt myself that much, right? I don't want to hurt others, because in the same way you might look at your fingers and be like, oh, those are my fingers, those aren't me. But then you realize,
I remembered. I remembered.
Oh, cool, bro. Wow, that's awesome. Go for it.
The circumstances created that cause welfare, hunger, no shelter, are they created under the guide of God by like housing authorities, government, royal families dictating the rule of all these nations, whatever you want to call it? Like, can you say these circumstances are of God's will? Like, did God say, I'm going to use suffering to translate and create success? And that's what I'm arguing. I don't think that's the real equation.
Go ahead.
That was
go
the
ahead.
thought. Thanks for letting me get that off.
Yeah, elaborate on that. Like, tell me every thought you have on that subject.
The circumstances that we are bound to, that we have to make our pathway to provide for our family. So everybody automatically is devoting majority of their time that they're awake to profit in the system, to and all this monetary shit that we're dealing with. There's people that have unlimited money and they don't deal with these kind of problems.
But they have
and
different
are those God's people? Like, is God blessing them? Like, is everybody quote unquote suffering? What is suffering? You know what I mean? Like, are we suffering because we don't have the billions of dollars that they do?
I mean, we kind of are suffering in that sense, but we might be suffering possibly because we haven't understood the rules of the whatever this thing is. So we from God's point of view, we're paying the price.
God
There's
used suffering
more.
as a tool for his, like, you know, creating salvation, creating saving souls. You know.
I know there's more to it than that, bro, and I respect everything you said. And we could just go off on that level, but I know, bro, you got all sorts of other ways to express the same idea, so don't lose it. You know, I want you to tell me all of your thoughts on this subject. You know, like, just unload, bro, unload.
I'm finding versions of history that, you know, I'm 33 years old. I studied Black history. I studied Native American history. I'm Native American. I have about 12 books about America in the 1700s sitting next to me. And, you know, me just wanting to know about my own culture and my own ancestors and my own great grandmother. And, you know, I was horribly misguided at first, thought I figured it out for like the past 6 years. I'm like, yeah, I figured it out. I know where they duped me. I figured out where I was. Boom, bamboozled again. Another alternate history, just throwing me off my course, making me rethink everything I thought I had figured out.
Did you hear that part about the Native Americans not being the Native Americans, about how the African Americans are the Native Americans, and the so-called Native Americans are supposedly Genghis Khan whenever he came and conquered his offspring. That's crazy. That's a crazy.
Yeah, there's a
if
whole
that's
story
true.
that Africa and Asia were pretty much the same nation at one point, and Genghis Khan was not just Genghis Khan, he was also Janos, or some more characters that go by a similar name. I don't know how much of that is true.
I mean, these stories have to come from somewhere, though.
I bounce around and contradict what I thought was true. So I'm just like so confused, I guess.
I mean, I think all of it is fake, and I don't think it's like a case of incompetence. I think there's malice. I think the misinformation is intentional, right? To make us feel and think a certain way. All of it.
Yeah, random things that I'm finding out. Okay, so I remember about 3 or 4 months ago, I was in a religion Discord, and I was just touching on the subject, and I brought up, I was like, hey, the Moors had a trading route, and they were coming to America before the 1500s, before the Columbus expedition. And all these people laughed at me and made fun of me, and I was like, oh, damn, like, I looked it up, found information about the Olmecs, found information about the Hopi Indians, and all these supposed civilizations that they came across when they first came here in 1492 or whatever they say. Then recently, now I'm finding out I was right. There were, in fact, Moors in Charleston, North Carolina, or South Carolina. And this was in the 1500s. And there's like a whole bunch of information coming out about this place.
Dude, I got another one that's gonna fuck you up if you haven't heard about it.
Yeah, dude, I'm learning about this stuff now, but like now I'm realizing
that Moor shit, that shit's gonna take you on a trip.
My original presumptions were right, that Native Americans were very intelligent when they were here, and they were not actually PT building, buffalo hunting people. It was like
that was bullshit. That was like the 9/11 of their time, right? That was what they told their people to justify it in some way, shape, or form, destroying other societies. But that shit is a trip. I went on that trip too, on the Moors thing, bro. Yeah, it's very interesting, their side of history. Very interesting. And to the point where it didn't see right. White people enslaving black people, it almost seemed like it was karma, right? Have you ever heard of the Yaakov story? If you're into the Moors, you've probably heard about Yaakov.
Maybe. I would have to look it up.
Dude, supposedly this scientist guy with a huge brain, this dude supposedly made white people. There's like historians talking about this, and white people also admitted to this, because there's a lot of people that say that white people don't have a continent, like they're not local from anywhere. Nobody knows where they came from. Well, wouldn't it make sense if somebody made them? Somebody took some DNA from over here, a little bit from over there, and made the Caucasian. Notice how they look more like monkeys than actual black people. Their small lips and their stance and all that. While they call black people monkeys. You see how they flipped everything?
Yeah, there's also a way in which, and maybe this, well, I'm certainly not trying to be racist in this term, but in this way at all. But it does seem like maybe overall white people have more health problems, like a little bit more prone to like autoimmune diseases and sort of weaker systems in some way. Like, do you think that's true overall?
Yeah, this place doesn't like, for some reason, the conclusion that I get is that this place doesn't like the white people, because everything seems to be like fighting against them. Like the sun has, like, irritates their skin. And it makes, I don't know if it makes sense, but in a hypothetical, if they don't come from anywhere, nobody can really pinpoint where they came from. Shit, it will make sense if somebody started doing some gene splicing, you know what I'm saying? And in the Bible, they speak about these kind of things, that they were doing atrocities, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like that were like some kind of genetic modification or something.
I mean, I've seen these things done on TikTok, bro. There are people making like weird fishes mixed with reptiles and fucking cats with coyotes and shit. Like this shit is going on now, and the thing is, if it's going on now, it only means that I'm able to see it now, right? Because of the internet. But that makes me understand that because I'm seeing it now, that has to have been happening for eons.
Like crazy right now, bro. This would be the craziest reach you've ever heard. But I know you probably heard of people selling slaves based on how tall they were, how broad their shoulders were.
Yeah.
What if these were the giants, the Nephilim, and these were the fucking ones that were crossbreeding short people with tall people? Super reach right there.
I mean, you never know, because it seemed like every 100 years people get like smaller or something. So I don't know if something went on with the actual like place that we're in, there's less oxygen, therefore the people come out. I mean, it's different, bro. Because even the stairs and the way they design buildings, it doesn't make sense to the dimensions of how people are right now, bro. I mean, I'm talking about that Tartaria and muffler shit.
Yeah, I've been trying to get as much information as I can about this. So now that if I could just like make sense of anything that I've been learning, it's my understanding there was a whole bunch of structures here when a bunch of settlers in the 1860s started to build. And I guess before that, there must have been some kind of flood. There must have been something that buried all these buildings, because every day I'm in New York and I'm looking at the street, all these buildings, they have underground entrances, and the windows, like there's glass underground, and they'll protect the glass with like a big metal barrier. So all these buildings are protected from the ground because something buried the fucking bottom of the building. And that's every building in the financial district. And I look at it every day and I'm just thinking, okay, like something came here and buried the bottom half of these buildings. And what do I do with that information? I mean,
are you just gonna say that is a conspiracy theory when you can literally see the buildings? When you could see
it is absolutely
buried on a sidewalk?
The bottom of these buildings, all of them are buried by the ground. Like they literally designed the street above windows.
Have you ever heard of this guy called Mud Fossil University or Roger something?
I don't know.
Well, that guy, he has a very interesting, some interesting history. I'm talking about biblical shit. So I'll see if I can get you a link.
Some dude brought up yesterday. I was just listening to him rant. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I didn't mean to like interrupt, but wanted to see if you guys did that.
Can't hear you that well.
Oh, that one. Okay, no problem. At least I'm unmuted. So, right on. Let me try a different Bluetooth.
Yeah, so I guess I got a new alternate timeline. Like, fuck George Washington, forget about Civil War and all this stuff of 1865. Forget about the Louisiana Purchase. Forget about Lewis and Clark. Forget about these Native Americans selling land for like $1 an acre or whatever the hell they claim. Who knows what the claim really is, right?
Dude, there's this Russian guy called Anatoly Flamenco.
I think that these people, I think that they really came across big ass cities in the 1860s,
bro,
all
a
the way
whole
to the 1890s.
civilization.
They have the world fairs. Okay, so all these world fairs.
Oh, you about to get into the orphans and all that shit, right?
I think there was a big ass flood. This whole area got flooded, and then they said, okay, let's just bring a bunch of people here after the fact, and they just built upon it or destroyed stuff that
I
they
have a
couldn't
theory on the
sustain
flood.
in new society.
I have a theory on the flood, right? What if there was a flood, but what if the flood was a cause of something, like some sort, like have you ever heard of the mountains of burned buildings theory? How the cities are laid down like motherboards and things. I'm talking to you, Electric.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Have you ever heard of the theory that melted buildings are that mountains used to be melted buildings? That whenever the flood happened and the heat or whatever happened, they melted. All right, so my whole thing is that what brought off the flood was probably like it's like I think they overloaded the circuit board, the whole earth, right? Like think about Tesla technology, right? How they supposedly take energy from the air, whatever. Bullshit. It isn't taking it from the air. It's obviously taking it from whatever the fuck this place is. And and this place needs a certain amount of energy, right? And if everybody has a Tesla tower anywhere, so there's gonna be a deficiency somewhere. Most likely, this is just a crazy theory. Most likely, civilization was so advanced, they fucking overloaded the system, they burned everything down. Motherfucking God said, shit, I gotta save it, flooded the place to try to save as much as he could. And, and civilization just.
Right now. All right, I'm gonna need Fundy's help with this actually. No, you're actually talking about something super freaking crazy right now that I agree with. The word Tor, if Fundy can help me with this, the word Tor actually means it could be a reference to tree, which could be like the tree of life, which could be the electromagnetic field because of the shape of it. And saying that, they cut us off from electricity. It's true. We don't use alternating current anymore. And there is a good chance that we had it at one point.
Yeah,
and
bro,
saying
yeah.
that, they cut us off from the tree of life. What is this story in the Bible? I've heard it before, but I don't.
You're talking about that Avatar thing, right? That central tree.
Somebody said that God cut down the tree of life with a fiery sword or something. I think this all translates to us not having the knowledge of tapping into the electromagnetic field. That's what I think. The tree and Christ and the cross is all representative of the torus field and the electromagnetic field and the true power of understanding knowledge, like the sine wave of real knowledge, like the sine wave coming from the torus field. That knowledge that illuminates us and gives us a Christ-like figure within ourselves, we're cut off from that. None of us have a Christ-like figure because we all deal with sin. We're all dealing with circumstances created by man. So
what if Christ isn't like a person, and what if Christ is like an emotion or like an act or something? Like what if these characters that we give that we like worship, like Paul and whatever, what if they're not like people? What if they're like, I don't know, like events that maybe they're like a set of action or something? How Christ could be like maybe it could be like a sacrifice or something like that. Like in Christ you live could mean that you're sacrificing for the greater good or whatever.
Oh, my bad, I was muted. My bad, Jay. Can you say that part again?
Oh, I think that the Bible could be interpreted in different ways. That there's a possibility that Christ and Paul and and Mary or whatever, that they don't necessarily have to represent like people, like human beings. That they could represent like a set of actions, Like instead of saying in Jesus or whatever, it could be like I live when you say like I live in Christ, it could also mean like I live in sacrifice, which means that you don't indulge in you know the earthly desires. You sacrifice that to be pure, or whatever. But and people say in Christ, I live in Christ.
Oh my
but
God,
they attribute
bro. I
a
just
man
realized
to it
something
instead
crazy.
of. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I just realized something kind of freaking wild. That makes sense. So these people want to consider themselves of a different covenant, of not exactly the regular breed of human. This is why they do these weird practices where they're like eating foreskin, drinking blood, like cutting open skulls, whatever the fuck these people think they do. They're trying to unalign with regular human practices. Holy shit. I mean, in my mind, I'm just thinking like these people are so backwards.
Dude, what if it's true though? That's the shit. What if it's true? Because it seems like they're achieving what they want, bro. They are actually winning. I mean, that's how it looks to me. Because we're the ones that are on Discord having to talk about it, but still have to work a 9 to 5 every day, while they're over there living their best life. You know what I'm saying? So it seems like, in a hypothetical way, looking at it from a simulation, the simulation is favoring them. So what does that mean hypothetically for us then?
Yeah, but I mean, does it really work? Like, okay, so like there's guys in like India is well known that there's these scammers, you know. So these guys, you know, they do these tech support scams. You know, they pretend like they're Microsoft or Amazon, and then they call people and they try to convince them to go get them gift cards and all this stuff. I only know a bit about it. I mean, we've all probably heard of those, but there's a couple of YouTube channels where these guys like, you know, they call them and they do they have like a voice changer and they kind of troll them and shit. So I've seen a couple of those. But anyways,
Yeah, those are funny.
Yeah, like that guy Kit Boga.
I don't know their names, but I've seen a few of the tripping up scammers. That shit's funny.
Yeah, that's called scam baiting. So they basically like call the scammers and then they waste their time and they, you know, trying to waste their time so that they're not scamming other people.
I'm gonna end up watching a few of those.
They're funny. The one guy, Kit Boga, he actually sometimes one of his little things he says, he says, what on God's green flat earth? He always says God's green flat earth. He uses flat earth. I mean, he doesn't really think the earth is flat. He's just using it as a meme thing, but he says God's green flat earth. It's kind of funny. But anyways, no, my point in bringing it up is that there's these scammers. And the thing about watching some of those videos that at the end, once they realize that they've been baited and then the guy's calling them out for being a scammer, you know, they say shit like, you know, I'm making tens of thousands of dollars and all this stuff. So I guess my point in bringing it up is that those guys are totally scamming people. It seems like they're on top of the world, meaning they're buying Lamborghinis, they're making 50 grand a month or however much they're making. But are they really on top of the world, you know, just because they're scamming like that? So, I mean, I'm just saying it's kind of the same guy. Like on another level, these people in power, like the Rothschilds or whatever, yeah, it might seem like they're winning or something, but it's the same thing. They're just scamming, cheating, lying, deceiving. And just because it looks like they're getting certain results from that, you know, does that really mean that they're winning the game? I mean, I would say they're losing the game. If the game has to do with
that's a great argument.
With karma and morals, they're actually failing. But on the surface, it looks like they're winning, just like the Indian scammers who are driving around in Lamborghinis. Are they really winning at the game of life just because they're scamming old ladies out of money?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not morally they're not winning, of course, but in the game of life, yeah, they are winning. Just like these elites, like we could say that, like they have some sort of cosmic karma to pay. Probably not, because they've probably figured out a way to bypass it. I mean, and assuming those are the rules of the game, right? That if you're able to bypass karma, you're able to get what you want. If that's acceptable, what does that have to say for the game that we're playing?
Yeah, I guess it just comes back to, I guess, like what is the game? Is the game morals or is the game just to have a lot of money? Because if it's only, I think those scammer guys, that's kind of, because once they find out that it's a YouTuber that is kind of baiting them, some of them will be like, you know, I'm making 10 times more money than you are, because they know that the YouTuber is making money. Like they've got however many thousands or millions of subs. So they know that the YouTuber's making money off of baiting them. So then they kind of say like, you know, I'm doing better than you. Like, you know, so that's the thing. Like they kind of have this cocky attitude, like, you know, they're driving around in Lamborghinis. So I guess that's the thing. Is the game morals or is the game just to have a Lamborghini? Because I guess if it's just to make the money and have the Lamborghini, I guess those tech support scammers are killing it, right? Because they're fucking doing it. They're scamming people for thousands of dollars. But if the actual game is morals, then they're completely failing and they've got some bad karma coming their way.
Okay, I'm gonna blow your mind. I'm gonna blow your mind. What if they don't? What if they are doing God's work?
Well, then it starts to get into being a psychopath. Like I'm not saying you, but I'm saying if you're stealing from people or deceiving or whatever, and then you think you're doing God's work, then that would be in the category of psychopathy.
Oh, okay. Let me put it like this, right? I don't know about the stealing of the old ladies or whatever. I get that that's like a blanket scenario for doing fucked up shit. I get it, but if this is a giant if they find a way or there is a way of circumventing your karma, which I definitely, you know, if it's not anything I believe in, it's karma, whatever you call it, whatever you do, nobody has to know. But trust me, somebody out there is taking notes, and it will definitely come back at you in one way, shape, or form. I definitely. That's
Let me
more
say,
than obvious to me.
one little thing, bro. I'm thinking right now, like, are they tricking us into thinking that we're not victims? You know what I mean? Like, are our circumstances, like, is the amount of victimhood their will on us? You know what I mean?
Let me ask you this, Electric. Are you a victim if you voluntarily signed up for the ordeal?
Right, like, am I supposed to think that my struggles and things that I gotta work hard to earn that I feel like I deserve because I'm a human, are my struggles the result of them creating my circumstances? You know what I mean? Or should I be grateful that it's not, you know, I'm chained to a wall or something?
What if you created your circumstance? Like for example, have you ever heard of the theory that people like create their own lives before they come into this life? That they like draw out like a map or something, like a game, like a game kind of thing, right? Like you draw, because what would paradise be other than eternal bliss, eternal boredomness, right? Eventually, you will probably won't get bored of heaven or paradise, and maybe step into the simulation, which gives you a lot of experiences like love, like success. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're on a real one. You're on a real one right there. Yep.
Yeah, I like what both of you guys said, man.
I got a good line of questioning for you after this point is done.
No, I'm done. I was just trying to put that little nugget.
Okay. Well, Matrix, you seem to understand, or we seem to have a similar philosophy on this particular idea. So let me go with you on this. Okay. So, you know what lucid dreaming is, right?
Yeah.
So, say you're dreaming, and you know you're the main character of your dream. And you're getting taken for a wild ride, like a lot of nightmares or dreams go, right? You don't feel in charge. You just kind of feel, thrusted into some sort of random whatever situation you find yourselves in. Oh no, giant monsters chase me, or there's a test at school. I forgot to do my homework. Whatever, right? There's some sort of nightmare. Whatever. You feel like you're under some sort of circumstance, but then you might understand. Oh shit. I'm not some sort of character at the mercy of others in this dream. I am the dreamer. I am in charge. I am the one doing the dreaming. And this dream is whatever I imagine it to be.
That's usually when the big giant scary thing starts chasing me and I wake up. When I start realizing, oh shit, I'm in a dream.
Well. Let's not wake up at that point, right? Let's say, oh, there's a big giant monster chasing me, but then you become lucid and you don't wake up and you say, hey, monster, stop chasing me. You're the one doing the dreaming, and you become lucid. Now the entire dream world is your playground, right? You can order it to be anything you can dream anything you want to dream, right? Literally anything. So then, let me ask you this. When you become lucid within a dream and you have complete understanding, you can dream. Look, this dream that you're in, and let's say you can't wake up, right? Let's say you're stuck in the dream, okay? You're stuck in a dream. You're going through some ordeal, then you realize, oh no, I'm dreaming. Shit, I'm dreaming. Like this homework assignment that I'm so stressed out about. It's not real. This is all pretend. I have no responsibilities here. The world, this dream world, is literally anything I wish it to be. So then you say, okay, well, fuck that. Done with the monster chasing. Done with the homework. Done with the punishment. There are no consequences. This dream, I become lucid. I'm in charge. I can make a taco appear in my hand. Literally, the dream is whatever I want. I can have sex with a million beautiful women right in front of me. Whatever, right? It does. Like the dream is whatever you want it to be. So tell me, Matrix. And this is going to be a series of questions from here on out. When you become lucid in your dream, and the dream can be whatever you want, what kind of dream would you decide to have? Right off the bat. As soon as you realize the dream is whatever you want it to be, what is the first thing that you would choose to dream?
I don't get farther than realizing I'm in a dream. Like
no, but entertain the idea. It's just a hypothetical.
Well, yeah, I want to see where you're going with this fundamental, because I have a similar thing, and I want to see if it's a similar conclusion. So yeah. I'll answer it because you would first create, let's say, extreme bliss, extreme pleasure, eating 1,000 hot fudge sundaes, or sex with 100 beautiful women, the big sex orgy. Or
let me give you an example. I asked my girlfriend this. She said that she would transform into an orca and become part of an orca pod and go talk to them and swim with them and hunt with them and live amongst them as a fellow orca. That's her ultimate dream in life. If she could live a fantasy, right? That's her ultimate dream. And so, but go on, Gio. You understand what's coming after this.
Well, I'm curious if it is, because I've heard Alan Watts kind of do a similar type thing. So the idea would be that at first you would create all the bliss and all the sex with women and all the, whatever it is, all the positive type things you might imagine you want to experience. And then you do it again, the next, you keep, and eventually you would end up at what we are experiencing right now in our lives.
Well, you do all the fun things that you've always wished to do, right? You'd go swim with the orcas, you'd ride all the roller coasters, you'd eat all the delicious meals, you'd have all the sex acts you desire to have, you'd become the president, you'd boss people around, you'd become the emperor, whatever floats your boat, right? You'd float all your boats. You'd satiate the hell out of yourself. And you would just get everything you want, because anything you want is right at your fingertips. And then you'd experience that. And so the
interesting part is what happens next.
Exactly, because you can spend as much time as you want in each of these things until you've had enough. You say, okay, I thought my girlfriend said her ultimate life goal, where she could die happy, right, is just to live a life as an orca in an orca pod and just communicate with them and whatever, right? And I say, well, say you do that for 1,000,000 trillion billion years. Don't you think some other idea would come up in your head of you know what? I wanted this once upon a time to be an orca and live with them, and I did it for 1,000,000 trillion years. You know what? I've kind of had enough.
Next thing you know, she wants to be a human for 1,000 years, and the cycle continues and continues.
Right, and she would say, you know what? This is what I wanted, and I got what I wanted. And you know what? At this point, I've pretty much satisfied myself. I completely satisfied my desire in that particular area. And you might do that for every other possible desire you ever have. And then there's 3 things that I've thought of that my girlfriend actually helped me with this conversation we had recently. There's 3 things that within your lucid dream that after winning the lottery, having all the sex acts, swimming with the orcas, becoming an emperor, possibly run, whatever you want to do, scoring this winning touchdown in the Super Bowl, after you've dreamt and lived through all those things, there's literally 3 things that are impossible for you to do. Do you know what those are?
The things that are impossible to do. Go back to existence, I guess.
Well, kind of.
You can do redo the activities that you've already done, causing you to be eternally bored.
Well, yeah. What you can do is repeat the things you've already done, but you can do that to the extent where you've done enough that you have no interest in doing them. You've been there, done that, right? That's the human condition of satisfaction. Been there, done that. You want new stimulus, and so after you stimulated and satisfied yourself with every physical pleasure, or sensational pleasure you could ever think of, then you say, "All right, I've done everything I've ever wanted to do, except for I do have this one more thing I want to do."
And that's go back to the Matrix, go back to the game and live 50, 60 years of some suffering, then go back to eternal bliss for a while, get bored, go back into the Matrix. And it all seems to be voluntary. It seems to be our choice.
Yep. You're pretty much spot on there. In fact, I don't even really have any way to retort against that. You pretty much nailed it. But the way I would put it, I would say, if you're lucid dreaming and you can do anything you ever wanted to do within the dream, there's certain things you can't do within the dream. And one of those things would feel would feel out of control, because if you're the one deciding everything, you'll never experience being under control of anyone else, because you are the ultimate authority, right? So you could ask yourself, oh, I want to dream as if I'm not in control, but you're the one in control. So it's not possible to dream that you're not in control, because you're the one who's lucid. I mean, that's the idea of being asleep versus lucid, right? If you're lucid, it's impossible for you to be deceived, because you're the ultimate authority. And so another thing, while you're lucidly living, is that you would say, well, what would it be like to fear consequences, right? So there's 3 things you can't do in a lucid dream. You can't be a subject to anyone. You can't fear consequences because you decide the consequences, and you also can't die. And
Which,
you say, man,
hold on, and that note, which could create like a ghost kind of figure that's observing everything, right, but never participating, which will probably or could create some sort of resentment, some sort of which could this is probably a side note, but an idea so you could think about which could explain the angry spirits, that they're angry because they're taking part in everything they're observing, but they can never take part in it. So it frustrates them.
Well, I think what you'd have to do, which I think is what the creator has done, because from the idea that there's only one God, one creator, it is us, we are it, we're all one thing. Then yeah, like you're saying, Fundy, like you can't die, you can't have anyone else because you're alone. There's because there's one creator. So from that idea, the creator would want to experience those things. The idea of death, or the idea of
the only thing left,
separation. So in that way, it would have to partition itself or separate certain parts of itself, because if it can do anything, then it could create a separate unit of itself that has forgotten what it was originally. So now it feels like now it feels like an atheist, or it feels like a whatever, and it feels separate from the world. And then you can create a game there. You can create another human, both of them separated and partitioned. Now they feel, I'm separate. I'm a different person. And now you can have that. Now the creator can feel that feeling of bonding, or that there is another, even though there really is only one. But by partitioning or separating its parts of itself, it can now have at least the experience of, othership and camaraderie and, something outside of itself, even though it's not really outside of itself, but it's just part of what the separation of consciousness.
Pretend. Yeah, it's pretend. It's some sort of imaginary schizophrenic friend. It's a multiple personality disorder, and it's so strange because the one thing God would want to do, the lucid dreamer, the one thing left after he's exhausted all of his personal desires, there's only one thing left at the end of it, and that would be the desire to not be God. I'm God, I get everything I want. And then the one last thing that would be at the end of the list would be the desire to not be God. And how would you do that? Like you said, through the illusion of like dividing oneself, partitioning, like you said. And I think there's some deep insights in that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is ultimately the reason why suffering exists and why pain exists, because the creator wants to experience every possible thing. And after it's already experienced eons of lifetimes, thousands of years of love and bliss and everything being perfect and no disease and, blissful sex and all this wonderful stuff, at some point it would be like, well, what's it like to have knee pain? What's it like to have the flu? What's it like to have cancer? What's it like to feel like you're dying? At some point, it's going to start to scratch its chin. Like, what is it like to be in a car accident and be paraplegic? I mean, I know that these things sound terrible, and they are terrible things, but from the viewpoint of an infinite creator that can create anything and everything, like you said, if you could lucid dream every night, first you would create all this bliss and love and positivity. And at some part, you might be like, well, what's it like to have a boulder smash your arm, or what's it like to lose a limb? What's it like to have a horrible disease? And at some level, that in that creativity, that would then explain why there's suffering and pain, because the creator is wanting to experience every possible thing that's different from itself. If itself is infinite bliss and love and all that stuff, then it would want to experience the opposite of that, pain.
So it relates this idea, Gio, this idea that you expressed about how we are one, and then we divide ourselves, but we all I like mass attract mass. I do believe in that, because I do see how certain materials tend to want to just be close to each other, right? And that in that sense that could explain that kind of division of God trying to live separate experiences, but ultimately, since it is one, it is all like fighting to just be together, kind of just like a magnet, like slowly attracting everything towards itself, if that makes any sense.
I was gonna say something. What's it called? Yeah, I've made that argument before, that God uses people as like the building blocks for principles. And that kind of makes sense of us needing to go through all different kinds of principles. And he's kind of just getting down to the nitty gritty, like now we're dealing with weird social media relationships and catfishing. And this is just another level or another layer of principles to things that haven't existed yet, But like, who's to say that one giant part of society is subject to all of the suffering, and there's actually people that don't deal with this, When is God going to bring upon the principle of the people that are financially wealthy have to deal with hunger? When does that come into play,
If it even is a thing, right? Because who's to say that they have some sort of karma to pay, right? Like maybe not. Maybe that isn't the case.
Well, from that perspective, yeah, with the karma thing, like, they call it the law of karma. So if karma is a law, like an absolute, then that would be as solid as, let's just say, what we call gravity, meaning you can jump off a roof and 10 times out of 10, you're going to smash on the ground. I mean, unless you can fly, or unless you can change that or whatever, like that would be very consistent. Like you're going to jump off the roof, you're going to fall down to the ground. So I'm calling that a law for the moment, that kind of idea. So if karma,
universal kind of thing.
Yeah. So if karma is that solid, then that would mean that the creator created karma and the whole law, the whole system of it, whether you steal from someone or whether you treat someone with respect, all that stuff. And now there's like this huge, like if karma law is created kind of first, and then humans are created in a sense after that. I mean, it doesn't have to be first and effort, but you know what I mean? Like the law of karma, transcends everything. Then on that level, now we're all separate parts of the creator, going through these different things. Somebody has they want to steal from someone, so they do it and they get away with it. But then, and then you bring the idea of reincarnation, but maybe in the next lifetime, they're stolen from. So now they're like, oh my God, it just got stolen from. That sucks. And so it's like that law of karma is kind of fueling, what the right thing to do, what the wrong thing to do. And then that would mean that, the Rothschilds or some, one of these, these cabal of these, NASA deceivers. Yeah, they're getting away with it right now. They're doing it. They're making billions of dollars. They're fooling everybody. They got people defending them, all that stuff. But that doesn't mean that they're really, winning the game of life. Like actually they're failing profoundly, just like the, scammers do or whatever. Like they're getting away with the scam, but it doesn't mean that, their reckoning is not coming at some point. So maybe these Rothschild people, they might get through the whole life and think that they were just killing it. And they just made all these billions of dollars. But then when you bring in the idea of reincarnation or whatever it might be, maybe right in the next life, Rothschild is a homeless child that's being, sexually abused or something terrible. You know what I mean? Like he might be poor in his next lifetime, and now he has to deal with all the karma of what he's done. So from that idea of karmic being like ultimate in that way, and if it stretches out over lifetimes, then really none of these guys are getting away with anything. They're all just in a process.
Unless they're not getting away with anything and they're just a part of whatever game life experience that we're taking a part of.
Yeah, I want to tell you my feelings. The closest analogy I can give you on what kind of game is being played at large, and I'll remind you guys that the nature of a metaphor, because the highest truths are inutterable, and we can approach speaking about the truth through a metaphor, but every metaphor is going to abandon some part of speaking directly in order to speak indirectly. So the metaphor is never the direct truth. It only sort of points towards it, right? But here's the closest metaphor I have for pointing towards the overall thing that's going on. And it's that let me ask you guys, because this is the point though. But I only know how to answer this question. Did you ever go to a pool? Did you ever go to a pool with like your friends or your family, your brothers, sisters, whatever, and you'd all stand shoulder to shoulder with each other, and one of you would have a penny, and you would throw the penny randomly over your shoulder into the deep end of the pool, and then all of you would turn around and then try to be the first one to swim to the bottom of the pool to find the penny wherever it landed in the bottom of the deep end, and be the one to grab it and swim to the surface and hold it above your head in the air. Be like, I'm the one. I found it. You know that game? You're like, you hunt for the sunken penny thrown over the back of your shoulder.
Not sure, actually.
You never played that, huh? Well, you can imagine, right? So, what's the end goal, right? What's the end goal of the game, Electric? How do you win?
Which game?
The game I just described. Like, how does someone win? What's the final step?
I didn't catch the whole game. I was actually confused by that. My bad.
So there's me and my two brothers standing shoulder to shoulder on the edge of the deep end of the pool. You could even say on the outside of the pool if you wanted, right? So, three friends, three brothers, whatever, are standing on the edge of the pool, and you're looking away from the pool. One of you has a penny in their hand, backwards, over their shoulder, into the deep end of the pool, right? So you count to 5. You say 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, to allow the penny to, splash in the pool, sink to the bottom of the deep end, right? Then once someone says 5 Mississippi, you all turn around and dive into the deep end of the pool. And somewhere at the bottom, who knows where it really went, right? Somewhere at the bottom of the pool, there's a penny. that you are all seeking after. And if you want to be the one who swims down, holds their breath long enough, finds it, grabs it off the bottom of the surface of the pool, and swims all the way up to the surface and holds their fist proudly, clutching the penny, saying, I found it! I got it! I'm the one! You know? I did it! Right?
Yeah.
And so like I asked you, what is the ending of that game? The ending of the game is where is salvation. You know the word salvation?
Yeah.
It means like you're rescued. But when someone in literal terms, right, fishes sunken treasure from the bottom of the ocean floor, they call it or draw or you know, whenever someone fishes up or rescues anything from the bottom of the ocean, they call it salvaging. You know, you're rescuing something from a lesser state and bringing it up to a higher state. You salvage it. And it's the whole enlightenment and getting to heaven by the blessing of Jesus, by his efforts. You know, you reach salvation, you're salvaged goods. And so, you know, I think the game that God is playing, because in my philosophy, all is God. So God takes a part of himself, a part that he actually really cares about, right? God takes his motherfucking like dick or something, right? He's like, I'm gonna need this later, right? This is a part of myself that I deeply care about. So he takes off his detachable dick and he throws it into the ocean just for fun. And then he goes and chases after something that he threw away into a mystery. And then he goes and searches for it just for the feeling of accomplishment of finding something that he threw away just to retrieve it. You know, it's like fetch, right? The dog brings back the toy just so it's being thrown again for him to go chase after. God plays fetch with himself. He takes something, he takes a part of himself, his heart, his whatever, something he cares about as part of it. He throws it super far away, over his shoulder, behind his back, into the bottom of the deep end of the ocean. And then he has his fun little adventure going and searching after something that he voluntarily threw away. Because once he throws it away, he knows he cares about that thing. He deeply wants to become whole again and retrieve the part that he abandoned, you know. But it's just a game. He's playing fetch with himself.
Right,
But
like playing hide and go seek with yourself, basically tricking a part of yourself into feeling like it's separate, or that it's isolated, or that it's different, and then basically
yourself. It's what we all say, right? The ultimate goal of happiness and the goal of life for so many people. They say, "Oh man, I went on this journey so that I could try to find myself." Right? It's a cliche expression, right? I found myself, or I went on this yoga retreat to try to find myself. Yeah, it's not finding yourself. It's finding the part of yourself that you're missing. You're trying to become whole. You know, there's a part of yourself that you voluntarily abandon, and then you want to find that part that you threw away voluntarily because you signed up for this. I mean, that's my honest opinion, that all of us in some way signed up for this. As torturous and unfair of a position we might find ourselves in right now, like, oh, life's unfair. I absolutely think that there's no sense in playing the victim, because this is a boot camp you signed yourself up for. I think souls incarnate on
I
Earth
think this is what I want to say.
to better
The real
themselves
struggle,
and come
the
out
real
the other side, more purified. It's the process of the baptism.
This is what I want to say, bro. Let me say this. The real struggles that men should be facing, they're making us deal with way
not serious type issues. Like I think we should not be forced to deal with these petty struggles.
Now you're considering something other than you, but I'd propose the idea that you are God and there is nothing but God.
Let me say
And
this, bro. Hold on. Let me say
go
this.
ahead.
We believe that the obstacles that we face, like in my neighborhood, like where I am, there's a lot of homeless people. So I think that, like, okay, these people are still within God's will, but he's making them face the struggle of homelessness and hunger and being alone at night, dealing with the rain, like all kinds of weird stuff, right? These struggles that they face, what if this isn't the most beneficial struggle for them? What if this is literally the obstacle that they're giving us?
Yeah.
What if I don't want to attribute hunger
I
to
agree.
God's, you know what I mean? To God's like his obstacle he presents to us to bring us to salvation. I don't think hunger is one of them, personally.
Well, here's the part where my other philosophy that I have to weigh against the one I just espoused a second ago. My other, most high philosophy is that people around the world, all over, are telling you God is perfect. In almost every culture, everyone wants to put God as we refer the thing that we're referring to for the most part. Now, I do think that there is a perfect God, but I think the God that's actually describable and nameable, the one that we can actually kind of talk about, like, I think that God has some serious issues. Like everyone in the world is saying God is perfect, God is approving, God is good. Evil is the absence of the presence of God. I don't think so. I think the God that most of us can actually like refer to by the word God is like just like you. He's just like you. He's got internal struggles. And we are the living God witness of him working out his issues. Because, in a sense, if you want this world to be better, it's on you. And when I say you, I don't mean you in specific. It's on every plural, you. Like if somehow I had everyone in the world like on a phone call right now, if every single person in the world had a Discord account, I'd say, it's on you. And I'd mean that as a collective, and I'd mean that to every individual. You know what I mean? It's like, I think God is you as a singularity and a plural, and God has some issues that he really needs to sort out. But this is him subjecting himself to the boot camp. He voluntarily subjects himself to, join the military to become the best he can, to become the best person he can be. And yeah, it's not easy. It's a struggle, bro. Self-improvement is a painful transition. There's parts of yourself that literally need to be burned off, and burning any part of yourself is a painful process. But there's parts of yourself that need to be let go or burned off, How do you find the needle in the haystack? You set all the hay on fire so that only the metal needle remains, It's like I don't
let me say this, bro. I don't want to make this a race thing, but you have to think about incarceration rates and like the disproportionate amount of people that deal with certain types of struggles. It's like saying God is subjecting certain groups of people to different types of struggles. You don't have to agree. Maybe everybody deals with incarceration and a certain. I think that there is specific things happening that can't be like this isn't benefiting anyone. This isn't a part of that. Like, I don't know. Maybe
What
it
if
sounds
they're cursed? Like the Bible says about those that are cursed. What if these are the people that are suffering, that are in poverty, these people that are cursed?
Well, you can't get caught up in the illusion of time, because whatever race or demographic you might want to call a victim now may be the dominant race that enslaves every other race. You know, soon enough, the Indians might enslave every other culture and race. You know, and we'll shift our viewpoints and who we think is in charge and our bitterness and whatever to that point. You know, because the future and the past are untold mysteries, you know? And so when it comes to certain people suffering, I say, yeah, people are suffering because we need to get our shit together as a collective. Someone's probably going to play the role of, within the sort of, what was that term? What was that term Geo used? Partitioned, right? You know, there's no such thing as partitioning things equally. Someone's going to get the bigger half, but it will be passed back and forth throughout time. And so don't ever call any race or demographic the lucky ones, because the tides will turn, or the tides will shift, the tables will turn. People will have their different times of being the lucky ones, And that's why it's important to never be some sort of supremacist just because you're on top at this very moment. Soon enough, there might be someone else convinced with the authority and power and man force to kind of even demonstrate, oh, we're the superior ones, But it's not about that. I mean, I would hope for any race who enslaves every other race or any whatever, right, to really get over themselves as quickly as possible and realize that there is no superior, there is no superior corner of a square. One might be in charge, find out some sort of trick to play on the rest for now, but soon enough, the top right corner will enslave the other three. But then, the ultimate goal is for each of them to realize that they're all equal but different. It's paired. I mean, this is the biggest lesson I think that has to be learned. That the highest truths are only able to be understood paradoxically. The ones that are actually like speakable of, the highest speakable truths are paradoxical truths. But then there is the even higher truth above the paradox that cannot be spoken about, because the highest truths are unutterable.
I live right next to juvenile detention center.
Oh, that's the worst. They have no respect at all. Those kids are terrible, bro. So
I don't know what to say about that in particular, but I just want to say, like, I feel like the circumstances are different in my neighborhood compared to where I used to live. Kids do not grow up learning the same stuff, eating the same food, dealing with the same kind of parental guidance, dealing with the same kind of teaching. Give it time,
though.
Night and day.
Give it time. It's a pendulum. It's a pendulum. Sometimes it takes someone to hit rock bottom. Sometimes it takes humanity to hit rock bottom to start going in the right direction again. It's like a bouncy ball.
We think about that idea that we just talked about how possibly the afterlife or whatever could be a possible bliss. If we take that idea, then wouldn't that be impossible for this place to be paradise? Which could probably explain that force, that energy, that resistance that we're constantly feeling as humans.
Well, I think in this realm, reality, whatever you want to call it, right? I think we can get to 99.999 ongoing. I don't think we can ever achieve 100% paradise, but I don't think any of us would really have all that much to complain about if we could get to 99. Well, I think that's possible. I absolutely think it is possible to get to 99% utopia. 100% utopia.
Realistically, I'm there with you, but something tells me, bro, that this place is not having any of that, bro.
Oh, well, it's resisting it, but we're in charge as a collective, right? Like I said, if humanity just wanted to start with one simple thing, feeding everyone, housing everyone, hydrating everyone, we literally have reached a technological state in this world that is an easy task. It is literally the easiest task that could be solved overnight if our only concerns was that everyone was fed, housed, clothed. Like, that is literally like that is completely with our capabilities so easily. Now, a lot of us want a lot more than that, and I don't blame you. I don't blame anyone for wanting more than to be housed, clothed, and fed, or and sexed and respected and famous or whatever. I understand having a dream beyond the necessities. And while I can totally support even, I would never even try to stop someone. I would never stop anyone from going after those goals. But I do just want everyone to recognize that if just being fed, clothed, and watered was our only goal for everyone in this entire world, like you guys do understand, like that is a simple task at this point. That is not hard for us to accomplish, you know? Like that is not hard. Everyone can have enough water, food, and shelter and clothing every day. Like that is, we have close to, I mean, just to understand the technology we have at our disposal. And it doesn't even take the level of technology we have right now to actually even accomplish that goal.
This is what I'm hung up on. I'm just wondering, like, what kind of suffering is God using on people that aren't hungry, aren't homeless? You know what I mean?
Well, you don't ever feel bad. I mean, I've seen you get like, like upset in here. Like it seems kind of voluntary at that point, right? You kind of subject yourself to torture with people who give you bad conversation. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, doesn't that serve a purpose? Like, isn't that something you can learn from by reflection or repentance?
Yeah, it is, but is this like a low-level barrier? Am I being subject to circumstances that are fogging my view to things that could actually benefit me? Like, I'm so focused on what I got to eat tomorrow. I'm not thinking about some, like, signing up for welding classes. Like, I'm just too focused on what I got to do tomorrow. It's like planning for the future is, it gets kind of cloudy. I don't know, man. You know what I'm trying to say?
Well, yeah, let me put it this way for you. So check it out. Have you ever heard the expression when playing a game that the table is tilted?
Okay. Yeah,
that means that the odds are stacked against you, right? The table is tilted. The odds are stacked against you. Another way of saying it is that the deck is stacked, right? Now, I'll tell you, man. You yourself, right? You as an individual, me as an individual. If our goal is to live a life of like a life similar to Jesus, right? There's something called a disposition, where that is something you are placed into, not something you create for yourself. A disposition is like you're dropped into a forest out of a helicopter, or maybe you're dropped into a desert out of a helicopter, and you're told just make it. Some people are, we're all riding on the helicopter, the divine helicopter, right? That before we're born, and we're just going to be thrown out randomly. Some people are born into a luscious jungle with watermelons and oranges and apples growing all over them, and some people are born or dropped out of that helicopter into the desert, and we're all told the same goal: be happy and live, right? And it's like the person in the desert's like, well, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Like, how am I supposed to work with this? There's just nothing but sand around. What a horrible disposition I've been placed into. And so, I mean, that's kind of crazy, and truth we all have to recognize. And so, you can say, in a sense,
I don't think that's God's divine plane dropping people off in the desert. I think they ripped minerals out the ground and destroyed vegetation for these people.
I can tell you when it comes to Yeah, man. Go ahead.
Oh, hey, what's up, man?
Well, I'm saying that when it comes to someone like you or me or most average Joes, you can say if God wanted you to achieve enlightenment, right? Well, the deck is kind of stacked. You're kind of born into a culture and a society and a world and a body where, like, it almost seems like everything in the entire world is fighting against your spiritual development. Like, almost every part of culture and the world and society is literally trying to corrupt you. I've asked myself before, what are the sources of enlightenment in my life? And I would say good people. And I would also go as far as say that a person born into this world where the deck is stacked against their development, I would say that a person should count their lucky stars and consider themselves blessed if they even come to befriend even one good person who has completely virtuous like feelings and like cares for you. If there's one person who like has no selfish desires to take advantage of you and just views you as someone they love unconditionally and wants the best for you, consider yourself blessed. That's at least one thing I can realistically hope for some people to come in, but I consider those people lucky. Some people live an entire life where everyone around them is just trying to rip them off and take advantage of them. So consider yourself lucky if you know even one single person in your life that's just looking out for you and wants nothing but the best for you. And you can be that lucky star in someone else's life if that's how you choose to, view someone else. So like I said, it's on us. It's completely on us. And sure, the deck is stacked, but you can go be there for other people. But it's a group effort, It takes all of us to make it out of this level. It's like you're only as strong as your weakest link. And it's like all of us break if one of us breaks. So maybe if we can all come together and have some sort of 99% utopia, maybe that's when God comes down and says, "Hey, you passed the test, guys. Everyone dead comes back to life. Good job. I was just waiting for you guys to do that. I wasn't expecting perfection from you guys. Really. Like God comes out, he's like, I wasn't expecting perfection from you guys. I was just asking you to try your best. And as soon as we all come together and try our best as a collective, that's when he comes down. He's like, all right, free root beer for everybody. Like whatever, right? Time to party. Good job. You passed the test." But, we got to get over ourselves.
How do you know it's a test? How do you know it's a test?
I wasn't saying that's my true belief. I'm just saying that what I was just trying to point towards a concept that I think is worth understanding.
Let me explain something. Like this is literally what I'm thinking, bro. There are people that are being deterred from gaining skills that could benefit them. By that I mean we're not led.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're not led properly. Like I feel like people die without experiencing certain things.
But like I said, it's rigged, bro.
If you don't mind me responding to him real quick, you had said something about suffering, right? And I don't think God's doing it to us. I think it's just the paradigm or system we find ourselves in, and it's actually other humans that are doing this to you, and not God. Like and so when you find somebody on the road homeless, or somebody.
Your mic cut out, sir. Sorry.
But to respond to you, because I got the gist, is that I don't separate God from anything. In fact, my favorite expression is there is only God. And if you're suffering, God is suffering. Like there is only God. And the goal is, God's idea is he's like, I'm not perfect, but I'm trying to be perfect. God is an imperfect thing trying to achieve perfection, and that plays out in the manifestation as you choosing the right thing. And it's only going to work out and achieve the goal that God set forth for himself if, we can at least get to 99% cooperation aimed towards the right ideals as a collective. And so, like I said, you're only as strong as your weakest link. If someone wants to hold on their hatred or whatever, it's like, you are the ones slowing us down. But can that be addressed? Can that be fixed? Maybe they have to die, because that's definitely a tool at their disposal that, you kind of can get rid of hatred with the death of a person, but also you don't want, it's only a continuation of evil by murdering someone. If yeah, like, here's can I tell you guys like a crazy metaphor? Like, it might take a couple of minutes, but I thought of something really crazy the other day that I want to share with you. If no one else wants to go before.
Go ahead.
So, so imagine your entire life takes place in like a bath, and your ultimate goal is external cleanliness, right? You want your skin to be clean, and that's really what you want to have, an outward appearance of cleanliness, but you live inside of a bath, right? So the first thing you notice is that your skin is covered in filth, right? So you go about scrubbing, you do the hard work, right? You do the hard work of scrubbing the filth off your skin in your bath, and the water, the water running off your skin, it carries away the filth, right? You're cleansed. But when you're in a bath and you've washed all the filth off of your skin and it's been washed away by the cleansing waters, you notice that all you've done is filthy the waters around you. So now you're a clean person covered in dirty water. So you didn't really accomplish anything. You kind of did. You got it you kind of disassociated it from, your core and kind of spread it out into the surrounding waters. You did allow the waters to cleanse your skin, but you're still surrounded by filth. There's something to still be addressed at this point. And so if your only goal was to have an outward expression of cleanliness and purity, there's only one step to take after you've washed the filth off your skin and it's filthy the waters around you. You have to drink all of the filthy water and put it inside of you. And this sort of analogy was kind of confirmed or affirmed a little bit when I heard Jordan Peterson say something that's aligned with us so much. And he's like, where does the devil belong? That you can't kill the devil, but where does he belong? The devil belongs inside of you, so that you're in control of letting him out. And then it's up to you not to let him out. So the devil is all around it. It's made us filthy. We are sinners, right? We need to wash the filth from our bodies into the cleansing waters. But that's not good enough. Then we have to drink the filthy waters and bring it inside of ourselves, where we will keep it and try not to let it out ever again. The devil belongs inside of you, and it's your responsibility to be the gatekeeper to not let him out of where you trapped him. And the only place to hide him and keep it contained is inside of yourself. And that's something we have to accept. There is evil outside of ourselves, and all of us have let a lot of it out. That's what we've done. Every time we do something bad, we let a bit of the evil, out into the world. We need to go capture that evil that we let out and swallow it and put it back where it belongs, inside of ourselves, and not let it out. keep it contained. You're not going to kill the devil. You can't. He's immortal. What you can do is trap him inside of you and not ever let him out into the world. And that's your responsibility. That's the responsibility we all have to acknowledge that we have. That the devil lives inside of us. And if we fall asleep on the job as a security guard, then he will sneak out while we're turning, when we're not being diligent and vigilant and keeping him where he belongs. He is a prisoner trying to escape.
You can imagine me just saying, I'm still hung up on blankety blank. I think of kids that are hungry and kids that are not hungry. And I just don't see how one person is benefiting from being hungry and the other person is benefiting from being fed. Welcome back, Fundy. What was the last thing I said? Yeah, man, I'm clearly hung up. I can't get over the fact that... Oh, dude left. What's up, Golden King? You get your mic working? Yo, Fundy.
Hey, sorry, my phone died. Might die again soon, but I got it charging. Sorry.
All good, man. Yeah, I wanted to say that, I'm sorry to say that I'm still hung up on this idea that it benefits certain people to be fed and it benefits certain people to be hungry.
You know what? I got a lot of self-criticism about the philosophy that I hold myself. And as confident as it might sound going on rants or whatever, like I understand where you're coming from because
No, you have an awesome way of making sense of your points using real life situations. And I listen close to what you're getting at every time. So don't think none of that goes unheard,
I really appreciate that, man. I just understand the potential that I have it completely backwards, and
You
I
said
just
something
want
so interesting. Actually, let me interrupt you. You said that the devil is trapped in us and it's up to us to keep him contained. Dude, that shit
Yeah.
hit, but like,
He's always trying to make a prison break, dude. And a lot
yeah,
of
that makes
times
sense.
most of the time, right? We're pretty lazy jailers, right? We aren't keeping a watchful eye on our prisoner, and he escapes the prison and he runs amok in the town like a bear or a lion, rampaging through the city, slaughtering citizens left and right. And we gotta go, put a collar on him and drag him back to the zoo or put him back in his cell, and undo the harm we've done. But still, the damage is done. You let him out and rampage, and there's no taking that back. Innocent lives we lost. And so, to me, evil and good are both within us, and we shouldn't try to, chop the legs off of the good, thing coming out of us, even though for some reason we're self-destructive often, and we kneecap the goodness that's trying to get out of us, and we turn a blind eye accidentally or even with a watchful eye. I'm like, yeah, sometimes you're like, yeah, devil, go fuck that person up unjustifiably. It's kind of messed up. Sometimes a lot of us want bad things to happen to other people. And it's like, well, gosh darn, I can't say that I'm not that person sometimes. You cut me off, oh, fuck your mom. I hope she gets cancer and dies slowly or whatever. You know what I mean? I would never put it that way, but taking it to the extreme. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes people wish the worst on other people. And it's fucked up, but that's what people do. Someone's nice to you. They say, man, I hope you have a great day. And most of the time, it's the people we are, right? Like, we just want the best for everybody. But every once in a while, when, it's a strange analogy to make, but hatred is the same as laziness. Hatred towards others is the laziness of you being a jailer to keeping the devil locked up in his cell. That's when you fall asleep as the jailer and let him escape from his jail cell and go run amok in the city and slaughter citizens left and right. But we are the jailer. We are the jailer of the devil. We're just not very good ones most of the time, or sometimes, and it has its consequences.
Yeah.
Like they say, there's no rest for the wicked, meaning the devil is always trying to escape the prison you keep him in. And if you ever lack in your diligence to make sure he's locked up in the cell, if you ever loosen, your surveillance and your diligence to keep him trapped, he will absolutely escape. Day or night, he will take every opportunity he can to escape and go have his way in the world. So it's a big responsibility, but it's yours. It is your big responsibility, and you can pretend it's not, but you're gonna see the consequences of your actions. Of not keeping the devil at bay. And the hardest.
Wait, who brought up reincarnation before? Did you bring up reincarnation at all? Was that Gio that did it before?
I brought it up several times. It was a big, lots of us talked about it.
Somebody definitely you could have brought it up that the people that do these nasty deeds, they're perpetuating evil in this realm, right? And saying that they reincarnate to somebody said they reincarnate as somebody suffering.
Right. But that suffering is analogous to what I was saying about not doing what you want to do, but cleaning up your mess. It's like a forced feeding of cleaning up your mess. Like your actions have consequences, and you will suffer some way or another. Right. That's the key expression here. some way or another, you will suffer the consequences of your actions. Whether it's immediate, oh, I lived this entire life screwing other people, getting richer and richer, doing whatever I want, right? The idea of reincarnation and karma combined is that some way or another, what goes around comes around. It's the idea of a bunch of fish in a fish tank. And, this fish, it shits in the water. Eventually, you will suffer because you're going to, if you're a fish who shits in an aquarium, eventually you will come to understand that you are now swimming around in your own shit-filled water. You did this to yourself. You did this to yourself. You were the one who poisoned the well. And that's a well that you drink from. You may be able to avoid it for a certain temporary amount of time, but especially when you combine
Oh, this
karma
might
with
sound funny, but who put you in this little ass fishbowl?
yourself.
Word.
Oh, that's what I like to think. It's the only way I can justify the existence of evil, is that I, as some sort of transcendental supernatural being, signed up for the boot camp called life on Earth, and I will be given, the lessons that I bring upon myself. Now, that doesn't seem very reasonable when it comes to the idea that other people will suffer for the bad deeds committed by others that might even benefit them. Someone does a bad thing and somehow I suffer for it and they don't. Right? That's where that philosophy seems to fail to a certain shallow level. You know what I mean? Someone does a bad thing, I suffer from their bad action, and they benefit from their bad action. How is that fair, right? Fuck you, God. Right? That's what everyone wants to say, right? Fuck you, God. What kind of world did you make? People do evil things, and they become happier, and I become unhappier? I've been a great person my whole life, and my life is torturous, and someone's an awful person their whole life, and their life is great. You know what I mean? Fuck you, God. Right? You're the biggest bastard of all. Fuck you, God. But then, like I said, there's two different ways to have the perspective of what I means, or me. There's the capital I, and there's the lowercase I. And I'd like to think that all of the the seemingly unjust situations that the lowercase I experience is balanced out in the capital I overall sense. The personal versus the universal perspective. And the only way you can really justify the existence of evil is if you think that God.
Check me out, right?
It's the only way. Yeah, it's the only way.
Check me
it's
out.
literally the only way.
God is birthing souls into this material realm, and these souls understand their path before they get here. They are to be put through the obstacles that they need. That whatever level their soul is on, Earth provides the obstacles for them to ascend, whether it be with knowledge or spiritual meanings, right? This same realm, God is using, birthing souls into this realm, and they don't deal with the same obstacles in the same realm.
Yeah, and we can all make it easier upon each other by working together, but we're all making
It's like
it
if
harder
this is a
on
loading
ourselves.
stage, like if this is a, what do you want to call it, a staging, you know what I mean? If we're in a staging process, who are all these people amidst this staging process that are not in the staging process?
They are, but
their path does not Is God putting them on a similar path of translating their suffering into their ascension? No, it's a different path. It's a different realm altogether for these people.
Only here's the thing, man. This is the hardest one for people. You gotta keep in mind that the lowercase I is under the illusion of time, that there is a past, present, and future, you know, and that someone's life only takes place with, someone's life only has relevance to some section of the overall timeline. But then there's the universal capital I, who's like, even though you might not realize it, like, you will suffer. Like if God's soul is trapped in this world and it's fractured into a bunch of pieces, like a mirror, that's a cracked mirror that is shattered into a bunch of different fragments of the whole mirror, and now there's a bunch of individual fractions of that mirror. It's like they might all have their own independent sentience, but the separateness of them is an illusion. And like the goal would be to abandon individuality and reconcile your differences and be all in it together, and reform yourselves, redeem yourselves into one wholesome collective.
Hey, Grim, I just wanted to say hi to Grim real quick.
Hey, what's up, guys?
I'll just talk about the crazy shit ever. I don't even know what we're doing. we're on a crazy tangent. It's been on this topic for like the past.
No, funny. I actually
4 hours.
agree with what you're saying now. I got to be honest. I kind of low key agree. It's just funny how. It's just funny, I guess.
So have you ever heard that God is good and that evil is the absence of the presence of God? You ever heard a Christian say that?
Maybe.
Okay, so a lot of people say that, like, God is everywhere, God is everything, or whatever, but evil is where God is not. Like evil doesn't exist. Similar to how people will say that there is only light and a shadow is an absence of light. A shadow isn't real. A shadow is just where light isn't, right? It's a privation or an absence or a chasm where light isn't. So a lot of people like to compare God and goodness in a similar way. Say God is good, everything's good, and what you think is evil is just an absence of God, like a shadow is an absence of light. So
I think that's a misconception. Honestly, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's one sided. It's definitely one sided because here's my response to that sarcastically. I can just as confidently, if I wish to do so, approach any Christian and say, you got it all backwards. God is pure evil. God is the most evil thing ever. He is the essence of evil, and all that exists is evil. And goodness is the resistance of God. To be good is to resist God, because God is evil and you have free will. And you are able to resist God and create small pockets of goodness. It works exactly the same. If you want to call God good and evil is the absence of God, then it's from the human perspective, the place where we're in, the state of ignorance that we all find ourselves in, of not knowing the total truth of the cosmos and totality of everything in reality, right? It's just as fair a perspective to say that God, the everything, the only thing that exists is evil. And it's up to you to resist that evil with your will, to bring about goodness, which is really just the absence of God, and that's on you to achieve that. But I think it's much more fair to say that good and evil are sort of, I'd say good and evil are have a lot in common, and that they're kind of both of the same substance. And good is just the left side of that substance, and evil is the right side of the substance. But they have 99%, 99.99 repeating forever, the same in common in their essence, and that's what I would call God. But that means God is both a good and bad thing. And so, but I'd like to think that God is like you, right? I'll go ahead and confidently claim that you're not a completely good person. Sorry, sorry. I mean, I say the same about myself, right? But it's pretty simple, right? Electric, are you a completely good person?
Nah, man.
Right, me either, bro. And so, do you want to become a better person?
Every day.
Right. I mean, I have that sort of inner feeling too, that I desire to become a better person. Not to say I don't succumb to negative self-destructive behaviors or evil, whatever you want to call it, every day, right? But I do sort of have a mindset when I really think about it and reflect on myself. I feel guilty. I feel bad about things that I've done that I think are mistakes, and I want to be better. And so I like to think of God in the exact same way. God is not God is not just good. God is just like you. He's somewhat good, somewhat bad, but he would like to be better. And so he's working on himself. God is trying to improve. God's not perfect, but he's aiming towards it. And I would say that we are all like that fractured mirror, If God is like looking at a mirror, but the mirror is cracked, and God wants to see himself clearly in his true form. But all these different fractured segments of the mirror, the only way that God is ever going to see himself as he wants to is by healing the divide, healing the fractures of the cracks in that mirror and repairing it. Because, I mean, even the Bible will tell you that the ultimate goal of humanity is the redemption of man. And another word for redemption is repair, right? So life, the life goal of humanity is the repair of man, or the repair of God. God is broken and he's trying to repair himself. And we are the conscious agents of will that play a part in that reparation process. It's up to us whether we're aiming towards the repair of God or the continuous, fractured, broken state of it. So we all need to come together, get our shit together, and make things as best as they can be. We need to heal. We need to repair this broken mirror and become wholesome and holistic and unified and together and teamwork and cooperation.
Amen.
However, and I'm not saying that there isn't something above that, right? Like, there might be a God above the God I'm describing. And that's where maybe like I'm a Gnostic or something, or agree with them, where they say that there's God and then there's the demiurge. Because all I might be talking about a God who's both good and bad, I mean, in a sense, that's just the demiurge. You know what I mean? So maybe what I really mean is that the demiurge is trying to become God, right? There's God who is perfect, and then there's the demiurge, who's a person who's a thing that separated itself from God because it thought that it could be God, but it got a harsh reality that it tried to do it on its own and got a harsh reality check. It's like, not quite, son. Check yourself. And so it made a big mistake. It's like, I'm an angsty teenager. Fuck you, Dad. whatever. You can't tell me what to do. I can do even better. And then it tried and it failed. And now it's like a kid who fucking ran away from home. It's like, I don't need you guys. I'm gonna go become a movie star in Hollywood. And then his dreams are crushed. He's broken, and then he's stranded with no money. He's stranded with no money out in LA, who failed on his goals and dreams in life, and the only place to go where he will be safe and loved is back home. But it is going to be a long, difficult process for him to make his way back where he belongs, back home. And those are all the obstacles of life. The demiurge saying, I made a big mistake. Oh no. Oh no. I swear my intentions were kind of good. They're kind of stupid and evil too. But I swear, man, I just want to, I'm homesick. You know, the demiurge is homesick. He realized he made a mistake, and all he wants to do is go back home where he's loved and he's safe and he's where he belongs. And maybe that's the whole, maybe that's the whole longing that a person has. Like, what is the reason? What is the purpose of life? The purpose of life is to cure your homesickness. You aren't where you're supposed to be, and you're trying to get back. You're trying to get back where you belong. You ran away from home. You realize it was a big old mistake, and you're saying, "Oh boy, well, I guess I found myself in a tough situation, but there's really nothing to do besides, crawl my way back home. There's nowhere else where I belong besides where I belong." I thought I could leave, but now I realize a very important lesson. I don't even know what I'm saying, guys. I'm literally a lunatic, guys. Okay, don't take me seriously at all. I'm literally crazy.
Hey, you're not crazier than me. I mean, I could say some crazy shit that I don't know. But no, it's okay to be crazy, because I think reaching in trial and error is how you come to really, really profound understandings. And yeah, I appreciate everything you said. You make me think hard. You're challenging some stuff you don't even realize you're challenging, I feel like. And that's really cool about what you're getting at. I would say that, I still want to fall back on this idea that there are people there are people in control doing stuff that is not God's will. I'll say it like that. How about that?
There's so many options, man. There's so many options, and I try to express in the best way I can, which I'm not very good at. The option I think is the most likely right now. But I understand I'm just me, and I'm so young, and I'm so naive, and I'm so ignorant, and maybe I'm right, but I never, even if I was right, I wouldn't know I'm right. Even if I came across some nugget of truth, I wouldn't I could find something shimmering with gold, looking gold, right? But I'm not capable of dissecting anything golden I find. It might be a turd spray painted with gold paint, and I wouldn't know the difference, because I'm dumb. I'm just a human with eyes, and if I see some sort of turd spray painted gold, I'm probably going to make the mistake of thinking that's a gold nugget, when really all I did was find something that looks good, but if I dig into it, it falls apart. It's just crap inside. So I'm literally just going on visual. I'm just telling you, I'm just telling you what looks good to me, what feels good to me. You know what I mean? And I understand that might not actually be the truth. In fact, it's probably not. But I'm trying my best. Yeah, that's all I got, really. I'm definitely not lying to you guys. You know what I mean? Even though I'm crazy, I'm saying all these crazy ideas, and I honestly think I'm probably wrong to a large degree. I'm at least I'm just trying to be as honest as possible in a sense, you know? That's all I'm trying to do.
It's not about being wrong. It's about laying it all out to be understood.
Yeah. Thank you, bro. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate you too, a whole lot, man.
I feel
What
like
do we do, man?
like the
I feel
same
like those people
conversation.
what do we do with those people taking advantage of not following God's will, and they're subjecting people to hunger? And I don't think that's God's will. I don't think that's one of His mighty tools of ascending us.
Well, they serve a purpose of showing us what not to do. But then we have to learn the lesson from them, you know, through their example and through the consequences of being subject to them. We have to learn our lesson to avoid them, you know? Like,
Wow. No, I heard that part. That's kind of true, man. No matter what your circumstances are, you can't let it eat you alive. It's not about your circumstances. It's about how you respond to it. Ah, shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, think about this, right? Responsibility, the ability to respond, right? I've asked myself before, right? I've asked myself before, is there some sort of, and you got to forget all the feelings I've expressed to you so far. So forget any of the philosophies that I've said so far, right? Let's just take this back to the mindset that most people entertain. So I've asked myself before, like a lot of people might have asked themselves, like, here I am born in this world. Do I have some sort of duty? You know what I mean? Do I have some sort of responsibility or duty to do something? Because if I do, I don't know what that is, right? There's no instruction manual to life. So people might ask themselves, even though I have no instruction manual given to me, is there something I'm supposed to be doing? Right? What is my purpose in life? Do I have a purpose? Does life have a purpose? Or is it all meaningless? Am I a nihilist? Right? That's kind of what people ask themselves. Right? Do I have a duty? Do I have a responsibility? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I do. I really do. I really do.
Right.
It's this, but then, you know, it kind of, are we pointing at this idea that our souls are reincarnating here due to, and we really do put ourselves through these types of circumstances and suffering and hunger? Like, I'm here to say that, you know, somebody dealing with hunger, somebody dealing with poverty, welfare, that their spirit, their soul needs this trial and tribulation.
You understand that responsibility is to an authority. You know, like, see, a lot of people have this mindset that, like, what's right, what's wrong, what you should do, what you shouldn't do, is going to be judged by a higher authority, right? The teacher is going to give you a grade. Did you behave properly? Did you do it correctly? Right? Did you act correctly? Because the authority above you will cast down its judgment, right? That's what most people consider a responsibility. What is my responsibility? My responsibility is determined by doing what the authority above me has ordered me to do, you know? And so, but that's completely different to the normal person. But, you know, I'm a paradoxical thinker. That's a completely different sort of thing as self-responsibility. So what would you define as self-responsibility?
Yeah.
I would say self-responsibility is doing the right thing for yourself. Does that sound pretty legit?
It makes me think of like an old saying: the best thing you could do for yourself is help someone else.
Perfect. So this ties into what I was saying earlier about the lowercase I, which refers to you, your mindset, your personality, and your body, your flesh, you know? And then there's the uppercase I, where all is one, and I am the universe. Everything is me. I am everything, you know? That's the uppercase. The lowercase I is like me, you know, just like my flesh, my mind, my words, whatever, my actions. And then there's the uppercase I, which is the big I, you know, the totality of reality. And when you know, of course, the self, right? When I say self-responsibility, that word self, the self refers to the I. But like I'm saying, when self refers to I, it can refer to either one. And that expression you just told me about, where it's like the best thing you do for yourself is to do the best thing you can do for others. Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Where it's like, if I am everything, and everything, you know, there's the personal self, and then there's the overall self, then, you know, self-responsibility is exactly what you said. You know, like the benefit of the whole versus the benefit of the individual. And it's like when you help someone else, if you don't view that other person as something different than you, now you can in a practical sense. And I totally see the practicality in viewing others as different than you. Like, I mean, you're you. I totally understand why that's a practical way to live. But then there's a whole other way to view it, where you are me. And if you're suffering, I'm suffering. You know? So the best thing you could do for yourself that a person don't want to do is help someone else. Well, you're helping yourself, you know? And when you're responding to someone else, think about that word, self-responsibility, the ability to respond. And if everything is you, then your reaction, your response, right? Your ability to respond. If everything is you, then self-responsibility, you know, in that sense of like doing the right thing, also takes on the scope of responding to everything correctly. You know, something's going to be the stimulus, and then you're going to respond to that stimulus. But if the person who responds to the external stimulus, but the external stimulus is viewed as yourself, then it's really just an overall, you know, worldwide sense of everyone asking himself or herself, you know, like, what should I do? And so but that brings it back to square one. What should I do? What should we do? Is there something we should be doing? Is there? Is there something we should be doing versus all the other things that we shouldn't be doing? And where does that standard come from? Does that standard that we should follow or obey or live up to or not live up to come from a higher authority? Or have we set that standard for ourselves? Are we trying to live up to God's standard, or are we trying to live up to our own standard that we set for ourselves? And is there a difference between those two things? Because I find it hard enough to live up to my own standards that I even have for my personal self in a practical sense. You know, that's pretty tough. It's like, I am not the person I wish I was, you know?
Consider my time super valuable. And when I think of how much time I've put towards, working for like low wages, is someone really benefiting off of my hard work and me not seeing the most financial benefit from it.
Right. You can
Where
kind of
was I
feel
going?
bad
Where was I
about that.
going with that? I forgot where I was going with that.
Well, you can really get down on yourself for being like, I did so much work, and then you see your paycheck at the end of the week. And you say, I worked harder than that. I'm worth more than that. You know? It's like, is that all I get in
forgot what point
return?
I was trying to make, like 100% in the middle of saying that. Oh, I apologize.
Well, you can't determine your worth through your paycheck. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, my time being valuable. Me needing to go devote hours upon hours of my life to things that I don't think are good for my body, good for my mental health, good for my family. I wish I could. There's so many things I wish I could be doing.
Well, we
And
need to team up, man.
my plan for the next 2 weeks got nothing to do with that. I have to go work. You know what I mean? It sucks. It's weird. This is a circumstance I'm dealing with, and I like what you said, what you're saying, because I like what you're saying.
Yeah, because like what Fundy said, actually, he was saying about like, what is it I need to do? What I need to do? Do we need to do something? And then you were saying about, are we trying to keep to God's standard? But in a sense, what's your name? Electric just pointed out that God doesn't live in time, and we do. So it's almost like because we have a limited time, we try to prioritize other things, right? We make things more important. So
There's
prioritize
there's also a justification in viewing it that way, though. You know, it's like almost anything can be justified. It's like wasting your time can be justified. Playing video games, or
I'm gonna just give an example. Let me talk about this real quick. I know somebody that saved up a whole bunch of money to get lip injections, and something like that. Like they think this is what they truly wanted. They thought about it, saved up their money, and made sure that they did it. Whether it was to prove a point to themselves that they could save up that much money and do it, or whether this is really what they wanted, I don't know. But
right, yeah,
a lot of people
could see. Yeah, a lot of people could respect them for saving the amount of money, but like for the reason
the
saving for, is it
Did
worth
they
it?
reap the benefits of their hard work? You know what I mean? I don't know.
you want to say to each his own and whatever floats your boat, but then and that's fine in a practical concept because they might actually get those like artificial cosmetic surgery, whatever, right? And that might actually give them tons of happiness. So they just love it, no regrets, whatever. It makes them a happy person for the rest of their life, right? It's like, well, I can't really argue against that. If it what makes you happy, right? That's cool. I wish that upon everyone.
What example is that?
like,
Is this the type of stuff that we need to have our kids recreating?
Well, that's the question we asked. Is there something we should be doing? Is there an overall goal that we should all be aiming towards as a collective?
I think there'd be so much a better world if we did all have a common goal as a benefit to the whole.
I think we do. Yeah, I think
We're
in our
all
hearts
freaking
we do.
shotgun blasting. You know, we're all aiming for 100 things in different directions. Every single person has a million things they hope to achieve throughout
By
the day.
design, though. Like it's not natural. It's not literally their own. It's like
And they're all usually
they've
selfish
been guided
desires. Like,
into
I
this
gotta be honest.
path.
A lot of
You know
times,
what I mean?
I hope I'm making enough to buy myself like a $20, $30 meal, and I can enjoy some nice. That's selfish. I should be investing in ramen and peanut butter and jelly and shit. Like, you know.
Well, I gotta go for the night, but I do want to end on one
Ooh,
question,
all right, bro.
and maybe for you guys to think, for myself, you guys to think about. So next time we talk, we can discuss it. And that question is what is important? And I'll just leave it at that. And have a good night, guys.
Good night, man. I appreciate you.
Take care.
But yeah, I wanna strike up a conversation on that topic next time we chat. What is actually important?
Right.
What do you think is important? But
Knowledge.
I'll catch you guys next time.
Teaching the next generation life skills.
All right, good night, guys. Yeah,
Good night,
sorry. I gotta go. All right, I'll catch you next time.
So one thing I'm jealous of in America that they actually teach in school how to drive. We don't have that here in England, which is I find is a bit annoying.
Sorry, say
But
that
just
again?
in general, you know, teaching kids life skills or things that are just kind of being, you know, like pinched out, you know, hunting, anything, survival, like learning how to build shit, you know, like just on your ones, you know, just building a simple shack
Man,
for
I'm gonna
shelter.
tell you a little
All of
story.
that.
Let me tell you a story, man. Since 2013, I can't get a welding certification because my taxes are so messed up. Like, I'm dealing with circumstances because my father stole my identity that I
Yeah, that's
can't get
all
student
license
loans
bullshit, though, isn't it?
and go get welding certification. But I actually
That's
know how
all,
to weld, and I would get it immediately. It wouldn't be a problem if I could afford it. You know.
yeah, that's
What
the
is this
bullshit.
barrier God created for me? My father stealing my identity. Now I can't apply for loans. My path of me wanting to learn welding is just fucking. What do I do?
Well, that's the thing. Why did you want to learn to weld? Because you wanted to weld something for yourself, or because you want a job in welding where a boss pays you? This is the thing. You know, you want to have a skill for yourself, not to.
Yeah, I want
You
to.
know what I mean? Not to sell to
pump a
someone.
metal. I
Yeah.
want to shape metal. You know.
Right.
Yeah. Boom.
But if
That's
you know
why.
you can do it, use it to your own advantage, and not trying to think I'm going to be a slave for someone that needs a welder. You know, it's like this is the world we live in at the moment. That the skills we acquire aren't really for ourselves, but they're for our bosses. You know, it's ridiculous. We don't use them for our own advantage, really. We use them for a shitty paycheck.
My
You know?
desire to be a welder was not just to fall in line and make that my career, my profession. I truly want to have the ability to make giant pieces of metal. It's my design.
Right.
Yeah. So that's
But
the
like,
bigger motive. That and it would also benefit me with a career path. But that's the
what
real main reason.
So, like for me, that doesn't really know anything really about like metal making or work. How could you build a substantial structure without a machine? You know, like mind you, the bending machine isn't too bad. You know, like where you curve metal. That's I'm sure you could probably make one of those, but all of the other sort of high tech sort of equipment, you know, big machines that you need.
Yeah, there's so many types of machines when it comes to metal fabrication or whatever you want to call the field. Yeah, you're
And
right.
it's
I would
like
need an entire warehouse.
workshop.
Machinery.
Yeah.
That's right. Right, and this is like my true desire. I wish I had this. It's just my obstacles to get to it. these circumstances between me and my real, like, honest desires and honest goals that I think could benefit myself, my family, people around me. Circumstances between me and that, I don't think it's God giving me some obstacles. Like, here's your obstacle. This is why you can't weld. I feel like my father was doing some evil shit, stealing my identity.
I mean, people would still try and say that maybe it's God trying to test you, you know, just putting a problem in your way for you to grow, you know.
Sure.
You know.
There's a yeah, you're right, man. The challenge
Just
for me,
like
I guess, it's not welding. It's more overcoming something like somebody stealing my identity.
yeah, it's like teaching you to control yourself, like, you know.
Interesting.
Someone that's
Yeah,
quick to
I never
anger.
heard you say that, so that's cool.
Yeah, you know, like someone that's quick to anger, he might test them in that sense, you know.
Yeah,
Give them more and more
I
scenarios.
think that the goals that God is setting for me has to do with welding, and it's actually more about protecting my identity. What do you know? Could be. Who knows? I don't know.
Whereas I think that God, like, I've got a strange idea that I think that God can hear all our thoughts anyway. So it's like he doesn't need me to. He knows how I think. He knows the way I am. In a sense, it's like someone as stubborn as I am and hard-headed. He will put the right. Do you know what I mean? It's like he knows that I'll over question things and then over question things, and it's like surely he knows all of his children enough to put them in the place, in a sense, they need to be, you know, to have the journey they need, you know. You hope.
Wow. You know, that really helps Fundy's argument, actually. It's funny he left now, but it is true, man. I think that what I need to learn is not what I actually have to figure out right now. I keep thinking like, yo, I wish I could just be welding. Or, yo, I wish I didn't have to deal with this identity theft claim type stuff.
Right. But that's the thing,
No
is
matter
like
how much I deal with it, it doesn't go away. It's actually kind of bad.
it's like you're not accepting. It's like you're saying, oh, because I don't have it legally, that I'm not a welder. Whereas you know you can weld, so you are a welder. It's not, just legally you're not a welder. You know what I mean?
Right. Legally, I'm not. That's right.
Exactly. Like,
Oh, man, I wish Fundy could have been here to hear that, man. He would have been happy to hear me say, like, wow, you know what? That makes, that makes a lot of sense.
do you hold on to a lot of scrap metal then, just in case you might want to do a project or something?
I used to work my uncle's property, so I worked with pretty much he made the steel coping for concrete pools for skate parks around Northern California, and I was pretty much the person that was ankle grinding these copings, smoothing them out, making them polished. Weird job, but like doing that, I had to mess with a whole bunch of long metal tubes, cutting them, polishing them, making rails, making big bends in them to align them with pools.
Yeah.
But either way, what's it called? Yeah, really good point you made.
Yeah, I do think like to follow on to Bundy's question at the end there. What is
Oh my god,
important?
I just seen a video of Brownie on Instagram, and I'm about to go to the store. Bro, I'm really getting hungry. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's like you feel bad for well, not even like even my generation. Certain skills just aren't seen as valuable. You know, like learning how to make a fire out in the fucking forest and all of that sort of shit. Things that I think the next generation needs to be taught because you know, Like here, the energy prices are going to go sky high. It's good to have a backup. It's good to not have a reliance on the system. And these are the sort of skills we need to, equip, arm the next generation with, because then they'll be free of the bullshit, of the bullshit monthly energy fucking bills, all of that sort of shit.
Yeah.
People should be learning how to be able to make a generator, make their own solar panels.
I agree. It's so expensive for people to get their medical license. Like that should be enough of an argument right there.
Yeah, not expensive just in money, but time.
Yeah, exactly. That was my bigger point I was making earlier. Is like the amount of time I'm spending away from due to circumstances, right? It's just like, who's manipulating my time? Is it me? Are these circumstances I'm facing, like, fighting the manipulation of my time and what I'm spent doing?
Yeah.
Who's manipulating, like, how I can consolidate my time? Is it God? Is it some dipshit that is evil? Is it me? This is the real question.
Well, then it comes really back down to Fundy's question: is what is important? Where is your time? Where is your time important? Where is it most important?
Benefiting others. Man, like, one of the things I've always wished I could do is just, like, go to the fucking supermarket, buy all the food, and just cook it all up. Go to a place where homeless people hang out, and just hand out food to people, so people don't gotta feel hungry. And that's just something that I just wish I had enough money to do every day. Just go pay for a bunch of people's food. But all these circumstances in my way. Nope, I gotta go devote my time so someone makes way more off of my back, off of my hard labor.
There's another issue that I have is like people not being taught how to grow food, and not only that, if you do know how to grow certain foods, all the land is owned by some fucker. So where do you do it? Do you know what I mean? If you don't own any land, where can you do it? Because that would sort out fucking starvation for one,
Yeah, they don't even let you really grow food, and they're changing it. And now I gotta get into the GMO seeds and the seeds that don't regrow. It's true, man. They're stunting our growth. Like, fuck.
Literally.
Yep, they don't want people to be able to sustain their own lives. They want us all to be dependent. And I don't think that's God's will. God is like sitting back watching us fight these powers that be, and we're losing the
Yeah,
fight. And it's like, damn, like, we don't even know how to win this fight right now.
but it might be God's will, because it's like we're the bear, and he wants.
Dude, I'm literally watching a video of
He wants
bears.
the bear to be poked. Do you know what I mean? But a lot of people don't see that we are the bear, because the numbers that we have, we are the bear, and I think that's what it is. It's just more poking, and there will be a threshold, and people will just have enough and unite. That's the way. That's all I can see is going to happen. It's going to build up to a certain threshold, and people are going to have enough. I mean, you kind of saw it in Holland, where the farmers. Did you see what was going on with the farmers?
I don't know.
And the harvesters taking up the roads, but people started boycotting the supermarkets and then buying off of the local farmers, which is really good. You can make so much change by that. All these big corporations, they get their power from us. Right. So it's our responsibility comes back. We were talking about that earlier, right? Whose responsibility is it? Whose fault is it that the world is the way it is? But because
Yeah, that's the question I'm asking, and that's why I brought up this thing about the real Jews being Native Americans and Tartaria and the Phoenicians and the Scottish Freemasons coming to America in the 1800s.
Romans.
Dude, it's so complicated. I can't. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'll lose my train of thought. Who really is carrying this knowledge and suppressing people?
They won't
I'm
have
tapped
a
out. With that thought, bro, you just tapped. I'm tapped out.
Yeah, well, if there were people that were controlling things, they wouldn't be known by face, would they? Or name, if they were smart enough.
Known by faiths?
Yeah, you said if who is it that's controlling things? You know, and I say if there are people that are controlling things, they won't be known by face or name.
Oh, right.
So we got all these ideas of the Rothschilds and all that, and all the people at Davos. What's it called again? You know what I'm on about there.
Yeah, I know a little bit.
What's it
Obviously,
called?
that information is hard to come by.
What's that fucking? Oh, can't even remember the name of them. But
I'm trying to simplify the point.
Klaus Schwab and all that.
Circumstances people face are not of a natural order. It's not truly benefiting us. I think we are being held back from what we could be facing and giving ourselves hard obstacles. We're giving
But
ourselves
then
the wrong
again,
obstacles. That's the
but
most
then
simple
again,
way to say
I
it.
feel like that
We're
we're
facing
passing
the
the buck
wrong
there.
obstacles.
It's our responsibility though. We God created us in the image of Him, right? And we have sort of created the world the way it is now. It's only us to blame. There's no this isn't God's part, but we have made it the way it is. There's no one else to blame it on, apart from us. So there again lies a lot of responsibility.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. Not the average person, because if average people run the world wouldn't be the way it is. Right? I get what you're saying. But there you go. It's not average people that are running the show. And maybe that is for a reason, though. Like I say, the bear needs to be poked. The humanity needs to wake up.
Yeah, I used to argue that too, that we need some kind of threat to make us stronger. Otherwise we get too comfortable and too soft.
Definitely.
But I don't know. I used to say that, but I don't know if I agree with that anymore. I think that it's weird to say that every single person needs to become jacked and efficient with a gun and accuracy and aim to be a perfect defender of their family. You know what I mean?
Right. Maybe not of your
In
family,
today's
but
society, the
to be
real
able to
goal
shoot
of a
birds so you
capitalist
can feed
family,
yourself.
wielding a gun and being able to protect your family from regular threats with your gun. You're really suggesting that everybody just learns how to be a great shooter? Is that really what everybody's supposed to be doing?
Well, survival, it's like preservation of self, Is that not a good trait?
And yeah, right, exactly. And that's why I say, do we need to be facing threats all the time? Things that make our own survival an obstacle. What if our obstacles could be things like
you know, growing our intelligence rather than, oh shit, somebody's about to shut my lights off.
Right, or advancements on technology and stuff like that. And the technology not being used to make fucking money like it is at the moment. Instead of it being used for profit, why isn't it not used to make life easier, you know? Or not even easier, but, you know, or to grow understanding of life instead of it just being about fucking profit. That's the easiest way you can say that the world is wrong, because all it is profit over everything else, and that's all that the world is at the moment. And I don't know why everyone likes to live in that. I don't get it. I don't understand why people love it so much. That profit. Oh, it's all about fucking making fucking shitty pieces of paper. I don't get it. I really don't. It's fucking bananas, mate. It's fucking bananas.
Wow. Yeah, I hear you.
If anything, like, fucking 2 years of COVID showed you that most jobs are fucking pointless, because everyone was at home doing fuck all, and everyone was fine. The world still existed. You know, all these fucking pointless jobs that everyone stopped doing for a while, and they still didn't realize. Well, what the fuck was I doing them for? You know, just.
Oh yeah, some people had some. I feel like a lot of people going from being in the office to dealing with remote work, and then having to get vaccinated while working at home. You have to ask that question, like, dude, I'm in my house, remote working, not in You're saying I can't leave my house, so I'm not in contact with anybody. I'm forced to work while I'm not allowed to contact anybody, and I need a jibby. Like, at what point do you start asking questions?
Oh well.
But yeah, like it all just brings it back to the same point. People got to wake up and see that their time is being spent doing things that maybe it's not 100% the greatest thing you could be doing in that moment. I mean, I know it sounds crazy. Maybe for me it's different because I deal with a lot of circumstances. I feel like I dealt with a lot of setbacks growing up. And, you know, I've been fighting to just like maintain a regular lifestyle. Like there was times where it was like super duper hard, times where it was easy, times where I was like, damn, I'm really cruising. I don't even know how I survived. And now it feels like a crazy struggle. But
Yeah.
I don't take none of this for granted. I actually love my job. I love what I do. I'm not rich, but I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Circumstances.
All I'm saying is I just love to live in a community where the community is boss and not the CEO and not fucking the council and the state and all that bullshit. I just love it to just be people owning owning the town and you know.
Yeah, we need to get back to that. There are little pockets around the world where this does hold true. Corporate America is trying to fucking weasel these people out, man.
Yeah, they're desperate for you to rely on the state. That's why. Because if you don't rely on them, then they're not needed.
What does Kevin from Shark Tank say? They're gonna squash you like the little cockroach you are, or whatever. Anybody that tries to make a living for themselves, somebody's gonna come in and tell them they're not allowed to.
Well, that's the thing about it. Like, that's why I'm desperate to escape it and just go to this idea of building your own, making your own energy, and then you don't have to make anything. You don't have to make any money. You just make your own food. You make your own energy, and you live and you just be fucking happy, you know? That you don't have any reliance on the fucking shitty system.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Fucking does, doesn't it? Really does. But yeah, again, like we were saying earlier, you need people with a common goal, you know, because many hands make light work. If there was a group of people, like you say, there is pockets of communities like that. And it comes about because of a group of people with a common goal, you know, you can get shit done like that. And it's not about money, you know?
Yeah, it's about unity.
Right. It's about what's good for me is good for my neighbor, you know?
Capitalism kind of, you know, just pulls the rug out from under your feet.
Well, that's another thing, isn't it? People just so inclined to adopt these political ideas, you know, put into a category of this or that. You know, I don't do any of that stupidness. Oh, you're liberal. Oh, you're this. Oh, you're that. No, I'm fucking me. I don't fit in any of these boxes. I'm sorry.
A lot of good points were made. I feel like I had a lot of important questions answered today.
So I do think the best thing at the moment is just to learn skills of how to build stuff, how to make energy off grid, all of that sort of shit. Growing. But then it's just trying to find somewhere where you can actually do it without the authorities coming to take it all away, you know. That's why I want to build myself a nice little shack out somewhere in a forest, but then underground, you know, have some nice little bunker, you know. When they come and take away the shack, they don't know that there's a bunker underground. Just come back to that.
Yeah, it's weird. I think of the things that I come up with so I could just be, you know, free up my time so I could do the things I really want to do. Like, what kind of business could I have where I could, like, you know, only tend to it like a couple hours of the day, have the rest of the day to myself, you know? Like, what good ideas can I come up with? It sucks.
Well, you have to find
I want to
maybe
be an
there's
entrepreneur, right? I just want to be a merchant. Just sit back and just let my shit sell
exactly.
itself.
Well, you got to find where you've got like where certain unique pieces of metal, you know, and I don't mean a unique metal. I mean just the shape of it is unique for a certain for a certain task. You know, that's what you got to do, because small pieces of metal you could probably do those. You know, like bolts and shit. I know factories, they're normally made by machines and shit, but you know what I mean, more intricate small parts, like certain parts of cars are made by hand, you know, metal bits. You know, you just find a niche in that, and then you just make these little metal parts, and then you're good. That's what I would do if I was you. Find a little niche where there's a high demand of certain metal parts.
Hell yeah,
And
dude.
if
I
you
love
can
that
make them
idea.
quick,
Dude, I can't thank you enough for that idea right now.
Yeah, if you can find a high demand of a metal part that you could make quite easily.
Oh,
And
sick idea. That is such a sick idea.
isn't it? Like find a piece that's used so widely that it's in such high demand, and just get on manufacturing that one piece again and again. You'd be sorted.
Yep. Yep. Not gonna forget that, man. That's good advice.
Yeah, man, and I'm sure you probably got a bit of an idea of, high in demand metal parts. And then it's just finding out how you can get the raw metal and how much it will cost you and all that, and how much you're going to sell it for each part.
Gosh, I'm so hungry. I'm just debating going to the store the whole time.
I was hungry for beer.
It's funny. Let's talk about circumstances a little more. Where I live right now, maybe I chose to live in this specific spot. I've been shopped around different apartments, different cities, or whatever. But I chose to live here. But the only food that, unless I want to take a little ride, is like a gas station. And probably the best options I have to eat right now are totally trash. That's why I'm just not eating.
What? So you haven't been on like a big supermarket shop, and you've got food in your cupboards where you can actually cook, or are you just being lazy? You got food in your cupboards, but
I don't know, man. Last time I did a big supermarket shop was a minute ago. No, I haven't done that. You're right. I should have just did that.
I mean, it is nice to go to the farms rather than the big corporations, like, rather fill the little man's pocket up than the big man's pocket up.
Yeah, really. I just need to go to the grocery store.
Innit? Just get some loads of cheap shit. I remember years ago when I went to my mate's and he lived in with like shared accommodation. There's just fuck all to eat there, and all I did was went to the shop, bought butter, bread, and cheese. That was it. I was like, yeah, a fucking cheese sandwich will do me nice right now. That's all I need. But then that would last for ages, because you could buy a block of cheese, a bit of, a pack of butter, and a loaf of bread. The loaf of bread will go quicker than the cheese and the butter, right? But if you're hungry, you can have a lot of cheese sandwiches, and that you can get that for under £10. So that lasts you quite a long time.
See, I guess it's because I'm never really home.
Right.
Like, if I did buy food like that, it would just expire.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to be that pessimistic about my habits with the food, though. I don't want to say that if I buy something, it's going to spoil before I eat it. But that actually did happen a few times, and that's why my refrigerator stays empty now.
Yeah, it
I'm not
happens.
home.
But
You
you
know,
just
I'll
got to
come
try
home
and
from a
plan it.
long day of work, and I'll see what's in my fridge, and I don't eat it. And
So
maybe
with
that,
your work, does it just come up? Like you might, if you say like if you was to plan and buy the meals you want to cook for 5 meals for Monday to Friday, right? Will something come up and maybe change those plans? So then, yeah, I get you saying then your work's a bit
that's
varied.
really my fault for not giving myself a day to just do a big grocery shopping. It's my fault. It's nobody else's. Dude, the grocery store by my house is actually low-key disgusting. You mentioned that. I really do got to mention that. The grocery store next to my house, like, I actually have to go about, like, 30 minutes away to a decent grocery store. There's a Walmart, and that's not even that decent. I mean, Walmart's good. Walmart's not bad, I guess.
Yeah, you can find some better quality. Yeah, what about growing though? Is your garden small, or would you not think about growing some of your own stuff? But I get what you're saying. You're not at home a lot, so then who's going to water it and all that? So, yeah.
It's just that, no, I actually don't have a property like that. I have an apartment.
I see.
So I don't have to grow anything inside my house. Or on the balcony. Could grow stuff on the balcony. Probably.
What's your climate like? You quite in a quite warm place of America?
New Jersey doesn't really let you grow much of anything.
Serious?
Corn, tomatoes. I don't know. Like, we don't have a good climate for a lot of vegetables, I feel like.
I think they've got quite a similar climate to the UK, actually, New Jersey.
Yeah.
Cold winters they have, don't
You
they?
guys are colder than us. I think it gets colder than you guys.
Yeah. Well, and there's me growing weed at the moment, man. Like, and I'm not using I'm not using lights. I'm literally just using the sun. They just started budding. I had to force them to bud because obviously, I'm thinking, fucking hell, they might be another month before they start budding, and then it's fucking October already. Like, it's too cold here for that. Like, but no, I forced them to flower, so yeah, they've started flowering now.
What's up, Arbiter?
What's going on, boys?
I'll share some pics actually.
I gotta be honest, I'm like really tired of talking about some random ass stuff.
Are you guys familiar with the 60 to 1 rule in plane flight navigation?
No, man, I never heard of this.
Are you talking about 60 miles to 1 degree?
Yeah, so when you in pilot school, when we're going, let's say 120 nautical miles, if I'm flying that distance after 60 nautical miles, for me to maintain a parallel path, I have to do a course correction of at least 1 degree. And that's due to wind drift. That's just not plus or minus actual wind compensation for whatever heading I'm traveling, right? But it's a 60 to 1 rule. So I was wondering if there's a glober around, he could explain how that works under a rotating surface.
I see Kosho's still here. You there, Kosho? I guess he's been away. Yeah, it's funny. I brought that up today. That 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, and this is what I said about it. I said every time I hear a glober make the argument that the 1 degree drop per 60 nautical miles is evidence of curvature, I tune it out. I don't like listening to it, and that's all I could really say about it. I'm stuck right there. What
Yeah,
you just said has brought me more understanding than ever before.
Sorry, I said something, but I just got back. Maybe I missed. Yeah. What did he say about it? Yeah, I guess. Sorry if I just got here. I just didn't hear.
That the correction that you make after 60 miles is not due to curvature, but due to wind drift, and that the wind drift could be. It doesn't have to be 1 degree. I don't know. Is that what you said?
That doesn't really make much sense though, because how?
In pilot school, when they teach you to, it's a rule of thumb, right? It's just a rule of thumb to use called 60-to-1 rule, which means if you fly 60 nautical miles, you're going to have to do a course correction to at least 1 degree right or left of your course to maintain parallel paths between position point A and point B, and then another 1 degree if you have to fly another 60 nautical miles to your point, which would complete a triangle. So what they show you is in class, you try to make a triangle with the 60-to-1 rule, knowing that due to wind drift, you're going to experience this 1 degree every 60 nautical miles. But again, that's also plus or minus whatever heading you are, plus whatever wind direction you're at to find your speed to compensate as well, right?
That's not actually the same.
Sorry, go on, Gio.
Well, I was just saying that's not the same argument that they're making. They're talking about that as you move 60 nautical miles away from, let's say, Polaris or a star or whatever, it drops 1 degree. So it's not the same as the 1 in 60 rule that you're talking about, the air navigation one.
No, I understand that. That's not what I'm not talking about. The 1 degree drop. I'm talking about how does you count for the 60-to-1 rule if there's rotation over 120 nautical miles. You would have at least it's a 2 hour. Let's say you're 2 hours to fly that.
Wait a minute. Maybe this might be a silly question, but the wind isn't constant. The wind changes every day. So how would you have a constant 61?
So there
rule?
are again. You're full of shit. When you're flying locally, you have consistent
full of shit.
relative. Yeah, you are. You do have somewhat consistent flight.
I'm asking a question. I'm not full of shit. I'm not trying to say that I know shit. Yeah, I don't know why
the wind is not going to go through drastic changes unless there's drastic weather pattern changes. If therefore the 60-to-1 rule is going to be not as accurate. But if you're flying relative weather conditions where there isn't much wind, you can use the 60. Like in other words, crazy weather patterns. You know what I mean? You have a relative consistent pattern, wind and direction.
Yeah, average.
You can use
if it's an average. Yeah,
you can use the 60-to-1 rule, thumb rule. But again, if you have a different heading and a different wind direction, there's another. You can use the clock rule, which is 20, 40, 60. Same thing. You can just do quick calculations that way to figure out plus or minus your heading or what degree change you have to make based on whatever wind, whatever you're compensating for wind direction. First, your heading, right?
You're full of shit.
Yeah. So again, it's just the 61 rule doesn't apply for a rotating body Earth if you're traveling 120 miles from location to location. If you're traveling 120 miles, there's duration of time of rotation of the aircraft, but all you're compensating for is wind drift. And this is what's taught.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think you kind of ruined the flow of the convo when you said he was full of shit, and he wasn't even like debating you. He was just kind of a shitty vibe.
Yeah, I wasn't claiming that I knew anything. I was asking a question, but no, I'm full of shit apparently.
Well, if you don't know the 60-to-1 rule, then go look it up. But it's just a rule of thumb. It's not something to be 100% because it is relative to weather patterns and conditions.
Right,
so you're going to have a couple of other calculations.
Wind isn't constant, is it? Wind does change, like the wind currents do change. So it just seemed weird to me that you would have a constant rate of a rule when the wind changes all the time. It doesn't sound
well. It's always going to be a base measurement tools you're going to have to calculate your point of position, right? At local level, 2,500 feet, you're not flying crazy long distances,
So I'm sure the rule, works pretty consistent if they've devised it as a constant.
I'm just trying to get this right, Arbor. You say that the correction after 60 miles is because of wind drift. I'm just
So when they
wondering.
teach you how to what you're compensating for is you're not compensating for earth rotation, you're compensating for wind drift. And just as a rule of thumb, because you are flying in the wind, that this rule of thumb is taught to you that every 60 nautical miles you're going to make a course correction 1 degree to maintain parallel to your course. If you want to fly to your course and you know the X amount of distances, then you'll have to do another course correction to fly to that point, creating a triangle. That's what's demonstrated in class, and that's what the rule of thumb is. So if you're flying 300 nautical miles, then you're going to kind of keep your course adjustment based on the distance from between point A and point B. And then if you have different wind patterns, you'll get notified, all that stuff. You can do quick calculations to do course corrections in midair, which you do. I'm not anywhere near experienced on it at all. I'm just learning the basics of it. But my questions keep adding up when it comes to, calculating for Earth rotation or ball surface. When you don't account for any of it, you just operate off the wind.
So let me ask you a question, and this might be the wrong question to be asking, but just try to hear me out. The wind correction you're talking about, this is over the course of 60 miles that the amount of wind drift is going to equate to 1 degree, like no matter what.
Yeah, no matter what, you're going to use it as a rule of thumb. Yeah, for sure. And then you can add
So
other
it's always because just the consistent amount of wind is going to throw you off course. It's not like because of how you're flying. You know what I'm trying to say? I guess I'm just trying to identify the
Well, you got to
relationship.
maintain. You got to maintain a course. You got to maintain a course, right? So how do you calculate your course? You need some
Sounds
sort
like
of.
they're readjusting to the North Pole. That's what it sounds like to me. Every 60 miles, you're going, in a certain direction away from the North Pole. So then they have to
You're operating off of wind, and there's nothing to do with the North Pole. It goes in whatever direction you're going in all directions.
Argument for the globe is that this correction is because you have to follow curvature. I get it.
Yeah, that your triangle wouldn't work out too well if you had a curved surface, buddy.
True. Well, I actually have the 1 in 60 rule Wikipedia. If there's a better source for this information, you can tell me now. But I'm just reading this right now.
Just go learn in pilot school. Go to any pilot teachings. They will show you what it's for. So why don't you go watch an instructional video and that'll teach you.
Sure, I'll do
Data,
that.
I feel like you're assuming these guys are globe earthers, and they're not.
Listen,
Data,
buddy,
would you say those places on-
dude, you need a debate, right? You need an argument. My suspicion is irrelevant to who I think of what, right? I'm just presenting facts. Whatever
Fair enough.
contention I get is up to the person who is listening.
Would
Right,
there
and if
be extreme cases on Earth where there's extreme winds where this rule isn't applicable?
So again, if you're flying, let's say 2,500 feet, you're flying a couple hundred miles from location to location, it works perfectly fine. If you want to add in a whole bunch of variables, then you're going to add in other calculations to help you with your flight path.
No, I'm just saying, like, is there places on
Like
the Earth where this rule is not,
I don't know. I haven't searched every place on the earth where the rule doesn't apply, but the rule is applied in aviation. It's due to wind drift. So I don't know how else to tell you that, but that's what they teach you in school.
I'm just wondering. I'm just trying to
if I'm
find
flying
it.
300 miles anywhere, or 300 nautical miles anywhere from point to point to point, I'm not flying over a spinning, rotating ball with no curvature. I'm at 2,500 feet. I can see easily I don't know, 100 miles, 50 miles, easily. A long, I don't even know how far I can see. I have to pay attention actually next time to see how far I can see on the map. But I can see a hell of a lot farther, and it operates the same as if I'm on a map. It operates the same if I'm using Euclidean. The only thing that I haven't done is obviously connected the dots over large 2,000-3,000 mile distances, right? But over 100, 200, 300 miles, 400 miles, no problem.
Yeah, no, I was just asking if there was like where there's extreme winds, maybe Antarctica, maybe certain places where the rule would not apply.
I'm sure the rule will apply. There'd be lots of places that didn't apply, like places that are, extremely windy. Look, there's airports around the world that have extreme crosswinds that, you'd have to be experience that crabbing when you're coming in, right? Like, it's crazy. So
Right.
I'm sure there is, but for the most part, I think how we developed aviation was the fact is that we had some stable winds, and when I go out to fly or have lessons, and I haven't been in a long time, we usually do it, when the clouds aren't really, around, or the wind isn't really high, right? But at this point, anybody,
You're not a newbie, buddy. I'm a newbie. I'm reading about it right now, actually.
yeah, it's all good. Look, man, just go fly planes. You'll get all the information you need to know that there's no 8-inch per mile square dip or drop.
It's fly planes. It's not GTA,
It's like $200. $200. Take your camera up, fly, 2,000 feet, and ask the guy when you're going to navigate for a spinning ball and get it on camera. There you go. And then ask a glober, hey man, when I'm up 2,500 feet and I fly in a couple hundred miles, why don't I have to count for curvature or spin? And they reply, well, it's negligible. But wait a second, you're measuring curvature at the surface of the Earth. What's going on here, guys?
Yeah, and higher up above the ground, wouldn't the curve be greater? Because the circumference would be greater, right?
If a 6-foot individual is claiming they can measure curvature with a camera, but yet when you're flying, you look down bird's eye view and you've got square mile distance all around you, you only have two options. Either somebody's full of shit and somebody doesn't know optics, or maybe both.
All I'm saying is like, if they claim the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, well, if you add an extra 60 miles of depth to that, 60 miles being the Kármán line, right? So if you add another 60 miles of depth, then the circumference would be greater, and it wouldn't be negligible. It would be even more noticeable, in air.
More importantly, you would be on a rotating surface, and your 60-to-1 rule wouldn't apply. You leave any rotating surface, body, Earth, doesn't matter what physics you show, that the deviation would be caused by the non-inertial reference frame and the person that's in its own reference frame from it. So you can't have that operating on a surface, or you can't have that plane operating on a surface that way, because if it did, it would have to have functions for that, and it doesn't. It operates as it's over a plane.
Kosho, are you here? Flat Earth to Kosho? Oh, he's not here.
Yeah, I was going to share this with you, Gio, just to get your feedback. So I came up with a simple calculation. It's distance time refraction times height is equal to, let me say that. Height is equal to horizon. Yeah, so distance times refraction times height equals horizon. So I figured over the average height for a person looking off to refraction, anywhere from, like, let's say 6 feet to, let's say, 100 feet. You got about 5 arc minutes to 60 arc minutes of refraction, or 30 arc minutes of refraction over the distance, right? So if I assume the arc minute of refraction in the refraction calculation and divide it by the let me see what I did here. Yeah, so if I knew the height and I just divided it by the refraction, I'd get the distance to the horizon. In other words, it's almost like a flat Earth calculator, if you will. So it's distance times refraction times height equals the horizon.
Yeah, I get that general idea, but
So, for
I
instance,
think trying to calculate for refraction is virtually impossible because it's always different, slightly different.
well, that's the best part about it is that because we have a certain height elevation over the surface of the Earth, there's a common, I shouldn't say common, but there seems to be a pattern of vision that we can calculate angles to, right? And so that effect is either considered in two worlds. One is physical Earth curve, and the other is optical junction point or an optical illusion due to angular relationship to the eye. If I take that distance, or if I take that 5 arc minutes over 10 miles, because all the papers claim that it's 5 arc minutes roughly over 10 miles, that distance multiplied by that arc of refraction multiplied by the height will give me the horizon. So I can actually just use that quick calculation over a plane Earth without the exponential function, because I think what happens to light is that as it moves away, it gets faster in speed. It doesn't slow down. It gets faster and converges. Hence the intensity of light is 1 over the distance squared. So I think they take that refraction calculation of light, and so I've just applied basic Euclidean instead of an exponential function under the idea that we have 5 arc minutes of refraction every 10 miles.
No, I like to come out when it's like 3, 4 in the morning where everyone else is asleep and it's quiet.
So much joy, I feel.
Oh yeah, when it's been raining, it's crap.
You're hot micing, Jim Jam.
Yeah, no. Well, you can't put it on push to talk anymore. Is there something changed with Discord?
So Geo, basically you take every 10 miles, it's 5 arc minutes of refraction. And I think what it does, it actually, as you get farther, after you get about 60 miles, it actually starts to like, not double up, but like increase by like 20%. Or not that much, maybe 10%.
So basically what you're saying is there's an average zone in between the two extremes.
Well, see, the idea...
Well,
I'll tell you the idea. The idea is because every sextant manual that I've looked at, they offer a calculation for refraction to the horizon, which is the square root of the observer's height multiplied by 0.96 or 0.117 or 1.17 or whatever, right? So there's this refraction calculation they use, and that's based on function of, well, light to the eye and light passing through a medium. But more importantly, it's an admission to the horizon and how to quickly calculate it. Now, it's not 100% accurate, but it's there. And what I find is that there's a correlation to this basic calculation, not an exponential function, but just linear calculation, which is, let's say I was at 6 feet, I would divide it by the refraction, and I would get the distance to the horizon, which oddly enough, if I'm 6 foot observer, I'm at 1.5 refraction to 5 arc minute refractions between 1 and 10 miles. So you can see this correlation with the exponential function of the square root of the observer's height multiplied by 1.22, right? Basically, what I'm saying is I'm trying to find a pattern with linear calculations by assuming atmosphere refraction. Or what arc minutes refraction is taking place.
Yeah, what's it? Has something changed with Discord lately? Because I can't put it on push to talk.
Not. I heard there was an update, but I think they're always doing updates. But I know some people were having issues with a recent update they were saying. But no, you should still be able to. You might have to go.
I don't have that option anymore. Even trying to go on options, I don't even have an options button.
I'm using it right now. I'm on my computer. I could check on my phone, but I don't know if I've updated my phone one.
Because I didn't know whether you changed the server to people not being able to push to talk. But yeah, I've come on it and I can't push to talk. It's strange. Don't even find a settings button. When I click, like while I'm in the voice chat here, I've only got the message bubble and the contact bubble. I don't have the settings icon. Strange.
I'm not sure.
Good on you, fella.
There's nothing in the server that can set that. You can set whether people can use voice activity, but if you do that, then it will force them to use push to talk. But I don't think there's a way to not let people use push to talk. But yeah, you might want to. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe reboot the app or reboot the phone, or it should still work on a phone, I assume. Push to talk. Pretty sure it does. Maybe they just changed the settings menu or something.
That's strange. I don't have the setting for it. I don't have the ability to change it. Maybe because I'm on my data. I don't know. Maybe when I get home, put it back to my Wi-Fi, I'll be able to change it. Oh, data wasn't around for long enough. We weren't being argumentative enough for it.
Yeah, I think he did. He did seem like he wanted to debate.
Yeah.
Check out what Jesse Gore. I was just watching. He sent me this video earlier, and I was just watching the first 2 minutes of it. I don't even know. My brain is so fried right now. I can't make much of anything. But he did. It looks like he did a useful, like, this test can prove something. I feel like. I can't even comment on it. I'm too tired. I feel bad. But I feel like there is something to be said about Jesse's video.
Oh. Tell him to come in here and describe it to us. Did you watch it?
What, Kozlowski?
3 minutes in. He has a flashlight. Okay, hold on. I don't want to say this wrong. He has a flashlight in the middle, like, and a flashlight at the other end, and a telescope. Telescope on the left, flashlight in the middle, flashlight on the right side of the lake. The flashlight in the middle of the lake is exactly in the middle, so he measured 1.5 miles in both directions. And he's seeing if he would do a better job than I am right now. I don't want to say anything wrong because it matters what direction he's pointing the flashlight. I have to watch to make sure. I think he's pointing the flashlight so he's getting a horizontal view. It's not like, front to back. I gotta ask him. I can't even make sense of this right now. I feel too stupid. But what I will do is...
He said he's going to come in here and describe it.
Yeah, I just read that, so I'm going to go to the store and get a Monster Energy and give a crap about falling asleep, right? I'll stay up to see what Jesse got to say about this. I'm going to go to the store.
Just power through. Power through. Yeah. Sometimes you got to just...
Yeah. Thinking about getting food anyway. I wish Arbiter didn't leave so quickly. I'm sure he'd have something to say about Jesse's test.
Yeah, sometimes people pop in and they only got a minute, so they just pop in and pop out. I do that sometimes. I mean, sometimes my account's in here, but sometimes I'm doing other stuff. So he's got a flashlight and two.
One is in the middle of the lake. One is on the opposite end. And he's looking at both of the flashlights, beam of light, across the lake, I think from left to right. And his telescope is looking at both of them. And he says that there is a change in elevation. He says that he measured how high they were off of the ground. If you could see the test, or what he did to measure 48 inches off of the water, it kind of makes sense. I mean, it could be tiny but inaccurate, but I think he did a good job. No, for sure. Even the camera, not the camera, the flashlight is pointed. I can't say for sure. I'm too tired. Let me go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm just skimming through it, but in the part where he has, let's see, looks like they're all lined up. I guess I'd have to watch it. With the audio on?
Each flashlight has two beams, and they're all. It looks like there's a deviation from the centered point, right? Oh, Jesse's here now. He'll explain it.
Yeah, I just skimmed through it. I didn't watch it with the audio. Jesse, your mic lit up, but we didn't hear anything. Oh, he's restarting Discord. All right.
Yeah, I think I might do the same. See if I can get my push to talk setting back. Nope. I might have to turn my phone off.
Yeah, maybe just do a whole reboot. I would imagine it should. I mean, push to talk's pretty standard for Discord.
Yeah, I normally have that as my setting on Discord. I don't normally have my mic open. So it's very strange how it's forced it on me, whereas I normally have it as standard that I have push to talk on. Very weird.
Yeah, I was trying to explain before that there's a point in Jesse's video. He shows like, you know, each flashlight was shooting 2 beams, and they didn't meet up, even though he had them lined up and measured to 48 inches above the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really say anything. It doesn't lean towards any sort of model, though, does it? It's just saying that there's refraction. That's literally what that says to me, anyway. So
That could be refraction, right?
seems
But
to me,
I don't know
right?
how to measure refraction, or how much refraction that would be. I don't know.
Well, it's sort of like the displacement of the image, right? If the image is displaced this much, then they check the atmosphere and everything and go, all right, well, this is what caused it to displace this much. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
I would check.
and he makes it really clear that it was a foggy, rainy day. He said that he lined up the 2 beams. Jesse, are you there? You said you lined up the 2 beams and they pointed at each other at one point, but then they deviated off of it. I don't know. Yeah, I got
What does Jesse think is proved? I didn't mean to make him run away.
No, he said he was rebooting his computer. He just put something else in the text. He said that he is restarting.
So let me get this right. So it's got what, 2 lights, adjacent to each other across some sort of lake, right? Seems to be having some issues with Discord.
Telescope on the west end, a flashlight in the middle, and a flashlight on the east end. So he claims that he's trying to see all 3 in a row, which is a cool idea. I like the idea. 3 miles.
I'll have to have a look at the video.
No, this is a good idea to do. Because, yeah, they shouldn't line up if it's curving. So 3 miles. We have to calculate the estimated curvature for that.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about his results, right? I just don't know what.
Yeah. Yeah, but
is it because it's optical? Is that why we don't really know what to, as a conclusion to make on it? It's still optical, and we sort of squash a lot of globe Earth arguments with, well, you can't really, clarify that because that's just an optical, it's just an observation, whereas we know that observations can be distorted in a sense.
Right. Yeah, I would agree. There's definitely limitation to anything optical in a certain sense. But, I mean, the thing is, at 3 miles, at 6 feet above the ground, you really wouldn't have any drop. So you'd have to go more than 3 miles. Like at 10 miles, you'd start to have some. Like if your observer height is 0, then at 10 miles, it's like that 66 feet. Ironically, it's 66.6 at 10 miles. But if you add, let's say, a 6-foot observer height, that 66 drops to 32. It drops in half. So, I mean, if you were 6 feet above at 10 miles, there would be about a 32-inch drop. Or 32 foot, sorry. So that's pretty significant.
Wow.
Yeah, so if you did this test with like really strong, you'd have to have better than just regular flashlights if you're going 10 miles. But I mean, if you lined a bunch of these up, let's say I'm kind of advancing on his test idea. Let's say we had like some very bright LED lights, or even those ones that are like, what do they call them? Like,
energy saving ones, the automatic ones.
Well, it's like the world's brightest flashlight.
Oh,
yeah, like basically, if you shined it into like paper, it lights the paper on fire.
fucking hell.
Yeah, and it'll like, yeah, they're bright, really bright. So what if we had a bunch of those at, let's say, over 10 miles, like one every mile, and then measure them to be above the water very precisely, the amount above the water, and then we'd have to have some way to see whether those are, because 32 feet. I mean, you would never get them all to line up. Like you would definitely not see the ones at the end. But we already know that's what happens because there is no geometric horizon, so we already know that we see further. But it would still be cool to see how they all line up. It's a cool idea. But I'll agree with you. Optical is limited to some extent, but there might be ways. There could be additional ways to do this and not have the optics involved, but still doing it optically is still seems cool to see what results you get.
Yeah, like you say, there might be something that you could add to it to make it not just optical. I don't know, like having, I don't know. Just so that people can't, fob it off as just optical effects happening, and that's how you've got this result, because that's always an issue. People can just say, "Oh, what you're seeing is because of the conditions of the day," How do you negate that?
I'm running out of views.
Right. Well, that's why what I would say is that optical observations they can be an indication of what the shape of the Earth or what reality is, but not definitive.
Right.
But if we did a test like this, like at a longer distance with really good lights, markers, and if they're all in a dead straight line and you can see all of them, makes it pretty hard for the Earth to be a globe. I mean, what are you talking about at that point? These lights, they're being brought up. Each one along the corridor is being perfectly brought up to negate the curve and putting them all in a line. I mean, that's kind of already what they believe, but
that doesn't make sense. Like you'd expect
maybe one part of it to be towered up or whatever they call it, but not all of them to be on the same, horizontal. That, yeah. But we do know that it is possible for refraction to cause things to be seen when they shouldn't be, right? Okay, we've seen that butane example. Okay, we laugh at that because the atmosphere isn't full of butane, but the phenomena still exists, right?
I don't think it does. I don't agree that that's what that shows. I think it could be a warping of the tank.
Well, no, because just it shows in a glass of water, that you can flip things, yeah. And is it actually the water, or is it because the glass is circular? A lot of things people don't question. They're thinking too much about the water and not the container it's in. The shape of it.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean with that. Yeah, it can change the direction of the arrow and all the refraction that can happen in water. I agree with that, but the other claim is that it's going around a corner, basically, like around the bend. Yeah, Jesse,
is your mic working?
I think we heard you for a second.
We're all waiting for Jesse's word.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
You heard me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I've not figured out how to turn push to talk on the phone yet, but I'm using my phone now. How do I sound? Too loud? Too quiet?
Oh, that's the second person with push to talk issues.
I can't find the option to change mine to push to talk, so don't worry about that yet.
Okay,
We've
been
talking about your video, Jesse.
Oh, okay.
It sounds like Discord either removed push to talk for cell phones, which is unlikely, or perhaps they moved the setting, because it sounds like something Jim Jam can't find it either.
No, but I haven't turned my phone off for a couple of days, so maybe if I do turn my phone off, the option will be there. No.
I was going to check mine, but then I was thinking I've already heard some things about this recent update, so maybe I'll just not do the update.
Well, I didn't have an option on it, so maybe it's already automatically updated for me. Yeah. Sorry, Jesse, it felt like you were going to say something.
Yeah, we were talking about this test idea, and I was expanding on it and talking about doing it over longer distances with brighter lights, and yeah, we were talking about all that.
Well, what kind of environment could you do it in where you can literally control the refraction? So, because obviously we're talking about a certain amount of distance, right? We need at least a couple of miles. So you can't just have some building. There's no buildings that are a mile long, really, that you could do this in to control. You know what I mean? Control it and have a set amount for refraction. You can control that, but we'd need a very, very large building to do that.
Mic check.
We hear you, bro.
Okay. I got push to talk working on my phone.
Nice.
Okay, so yeah, I
we were
missed
talking
out on the
about
discussion.
we're talking about doing this test with like at a longer distance with brighter lights, and then we were talking about whether optical is really useful or not, or definitive or not, because of the different people's ideas of refraction. So anyways, yeah, we can hear you now though.
Excellent. Okay. All the discussion that took place while I was putzing around with my headphones and stuff. So if anyone asks me a question, I was not ignoring you. I just didn't hear it. So fire away.
I haven't actually looked at your video yet, so I don't have any questions just yet. But I think these guys might.
Yeah, if you want to describe it. I don't know if there's audio on it because I'm doing other stuff. I can't really listen to the audio, but I did kind of skim through the video quickly. So I think I got a sense of what you're doing there.
Yeah, there's just dialogue that kind of explains what's going on. But you could still pick up most of it without hearing it. But
yeah, it's a cool idea. Yes, have lights at. I mean, like the thing with 3 miles is that there's really at a 6 foot observer height, there's really no blockage of curvature that would be at that. So you'd have to go more miles. Like at 10 miles with a 6 foot observer height, you're going to have about 30 feet. So you're not going to be able to get. If you had like a 10-mile stretch with very bright lights, like flashlights, like I was saying, there's these ones that are like the world's brightest flashlight. And like if you shine it like 6 inches from a piece of paper, it'll light the paper on fire. So it's a serious flashlight. And they are consumer grade. Like you can just buy them. And, they're like LED flashlights. But yeah, you can light a cigarette with them. I mean, they're crazy. So I was just saying, if you had a bunch of those lined up over 10 miles, let's say you had one per mile, and maybe you'd space them out horizontally. So you'd have one at a mile, then the mile 2, maybe you'd have it, 50 feet to the left or whatever, something like that. So you could kind of put them all in a line like that. Well, there's different ideas, actually. There's different ways to do it. That way it would have them all spaced out so you'd see them horizontally. Whereas if they're all in a line, then they would be all in a line. But let's just say you did them slightly horizontally, so they're spaced like 50 foot, every time. And let's say you had one at each mile. And if they're bright enough to see, then you could start to see something interesting to see. Of course, not accounting refraction and just saying that it's just straight. On a planar Earth, you would expect to see all of them lined up. Boom, boom, boom. Granted, you could see it at 10 miles. It would just be a planar geometry, etc. Whereas on a globe, those you'd only be able to see a certain number of them. So let's say you had 10 of them. 32 foot of curvature, even at a 6 foot observer height. So the last one would be 32 foot hidden. So on a globe Earth, you would expect those to be hidden at those long distances, like, 32 feet, whatever that would be. The last couple would be hidden.
What you'd expect to see only maybe the first few, because it's always from your feet, it's dropping down. So all of the first few should obscure the others. You shouldn't be able to see the others because they'd be obscured by the first 2 or 3, maybe.
No, you'd stagger them.
Yeah, stagger them.
Or diagonal, or have it as a diagonal look.
Isn't that a cool idea, Bandsaw? Like, a light a mile out, and then another mile, you go a little bit to the left. So now you're like 50 foot, 100 foot, whatever it is, to the left. And then another one a mile, 50 foot, 100 foot to the left, another one a mile. So you kind of have this slightly curved path of lights. And on a planar Earth, they're all going to be 1, 2, they're in a line looking left, whereas on a sphere, they're gonna angle down to the horizon and they're gonna cut off. Yeah.
Exactly. And those flashlights that you can buy now, they're dirt cheap too. They're like $30 or $40. And as you say, you can light your smoke with them. Like you burn all your nostril hair when you try and do it, but you can definitely light your smoke with them.
Fucking hell.
These lights actually.
Say again, sorry.
These lights actually probably could be seen at 10 miles. They're just the super cheap ones. The first one was like $8, and the second one was like $15.
Do it at 10 miles then. If you can see them at 10 miles, let's see 10 of them lined up. Yeah, go out, make like a buoy system that can float, let's say 20 inches or whatever you want above the water. And if we just had a bunch of those, I'm not saying I'm not telling you to do, if you want to, it'd be cool. But I'm just saying, like, if it's a calm water Well, there's different ways to do it, actually. If you did like a tripod thing that was on the actual ground surface, the floor of the lake, that would be better. So now we're talking about like a shallow lake. That would be better because it wouldn't be floating. But if it's very calm, you could do them floating. But there's a problem with floating, of course, because they'll be bopping around.
Well, what could I do with 2? Because I've got 2. And I mean, I could buy more, but if I could do it with 2, then that seems pretty useful. Actually, 3 would be a good number so that all 3 could be in view. I think my push-to-talk isn't always working on this phone.
We can hear you.
We hear you.
Well,
Okay.
there's different ways to do this. I mean, if you want to explain how you did it, go ahead. Like, I'm not trying to gloss over that if you want to share. I just have already skimmed through the video. I like the idea. I haven't seen this done before. Jeremy and we've talked about this months ago with lights and a lot of different ideas with lights, but this is over water with lights, which is a little different.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, yeah, I had the 2 flashlights set up, one at about 1.5 miles and one at about 3 miles in a row, and all 48 inches above the water, as was the observer, except at the end, I raised the observer up as high as I needed to in order to make the 2 lights appear at the same height, to line them up. So basically, assuming that the light was straight, which is an assumption, I formed a straight line between the 3 points, and then I measured the height above the water at the observer for the second part of it.
Right, I think that's why we were saying about sort of having a diagonal view of it, so that instead of having to gain height, you can just see it more orthogonally, in a sense that you're on the same height as the lights, and you can see that they're on the same level. You know.
Yeah. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
interesting. My push to talk stuck, so I'm not even pushing it. It shows me lit up.
I don't even have the
Well,
option for it, so you're
now
lucky.
it's like-
You're lucky.
Now it's like voice activity.
I guess I'll go back to voice activity.
But yeah, Jesse.
What I do on my phone. Oh, sorry. On my phone, everybody finds the push to talk. It's kind of hard to keep your finger stuck on the screen, and you always it slides away. I just do voice activity on my phone, and I just mute and unmute, with my finger every time. Like if I'm ready to talk, I just unmute, I talk, and then I just mute again. So it's kind of like push to talk, but you have to push it twice.
Yeah, I'd suggest Jesse to do it at a decent distance, 10, 15 mile. If you can find a fairly static lake, 10 or 15 mile.
Yeah, try to ask the mosquitoes not to fart.
Yeah.
For a little while.
Exactly. But and do that about 6 foot, above the water, and see how you go. But if you can get a decent enough light that's strong enough.
But we've already had these sorts of results, haven't we? Like, I remember seeing Taboo Conspiracy bringing out loads of these sorts of videos where
Yeah,
they're showing light from 16 miles away, and
yeah,
these observations have already been done. It's like
but
we've already shown.
Yeah, I think Jesse is looking for something to do himself. So.
For sure, to just clarify for himself, fair enough.
Yeah, exactly, and all power to him, really.
Yeah, for sure. True that. I'd love to have myself a P900 and go out doing some snaps.
Here's actually another observation that I'm preparing for, is to have a vertical post with a light every so many inches, a bright LED every so many inches, all evenly spaced, and then get back, a couple miles or whatever, and look at that from a low enough height above the water that some of the lights will be obscured or vertically displaced. And because all the lights will be spaced evenly, I'll be able to know, if some of them appear closer together than others, then I'll know there's, some light bending going on there that's compressing part of the view.
Well, that's why
I think there always will be. If you was to have like a 24-hour camera on one of those posts, you would see the light change throughout the day.
Yeah,
Jesse, did you hear my idea of staggering them to the left? For example, so let's say you're standing there, you go out 1 mile, you put a light. And then at mile 2, when you put your light, instead of going in a straight line, you go a little bit to the left, like 100 feet to the left, as it were, from the first one. And then mile 2, another 100 foot to the left, maybe more than 100 feet. I'd have to think. I mean, if you're talking a whole mile, maybe even a couple 100 feet. But and then mile 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. So they're all, if you were to look at them from above, they would be making a slightly curved line. But that's just from above, like vertically.
Diagonal.
They would be curving. Well, you'd be looking at it from vertical, from above, but they would be curving horizontally, from right to left, let's say. And then when you looked at them, now this is different because you're not looking down the pipeline in that sense. You're looking at them almost looking like they're coming out horizontally. So you'll see one, and then the next one will be a little bit to your left, and the next one a little bit to the left. And of course, on a planar Earth, let's say without refraction, you would see all of them as much as if the visibility was there for it. You would see all 10 in a line. They would just be one, two, Whereas on a sphere,
that would
they're
showcase
gonna
them on the same horizontal. The way you're saying, like having them not directly behind each other, because obviously they could be hidden by each other.
Right.
But have them spaced horizontally to the left or to the right, each way. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but it'd be cool to do them to the left and to the right. Then that would be amazing.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
This is a great idea, actually. This is going like in the top 10. This maybe top 20. This is good.
I sort of did actually have the two spaced that way, because the one appears a little bit to the left of the other, so they weren't obscuring each other.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Which I did by just moving to the right and to the left on the shore until I could see them both, but they weren't right on top of each other. But they were close enough that it was clear that they weren't, appearing at the same height.
With that idea that you had, Jesse, putting a set of lights on a pole vertically, I don't know, half a dozen lights evenly spaced, and trying to view them from a distance, you're going to have to remember too that the lower lights compared to the higher lights are going to have to shine through more atmosphere. It's going to be a thicker density gradient the lower you get to the ground too. So you've got to take these sort of things into consideration as well.
So Jesse, at like 4 minutes 15, 16, 17, when you're showing the lights, the ones that are right next to each other, the the two lights, because there's another one where it shows like several, like 4 earlier, but I'm talking like 4 lights.
Yeah, let me bring up that. You said 4. So the 4 lights is actually the 2 lights and their respective reflections on the water, because it was glassy calm. So 4. Yes. Okay. So that is, and it's in the audio dialogue. That is where I then says, okay, I'm going to see how high I have to raise this telescope up above the 48 inches in order to get those 2 lights to line up, because I'm like, well, what would if this light is forming a plane between the 2 lights and the observers, how high do I get to make a straight line a vertically straight line from between all 3 points? Because obviously if the light is straight, then the
Okay, we're
water
here at
isn't,
the
because the lights didn't appear at the same height.
east end.
And so that's when I
lake, the
raised
light
the telescope up to like 6.4 feet
48
above the
inches
water
high.
in order to get those to
on the
line up to see. You see what I'm saying?
I don't know. For me, it's like it's making me think. Doesn't it then depend on what sort of lights you're using? If they disperse,
right
you know,
out.
with a what do
Okay,
they call
guys.
it? Conjugated line.
little point
You know.
right there.
I got it on the live stream now, so we can all look at it. If you guys want to join it, you can see on the live stream account.
Now we're at the midpoint.
Swap over.
The flashlight here is at 48 inches.
Yeah, I should probably use this more often.
3/8 inch thick float, just like I did before.
This goes out to YouTube, yeah.
The other light is out there. You can
Yeah.
just see a white speck
Look at that perfect mirror though of the water.
right there.
Go. Yep. Got it.
All right, there. Do you see that shot? I wanted to go to 417.
Yep. Got it.
Okay, so is that the light, the one that's halfway and the one that's all the way?
The two lights that are both bisected by the horizontal black line in the telescope. One of those is the halfway light, and one is the all the way light, and that's with the telescope at 6.4 feet above the water.
So how far is the last light?
The last light is about 3.1 miles or something.
All right.
And the one in between.
It's about 1.5 or 1 point something, 5 or 6.
And
I
they
don't
look like they're on the same horizon at the moment. They look like they're on the same level. So
Yeah. So what's your explanation of that? Because they look perfectly level. Like that black line looks to split those. And I wanted to bring it up right in the line with what Bansal was saying, because he was talking about how when you have different distances, the one would be going through a thicker atmosphere or more atmosphere and may have different refractive effects. And I feel like this shows that a little bit. Like the one on the right is a little brighter, it's a little sharper, and the one on the left does seem a little bit dimmer. However, they see that black horizontal line seems to split them perfectly. So how is that how you see it as well?
Well, yeah, this is in the audio dialogue, so anyone actually listening to and watching the video would understand. This is with the telescope raised up to be 6.4 feet above the water, which is higher than both lights. So both lights are 48 inches above the water. The observer at this shot is 6.4 feet above the water.
right. So
did you try
couldn't
getting
see-
right down to the water? Like, did you
So
try
you
doing
couldn't-
like 6 inches or a foot off the water? Or?
So
I
are you
did
saying
not.
you couldn't see the backlight when you were 48 inches off the water, which is the same level as the lights, right?
Oh no, I could see both lights. They were both 48
Oh, right.
inches above the water, as was the
No,
observer
but
during
if you had the camera at 48 inches, could you see both lights?
Yes, that's earlier in the video.
All right, so you shouldn't
right.
be able.
Oh,
You
good.
shouldn't be able to, because
Why not?
Exactly.
well, okay, you said 48 inches.
Yeah, that's like 1.22 meters.
That's the height of the lights, right above the water.
Yeah, the lights and the observer during the first part of the experiment.
Well, what I was saying you shouldn't be able to is because I'm actually doing some calculations here. If you were to do a 1 foot observer height, if you were to take that device and put it a foot off the water, there should be a little bit over 2 feet of hidden height, which means you would not see that second light.
So why would I not see the second light if there's 2 feet of hidden height and the light is 4 feet?
Because 3 miles, if you're
Oh, I was thinking the light was at 2 feet. Not bad. For some reason, I was thinking, yeah, if you had it at 2 feet.
Now, if the observer was right down close to the surface, then the missing height should be 6 feet because it's 3 miles, and then I should have been unable to see the distant light.
What do you mean at the surface? You mean like what? Like
right close to the
2
water.
inches, 10 inches. Yeah.
Yeah, a few inches.
Yeah, well, that's why if you start getting to a further distance, like for example, at 10 miles, if you have a 4-foot observer height, so you're saying 48 inches, at 10 miles, you start to have 38 feet of hidden. So that's quite a bit. I mean, 38 feet. So if you have a bunch of these lights and they're all, 4 foot off the ground, going out, then you're not going to see the last several lights if you did 1 a mile. So, and willing to bet the farm. Well, it depends on how you do it. I mean, not if there's bad refraction, but if you've gone out and observed the Earth yourself over long distance or are aware, we can easily see that far in its planar geometry. So I do think you'd be able to do this with the lights showing. I mean, like I said, of course, it depends on the refraction and how you do it. You got to do it well, but they're not gonna be hidden because I already know we can see incredibly far distances without things being hidden.
Yeah, and that is on my to-do list to do.
So if you see that for yourself, just way beyond what you like, no curvature, is that going to change or make you question the globe? Or if you do that yourself, if you do things like this with lights, and because I see the way you set this up, it looks good. So I mean, if you do more of these over lights and longer distances, and they're not cutting off, or are you just going to believe that there's some bendy, warpy, special radius curvature refraction that somehow makes you see around corners?
Okay, can I drop in a picture here and then answer that question?
Go for
Sure.
it. Yes.
Okay, I just posted a link. This is something I'm preparing for.
What do we got here?
Yeah. So oops. Okay. Yeah. So in this picture, you can see even with the exposure way down to where the daylight looked like night, the lights were still blurring bright. So that's why I think those lights could be seen over a distance a bit farther than 3 miles. They're obviously way overexposed when daylight is visible. Anyway, I posted a link to a picture. That's something I'm planning to do with 3 floating buoy lights, all the same height.
Yeah, that looks good.
Which is similar to what you were talking about, sort of.
Nice. Yeah, that's awesome.
And okay, so in answer to your question about what would I do if I did see too far, let me find my own black swan picture. There we go.
Okay, yeah. So through the telescope, I am 4 feet above the surface of the water.
After all.
So what's that tube? That's about 2.4 meters long, Jesse. 8 foot.
The-
Yeah, 2.4.
Oh, you know what? I actually measured them. They're like 7-something feet. They're for 8-foot tube lights, but I guess they're shorter than I thought. But anyway.
Yeah.
They're
So
from Home
2.1,
Depot.
ran 2.1 to 2.4 meters. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever 7.5-ish feet is in meters. Yeah.
Right. So if you have a bunch of these at a particular height and you see them in an extended planar geometry, what is that going to mean for you? That's what I'm curious about. Like, because so many of us that have come to the conclusion that the Earth isn't a globe have done this and gone out and done, I don't know what percentage of people have, but a good percentage have, especially like skeptical people. There's a lot of guys that were like, atheist, very, mainstream. And when they heard about this, they're like, no way. And they literally had to go out and do it themselves. And then they went with the reality. Like they went with what they actually got from the world. Now, some people will take that information and, like I said, they'll come up with some looking around corners refraction idea. So I'm just asking you, if you did this rigorously and you had, 10-mile stretch, very bright lights. They're all at a measured height above the water. Everything's stable. The environment's, in a good dry open area where you can see far and there's really good visibility. And you're doing this yourself. And of course, this is still, it's in the category of optical, but I'm saying if you do it yourself and you line those lights up, one light every 10 miles, and they're spacing to the right or the left, let's say, so that either way, but so that you can see them all. It'd be really cool to do them to the right and the left. Like from the observer, you have lights going out 1 mile and veering off to the left, and then another going at each 1 mile veering off to the right. So you'd have this like tunnel of lights that would be showing you the extended geometry as it goes out from
Oh my
you.
God.
And on a
globe,
globe,
that's right. Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like coordinates. It's giving you spatial coordinates. And on a globe, we would see them curving away, and then they would disappear. The last couple lights would not be visible. But on a plane, we would extend that. We would expect there to be a straight line of just extended plane.
Oh, there was a question in there, right? Oh, well, what would I do?
Yeah, so if you saw this yourself and you saw all the lights lined up in a line perfectly, and you did it right, what would that? How would you process that?
I would need to, because the fact is that conditions do affect the apparent height of the horizon and things in the distance. So you could go to a certain spot one day and measure the angle to the horizon and it's below eye level. You could go a week later and it's literally above eye level. So I think, and that picture I just posted, Black Swan 2, illustrates that. I went out on a hot, calm, sunny day and measured the angle to the horizon, and it was over 3 arc minutes above eye level, which is like a ship at 8 miles would be like 40 feet above you. Like the water line at the ships on the side of the hull, the water line would be 80 or 40 feet above you. Obviously, we know that's not true because the water would come crashing in on the observer if it was, that high. 7 days later, I went out to the same spot on a cold, windy, cloudy day, and the horizon was below eye level. So there's no doubt in my mind that if conditions are right, whatever that is, and I'm not in this, in saying all this, I'm not saying that one set of conditions is the truth and the other isn't, but I'm saying there's 2 different sets of conditions, one of which definitely can not only show the horizon as eye level and flat, it can actually show it as above eye level and concave. And in other conditions, it shows it convex. So it's not a matter of whether or not there's conditions wherein that the lights all across the lake could appear in a straight line or a flat, vertically flat plane. There could. They could also appear concave, and they can also appear convex. So I think, and I'm almost done, I think for me, the challenge, the quest would be to figure out which did more represent reality and which was, and what was a misrepresentation of reality. Does that make sense?
That's what I was about to ask the question of, like, is there not a limitation of the model that we've been sold, that we've been told of the dimensions, right? There's so many claims on the line here of circumference and radius and all of it, right? Would it not limit it to a certain, there would be a certain limit to what you could view, considering certain conditions? So, if we're told that we do live on this ball that curves at this certain rate, right? And if most of our life we experience this certain index of refraction, could we not then sort of make a conclusion of
we shouldn't actually be able to see this. Like, even on extreme cases of refraction, we should not see this. Like, have you ever had that sort of conclusion?
I'm not sure I followed that.
So there isn't sort of a set sort of boundary of possibility of what you could see with the dimensions we've been given of this globe, right?
A limitation on the dimensions.
So we're told it's a certain dimension, right? With certain size and certain, you know, a curvature rate and all that, and we experience, you know, we average the refraction that we experience on a yearly rate. Would we say, you know, we average it, don't we? So even on the extreme cases, though, would there not be a limit to what we could see? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm asking here? Like, if the condition, like you said about the condition, if the conditions were right for you to see, like Gio was saying, some extreme case of refraction where you can see round corners, would there not be a set limit to what you could see around the obstruction? You know, if the light was bending, is there not?
Well,
You know,
if the light is bending at more than 8 inches per mile squared, then there would be no, in that condition, there would be no limit to how
what you
far
could
you
see.
can see based
Right,
on
you could see the
the
back of your head.
geometry. What's that?
Yeah. Like you
Yeah,
could even see
exactly.
the back of your head. Yeah.
Yeah, as far as the geometry goes. Now, the attenuation, the absorption of the light as it gets faded, or, you know, gets more faded and more faded and more faded due to air, that, of course, limits how far you can see, even line of sight. But as far as the obstruction in geometry, yes, if the curve of light was greater than or equal to the curve of Earth, assuming that, for the sake of argument, if the Earth is curved, then there wouldn't be a limit. And the Black Swan 2.jpg that I posted shows that there can be conditions where the light curves such that the Earth or the water appears concave. Things that are below you actually do appear above you, and in that situation there would be no limit to how far you could see, because it's like looking, you know, at a curving up surface, right?
Well, almost what we're
It is
talking
though,
about.
man.
It's almost like a case of distance more than and the fact that we can't trust what we see optically, you know, especially when it comes to distance. That's all it seems like we're talking about here. You know,
And
we
that's-
can't
and
trust
that's-
what we see at a certain distance. That literally sounds like what we're talking about.
Well, and that's why I said, you know, there's conditions where the horizon appears below eye level, and then there's conditions where it appears above eye level, and there's conditions where it just happens to fall right at eye level.
Right. So all of them are reality.
Well, they are the reality of the angle at which the light arrives at. What's that?
The reality, they are the reality that you perceive, but they're not all real locations, right? They're not three different locations.
Correct.
Are they?
Right. So, right. It's reality that is the angle that the light is reaching your eye at, or the camera at. But it's not the reality that that's the actual physical location of whatever you're looking at.
Right. So we're not being
you know,
definitive with any optical sort of observation, in a sense. That's what
Right.
it sounds to me.
Right. Light is a terrible way to do this, but it just happens to be the best one available to most people.
Hey, Jim Jam, can you guys hear me?
Yo.
Or
I'm not Jim Jam, but we hear you.
yeah, sorry, Jess.
Oh, now
All
you're
right,
Joe Biden.
cool. Oh, am I? Crap.
You
No, you're right.
How
You're
about
right.
now?
You're right.
Hey, as far as like, okay, say if you take a projectile and you fire it 10 miles, say if there was a tank that could deliver a projectile 10 miles, would the curve get in the way or would it follow the curve?
That's kind of one of those useless mind thought experiments because projectiles have mass, or they wouldn't be projectiling. And if they have mass, that means they're accelerating or increasing speed downwards, which means they're gonna follow
Okay.
an arc.
Let me give you another scenario so we can just nip this in the bud. What
I don't
about
think that's a
a
useless question, though.
what about a missile? What about a missile fired from the Sea Sparrow? I know you might get triggered because Quantum Eraser brought this up, but what if you had a missile fired from one of those ships, and say it's say its range is 20 miles? What are you gonna do then?
You mean like
And
line of
and I
sight?
know real quick, I want to say one thing, that they updated this in the wiki before brought it up.
You cut out there before who brought it up?
He brought it up.
You keep cutting out, man.
All right. Well, go ahead and answer it. I just wanted to say about wiki, they kind of edited to explain for the missile going around the curve. So if you want to touch on that, Jesse, feel free, because I guess you guys can't hear me.
No,
Well,
you come in all right.
sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But
There's people work cutting out
are
here
you
and there.
talking
That's
about like a GPS guided missile, or just
Well,
an unguided?
that's the thing, man, because wiki before was saying it was a surface missile, and it was laser guided, and then now they updated it and said, well, they have air support with other ships to actually like paint targets, and then they say, okay, now we put cameras on it for the approach to be able to see, the distances required, because QE brought up the fact that, hey, this thing is being fired over this amount of distance, and it has to go around a curve, right? It has to go around the curve. There's an obstruction there, right? We all agree that, if we fire something over a curved surface, it has to travel actually. Yeah, you can't have a line of sight. So this is what I'm saying. In Wiki, they updated it to say that, okay, they have other support like air support, and then they have, as it nears its approach, it has a camera on it to bring it in, like, the few miles. So if you want to touch on that, what do you think about that?
In other words, sort of like their estimations are so wrong that they have to put a camera on to correct for their errors, so that they get the last bit right. So they get near enough, and then the camera is to help the last bit to correct for all their errors.
And a lot of these things, a lot of these tests and a lot of these things were done. They do a lot of these tests. There's a bunch of these Air Force documents, that claim a flat, non-rotating Earth. So I'm kind of throwing that in here just as a caveat, but maybe they didn't account for this, and once we brought it up, or the flat earthers brought it up, they had to do some damage control and update it, so they wouldn't look like so it wouldn't be implausible. But what do you say about that?
May I? I think we're making a false assumption that a missile flies in a straight line. That would be much less efficient because it would have to support itself. It'd have to have wings or be constantly pitched up a bit and wasting a lot of fuel just to maintain elevation. Whereas if they shoot it on a parabola...
No. I think you're misdirecting here because we were talking about line of sight.
Well, I'm not sure why you're bringing up missiles, because the most efficient way to launch a missile is not a straight line. It's a parabola where it starts out going upwards, makes a big arc, and then comes down on the target, kind of. It's the fastest.
Hold on. You are aware that they were radar painted.
Hold on. How do you shoot a target? Hold on. How do you shoot a target?
Hold on. I think we're begging the question on something, man.
Hold on a sec, bro. Let me just finish this point. How do you shoot a target with a parabola if you can't see the target? Because if you're shooting in the parabola, it's because you can't see the target, right? You're trying to do some sort of lob shot. So are you estimating where the target is? See, if you have line of sight with the target, then you can see it. It's not guesswork. You're not trying to do a lob shot. You're not trying to. Do you see what I'm saying?
Hold on. Like, we're begging the question here that these missiles are used with the assistance of radar painted, I guess,
guidance
style.
system. It's a guidance
Yeah, that's the guidance system. Is a direct line of sight with a radar. Now, are you saying that radar laser is, or whatever it is, that bends around the curve, or does it go straight through the curve and just disregards it?
So the question is not whether the missile goes in a straight line. The question is really whether the radar could reach the target from a low elevation.
Yes, with a great distance of, say, 30 miles.
The missile can do whatever it wants. There's so high technology now with missiles, they can go wherever, right? It's the line of sight aspect of this. If you can see the target, right, over such a distance, then there's no obscurance. There's nothing in the way of the target. There's no curvature in the way.
But like I said, see, now we're assuming and begging the question and making different scenarios for these weapons guidance systems that were guided by radar. There's a little radar dome, a little dome-shaped mechanical device that's a radar, right? And it sees down the 30 miles and points like, would you fire a projectile at something you couldn't see? No. So you're going to use that device you strapped right next to the missile.
Like, it doesn't matter about the missile at all, because you have to see the target before you want to fire, right? So if you've got line of sight, you have to see the target, right? So we're not talking about what the missile
you're not catching my drift. What they did later is said, hey, okay, somebody brought up a point that there's a curve in the way. Well, you know what? Instead of actually painting a laser painting something, we have air support, and then when it gets close enough, we have a camera on the missile that's going to bring it in the rest of the flight of the missile, and that just go ahead and forget about the radar painting stuff, and we'll go from there and just believe our story. Is basically what they did.
It almost sounds like battleships, like they're getting their, like you bringing up the satellites, that they're getting their data that, oh, there is a ship. We got
It's
our
not a
last
satellite.
satellite
It's
signal
a sea
2
sparrow.
seconds ago
It's the
said there was a
United
ship here,
States sea sparrow. And Quantum Eraser brought up this point that it has a weapon system that uses radar painting, and the range of this missile is 20 to 30 miles. But
That's
after
fine.
you brought
Yeah, I
this
think
up,
what these guys were saying is that the topic we were actually talking about lights over water, and Jesse was describing his setup, and so that was the topic we were talking about. So maybe you were trying to relate it to that because of curvature, but that is what we were talking about.
well, I think they were done, and then I had a question asked Jesse, and because I think they were done with that light over water topic when I asked them, but I haven't heard him respond to this.
Well, I'd already said that we've already got evidence of this. Taboo Conspiracy brought out videos ages ago about lights at certain distances away, 6 miles, 10 miles, or further. And he could see all of them on the same horizon. These have all been done.
Yeah, and I showed that myself in Black Swan 2 picture I posted.
But you're saying that you had your camera at a higher level to show that, whereas I don't think Taboo Conspiracy did. They were at the same level as the lights. Oh no, you did say earlier on in your video that was the case. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the video. My bad.
Oh, do you want a link to it?
No, I'll watch. I will watch it in a bit. I will watch it.
So, but just back to that, because the one thing I would still want to ask on that, Jesse, is so if we did this with over 10 miles with lights going off to the left and to the right, and you saw a planar geometry, like a perfect straight line of lights, would that lead you to a conclusion that the Earth may actually be a planar geometry?
You mean just one single observation and boom?
Well, it's if you did it 10 times in 10 different areas. Yeah. However many times you would need to see it multiple times.
To
Yeah.
see those lights at the back, right? There should be curvature blocking those lights.
Exactly.
So it's not even like, will you change your mind on it? It's like, here, look, here's the proof that the globe isn't what they tell you it is. Already.
Yeah.
It's like,
yep.
But see, I can't just see one observation and say, aha, that does it. I can't even see 10 observations and say, aha, that does it, because I have personally witnessed, measured, and recorded both, all three phenomena. The horizon below eye level.
Tell you that reality is different than the
But
claim.
this isn't the horizon, though. The horizon's a different deal. That you have to bring in a couple different things, because the horizon is a meeting point of where the ground meets the sky, and that point can be different in terms of different days. So like, what if it's 5 miles on one day versus 3 miles on another day, then that's going to change that whole situation and where it shows up optically. But that's just based on horizontal and the optical drop over distance. That's not curvature of Earth. But that's different. With the lights, you're not dealing with like the constellation area of a horizon. Visually, you're dealing with actual physical lights at particular geometries in an XYZ coordinate system across the Earth.
But that's
similar.
If you're a certain range of because we are given these dimensions of what we live on, right? So there should surely be a limit of where we could see, right? Or are you weighing on, refraction so unpredictable, there could be so many extreme cases that we've never seen before, and that's why we see so far? Is that your sort of stance on it?
Take a look at my Black Swan 2 picture.
So if you're saying, Jesse, that you've been out a few times and you've got varying results, three different times. And if you went out, 10 times, just say you got, similar results, 3, 3, and 3 kind of, all showing different things. So your results are a little bit ambiguous. So you're not really willing to say commit one way or the other, because you're getting ambiguous kind of results. So then what do you then have to do for yourself, right, to go out and go, you know what, there is a curve, or it is planar out there? What would you have to do other than an optical observation?
Oh, a non-optical observation?
What would you have to do for yourself to go out there and go, you know what, there's just no curve there?
Hey, what's better than firing a missile to see if it, if there's
Because
curve in the way or
Jesse,
not?
because Jesse can't get his hands on a missile. That's why. So
Well, the United States can, and they do. So why don't we
okay
use that
then.
example?
Well,
This is a derail. This is a derail.
yeah, that's right. Let Jesse answer the question, please, and not worry about missiles at the moment.
That is his main goal.
I think it's a good topic, but I don't mean to derail, but at least we have some other, thing that
Okay,
we can
Golden,
scrutinize.
did you actually hear that I asked Jesse a question and you haven't actually given him the opportunity to answer that question?
Yeah, it's one thing to want to change a topic or bring up a new thing, but literally he was right about to answer a question and you just jumped in with a complete side rail. It's just not respectful. Jesse, go ahead, man.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say it's the Australian missile. It loops around like a boomerang. Sorry. So the question you asked, I think, was what would it take for me to say, aha, it's planar, right?
You're doing these, you're doing these optical observations, and you're saying like they're a little bit ambiguous because you've got varying kind of results. So what would you have to do for yourself? What sort of observational test or measurement to go, okay, there is curve or it is planar? What would you have to do for yourself other than something that is optical?
Okay, so can I address optics just a little bit and then non-optics?
Yeah, go for it, buddy. Yep.
Okay. So yes, optics is difficult because while light may be the straightest thing we have, it still is influenced by things, and it's not perfectly straight in an atmosphere or a planisphere, whatever you call it, the air. So if I were, and this isn't what you asked, but it's sort of almost what you asked earlier, and I didn't get a chance to respond, so I'm responding to that, and then I'll move on to non-optical methods.
All right, buddy. Yeah.
So within my budget, the best I can do is try to understand what conditions do affect light and how do they affect light. And then that branches off into studying and experimenting with which way light bends in a density gradient, because if we know that, then we can know whether the refraction will be raising things on a curved Earth or lowering things on a flat Earth, right? Because depending on which way the light curves, if it curves up or down, it could either be hiding things on a flat Earth as it making it look falsely curved, or it could be raising things on a curved Earth, making it appear flat or even concave, depending on how much it raises them. I know it can raise them enough to make it look concave, regardless of whatever the shape it is. When a ship 8 miles away appears 40 feet above eye level, that's actually almost 8 inches per mile squared, but it's the wrong way for hiding something. It's actually raising it up. So that's, and again, none of it's concrete, but it's clues. It's like how does light behave? And we can test. So now what I wish I could do, but I can't afford, is to build a mile-long tube, pump all the air out of it, just like LIGO, and then run a laser beam. And again, it's optical, but there's no air in the tube because it's all pumped out, so there won't be the atmospheric or the air influence on the laser beam. So that we could presume would have a much greater chance of being straight than one in the air, right? And then I would love to be able to do that and compare it to the surface of water. But obviously I can't afford to do that, and I doubt the LIGO people will let me poke around in their system. So, as far as, did anyone have any brief questions on that?
Well, all I was going to say is something that it's just so it's like the conditions in between the object you're observing and the observer. It's almost like it depends not on whether there's hot and cold, it's whether there's a difference, whether there's, and it's like how much of a difference, and then how many differences in that corridor of view that you have, and then that corridor is different every time you view it. It's like, how do you ever be definitive?
And I think, and again, I don't know if definitive is the right word, but you can clue in by
an average
making.
You can. I get what you're saying.
But it's not just averaging; it's taking measurements and finding out maybe there is a normal. And so I actually have kind of an unfair advantage to you guys because I'm up in the north, the tippy top of USA, tippy top of Washington State, and
well, I'm in England, so
we get lots of cold weather here. It's not hot very much. So, unlike the guys in California or hot places, when I go out to the beach, there's, it's usually windy, blustery, and not sunny and not hot, and the air is all mixed up, and the horizon is generally, and the apparent height of distant objects is generally very consistent. And so, for me, I can kind of take lots of readings and then look for anomalies. If it maintains a really good consistent reading, angle measurement or whatever, with a small number of outliers that are just all over the place, then that kind of tells me maybe that's kind of closer to reality.
Yeah, but then it all depends on time because, you start taking these results, from half a year. You go, oh well, it's anomalous. Anomalous to what? The 6 months of data that you've already collated. You know what I mean? It's what is anomalous? It might not be anomalous to the Earth cycles compared to the data that we've already collected, or from the time we started trying to collect data on it.
And did you see that spreadsheet I put earlier?
No, I didn't.
I'll post it again. Okay, who am I talking to? My phone screen blanked out.
Jim, talking to.
Jim.
Yeah.
Jim Jam?
Yeah,
okay,
Jim.
I'll tag Jim Jam. Okay, so what I found is that the anomalies can be extreme when the line of sight is going close to the surface of the water.
I'm not trying to be argumentative, but what do we mean when we say anomaly? Anomalous to what? Anomalous to the data you've already collected?
Anomalous to the normal.
What?
In other words,
exactly what? How do you define normal from the data that you've already collected?
Well, let's say every morning I step on the bathroom scale, electronic digital scale, and it reads 148, 148.5, 149. It's just like always around there. And then one morning I step on and it says 308. I'm like, that's an anomaly. If I averaged all that, my average would be off because something's malfunctioning, something's different. And when I go to the beach and I measure the angle to a ship and it's the equivalent of 40 feet above eye level, but most other days it's, you know, a couple feet below eye level, then that's an anomaly. So did you look at that spreadsheet I shared? It's a Google Docs spreadsheet.
Really, Jesse? Like she's saying the sea level changes based on the day that you look at it?
No, the apparent position, the angular height of a ship 8 miles out.
8 miles out, okay.
Yeah, did you see the Black Swan 2.jpg?
No, I'm very new to flat Earth, bro.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Who said that?
It's actually not completely false. Like I'm not sure how much Branch really knows about this topic. To be totally honest, I mean, we might be starting around the beginning. Just joking with you, Branch. Just joking. Branch knows what's up. He knows there's no curve. He knows it's not moving.
Anyway, I posted the chart to Jim Jam in there. It's the last post.
You know, Gio, you know, I realized today.
Hey guys, hey, I hate to derail one last time, but I had a question about nuclear torpedo ranges, and I already Googled it and I found out my answer. So if you guys want to look that up, I think it's kind of fishy as well. No pun intended. But yeah, they're firing torpedoes underwater, and they have you know,
torpedoes
many miles distance. Yeah, didn't you know about submarines and torpedoes?
God damn!
You've never watched Hunt for Red October?
Why are they firing torpedoes in today's day and age?
I don't know, dude. They're fighting over something.
Does that?
So
you know,
my
this was
question is
is
it going around the curve of the Earth, or is it?
Well, Branch
Or
was
is it
about
just
to
going
Branch was
straight?
about to drop us his wisdom, and now he has to respond to torpedoes.
Nah, Gio, dude. Like I had a fucking
Okay, yeah,
awakening today, bro.
everybody.
I had an
Disregard
awakening today.
torpedoes.
I had an awakening.
They're
today, right?
pseudoscience.
So today, right? I got super drunk with family members, and I never do that, right? And so my aunt and uncle were over, right? And then they were trying to convince me why I should go back to work because I need to make money, right? And you know, nobody likes the fact I don't work anymore.
Take
My
the
family,
family proud.
because I'm a pretty good. You know, I'm not a dumb fuck. You know, if I want to make money, I'll make a lot of money, right? But like, I kind of just stopped, and my families were like, "Why the fuck this can't just stop working?" So I broke it down, Gio, and I told them what the fuck's up with life and crap. And my aunt just broke down and started crying. And like well, before then, I was telling him all this shit about, you know what, fucking this is what life's about, and this is why I don't think that I need to work anymore, because I'm done with it, because I don't feel it's healthy. And I just started telling about life and what life's about and all that shit, right? And then fucking she's already like wiping tears from her eyes and shit, and then like fucking and then she just broke down and started crying. And then I asked her, like, why are you crying? She's like, I don't get it. How do you know all this shit? Like, you shouldn't know all this shit. You don't have a guru. You don't believe in the guru that we all believe in. You didn't even fucking read Buddha scripts. You didn't fucking read the Gita. What the fuck are you on
So
about?
in other words, you're saying like from her perspective, she can't understand how you know this.
Yeah, man. What I'm saying is I've got some type of fucking internal wisdom that like only comes out when I'm drunk. I'm like, have you ever seen fucking like that Jackie Chan movie, yeah, where he gets really good kung fu when he's drunk? I think my spiritualism is like that. I practice a drunken wushu. Spiritually.
What's wrong with you, Branch, man? What are you doing, bro? Someone was about to bring up a good point, man. A serious point, not some drunken
I mean,
bastard.
I'm being serious. I'm being serious.
Anyway,
I think it makes it more funny. Stop it.
No, I ain't even fucking lying, dude. That really happened today. And like, my aunt was like, you know what, bro? Because I was talking about shit that I used to do back in San Francisco when I used to live with my aunt and uncle. They're from San Francisco, right?
But at
So
least
I was talking about some of the shit I used to do in San
was
Francisco.
disappointed. It was like she was crying because it's like she can see you're holding a burden because you've got all this information.
No, I mean, you gotta understand, bro. Like, I went from making fucking like 200 grand a year to just being unemployed and not wanting a job anymore. So my family's all fucking trying to get
You
me
want
on the
200
bandwagon
grand
again.
a year, you can work a few years and not fucking work. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, you know, when I broke it down to them and told them that, you know what, life ain't about fucking money. And then they got it. That's probably made them cry.
Yeah, but it's because you come from an Asian family. That's the way they.
I mean, the shit that I talk about is not really about, you know, honestly, I probably spanned 3 religions in the discussions I had. I mean, it's not about Hindus, it's not about Buddhists, it's not about Christians. It's just life.
Make, you know, it's like they put a pressure on their children. Like, if you're not successful in life, it's like you're a stain on the family. You know, that's a huge pressure to put on.
Yeah, people see that, but I
Honestly.
think like after that they get it. Why? They get it, and you know,
Well,
sometimes you don't
Thank
need
you, Branch.
money.
Thank you for sharing.
All right, bro. You're basically
So
thank you, Brandon. Shut the fuck up.
So I'll ask you one question on your thing. Yeah, I hear that you said that. So are you gonna? Do you already have enough finances, or are you good to not work, or is it going to be a financial? Because I mean, there is that factor in this world. Like you either have to, you got to have something going, unless you're already set, or.
I mean, I probably got enough. I probably got enough for about another 10 years. I probably got about enough for about another 10 years without a job, but I'm gonna have to get a job sometime. You know?
No, well, if you got 10 years, you should be able to get something going by then. If you know, once you need to.
Yeah, and hopefully by then I won't.
Well, it'd be nice to get something passive, get something trickling in.
But I don't know. I just don't like that. Like, I get what you're saying, but sometimes there's a peace of mind you seek where you don't have income. It's weird, right? It's like sometimes you just don't want that. You just want to be. You want to be bare. You want to be bare like the way we came into the fucking planet.
You're seeking to go back to the forest, didn't you? You want to go back to the forest.
Hell yeah, bro.
I want to. Well, we can Branch. We can jump back on this, but I do think Jesse was typing in the chat. Yeah, he was going to respond to something, and then Golden King did bring up the torpedoes. I was kind of joking when he brought it up again, but yeah,
Definitely.
If he does want to say something about that topic, there's.
All right, I'll shut the fuck up. Jesse, can you please continue? I do apologize for rudely interrupting your line of thought. Hopefully you can bring it back up and continue talking.
Let's see, where was I? Okay, I guess.
Yeah, it was the range of torpedoes, wasn't it?
Oh, am I responding to torpedoes now?
Oh no, sorry, no, I was getting confused. Someone else.
Oh, okay. So anyway, what I've found is if the line of sight passes near the surface of water, then the variability is very high. If it is high above the water, like hundreds of feet, then variability seems to drop way
I'm sorry,
down.
isn't a torpedo outside of the water called a missile?
No, we're not talking about torpedoes.
We're talking light, Branch. We'll get on the missiles a little bit later.
And so the spreadsheet that I pasted a link to shows like a little bit over 20 readings I've taken over the past 3 years, although mostly this year. The dates are in there. And all from the same location, pointing at the same mountain. It's like 75 miles away. And so you can see my variation is within 0 to plus 2% for all those readings for the height, for the apparent missing height of 7,437 feet.
Yep.
Roughly. So, and this is, and I'm trying to find out what the spread is, what is the, not only what is typical, but what are the extremes, what are the outliers, and so far, I haven't really got any significant outliers from that altitude.
Yeah, because that's what I'd be quite most interested in is what do they count as the extremes? What are those ends, and what are the conditions in those extremes, Because there's always going to be another day that's going to break those records of extremes, and
Well,
then
I
your
continue
date's
to
going to have
add,
to change. In a
right,
sense.
and that's why I'm sharing a live spreadsheet, because I just keep adding data to it. I take more measurements, and that way it's like if it's an infographic, a GIF or something, then it's like
you back up
I have to
with
read.
Did you look at
What's that?
historical records as well?
What's that?
Whether there's been a change over many, many years. Like, have you looked at the records? You know what I mean? The weather records for many years, or whether they tested, these sorts of things back in the day.
I haven't, except that Celestial Navigation uses a dip correction formula that matches this pretty close.
I mean, usually though, when you talk about torpedoes, right? You're still kind of talking on projectile motion, but you got water resistance instead of air resistance.
Okay, let's do this. Could we do it this way? I'll answer Gio's non-optics question, and then we'll talk about torpedoes. How does that sound?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds really good.
I think Branch is now just trying to carry on the derail attempt that was already.
He is.
He doesn't even know what it was. He's just like, isn't that word torpedo? Isn't that the thing?
Torpedo shaped like a funny sock. Anyway, so as far as non-optical methods, I've certainly been racking my brain for 3 years about how to do that, to try to get around the limitations and assumptions of optics. Of course, the most obvious one is the first one everyone thinks of, and that's a tight rope somehow. But the tight rope is a problem because the rope has weight, and it's
the only way I would say that optical would be definitive is if you limit the distance, because I think what we're getting from this conversation is that in the distance we can't be sure of what we're seeing.
Are tight ropes affected by refraction?
Oh, but they're affected by weight. So as far as limiting the distance, to be valid, it has to be workable. If I took a digital, bathroom scale, it reads to the nearest tenth of a pound, and I take a housefly and I set the housefly on there and I say, sit, boy, sit, and he sits there. It's going to read 0.0 pounds because that housefly is less than 0.1 pounds, so it's going to round down to 0.0. Would it be true then of me to say that the housefly has 0 weight? Of course not. It has some, but it's just too small of a weight for that scale to read. A small scale would, but not a bathroom scale. If your bathroom scale
Yeah, very true. Very true.
So when we start reducing the distance, the 8 inches per mile squared that we're testing for becomes so small that the instruments available to guys like me couldn't tell if it was there or not. So
I mean,
the
that's
test
kind of the
becomes-
biggest problem, though, Jesse, is that a lot of people that believe the Earth is flat don't see the scale of the Earth. They don't see how big it is. So they
Yes,
try
they
to.
do. Yes, they do, Branch.
Well, you know, there's people like Bansel who has no idea.
Well, Branch, we were talking about the lights earlier. Let's see how much you know. We were talking about the lights. So if you have an observer of 4 feet and you have lights at 4 feet above the water going out 10 miles, one light at every mile, and over 10 miles, 4-foot observer, 4-foot lights, and they're all going out. At what point will the curvature of the Earth obscure those lights, and how much?
It kind of depends on.
I'll give you this hint. At a 4-foot observer height at 10 miles, the hidden height is about 38 feet. So that's the amount.
I was gonna say it depends on the medium, right? If they're all traveling in a uniform medium, then they'll all be affected by gradients the same way. But if when you start talking about distances like that, there's gonna be temperature differences that would end up causing refraction differences. So I would say that the most accurate laser you're gonna get is the closest one, and the further out you get, the less accurate they're gonna be.
Jesse, did you respond to that non-optics question, or well, I forget?
There was something I wanted to respond that Jesse said, actually. It's like a pretty basic point I've heard made before that, you know, things can bend up from behind a supposed curve. Is this what I heard correct, Jesse?
Hey
I'm
Jesse,
not sure I understand.
Jesse,
What?
there is no statement that's stupid in this room, bro. So keep
Well,
saying
but Branch, you were saying before about the scale, because I know that you've kind of used that as an argument before, like that we just don't get the scale of the Earth. So that's a claim that is made, like, oh, we just don't know how big it is and all that. So that's why I was saying, like, at 10 miles, 4-foot observer height with lights going out, that's a pretty direct geometrical setup. So that's why I was asking you, like, have you looked into that, and what would the geometry be, and should you be able to see all those lights? And with a hidden height of 38 feet, that means that there's essentially a hump, if you want to call it that, of 38 feet. So you're definitely not going to see the last light. That's for sure. At mile 10, you're not going to see mile 9, etc. So
I wouldn't say you definitely can't see the last light. I mean,
so this is
I
doable.
think it's very plausible for you to see the last light, depending on
38 foot hidden height with a light that's 4 foot above the water.
10 mile way light.
Yeah.
10 miles ain't that far.
But you shouldn't see that if the Earth's a globe. That should not be visible.
No.
That's the thing. That's
You
the
can
question
definitely,
is, like, what if the globe is
see.
answered?
I mean, I
If the
think
globe is answered that-
well, again, we're talking about refraction, bro. Refraction is a hell of a force.
I thought you were going to say it's a hell of a drug. Refraction is a hell of a drug. It is for a lot of people, probably. It is a hell of a drug.
So how does refraction work through a curved density gradient, Branch?
Oh, that depends on what you mean by curved density gradient.
What I'm
You're
wondering is, how
claiming,
does refraction-
hold on, Jim Jam. You're claiming that you can see this light from 10 miles away. You know, it's very, very plausible because of refraction.
Right. So when you talk about
my question is, how is the refraction affected in a curved density gradient?
and by saying curved density gradient, I'm not 100% sure what you mean, because it's not really like a
changing in a curved fashion.
yeah. But what you're asking is, it sounds to me like some honestly, I'm gonna be very honest with you guys, right? Bansel, it sounds to me like you're throwing out bullshit vocab that flat earthers
No,
kind of
no, no,
throw
no,
out.
Sounds
no,
like
no,
he was trying
no,
to ask a
Branch.
question that I
We
was going to
can.
ask more simply, which is how is refraction removing the obstacle?
Well, what? Okay, let me ask Bansor again. Then, what do you mean by a curved density gradient?
Well, just that, because you're claiming that this refraction formula that we can apply to things is going to account for something that's 10 miles away quite easily, right? Now we can see how refraction in a density gradient can bend light, a la the sugar water test, right? We can see how the light is bending downwards. But I would put to you that to me is a planar
Right.
density
Okay.
gradient,
So
right?
I would put
Not
to you,
not a
I'll
curved
put to
density
you,
gradient.
I'll put to you, Bansor, that when we talk about curved gradients, I mean that's pretty similar to what happens when people see mirage.
You broke up there, Branch, unless it was just me.
No, he skipped out.
Is that what you're talking about? Is mirages?
Sorry, you cut out there. No, I'm not talking about mirages. No. Your fingers either slipping on your push to talk, Branch, or you're cutting out.
I think the question is that, like, if there's a physical obstruction that's obscuring the object so much, how could any amount of refraction make it visible?
I mean, I'm not sure if you guys really understand what refraction does.
Right, but it doesn't remove the obstruction. You're trying to say that it kind of overlays what's behind the
Right, but
obstruction
for you to
on top of the obstruction.
understand why refraction causes us to see further, you really need to understand what refraction is. Do you understand what refraction actually is?
Understand what
I
it
think
does to
what your
the
question
phantom light.
really is do we understand what light is? But yeah.
Well, light is different, right? Like refraction occurs not just with light; it occurs with any photon. Like radio waves are diffracted, light's diffracted, visible light's diffracted. But what I mean by that, but gamma rays are even refracted. Refraction is just, when any photon goes through a variance of medium, it's gonna bend a little bit.
That's it, Branch?
Yeah, that's it.
Yep, just bendy light. Good to go. All right, Jesse, did you are you still there?
Sure.
Yeah, did you were you going to respond? We were talking about the optics, and sorry, I was kind of multitasking, and you did bring that up. I just wondered, did you get a chance to respond to that? And because I think Banso had also, you kind of, I think it was like a preface, but you did kind of not really answer his either. I think the question he had. His was, what would you need to do in the real world of a test for yourself to come out to conclude, yeah, this thing is planar. It's not curving.
Oh,
That was his question, and then there was a question that we were talking about too with the optics.
if it would be, it would be kind of a preponderance of the evidence, because if you just take any one observation, you can't just say, oh, that solves all of it when there's contradictory observations. I think what would be helpful for me is if the normal, the consistent, and the reliable measurements and observations yielded the planar results, and then the curved ones were the outliers. Does that make sense?
I think that's why someone brought up though the military with their firing capability, because if they're seeing targets, how do they decipher whether that's a mirage or whether that's actually beyond the curve and what I'm seeing is not real, so it's not actually a target, you know?
We'll get to
I
that
think
when we
that's why
get
that
to
point was brought
missiles.
up. Not just missiles, but being able to see the target. It's nothing really to do with the missile. It's to do with being able to see the target and deciphering whether is that a target or is it refraction.
Right. See, I have no experience with missiles, so when we get to missiles and targeting and
Missiles, I'm
all
talking
that,
about being able to see
we're
the
gonna have to
target.
find what's that?
I'm not talking about missiles. I'm just talking about being able to see the target and whether you can decipher whether you're seeing the target or whether it's a refracted image and it's not actually the target.
So to discuss that, I would need to read some material that we both consider authoritative on it, just to get an idea even what the actual claim is. You know, I don't actually know what the claim is, because do we actually know? Well, now I'm getting into it. But let me finish my non-optics response, and then we'll get into missiles. Yeah, if that's okay, Gio.
It's okay to me.
Okay. So, is Gio listening? Since he asked
Yeah.
and I'm responding. Oh, good. Okay. So, the obvious thing for non-optics is a tightrope, but that's got sag, which, if you do the math, which they do, the math for that is well known because it's when they stretch out power lines. You can go online. There's calculators. You put in the weight per foot and the the length between the supports, and it tells you how much it sags, and it tells you what the tension will be on it. And if you do the math, no material exists known to mankind that's strong enough to support its own weight over a long enough distance to be able to compare it to a significant amount of Earth curve, because the sag
But you
curve would
could
just
have
be
something
far
mechanical to pull those taut.
I mean, aerogel can, but
Well, yeah,
So
for sure. No, that was not really a good way to measure the Earth. But do you know about the one that do you know the one that Whitesword has proposed? You probably weren't around for all that. That was months ago. We had many discussions about it. Not to actually go into it all, but it basically is taking a very strong synthetic rope material and laying it down over like 10 kilometers at a beach, and then essentially it's on the ground, so it's not being held up, it's on the ground, and then you pull it taut, and by pulling it taut from both ends on a globe Earth, it should be pressing into the Earth, into the curvature, sort of like taking a shoestring over a basketball, and if you were you pull it and it would be pulling into the curve. Whereas if it's a planar type surface that's just extended horizontal, then when you pull it, it would not push into the Earth. So then what you would do is have scales and measuring devices along the Earth, along the whole 10-kilometer track, where you would be measuring either the pull. As you pull it taut, all you're doing is pulling it taut. You're not pulling it into the Earth. You're not pulling it up. You're just pulling it taut. And then you can measure along. So that's a way of doing it with a rope type material, where you're using the physical pressure of pressing it into to actually form it to the Earth, rather than some idea of trying to have it suspended or stretched taut in that way, like not hanging. Yeah.
I like that idea.
Like a vice at either end, sort of thing. It's pulled to the brim of its capabilities, so there's no sag.
Yeah, right. No, I like that idea. I'd never thought of that before. You would have to. You couldn't allow the string or the rope to touch the ground at any point. It'd have to be entirely suspended between the scales. But they could still be every couple.
The rope is just on the ground. You don't have to have it suspended at all. It would just.
Can't have it on the. It can't have any weight on the ground, because you won't know how much weight's going on the ground and how much weight's going on the scale. The entire.
You would when you pull it. No, like you would. Let's say you had a rope like that. He already has the rope. He paid like $5,000 for the rope, so he already has a whole roll of it. and he knows, the tensile strength and all of that. He's aware of. So you just basically put it over the beach. You stretch it, pull it out, and it's just loose on the beach. You have scales along the whole thing, and it's just sitting there. And then you pull it to where now it's like a little taut, so there's no, now it's taut. And then when you do the actual test, you pull it more and more taut. And so you're just pulling it away, like only from like a foot or two off the ground at the end of the 10 kilometers. You're just pulling with two like winches on either end. So the rope is totally on the ground all the time. The difference is when you pull it taut on a sphere, you should get readings upon all of the scales along the line of increased pressure. Whereas on a planar surface, you would just get, it would either be equal or it would be, technically it would be less than if you lifted it up, but you're not going to be lifting it up because you're just pulling it. So you would expect very little change if on a planar surface. But it does depend on how you set the scales up and stuff too, though.
So are the scales, the surface of the scales, the top surface of the scales also equal with the ground?
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's different ways to do it. I have a couple drawings of this that we made up at the time, like riding on eggshells made a couple.
Let's assume they are, Jesse.
Well,
here's the really silly one that someone made. It's like totally made out of, it's
Yeah, I think the plan was to have the scales on the ground themselves and have the rope.
Like this? Somebody made this too.
So the scales would be sunken into the ground.
Yeah, I mean, these people wanted to do this experiment over 10 miles, and I've told them already before.
No. It's about I think 4 to 5.
That last one shows you suspending the line. That's not what this would actually be. The line would be on the ground. I still posted it because I have it in my folder here.
Yeah, my prediction was before you even get a reading at the scale in the center point of that rope, the rope will break.
And that's the one that he made up. That's the one Whitesword made up.
Yeah, that was the very first one that he drew up. Yeah.
Okay, so we've got
Hey Jesse, you mind if I ask, are you a globe earther or a flat earther?
I'm a researcher, but so far my observations are leaning globeward, but I'm open to someone explaining how they're possible on a flat earth.
So you're semi-indoctrinated.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't describe myself that way, but then you wouldn't describe yourself that way either.
Oh, I'm fully indoctrinated. I believe it's flat.
Yeah, but gotcha.
No, I don't. I believe it's the opposite of flat.
Square?
Concave.
No, Gio. The funny thing is, the opposite of flat is flat.
You believe it's colder when the sun's closer.
How can, I mean, if you think about geometrically, what is the opposite of flat?
Here's another one, Jesse, in terms of like, would you see this as definitive? For example, spherical excess, where we would set up, like you'd basically set up 3 lines on the Earth. And one way to do that, where you start with a small one in the middle, so you can measure that it's a perfect triangle, and it's planar. The 3 points are coplanar. And then you build another one that's larger. Now, if you start with a small one, as you build the larger ones, you can square them up on each other. So you can square. So you can actually physically square the lines up to the smaller one. And then you create a larger triangle, and then a larger. You keep creating larger and larger triangles as you go more and more outward. And even if the Earth is a globe the size that they say, the first triangle, if it's small enough, it would be coplanar, and you have the three straight lines, and then second one, third one, etc. At a point though, a coplanar triangle will not fit on a sphere without essentially the center of the ball coming up through the middle of the three coplanar points, and therefore the points then start moving away due to the curvature, and then you get what they kind of want to call a spherical triangle, but you get sort of this three lines on a sphere that are not coplanar anymore, and they're not actually creating three straight lines. Now you have sort of this different thing going on, like the spherical triangle. And if that were to occur, you can't create that perfect coplanar triangle at a particular size, at a particular distance or size of the triangle. And so at some point, you would have the first triangle that would be a problem, that would not be coplanar. And then the next one would be a little more, the next one would be a little more. And if it was a globe, we'd be able to measure when it goes from coplanar to spherical, when that thing turns into a quote unquote spherical triangle, be able to measure that and detect at what stage that happened. And if we had multiple triangles going out, and if it really was a sphere, we'd be able to say, all right, on the 10th triangle, we got a little bit of spherical excess. On the 11th one, we got a little more. 12th one, a little more, etc. However, if it's the planar surface, that's not going to happen. They're just going to be planar as far as planar goes.
Yeah, because it's an oblate spheroid, they can't. It wouldn't be a gradual, or a certain limit to where it starts. They've got so many loopholes where they don't have to give you a definitive answer. It's quite funny.
Hey, Globus is here. I always like to hear from Globus. I don't know if he's willing to talk right now, but there was a great story that he told about. He went into Flat Earth Discord a while back, and then was arguing with people, and then went out and did his own tests, and has since realized that we're not on a spinning ball. There's no curvature. I don't know if you want to kind of like reiterate that at all, Globus. But
I want to hear that. I kind of want to hear that. Globus, tell us. Speak, bro. Speak.
It'd be good for Jesse to hear, just because I think he's at that point where, like, if he were to do a test of his own, maybe, and find out in the method that maybe Globus or somebody else or some of the other people here have done, where it just can't be what you're talking about with this globe. It really can't. Definitive.
And Globus has apparently done an experiment that proves the Earth is flat. I want to hear about it.
Well, it sounds like where Jesse's at is that if he saw, Globus said he can't get on the mic at the moment. If it sounds like Jesse, if he did his own tests, experiments, observations, whatever you want to call them, and it really showed not a globe, it sounds like he would come to that conclusion. Like it doesn't sound like he would resist it if he saw it. That's the vibe I'm getting.
And then you have to realize that they've reverse engineered, the what we would observe within a certain range due to refraction. If this is a concocted idea about the globe, they definitely did a lot of observations to figure out the measurements. It seems like that's where they got the 3959 from. They realized how far away curvature would have to be within a certain range, given our regular normal eyesight and the basic refraction conditions that you could possibly, have a range within. And it seems like that's how they did it. Wouldn't you think? Maybe reverse engineer from that point on.
I think that we probably
perspective hijack.
I'm gonna try to get, I see that Bob, the dude normally who's on in this room is
Bob Nodell.
No, the other Bob. Bob, the science guy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get him in this room.
Why?
Because I like to fuck with him.
Oh. Well, you like to fuck with everybody.
No, but it's not just that, but it's more like this is kind of his thing to talk about. I'm gonna try to get him in this room. Give me a second.
Yeah, he likes to message people when they say anything he doesn't agree with.
Hey guys.
I had to explain to that dude the other day that radio waves are photons. He's like, what? I was like, yeah, bro.
There was a pivotal point in this discussion I like to bring up once in a while on Nathan's show where they had Mick West on, and they pinned him down on the orthographic view, keeping the building at its actual height, through looking at it from the side view, and the way that they got their hidden value, and he ended up having to go and change his Metabug website, and that it does seem like the reverse engineering was exposed at that point, and it really changed the debates if you were paying attention at the time. The Glovers couldn't come in with their regular hidden value they expected because it was no longer valued from the perspective. I mean, any optics in general aren't reliable, I'd say, for the discussion. The fact that we're not spinning, and it's very obvious that we're not, is the first thing, I think.
Really?
Your basic
Why is
axiom.
it so obvious?
Base axiom.
Why is it so obvious? But
you don't
hold on.
still spin.
New perspective. Why is it so obvious that we're not spinning?
Do you feel like you're spinning? Do you have any kind of notice at all that you're spinning in several different directions?
Why would I feel like I'm spinning?
Because you can feel spin.
I'm not spinning. I'm not spinning. I'm not
I'm
spinning.
not spinning. I'm not spinning. I'm not spinning.
You know, new perspective. That's
well, that is a fundamental thing, Branch.
I know, but
here's what I would say, Branch. Like, okay, for me, I feel like my brain, my body, is always in a position within the ether, the environment, whatever words you like to use. So I'm always in a position, left, right, up, down, etc. And if I'm spinning or moving, I know I'm spinning or moving through multiple ways. So for you to have a belief, why would you feel it's spinning? Doesn't that go against the actual physics of being a human that you always know when you're spinning?
I guess my answer to that, Gio, would be this, yeah. When you look at the hour hand on the clock, right, does it look like it's moving?
Well, if that clock were as big
Yes,
as
it
the
does.
circumference, yeah. Besides, if that clock were as big as the circumference of the Earth, that hour hand would be literally moving at 1,000 miles an hour at the tip.
So you gotta understand one thing: the hour hand on the clock is moving at half the speed of the rotation of the Earth.
But did you hear what I said? If that clock were as big as the circumference of the Earth, the hour hand would be literally moving at 1,000 miles an hour at the tip.
No, what I'm trying to say
yes,
is...
it would. Can't make it smaller and make it make sense. Just because you're thinking about it as one rotation, the clock is not a fair representation.
Yeah,
if the clock were as big as the circumference, you would see that tip of that clock moving at 1,000 miles per hour.
New perspective. I don't feel like explaining.
You understand what I'm saying?
New perspective. I'm not gonna try to explain to you the difference between angular velocity.
You don't have to try to explain it, Brad. You're not even hearing what I'm saying. You're trying a trick of relative to the clock that doesn't move when you look at that hour hand because of rotation, right? Because the clock is small. If the clock were as big as the Earth, it would be moving at 1,000 miles per hour. Can you understand
what I'm trying to say, though? What I'm trying to say is this: yeah, the hour hand on the clock moves at half the speed of the rotation of the Earth.
If the Earth were as small as a clock, you're not even. That's the point.
So
you're just not even hearing what I'm saying, and you want to repeat.
Even on something the size of a clock, you can't perceive the hour hand moving.
No, the clock being as big as the Earth, you would see that hour hand moving at 1,000 miles per hour. Just because you make it smaller doesn't make it slower.
Okay, so I would agree with you on that. If you had a clock the size of the Earth, you would, if you was on the edge of the clock,
then the tip of that clock, hour hand would be moving 1,000 miles per hour.
All right.
Right.
And
so that makes
okay.
point.
So based on that, what's your point, motherfucker?
The point is that because you make it the size of a clock and that seems relatively slow, doesn't make it relatively slow. It's still 1,000 miles per hour at the surface. 15 degrees rotational speed is not determinative. It's not a very good way of
Right.
representing
Okay.
the
Okay.
speed.
So here's another way to think about it. Yeah.
You can think about it however you want. It's still 1,000 miles per hour. That's the point.
Okay. I didn't even tell you the other way of thinking about it before you answer back.
Do you like?
Can you let me answer back before you give me your answer first?
Sure.
All right. So what I was trying to say is, let's say you're on one of those boat trains that they have in China or Japan.
The magnetic train.
Yeah, but there's very little fucking there's very little friction for you to feel while the train's moving.
In one linear direction, yes.
Right. Now, would you be able to feel the difference when you're on a train like that that's going 200 miles per hour versus 100 miles per hour?
Okay, so different directions, upside